Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Enmeshed in our discontent with the way this world has treated us, we tend to speculate on the possibility of a different sort of world. One, of course, where we expect to be happy and content and treated very well indeed. This world, this realm, this place beyond the stars is commonly called heaven. It is also called the spirit world, or the astral world, sometimes the desire world. But the name I like best of all is Summerland.
Mr. Bones? Bonesy, where are you? I want to talk to you, Scraggy, so you just get your spindle legs on down here. Oh, there you are, hatchet face.
You hadn't ought to call me those things.
Oh, and why not? Skinny?
How'd you like it if I called you Fatso? Or Hippo, or Jumbo?
I wouldn't like it, Mr. Bones, so don't you try it. Don't you try it.
Our mystery drama, Death and Desire, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science, a little...
When their curiosity about the space beyond the stars has grown consuming, some people consult spiritualists, sensitives, clairvoyants, those possessing what they call crystal vision, who can bring into sight and hearing the inhabitants of Summerland. Our story is about one of those.
Mr. Bones? Bonesy, I'm home and I want to talk to you, so you get your spindle legs on down here.
What do you want, Melba?
Oh, there you are, hatchet face.
You hadn't ought to call me those things.
Oh, and why not?
How'd you like it if I called you Fatso, or Hippo, or Jumbo?
I wouldn't like it, so don't you try it.
You didn't used to mind when we were with the circus.
When we were with Rapture's traveling circus, I was billed as Gargantua. It was all part of the act.
You're just as fat now.
And you're just as skinny.
I can't help that.
Neither can I help it. That's my glands.
It's my glands, too. I don't like being called Mr. Bones or Bonesy or any of those other things.
So I'll call you by your name. I'll call you Orville.
I wish you would.
I'll try. Really, I will.
I'd appreciate that.
Because I don't want anything to spoil our little arrangement, because we get on pretty good. Don't you think so, Orville?
Pretty good.
Well, it's 5 years since we've been together. 3 at the circus, 2 here. 3 years as the human skeleton and Gargantua. And 2 years as Madame Melba and,
Yeah? What am I, Melba?
Well, you're my husband, for one thing.
Hardly anybody knows that. I never go out, never meet nobody. I just hang around the house.
Well, it's a nice house. It's better than living in a trailer.
I liked it in the trailer. Traveling around from place to place.
You liked those one-night stands?
I did. I liked sitting up and giving a show and knocking it all down and going on to the next place.
In all those hick towns.
Oh, I liked them. And Mr. Rafferty. I liked him. And the other freaks and the acrobats and the animals. I liked them all.
You liked sitting up there on that platform and letting all them yokels stare at you?
Yes, I did. They'd never seen anybody like me, and they were very interested, very friendly.
Friendly? Ha!
Most of them were. I liked them. And sometimes one of them liked me. I could tell.
Oh, how could you tell?
Oh, by the way he looked. Sometimes somebody would smile, not to make fun. A friendly smile.
Who smiled at you, friendly?
Oh, now, Melba, don't start up, please. Just a smile now and then. Like in Hoopersville once, and in Fergus Falls one time.
Who smiled at you in Hoopersville? And what went on in Fergus Falls?
And then nothing went on, nothing.
Uh-huh. Guess maybe you'd like to go back to Rapture's circus.
Maybe I would.
Back to Hoopersville. Back to Fergus Falls.
It'd be better there than here.
Well, I swear. You are living in a nice warm house. I cook you nice warm meals. You got nice warm clothes. You got color TV and stereo and about 1 million records. And you want to give all that up and go back to bumming around in the back of a trailer.
Well, I just meant that I was...
Exhibiting yourself. Well, not me, no, sir, not me, Spindleshanks. I am Madame Melba. Madame Melba. Sensitive, sublime. Yes, sir, I've got a reputation, prestige. I got a public image, and I ain't giving any of it up.
All right, Melba, now take it easy.
And you are going to go on being Madame Melba's entity. You got that, Mr. Bones?
Okay.
Now sit down, and I'll tell you what we got on for tonight.
Okay.
Because if things work out tonight, we may be on the way to making ourselves a bundle.
Okay, Melba.
You remember old Mrs. Grant? She came here after her husband died.
Oh, yeah, she was here every night for a while, a couple of years ago. Nice lady.
Yeah, rich lady, too. Well, I just came from talking to her. It was very interesting. It seems that she has somebody she wants to send to me for a seance.
Friend?
No, not a friend. That's the point.
Well, then, who would she want to send here if she's got no friends?
It's her daughter.
She's got a daughter?
Didn't I just say so?
Well, she never said anything about a daughter.
Well, that's because she was all upset over losing her husband. And anyhow, her daughter lived in Paris. But I have been going through the society pages in the local newspaper. And what do I find there? Madame Pierre Sorel has come to these shores. Madame Sorel. Nee Grant.
Well, now, did Mrs. Grant say that this Madame Sorel is her daughter?
No, of course not. She doesn't want me to know who it is that's coming to the seance.
Well, then how
Oh, Bonesy, if you'd followed the society pages like I do, plus the obituaries, you would know that Madame Sorel has to be Mrs. Grant's daughter. And you'd know why she is here.
Why?
Because her son just died. Her 10-year-old son, he took sick and he died.
And you think...
I don't think, I know. The mother is sending the daughter to me so I can help her make contact with the dead son. It's simple as ABC.
What if you're wrong?
I'm never wrong. A spiritualist is also telepathic, you know. Anyway, as soon as I lay eyes on her, I'll know for certain. Because if she's about 40 years old, and if there's any resemblance between her and her mother, like maybe those very blue eyes, well, it doesn't matter, because I know I'm right, and you'll see. Now, you can throw your voice to sound like a 10-year-old boy, can't you?
Well, now, I've never done that.
Well, you can say mommy, can't you? A simple mommy.
Mommy?
Well, that's not bad. Coming from the astral world, you wouldn't expect it to be exactly the same as in life. I'll have to go out and get some more dry ice for the vapor. And you better go check your Hessian costume because you've lost some more weight. Oh, how about the wrappings? Okay, that's good. Now, don't get so thin that you can't do that anymore, because the wrappings set the tone of the whole thing. Now, she will be here at 9 o'clock, and I want everything ready. I want you ready, because this may lead to something very big. Really big.
Nine o'clock.
And you look a proper Hessian soldier, Bonesy. A regular mercenary from the Revolutionary War. Oh, I love those boots. Now, you were killed at Yorktown, isn't that right? Oh, she's here. Start the music. I'll let her in. Come in, come in. I'm all ready for you.
Madam Melba?
It is I. Come on in.
I brought my husband. Is that all right?
Of course it is, of course. You just follow me into the parlor.
Lovely music.
It helps, I found. Now, if you will enter.
But it's so dark.
I can't see a thing.
Give me your hands. I will lead you to your chairs.
It's very cold, too.
It is precisely 62 degrees. Will you be seated? Here is a chair for you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Now, if you will join hands.
Yes, of course.
You'd best be quiet, Pierre.
Oh, no, it's all right. You may talk. It won't disturb me. Now, I am about to leave you.
Leave us?
For the trance state.
Oh.
In a few seconds, you will start to feel a wind across your hands. Do not be alarmed. The wind will grow colder.
I think
And then we wait for the entity.
The entity, Madam Melba?
The spirit from Summerland, the sweet spirit who is my contact with the astral world. We shall hear from him soon, I think.
Who is he, Madam Melba?
He is a Hessian soldier, slain at Yorktown in the Revolution, fighting for the British. He never liked being a mercenary, taking pay for opposing a righteous cause. Oh, hush, hush now. Listen. I told you we would hear from him.
I hear. Pierre, do you?
Yes, I do.
It's my entity. Oh, my dear Gustav. Will you materialize for these good people? They need you, Gustav.
You mean we'll be able to see him? Actually see?
If we concentrate, if we believe.
Oh, I believe, I do.
We should see a vapor rise in now. The wind will grow colder.
It is growing colder.
And I see the vapor. Oh, I see it. I do. I see it.
It is taking shape.
Gustav, are you with us?
Oh, why, I see his boots. Pierre, look. There are his boots.
Gustav, will you talk to us?
His jacket.
Will you, Gustav?
His helmet.
Gustav, we need you.
Good evening.
Oh, sir. Oh, spirits. What do I call him?
Oh, you cannot speak to him at all. Gustav will speak only in answer to my questions. You just fix your thoughts on me, not on him. You send me your thoughts, your desires, your anxieties, and I shall receive them through telepathic communion. And now let me gather my strength. Now. You want to know about someone small, it seems to me.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, young.
Yes.
A male.
Yes.
Gustav, by your kindness and your mercy, can you put us in contact with a small male child?
You have reference to...
To a little boy. Someone who is close to someone here, I think.
My son.
Gustav, will you do this for us?
I have to try.
Oh, please.
He's here.
Oh, he says he's here. My boy is here.
Gustav, is the boy in good health? Is he well?
Very well. Perfect health.
Oh, thank God.
Gustav, is he happy? Everybody is happy in Summerland. Very happy. There is no sorrow in Summerland. No troubles. No sorrows. Just peace and joy.
Oh, my darling son.
Nobody making fun of anybody. Nobody calling names. Everybody kind and nice and loving.
That's enough.
Everybody smiling, friendly smile.
That's enough.
Everybody is the same. And nobody is afraid.
Stop that, you. Stop that.
Oh, let him go on.
No, it's impossible. I'm exhausted. I cannot continue.
Oh, but my little boy.
No, you must leave now.
Oh, no.
Things are getting out of control.
But wait.
You must leave. You must get out of my house. You are killing me. I cannot be responsible for what I will do. Just go.
What happens to the dead people who have left us so abruptly without even looking back? Do they think of us? Do they miss us? Do they long for us and remember us with love? Are they troubled as we are? As restless? As filled with recollections and desires? Surely Summerland is not a place where all emotion has been purged. For then it would not be Summerland at all. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to mix with Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your top.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
If the dead who dwell in Summerland have not lost all capacity for emotion, then how do they feel about being called back to this world? To answer questions which to them may seem childish. Of course, we know by now that Madame Melba's communion with the dead is entirely contrived and false. If it were real, might it not be, well, an impertinence? We return you now to our strange story.
Come on, Madam Melba. I'll take you home.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Rafter. It's so kind of you to attend the funeral.
Well, we're playing just 20 miles from here, and I was very fond of Orville. Hated to see him leave the circus. We all did. The others would have come to the funeral, but we're doing 3 shows a day, you know.
Oh, yes, I understand.
Tell me, Melba, how did it happen? I didn't even know that Orville was sick.
Well, he wasn't sick. He was in the best of health.
Well, then, how...
Well, see, we had conducted a seance, just like all the others we'd done. And he acted, what you might call peculiar, toward the end of the seance. It just wasn't like himself at all.
In what way?
Well, it's hard to explain if you don't know about seances.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know anything about them.
Well, there is a certain routine, there's a certain continuity, there's a scenario, you might call it. And it's always more or less the same. There's the cold wind and the vapor rising.
I didn't know.
And then when I've gone into deep trance, the rappings start.
The rappings?
Yes, from the spirit world.
The spirits rap?
Or the entity raps.
Oh, I see. The the entity.
And then he materializes from the vapor.
Oh, yes. The vapor. Yes.
After the entity has materialized from the vapor, then I talk to him.
You actually talk to him? You really talk?
And he talks to me. I ask questions of the entity, and he replies.
Well, that's amazing.
Well, it isn't so amazing if you have the power.
I hated to see him leave the circus.
Yes.
And you too, Melba.
Well, of course, we had to make use of my gifts.
I suppose you did.
It was funny. He was talking about the circus, about how he missed it just before that last seance.
He was?
Uh-huh. And that night, he became confused, disturbed. And I had to call off the seance before we'd finished it because I couldn't endure anymore. So I told the clients to leave the house. And then when I had put Orville to bed, he was all hot and feverish. And before I could even call a doctor, he passed out of this life.
Oh, that's sad, terribly sad.
Yes, well, here's where I live, Mr. Rafter. Thank you so much for seeing me home. I appreciate it.
Well, dear lady, I was only too glad.
And would you remember to meet all the old friends at the circus? I suppose they're all still there.
Most of them. Of course, we had to replace you, and we found a splendid replacement for Orville. Benny, his name is. The finest specimen of a human skeleton as I've ever seen. And a nice chap, too.
Well, you like him, do you?
Of course, he's not like Orville.
Well, you said he was a nice chap.
Oh, yes. Very nice fella.
Oh. How long are you going to be playing in these parts, Mr. Rafter?
A few more days. We hit Fergus Falls next Tuesday, then we'll move on to Pennsylvania.
Well, maybe I'll just come over and take in the show.
Oh? Well, I'm sure everybody would be happy to see you, Melba.
I ought to be in pretty good shape by Tuesday. And it might do me good to see the old crowd again.
Mr. Rafferty?
Benny.
Could I talk to you for a minute?
Well, sure. Come on in, Benny.
I need some advice. You know Madame Melba?
Of course I know Madame Melba.
Well, you know she was here on Tuesday.
Well, I know. You met her, I take it.
Oh, yeah. She, we had a long talk.
Well, you did? What about?
Well, you know Madame Melba is a famous medium now. It's like a clairvoyance sort of.
Yeah, I know that. She's done very well at it, I understand.
Yeah, that's what she says. And she wants me to leave the circus and come be with her.
As what? Be with her as what?
Well, she didn't say exactly.
You know her husband just died, don't you?
No. I didn't know that.
Well, he did. Come down with a fever all of a sudden. He died.
Oh, that's too bad.
Her husband used to be the human skeleton with his show. Before you. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Orville, his name was. Fine chap. I was very fond of him. Sorry to see him go. I always had the feeling he hated to leave us, too. Matter of fact, she told me he was talking about the circus the very day he took sick and died.
About coming back?
Well, she didn't say just that. But I have a feeling... Now, look, Benny. Why do you think Madame Melba wants you to join her?
I don't know.
Well, some women of ample size are often attracted to men of your size.
Yeah, I know. And vice versa.
Mm-hmm. You think that's it?
It crossed my mind.
You want to go?
Well...
I tell you what. We'll be laying off for a week before we follow the circuit of Pennsylvania. Suppose you take the time and see what's cooking with Madame Melba.
Oh, can't you do anything?
Well, I don't understand exactly what I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to do what I tell you to do.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing it.
It's for the seance, Benny. I've told you 1,000 times.
Yeah, but I thought you were a medium, but clairvoyant.
I am a sensitive. That's the proper term.
So, what do you need me for?
A sensitive needs a little help here and there.
Well, what am I doing in this here funny costume?
That is the uniform of a Hessian soldier.
A soldier?
A dead soldier. A dead Hessian soldier.
What's Hessian?
Means German.
German? I don't see what this is all about.
You are the entity that appears from some land, from the space beyond the stars. I ask questions, and you answer them.
Do I know what to say?
I tell you what to say beforehand.
Yeah, but then it isn't real.
Well, not altogether, no.
You're not a real sensitive.
Or not absolutely real, no.
And the vapor isn't real either.
That's dry ice.
None of it's real.
It's real that I have powers, Benny.
Melba, I think I want to go back to the circus.
So you think the circus is real?
Everything at Rafters is real. Even the smiles on the clown's faces. They're painted on, and everybody knows they're painted on. They can see the paint. Nobody's trying to fool anybody, and nobody's fooled. The animals are real. The high wire is real. The pretending is real. The pretending to be happy, to be gay, to be enjoying ourselves. It's pretending, but it's real pretending.
All right, Benny, all right. You don't have to be a Hessian soldier. Just forget the whole thing. Just take off the uniform. We'll skip that part. But you will stick around, won't you? And do a couple of harmless little things.
Like what?
Well, like take the top off the dry ice when I give you the cue.
Well, how will I know when? What's the cue?
It'll be a word cue. I'll give you one. Like, come, sweet spirit from summer land.
Come, sweet spirit from summer land.
And then the vapor appears, and then I go on some more. And then the rappings start.
Oh, yeah, well, Melba, I can't do the rappings. I tried, and I can't do them. I can't crack my knuckles. I never could.
Orville could crack his knuckles and his knees.
Well, I can't.
Orville could crack his toes.
I am not Orville. I am Benny. And I can't do it.
Well, if you try.
I have tried.
Well, try again, please, sweetie. For me, try again.
It's because my bones aren't just the same as Orville's.
Sweetheart, I'd explain that to you. I went to all the trouble of consulting an orthopedic surgeon, and he says it is not the bones, it is the tendons. Now, remember that. It's not the bones, it's the tendons. Now, try, please. For me, try.
All right.
Try, my pet. Try for Melba.
I can't. It's no use.
Orville could do it standing on a pillow.
Well, I'm not Orville, and I can't do it.
All right, sweet precious. I didn't mean to upset you. Now, let's try just once more. Never mind your knees or your toes. We'll forget all about the knees and the toes. Just your knuckles now. Try, my darling.
I don't think I can.
Try. Oh, that's it. Oh, my sweet pet, you did it. You did it. Oh, that's it. You are wonderful. You are superb. You are marvelous. You did it.
I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did. Didn't you hear yourself?
Melba, listen to me. I didn't do anything.
Oh, sweetheart, I heard you.
That wasn't me.
Of course it was.
No, that wasn't. Somebody else is in this room.
Somebody else?
You know who.
Oh. Orville?
Has to be Orville. Who else?
Orville's dead.
He's come back.
Orville is real.
Not to me, Melba. Not to me. I'm going back to the circus. The circus is what's real to me.
You're walking out on me?
I'm not made for this life, Melba. I'm going back where I belong.
No, you can't do that. You can't leave me all alone.
Mr. Rafferty said I could come back if I wanted to. What was that?
Did you?
I didn't do anything.
Then what? Bonesy. Bonesy. Bonesy, you're here.
Now you don't know what to believe, do you? Is there really a Summerland or isn't there? Can the dead be called back from there, if there is such a place, by living persons whose powers are strong enough, who believe enough? And, as in the case of Melba, can they be summoned even by those who have no power and do not believe at all? Frankly, I haven't the foggiest idea. Do you? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Man is coagulated smoke and will return to smoke. So said Paracelsus, 16th century physician and philosopher. Not a very elevated description of ourselves, is it? Not sufficient to interpret our restless dreams, our insatiable ambition, our irrational behavior. But who had ever explained those things? Or us, completely? Perhaps that's really all we are. Just coagulated smoke, destined to return to smoke.
Bonesy, you're here. Oh, Bonesy. Oh, who else could it be?
Not me. I was on my way out.
Well, you can go, because I don't need you anymore.
Well, I kind of like to stick around.
No, you go.
And see what happens.
No, he won't materialize with you here.
Materialize? Materialize? You don't mean... You can't...
Oh, never mind what I mean. You just get out of here. This is between Mr. Bones and me.
Well, if I could see
Well,
him...
you can't see him.
Talk to
No.
You mean... You're the only one who can.
That's just what I mean. Now, you go on back to Rafferty's circus where you belong.
I'd like to come back sometime, Madam Melba.
No! Bonesy. Bonesy, are you really there? I thought you were dead. I mean, gone forever. Bonesy, did you really go to Summerland? And did you come back from there to help me? Oh, Bonesy, if I could believe that.
Believe it, Melba. It's true. I'm here.
Oh, Orville, it's been so awful here without you.
I know.
Has it been awful for you, too?
Well,
Has it?
nothing is awful in Summerland, Melba.
You mean it's the way you said it was? That last time at the seance, it's really like that? It's kind and loving, and nobody is afraid.
Yes, Melba. It's just like that.
Oh, it's so hard to believe that there actually is such a place. You know, I never really believed that there was.
Yeah, I know.
I never believed anybody went there. I never believed anybody went anywhere.
I know.
But there is such a place. Because you've been there, and you know.
That's right.
And you came back to help me.
Yeah.
That means I do have the power, doesn't it? I'm not a fake at all. I'm real, and I have the power. Oh, Bonesy, what a marvelous thing to find out after all this long time. Why, I can make a fortune with you to help me.
Just, what you have in mind, Melba?
Well, there is a lady in this town. She's a baroness, Bonesy. The Elizabeth Baroness Barkati, Hungarian, or Polish, something like that. Yeah, she's been pestering me for a seance for more than a month now. Ever since you went to Summerland. And I've been putting her off. I said I was too shaken up after your passing, which, of course, I was.
Yeah, of course.
Besides which, I didn't have anybody to help me. And then, just as I'm about to give up completely and forever, you signaled your presence. Those rappings. I never heard a sweeter sound in my whole life. Now, listen about this Baroness Elizabeth Barcotti. See, her father died, and then her mother.
Well, maybe I've met them.
Oh, I suppose you might have. Well, now she's got a husband, a rich American. But she never really got over losing her father and her mother.
Poor lady.
So I have a phone number, and I said that I'd call her when I was ready. Well, I will tell her that tonight is the night. Is that all right with you?
My time is your time.
Bones, what form are you going to take when you materialize? Or don't you want to materialize at all? I haven't quite figured all this out.
Well, why don't you just leave it all to me, Melba?
Well, all right, if you say so. May I present my husband, Madam Melba? I'm so glad. Now, if you follow me into the parlor, follow close behind because the room will be dark. And you may find it a bit chilly. I'll keep it at 62 degrees. The spirits like it better that way. Now, there we are, a chair for you, Baroness, and one for you, sir. You will clasp hands, please. You may talk if you like, but in low conversational tones, if you please. Are we ready? Ready?
Oh, this is nonsense, Elizabeth.
Now, I am going to leave you. I am going into deep trance. In a few seconds, you will feel the wind across your hands. Do not be alarmed. The wind will grow colder. It is a signal from Summerland that the entity is approaching the sweet spirit who is my contact with the astral world. Ah, yes. We shall hear from him soon, I think. Oh, yes, soon. Oh, was that him? I told you we would hear from him. I can hardly believe. Will you speak to our spirit? Really? Dear one, will you speak to us?
And why not?
Oh, what did he say?
I said, why not?
I'm not sure I understand him.
You got wax in your ears, lady.
Well, perhaps we should start again. We seem to have got off on the wrong track somehow.
Okay.
He sounds like our janitor.
I'm afraid we started wrong.
Who's that? Who calls that? How goes it? Come in.
Look, this isn't the right...
Okay, avanti.
Oh.
Come in. Merci. Gracias. Dankeschön.
Believe me, I didn't know that this... what can this mean? Well, it isn't what you think. No, please don't go. Perhaps it would be... No, please, I wish that you wouldn't go.
Oh, let him go.
Oh.
Who needs him? Good riddance to bad rubbish. That's what I always say. What do you always say?
Madam Melba, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, too. Not at all what I expected. Nothing at all what I expected. Nor I. Oh, did you do this on purpose?
In a way.
To humiliate me.
Spirits don't like to be summoned, Melba. Or conjured.
Oh, you're making fun of me.
A little? Millie?
Oh, Bill.
Since you made fun of us, Melba, pretending we didn't exist?
Well, I didn't know that you did. But I know now, oh, Bill. And I want to be like you.
Just what do you mean by that?
I want to be with you in Summerland.
What? You want to be dead? That's a very wicked thought.
But there's nothing for me here. And there's everything for me there.
I'm sorry, Melba.
What do you mean you're sorry?
It's just not possible.
You mean I can't go to Summerland?
Someday, maybe.
Well, why not now?
You just wouldn't fit in.
Why wouldn't I?
You're not the type.
Well, what I have to do to be the type, to fit in.
You have to lead a better life.
Well, what kind of life? I don't know any other kind of life but this.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well, what? Tell me.
Figure it out. And after you've figured it out, do it. And after you've done it, and the time has come, I'll put in a good word for you, Melba. I have a little influence in Summerland.
Mr. Rafferty?
Why, it's Madam Melba. Come in, come right on in.
Not Madam Melba, Mr. Rafferty.
Well, Melba then. Madam Melba is a little too formal for old friends.
Not Melba either, Mr. Rafferty. I am Gargantua.
Gargantua?
Yes, Mr. Rafferty. If you can see your way clear.
Now, you don't mean that...
Yes, I do.
You want to come back here? Take your old job back?
That's what I want.
But you've been so successful in the world out there.
I've been too successful.
I don't understand. I really don't.
Well, it's a long story. Maybe someday I can tell it to you.
Well, I'd like to hear it.
Oh, I'd like to tell it to you. If I can, someday.
There's no rush. No rush. Would you like to take a look around, see some of your old friends?
Yes, I would. I'd like that very much.
Well, you just go ahead. You know where everybody is, I guess.
I think I can remember.
They'll all be very glad to see you.
I hope so. Oh, my. Isn't it beautiful here?
Melba. Melba. What are you doing here?
Hello, Benny. I've come to get my old job back.
You mean it?
If Mr. Rafter's willing.
Say, what's happened with Orville? Anything happened?
Oh, Benny, quite a lot happened with Orville. Quite a lot.
He really came back? You talked to him?
Mostly, he talked to me.
But will he come here, you think?
Oh, I don't think so, Benny. He's very happy where he is, you know.
You mean you don't think you'll see him again?
Oh, I'll see him again. But not for a while. And not here. I'll see him later on. Much later. In Summerland.
I don't completely understand our story at all. It seems to mean something. It's trying to tell us something. As near as I can make it out, the message is this. The dead, wherever they are, if they are any place, are all right. They are fine. Don't pester them. Leave them alone. But, as I said, I don't really understand that story at all.
Why are so many people buying Buick's New Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marshall Resnick?
It holds the road. It drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's New Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
I sincerely hope you're not confused. I hope you have a certainty that Summerland is where we're all going to wind up someday. Summerland, where all is kindness and goodness and loving one another. I hope you're right. And I hope to meet you there. We'll have a nice long talk, you and I, and reminisce about the story that I didn't understand at all. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Robert Dryden, Joan Arliss, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In time of war, certain human instincts come to the fore. The aggressive instinct, of course, and also the instinct for survival. That we must all die eventually is inescapable. That some of us must die prematurely is terrifying. So terrifying that in a moment of grave danger, even the most sober and rational of men can appear to regress and clutch at superstitious omens, like our most primitive ancestors. Is this folly? Or does a person in the extreme moment when death is imminent know something we don't?
Captain, if I volunteer for this mission, will we get back here by midnight?
Well, it shouldn't take you more than 3 hours.
You're sure?
How come you're so skittish all of a sudden?
I just want to know that we'll be back here safely by midnight.
Why? Afraid you might turn into a pumpkin?
No, Captain. Something a lot worse than that.
Our mystery drama, Time Out of Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science.
We have all experienced that bittersweet longing for the past, known as nostalgia. Most of us have also felt the related sensation of wishing we could return to a specific moment in time to take care of some unfinished business or speak a final word to a loved one. But though this temptation can at times seem unbearable, we should never allow it to become overwhelming.
Dad? Dad?
Huh? What, Scott?
Are you okay?
Oh, sure.
Would you like me to drive for a while?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Why should you?
Well, you looked like you were drifting off.
No, I was just thinking about something, that's all. I'm perfectly wide awake.
Okay, I was just offering.
What time is it?
Nearly midnight. Dad?
What?
Why do you keep bothering me?
Bothering you? All you're doing is driving.
What do you want?
You were getting that look in your eye again.
What look?
Like you're forgetting where you are.
Well, I don't like being watched.
Hey, Dad, you've been driving since supper.
Look, believe me, I'm not tired. I was on the road 10 years for my company. I know about driving.
What were you thinking about?
When?
Just now.
Well, nothing.
Well, you said you were.
I don't remember.
Dad, let's talk, okay? If nothing else, the conversation will keep us awake.
I don't know why, Scott. It's usually put us to sleep before.
I don't get it. You insisted on driving me all the way back to school. When I asked you why, you said it would be a good chance for us to get to know each other better.
Yeah, I know, Scott, but, well, it's late at night now. There's plenty of time to talk tomorrow.
Okay, Dad.
I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to snap at you. I know we haven't been very close these past few years while you've been drifting about and trying to find yourself.
But now that I'm back in graduate school, you think you can relate to me, is that it?
You see, even the words you kids use. I mean, relate. But what does that mean? In my day, it meant to tell somebody something.
Okay.
What?
Let's begin with that. Let's tell each other something.
Well, why don't you tell me about the courses you're taking?
I mean, what's on our minds, how we feel about things, how you feel about me, how I feel about you.
I don't know why you kids today are so obsessed with feeling.
I feel like I'm driving across the country with a complete stranger.
That's really how you feel, Scott?
Yes. I'm not part of your life, Dad. I never have been. I never know what's on your mind. Half the time, you seem like you're somewhere else.
My brother, Scotty.
What?
Well, you asked me what I was thinking about before. It was Scotty. Your uncle, the one you're named after.
Well, why were you thinking about him now?
And January 17th, the day after tomorrow, is the anniversary of his death. He was killed in the Second World War.
Yeah, at Anzio Beach in 1944.
Of course, you've heard the story.
You know, sometimes I really envy him.
Why?
Because I get the impression he was the only person you were ever close to.
Well, why do you say that?
You mention his death so much.
Well, you asked me to tell you what I was thinking about.
I wasn't trying to criticize. All I meant was that other people lost relatives in the war, but that was 30 years ago. His death obviously affected you very much.
He was killed by a sniper while he was out on patrol near Anzio.
All I know about him is how he died.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. You know, you look a lot like Scotty.
I do?
He was tall, like you.
Really? 6'7"?
Just about.
Did he play basketball?
No, he was a musician. He played the piano.
Classical?
No. Rhythm and blues. Swing. He was also a composer. Do you know that Tommy Dorsey heard him once? And he told Scotty to look him up when the war was over. Yeah. He was going to be great.
I never knew any of this. Well, why haven't you ever talked about him?
And he had a real great sense of humor. A real wise guy. His death was a turning point in my life. It was right after I heard the news that I asked your mother to marry me.
So you were close?
No.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, he looked up to me, but, well, I always made fun of him, Put him down.
Well, a lot of older brothers do that. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, most brothers have a lifetime to make it up, and we never did. I never had the chance to tell him how I really felt, and sometimes I think I'd be willing to give almost anything to be able to go back and make sure he knew.
Well, you can't, Dad. It's over.
No, that's just it. It isn't over.
Dad, this is 1978.
There was a letter.
A letter?
Yes. What's that?
Sounds like a highway patrol car.
Well, he's not after us, is he?
Well, I don't know. He's still pretty far back. But... Well, I don't see anybody else on the road.
Oh, but that's crazy. Look, I'm only going 60.
Well, it's still 5 miles over the limit.
Any trooper will spot you 5 miles.
Hey, I'd slow down anyway.
Well, no, he must be answering a call further down the highway.
Look, he's signaling for us to pull over.
Hand me my wallet, will you? It's in the glove compartment.
Good evening.
Hello, officer.
Can I see your license?
Yeah, sure, just a sec.
Theodore Pittman, that you?
Yep.
Who's that in there with you?
It's my son.
You live in Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Harrisburg. My son's studying physics in California, and I'm driving him back to school from winter vacation.
You drive all the way from Harrisburg today?
Oh, no, from Columbus, officer. Can you tell me what the matter is? I was only going a few miles over 60.
Oh, speeding's not the problem. This interstate can be more treacherous than it looks, Mr. Pittman. It's flat as a board and straight as an arrow for over 100 miles through this part of Kansas. A lot of drivers become lulled or hypnotized. Some even fall asleep at the wheel.
Well, I'm wide awake.
I've been following you for quite a while. You aware that a few miles back you were weaving?
Well, no.
That's a pretty good sign. A driver's either tiring or his mind's wandering.
Well, I'm okay now.
Does your son drive?
Oh, yes, officer, but I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with me.
You planning to drive all night?
Yes, we're behind schedule. We had some car trouble in Ohio that set us back a day. Well, my son's got to be back in San Francisco in time to register tomorrow, the 17th.
That's a long way to go in 2 days.
Well, we'll make it.
I suggest you stop for some coffee at the next service plaza. There's one about 12 miles up ahead that's got an all-night restaurant.
All right, officer, fair enough. We'll do that.
It's for your own protection, Mr. Pittman.
I understand.
I also suggest you change drivers there.
Yes, sir.
Here's your license.
Thank you. Oh, that was a close call.
Dad, he was only trying to be helpful.
Weaving? I don't remember weaving.
You started to tell me about a letter?
Well, the last time I ever saw my brother Scotty, we had an argument.
Over what?
Well, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. The point is, that was it. 3 weeks later, he was shipped overseas, and I never saw him again. A couple of months after that, I began to feel apprehensive.
As if you knew something was going to happen?
Well, you always think you have a whole life to talk, so you keep putting it off, and then suddenly something happens, and...
So you wrote to him?
It's amazing what happens when you sit down to do something like that. I mean, feelings you didn't even know you had. Well, everything comes out.
Did you mail it?
3 weeks before he was killed.
So he did know.
But you see, that's just it. I don't know if the letter ever reached him. It wasn't among his personal effects when they were sent home.
3 weeks is a lot of time. He must have gotten it.
It took mail anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks to reach men who were at the front.
Oh.
So I never knew. And I never will know.
I'm glad you told me all this, Dad. I feel like maybe we're a lot closer now. Maybe we'll leave...
Scotty's death wasn't necessary.
What?
He never should have been with the infantry in the first place. I mean, he was a big boy. An inch over the height limit. They were supposed to transfer me. It should have come through.
But it didn't. It's over. Hey, let go of it, Dad. It's been over for 30 years.
No, it isn't over. As long as I don't know whether or not he got my letter, it isn't over.
Well, if that's the way you feel, it can't ever be over then, can it?
No.
Dad, are you watching what... Dad, look out! You're going off
the road! It has been said that time heals all wounds. But there are exceptions. Some wounds never heal, and some seem to grow even more painful as time goes on. and the particular event recedes further and further from the grasp. Usually our desires have their consequences only in the present. But is it possible that a wish, if it were strong enough, could affect what is already past? I shall return in a moment with Act Two. A father and son driving across the Kansas prairie late at night. The father reliving an episode from his past he's not been able to forget for 30 years. Then suddenly, and without warning, a mishap. Theo Pittman loses control, and the car careens and crashes. It is said there are no accidents, that everything which happens is ordained. But if this was not an accident, what else could it have been?
Scotty?
Look.
Hey, Scotty.
What happened?
How do you feel?
My head.
Hey, just take it easy. That shell couldn't have landed more than 20 yards from our foxhole.
Foxhole? I was in a car. There was an accident.
Shh. Hey, just lie back, pal.
Who are you?
It's Leslie.
Leslie?
Les White.
What's that outfit you're wearing? You a soldier?
Hey, that's what they say about you, too.
What? Hey, what are you doing?
Just putting some water on your face.
Where am I?
Field hospital.
Where?
Near Anzio.
Anzio? You mean Italy?
Yeah, we're about 4 miles inland from the beach. You don't remember what happened at all?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not surprised. The medics said you might suffer loss of memory for a while.
How did I get here?
Oh, a shell hit near our foxhole. I was lighting a cigarette, and I had my head down. You were up top with the binoculars, and the explosion knocked you cold.
Foxhole, Anzio. What year is this?
1944.
I must be dreaming.
Hey, tell me, how do you feel?
A terrible headache.
Well, you ain't dreaming, Scotty.
But it's incredible. How did I get here?
I carried you.
No, I mean... what did you call me?
When?
Just now, my name. What did you say?
Scotty.
Pittman?
Yeah. Hey, your memory's coming back.
I'm Scotty Pittman?
Boy, I don't understand how you weren't killed.
What do you mean?
Well, there's not even a mark on you. Boy, you must have a charmed life.
I want to try standing up.
Hey, wait a few minutes.
I want to get up.
Okay, but let me give you a hand. Hey, take it slow. There. How's that?
Dizzy, yes. No, don't hold me.
You sure?
Let go. I don't believe this.
Captain Croft. Captain, Scotty's come too.
Well, how do you feel, boy?
Okay, I guess.
You don't look any the worse for wear. You able to walk?
Yeah.
How's your vision? Is it blurred at all?
No.
Les, what's the medic say?
Well, he doesn't know how Scotty survived, but he can't find anything wrong with him except for a mild concussion.
Okay, check out with him and get back to your position.
All right.
That guy doesn't like me, does he?
Well, I'm not surprised. You've been trying to get out of this outfit ever since they stuck you here.
Because of my size?
Yep. Hey, how you feeling now?
I really don't know yet.
How's your memory? You know what's happening?
Yeah. We're at Anzio. The Americans and British landed here with 24 battalions. 21 theirs, 3 were ours. The objective is to draw the Germans away from Cassino and make it possible for the Allies to break through to Rome.
Hey, great, you remember.
Well, I should. I've heard the story often enough.
What?
Nothing. What are we doing? I mean, us, specifically.
Well, our battalion is in the vanguard for the invasion forces. When we landed, we took the Germans by surprise, and we were able to push them back this far, but, boy, now their resistance is stiffening. A lot of our armor and men are still being landed on the beach.
So we're the front line?
Our unit is on the extreme southern wing. The German counterattack, if it comes, is expected to be further north. So we're relatively peaceful here. About all we're doing for the moment is going out on daily patrols.
Patrols?
Yeah, hey, don't look so worried. We got it easy. The only real danger we face is from an occasional German sniper.
Sniper? Les, what's the date?
January 16th.
This is the day before... when's the next time we're supposed to go out on patrol?
Tomorrow morning.
The 17th.
Hey, is it beginning to sound familiar?
Yeah, you bet.
We better get going. I'll find a medic and get you checked out of here.
Les, wait a minute. Have we gotten any mail since we landed?
Well, yeah. A batch finally caught up with us yesterday. But you haven't forgotten that.
Did I get something?
You got a letter from your brother.
Then it came.
Oh, yeah, you let me read it.
Where is it now?
Oh, gee, I don't know. The last I saw it was tucked in the webbing of your helmet there.
It's not here.
Probably got jarred loose and carried off when that shell exploded. Hey, listen.
What?
The German guns have stopped.
What did the letter say?
What?
Well, you said I let you read it. You remember what it said?
Don't you?
No.
You must have read it over 20 times.
I don't remember.
It was a sweet letter. You and he were really close, huh?
No. No, we, hadn't been.
Well, he must have been making a real effort then to say what he did. Hey, what are you doing?
I have got to try to find that letter.
Yeah, but that's my kit.
Sorry.
Anyway, I told you, it's gone. Oh, the captain's coming this way. We better make tracks back to our position.
White, Pittman, hold on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We were just on our way back.
Forget that. I need a couple of volunteers.
Volunteers?
Yes, something's going wrong.
What's happened?
The German guns have fallen silent. That's probably the prelude to the counterattack we've been expecting.
Yes, sir. To the north?
Well, that's just it. Gresham and Hodges and the other outposts are all reporting heavy activity in the hills above their sectors.
Down here? Well, are we getting support?
Well, we still can't get clear radio contact with beach headquarters. The terrain is too rugged.
You want Scotty and me to run back on foot?
Yep, I do. You find out if the 191st Tank Battalion's come ashore yet. Tell them we could sure use some of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen activity on 3 sides of us, so we're in danger of being cut off.
Well, so we could run into German patrols between here and the beach.
That's right. Otherwise, with luck, you'll be there and back by tonight.
Captain?
Yes, Pittman.
Les says we're scheduled for patrol duty tomorrow.
If we're not being overrun by the Germans, yeah.
Well, if we do volunteer for this trip back to headquarters, will you exempt us from patrol duty for a day?
If you volunteer?
Scotty.
Soldier, you don't understand. You have volunteered.
Captain, he's still a little...
I guarantee no matter what happens, we'll get through to the beach and be back safely by this evening.
Well, that shell must have knocked some spunk into you, Pittman. I haven't heard that kind of enthusiasm from you since you came into this outfit. You keep it up, and I might even be sorry when your transfer comes through. Okay, if you get through to the beach and back by tonight, tomorrow you get a breather.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Les, you know Colonel Gilpin, don't you?
Yes, sir.
When you get there, report to him. You tell him our situation.
Yes, sir. Well, we're ready to go.
Well, good luck.
What's the matter, Les?
Did you hear something?
No, don't be so jumpy.
It's too quiet.
Now, trust me, we've got nothing to worry about today.
Well, I'm glad one of us is feeling confident.
Hey, Les, is that captain the kind of man to keep his word?
What, you mean about patrol duty tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's not exactly Mr. Personality, but he's good on his word. I don't know what difference it makes, though. We'll probably be under attack by then.
Just so long as I'm not out on patrol.
Hey, what's that?
Listen.
3 o'clock.
Hey, we'll make it back in time for supper. Boy, that's beautiful, isn't it?
What?
It's somewhere in the middle of this war, nested among these hills, there's a little village. And the Germans are on one side of them and the Allies on the other. Any minute they're going to go at each other. And still, somebody takes the time to toll the hour.
Yeah. You know, for a minute I could have figured I was back in Vermont. Oh, it's going to be real nice, isn't it? When all this is over and we have peace once and for all.
Yeah. Come on, we'd better keep going.
Colonel Gilpin?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
I'm Private White, and this is Private Pittman. We're reporting from Captain Croft.
Croft? Oh, you're down near Natuna, aren't you, on our southern flank?
Yes, sir.
We were beginning to wonder what had happened to you. We haven't had any radio contact from you in 2 days.
I know, sir. That's why we're here in person. We've come to report heavy movement in the hills above our position.
Yeah, the enemy counterattack is expected to hit further north.
I know, sir, but we're here to request immediate relief. We're in danger of being surrounded and cut off.
Yeah, we're just bringing the last of the 191st Tank Corps ashore now. We should be able to have you fully supported by morning.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, did you see any enemy activity between your outpost and here?
Nothing, sir.
Well, that's good. You two boys want something to eat before heading back?
Scotty?
No, I want to get back.
Okay, I guess I'd rather travel while it's light anyway.
Well, now, you tell your captain, eh?
Well, get down, sir. Hey, Scotty.
What was that?
Flatten out, will you?
Les, come on. We gotta go.
Through this stuff? Are you crazy?
We'll make it. We've got nothing to worry about.
You can if you want. I'm not moving.
You two boys all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I think you'd better stay here.
Well, with your permission, sir, I'd like to go back.
It'd be crazy to risk it until the shelling stops.
Well, how long will that be?
Well, that depends on how much the Germans got.
Hey, Scotty, we'll get back in the morning.
No, I have got to get back before midnight.
I'm sorry, son, but you're going to have to stay here until this bombardment stops. And that's an order.
We are taught that recklessness or caution can mean the difference between life and death. But this is all relative. For what would strike Les or the Colonel as reckless to Scott Pittman is nothing more than caution, and something that is absolutely necessary if he is not to die. Yet, are his chances for survival really that great? After all, he's fighting for his life against an unusual opponent. History. I shall return in a moment with our final act.
Why are so many people buying Buick's New Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's New Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
What is the difference between life and death? That is a question we might well ponder at this point, since we're faced with the unusual situation of a person who may be fighting for a life he no longer possesses. There was an accident. That much seems clear. Yet Scott has certainly had no cause to question the reality of the surroundings in which he finds himself, from Kansas highway to a battlefield in World War II. Scott Pittman sits hunched over in a trench, listening to the shells whistling about his ears. But louder even than the exploding bombs is the ticking of time.
Les, what time is it now?
Well, let's see. 10 p.m.
Only 2 more hours. Isn't this shelling ever going to stop?
Why is it so important to you to get back to our outpost by midnight? I mean, look, the way I see it, we're a heck of a lot safer here. Hey, what are you doing?
I have waited long enough.
Wait a minute, are you crazy?
Let me go.
You wouldn't get 100 yards out there in the open.
I have got nothing to worry about till after midnight.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. You think you lead a charmed life just because you survived that one shell? Well, go on. Go on, take off.
Yes. I'm dead.
What?
I am as good as dead.
Hey, look, cut it out. Don't talk like that. You've been in combat long enough to know you never talk about it. It's bad luck. This afternoon, you weren't afraid of a thing. What's happened to you?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, everything's been happening so fast. I haven't had time to stop and think. Of course, this can't be real. It isn't possible.
Well, if this isn't real, why didn't you leave this foxhole when I let go of you just now?
I don't know.
Look at the dirt on your face. It's 30 degrees out. Look at the frost on your breath. You think these things aren't real?
Les, are we friends?
What?
I mean, can I talk to you?
Well, of course. I mean, what kind of a question is that?
I've got to try and explain what's happening because I don't understand it.
Hey, Scotty, you're trembling. What is it? You're acting like this was your first time under fire.
It is.
What do you mean?
Les, I was driving across country with my father on my way back to graduate school. There was an accident, I think. Well, anyway, I woke up here.
That's what's got you unnerved?
Well, isn't that enough?
We all have dreams about being back home.
No, this wasn't a dream. I was on my way back to graduate school in San Francisco. We were driving on an interstate.
On a what?
You see? You see, you don't know what an interstate is, do you? It was 1978, the year it was. I mean, is.
1978? Wait a minute. You mean that this is like the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court?
Yeah, well, sort of, except that I am not Scotty.
Well, you look like Scotty to me.
No, I am Scotty's nephew. The man who wrote that letter that I was looking for is my father. He was telling me the story of Scotty's death just before the accident.
Death?
Scotty was killed on January 17th.
Well, that's tomorrow. Oh, it's no wonder you've been so jumpy.
He was killed by a sniper. You see, that's why I've got to get back before midnight.
Scotty, it was all just a dream.
Look, I am not. You don't believe me, do you?
Look, let's just call a halt, okay? Just try to forget about it.
Then why do I have a complete memory of my life in 1978 and no memory of all this life now?
The explosion obviously affected your mind. Oh, come on, Scotty, relax. We'll get you medical attention as soon as the shelling lets up.
Don't I look any different to you? I mean, Scotty and I couldn't have looked exactly alike.
Hey, underneath all that dirt, you could be Humphrey Bogart for all I know. Scotty, don't worry. I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
I even remember my last thought before the crash. If there was some way I could find out whether or not Scotty had received that letter.
Well, why don't you write him?
Who?
Well, your brother. Tell him that the letter came.
Would that work?
Well, if you mail it, it will.
Why didn't I think of that?
Here, wait a second. Here, I got some paper and a pencil in my kit.
Maybe this is what it's all about. Maybe this is why I'm here.
Here's the pencil.
Oh, thanks.
What's the matter?
Why, I don't know what to say.
Tell him that you got the letter.
Oh, of course. Dear brother... No. Dear Theodore, your letter arrived safely. I have read it many times. It meant more to me than you can possibly imagine. I love you, Scott. No, I mean, Scotty.
Here's an envelope.
Thanks, Les. You have no idea what this is going to mean to him. For 30 years, he's... You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Just write your father's address on the envelope.
I'm not crazy. I'm really not, Les. I can tell you the day that Berlin is going to fall. I can tell you what happens to Hitler. Did you know that Eisenhower was going to be president?
Look, write the address. We'll see it gets mailed. What's the matter? Why are you hesitating?
I don't know it.
You don't know your own brother's address?
He's not my...
Think, Scotty, think.
He worked in Harrisburg during the war at the Alliance plant.
Okay. Then just send it care of the plant. They'll see it gets to him.
Are you sure?
Oh, come on. They take good care of servicemen's mail. It always gets delivered.
Hey, listen.
What?
They stopped shelling us.
Why? It must be a lull.
We can go now.
Why go back at all?
We have to.
But if it's tomorrow you're worried about, why don't we just stay here?
You think I'm stark raving mad, don't you? And soon as you have the chance, you're going to get a couple of medics over here with a straitjacket.
Scotty.
And this letter won't ever be mailed, will it?
I'll mail it, I promise you.
Thanks anyway, Les, but I am going back.
But why, Scotty?
I don't know. Maybe because this is what really happened. Where you go... What are you doing?
Well, no matter what, we're buddies, Scotty. And if I can't stop you, at least I'm not letting you go out there alone.
Hey, Les, stop.
Why, what's the matter?
I thought I saw something move over there in the trees.
Hey, I don't see anything. Come on.
Let's go a little slower, okay?
Like you want to make it back by 12 or not?
There's our battalion.
Oh, just down this hill and over that stream.
Yeah. What time is it?
See, it's only 11:15.
Hey, we made it.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Hey, wait, Les. That can't be right. It's got to be later than that.
What? Oh, hey, you're right. My watch has stopped. It doesn't matter. We still got time.
What's that?
Nothing. Come on.
No. Listen. It's that church bell. The one we heard this afternoon. Les. It's midnight. I didn't make it.
Scotty, there's no one out here. Now, come on. We're almost there.
I can't go any further.
But it can't be more than 500 yards.
That doesn't matter. I'd never get there.
Don't be an idiot. There are no Germans, not this close to our own line.
There are. I know there are.
Oh, damn your crazy, stubborn obstinance. Your idiotic stupidity. That was all just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, why do you insist on taking it seriously? Look, if you weren't so tall, I'd knock you out and carry you the rest of the way myself.
Get away from me, Les. Go on. Go on. What are you waiting for?
Well, that letter to your... That letter. Well, I'll take it if you want.
Would you?
Sure. Well, come on. Give it here.
I can't.
Why not?
Because my dad never got it. It was never mailed. If I gave it to you... You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Captain Croft.
Les. Well, you made it back.
Well, we reached Colonel Gilpin. The tanks are ashore. The whole invasion force will be moving inland by morning.
Where's Pittman?
Well, he's still out there.
Where?
On the other side of the stream, about 500 yards.
Why?
He refused to come any further. He's gone crazy, sir. That shell yesterday must have blown every ounce of sanity out of his head. He just stopped making sense. He's convinced there's a German sniper out there waiting to kill him.
We've got to get him in here right away. Now, you lead the detail out. You find Sergeant Hobbs and...
What was that? You don't suppose he...
No. That wasn't one of ours. That was a German field rifle.
Dad, are you all right? Hey, Dad, can you hear me? What's happened? Everything's so quiet. Your mind's drifting again. Oh, listen. I got something important to tell you. Scotty got your letter. I know. I was there. I spoke to Les. He was Scotty's buddy. He said the letter came 2 days before he died. So he knew how you felt about him. What's that? That's not for us, is it? The highway patrolman again? We're not going over the speed limit. And you're not weaving. You're driving great, Dad. It's almost like we weren't moving at all. I can't even hear the engine. Dad, wake up. Wake up. If they find you asleep at the wheel, they'll take us off to jail. I'll be late for school. Dad, listen. No matter what they do to us, even if they try to separate us, if maybe we aren't ever going to see each other again, just remember, Scotty got your letter. He knew all along. You don't have to feel badly anymore. I found that out for you. I found out.
Holy jumper.
It's a mess, isn't it? The car's completely totaled.
We got here as quickly as we could.
Yeah, wasn't any need to rush. They're both dead.
Were they killed instantly?
Looks that way.
We'll take the bodies into St. Anne and notify the next of kin.
It's a real shame. I'd stopped these folk about 12 miles back. They were going to pull off the road for coffee at the restaurant just over the rise there, not half a mile from here. A real shame.
It is said that which is truly important is ultimately communicated, if not by tongue or pen, then through some other medium. Were Scott and his father killed instantly? Who knows? A lot is said to happen in that final second before death. Perhaps it is best to take our story as a fantasy of wish fulfillment and not question its logic too closely. But there is a more sober note to be sounded as well, which I shall do as soon as I return.
This spring, True Value Hardware stores can help you get off on the right foot when you have a lot of work to do in your yard. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer lawn and garden equipment to help eliminate a lot of the hard work and give you more time for recreation. Like the Diston cordless grass shears. They can cut around a football field on one charge. And they take charge, handling the trimming around trees, bushes, and fences in your yard. The Diston cordless grass shears are just $11.44. Power pack sold separately at True Value hardware stores. You can quickly and easily eliminate pests in your garden and around your home with the True Value 2-gallon garden sprayer. The special roto spray nozzle adjusts from a light mist to a 15-foot spray, so you can quickly spray insect and weed killer in a large area, or adjust the spray to reach smaller spots. And right now, the True Value 2-gallon sprayer is anniversary priced at just $14.99 at participating True Value hardware stores. And remember that True Value is much more than just a name. It's always been our way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
If there is a lesson to be learned from our story, it is that we must never forget we are born to an eternal present. And it is in this present we must stay. Theodore Pittman would have done better to look to the relationship with his son than continuing to regret his lost chance with his brother. Our cast included Russell Horton, Lloyd Battista, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why do you say that?
Because I know precisely the kind of help you need.
I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm not even sure I need any help at all.
Oh, you need all kinds of help. First, you have to be made aware of your problems.
I have a problem.
Oh, rest assured you do. Once you become aware of it, you'll need help in finding and following through the solution.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I'm so important to you. Believe me, there's one thing that you must do within the next 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, that is, we must do it.
Yeah. What is it?
We must murder your aunt.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our life, said Henry David Thoreau, is frittered away by details. Simplify, simplify. And he did. He went off to live by himself in the woods, where he could commune with the big picture. But those of us who are condemned to live our lives amidst the hustle and bustle and hurly-burly must needs pay strict attention to even the most insignificant seeming detail, especially if we have murder in mind.
Winona, I've never met anyone like you.
I hope not.
So soft, so sensitive, so kind.
Thank you, my good sir, she said.
Just think, it was my Aunt Sarah Jean who brought us together.
Yes. We shall always be grateful to dear Aunt Sarah Jean.
I wonder, what can we do to thank her?
How can we thank her properly?
Why don't we kill her?
Our mystery drama, The $100 Difference, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mason Adams. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I never knew the old man had so much blood in him, cried poor Lady Macbeth. Ah, yes, blood. While it may be thicker than water, it is thinner than, say, oil. Oil. That black, viscous, smelly slime that boils up from the very bowels of the earth. How could anything so ugly be so precious? Well, old Mrs. Sarah Jean Muffet owns thousands, maybe even millions of barrels of it, which is why we have a story.
Good morning, Aunt Sarah Jane.
Morning's about gone.
Gone? Well, it's hardly 7:30.
By 7:30, your Uncle Marius and your daddy would have already done a half day's work.
Oh.
What have you done so far today?
Well, I intend to...
You intend to what?
Well, you see, Aunt Sarah Jean, I'm still trying to find myself.
Find yourself? What's the matter? You're lost?
Well, no. I have yet to encounter my true vocation.
I don't know. Your Uncle Marius wasn't shiftless. Neither was your daddy. Must come from your mother's side. Wealth has its responsibilities, Thaddeus.
I'm fully aware of that, Aunt Sarah Jean.
When I die, you'll be a rich man.
Come on. You'll never die.
Now, what kind of foolish thing is that to say? Man is born to die.
Well, naturally, but...
It's the design of the Lord.
Oh, of course.
Now, what was I saying? Oh, yes. When I die, you'll be a rich man. What will you do with all the money, Thaddeus?
Oh, well, I would...
Fritter it away, I'm sure. Just fritter it away.
And why shouldn't I? It's my money. Why don't I tell her that? Why don't I look right in her beady little eyes and tell her that? Why don't I say to her, look here, you insufferable old hag. Once you're dead, why should you care? Yes, I'll fritter it away. I'll spend it, squander it, lavish, exhaust it, drain it to the last penny. That's what I ought to say. And, Sarah Jean, I shall use the money wisely.
When are you getting married?
Well, as yet, I haven't found anyone who...
Why do you make it a problem? All you need is a sensible girl who's able to bear children. There are thousands of those around.
Yeah, but even so...
One's just as good as another.
Well, that isn't the way that I hope...
I want you married before the year is up.
Suppose I can't find someone.
I want to see what kind of grandchildren I'm going to have.
But, Aunt Sarah Jean, it's a bit more complicated.
Not really.
I'll need some money.
What for?
Oh, I suppose you might call it, courting expenses.
Your Uncle Marius took me out walking. It didn't cost a cent.
Well, girls today are different.
Find one who isn't. Besides, you draw a salary.
Salary? Oh, that's hardly enough.
There are men who support families and what you fritter away.
Aunt Sarah Jean, I try.
You have no concept of thrift, isn't that a fact?
Yeah.
I suppose girls do demand more today.
Yes, they do.
Demand more and get less.
She opened her handbag, or her reticule, as she liked to call it, withdrew a key ring, and then she went to the oil painting on the wall, a portrait of my father and of my Uncle Marius. She pushed it aside to reveal a hidden safe, and with one of the keys, she opened the steel door. Inside, I knew, was a small hoard of bills. She selected 10 tens, quickly closed the door, and straightened the picture. With an imperial gesture, she handed me the money as if she were giving me an emperor's ransom. $100. $100. Did she know how long $100 lasted me?
Daddy, honey.
Yeah, Floss.
Give me $100.
I just gave you $100.
Oh, isn't that the craziest wheel? I bet red and it comes up black and vice versa. Or is it the other way around?
Yeah, I don't have any more money.
You don't have any more money.
Well, not with me.
Well, go see Rembert. That's what it's for.
No, that's not a good idea.
It's a great idea. Oh, Daddy, baby.
Oh, all right. This one time.
Come in. Well, that is Muffet. Have a chair.
Thank you, Rembert.
Drink?
No, thank you.
What can I do for you, Thad?
I need some money.
You got it. Just fill in a figure here and sign your name.
You know, it occurs to me that
you're running up quite a tab, is that it?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
One day, everything your aunt owns will be yours.
Yeah, but still...
You're borrowing thousands. You'll be getting millions. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
Well, where's the risk?
Well, there really isn't any, but...
Your aunt isn't going to live forever, is she?
Well, I hope not.
So, if I'm not worried, why are you?
I'm not really worried.
Eat, drink, and be merry. Know what I mean?
Yes, Rembert.
$1,000 hold you for tonight?
Already lost 1,000 at the poker table.
Take a few more and go back there and teach him a lesson.
I may be revealing more about myself than I intend. You know that I like to wager various sums on cards. And I can tell you to include horses and various other situations. Now, you're also aware of Flossie Carey, who dances at Rembert's nightclub. Flossie has certain charms that enchant me. But I could never think of her seriously. Nor, indeed, is she the sort that I could bring home to Aunt Sarah Jean. Good morning, Aunt Sarah Jean.
You have a luncheon date?
I do?
Yes.
With whom?
With your future wife.
My future wife?
Pass the cream, please.
Yeah, but Aunt Sarah Jean...
Do you know, Miss Winona Caldwell?
No.
You will.
Is she to be my future wife, as you call it?
I told you the other day to find yourself a sensible girl who's able to bear children, didn't I?
Yes.
Such an elementary thing. But beyond you. So, therefore, I arranged it for you.
Well, shouldn't I have something to say?
What is there to be said? The whole business is overrated. In the long run, one girl's as good as the next.
Still, a person should have the right to choose.
Well, most people choose wrong. Do you know how many unhappy marriages there are?
Who is this girl?
Oh, well, yes. I had occasion to visit my attorney yesterday. She happens to be Mr. Clutter's secretary.
A secretary?
Very competent. Very quiet. Efficient. The moment I saw her, I said to myself, perfect for Thaddeus.
But how do you know I like her?
Oh, you'll learn to like her in time. When people live their lives together, they either get to love each other or kill each other. I'm hoping for the best.
Now, Aunt Sarah Jean, I refuse to accept
You're meeting her at Farrell's Steakhouse.
You realize you're trying to run my life for me?
Of course. But only because you aren't capable of running it yourself.
Well, I have no intention of marrying this whatever her name is.
Oh, don't pretend you forgot it. Miss Winona Caldwell.
Winona Caldwell. I can just imagine. She was sitting at a small table in Farrell's. Well, she wasn't as bad looking as I'd feared. But then neither was she as good looking as I might have hoped. Somewhere in between. Average. Kind of girl you'd be stuck with on a blind date in college. Well, no. To be fair, she was a step above that, but not much more. Miss Winona Caldwell?
And you're Mr. Thaddeus Muffet. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Miss Caldwell, I confess that I am just as embarrassed as you are.
Oh, but I'm not embarrassed at all.
Oh?
Each of us is 35 years old. I wanted to be married, but no one ever asked me. You could have asked anyone, but you never wanted to be married.
I suppose that's right.
Do you want to marry me, Mr. Muffet?
Well, we don't know each other, Miss Caldwell.
Well, people only know each other afterwards, and many times not even then.
Do you want to marry me?
Why not?
Why not? Really?
Mr. Muffet, we will never be able to have a frank conversation if you pretend to be shocked every time I open my mouth.
Yes, but...
I have faced reality, Mr. Muffet. There are increasingly more women in this world than men. I am no longer 18 or even 25 or 35, for that matter. I have to take what I can get.
Even me?
I could do worse. You're not bad looking. You're wealthy.
Thank you. Is that all? Doesn't there have to be anything else?
Anything else will have to come later, if it ever does. And if it doesn't, we'll just have one of those nondescript marriages, like so many other people do.
And you'd settle for that?
Yes.
Why?
It's better than being alone. You could do a lot worse, too.
Could I?
Yes. A girl, I should say a woman like me should be taken seriously.
Why?
Because I can be of great help to you.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find a woman who can be of help.
I agree. Helpful women are no rare commodity. But no other woman can help you in exactly the same way I can.
Why do you say that?
Because I know precisely the kind of help you need.
I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm not even sure I need any help at all.
Oh, you need all kinds of help. First, you have to be made aware of your problems.
I have a problem.
Oh, rest assured you do. Once you become aware of it, you'll need help in finding and following through the solution.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I'm so important to you. Believe me, there's one thing that you must do within the next 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, that is, we must do it.
Yeah. What is it?
We must murder your aunt.
I admit we live in accelerated times. Men and women no longer respect the formalities. It's possible 2 people meet and decide to marry on the very first date. But to discuss murder at the very first meeting? What's the world coming to? Well, to the second act in just a few moments. If you were having lunch at Farrell's Steakhouse on this particular Thursday, you might have noticed a couple sitting near the window. Though why you should have bothered, I cannot say. They were rather nondescript. He was balding, somewhat chubby. She was slender, brown-haired, and just somewhat mousy. They were engaged in earnest conversation. Never in a million years would you dream that they were discussing murder.
Why do you say we have to murder my aunt?
Interesting reaction.
What?
You're not outraged or shocked. You're not even surprised. You were probably even thinking of doing it yourself.
That isn't true.
Look, since we're going to be married...
It seems that you're taking quite a bit for granted.
We must always be truthful with each other. Otherwise, life will be impossible.
Well, why do you say we have to kill my aunt?
Do you have any objections? Ethically, morally?
Well,
practically, then. I suppose you're afraid of getting caught. It's a legitimate attitude. We'll worry about that down the road.
You still haven't told me why.
Well, to begin, you have no choice. Do you know how much money your aunt has?
$6, $7, $8 million?
Close enough. Do you know how much you'll inherit?
Well, all of it.
All of it.
Well, there'll be some money here and there deducted for some pet causes and some for servants. But the vast bulk of it goes to me.
No.
No? How can you say no?
Because I am employed by Mr. Carl Philip Clutter, your aunt's attorney.
Yeah, but I've seen a copy of Aunt Sarah Jean's will.
The current will. Another will is to be prepared soon.
Another will?
Your aunt, it seems, is convinced you will fritter away the family fortune. Therefore, she proposes to endow several extremely worthy charitable causes.
Well, that can't be true.
She will leave you a small trust fund.
I don't believe it.
A very modest trust fund.
She can't do this for me.
I say modest. Meager would be more accurate.
How meager?
Even meager is a relative term. Say enough to yield some $25,000 a year.
Why is she doing this to me?
She wants the Moffat name to go down in history. Therefore, the Moffat Charitable Foundation will come into being.
But she doesn't care about charity.
No, many rich people don't. But it buys immortality.
And I have to pay for it.
No. That's the purpose of this discussion. You cannot afford to give up the bulk of the inheritance.
How do you know all this?
When I decide to marry a man, I find out things.
I don't know what to do.
I told you what to do. Kill your aunt before she makes out the new will.
Yes, but...
Look, you have already borrowed more than you could ever repay from the income of the trust fund she'd set up. When Mr. Rembert finds out...
Well, you know about
he'll
him.
want his money now.
I don't have it.
And what's worse, you won't have it later either. So, he'll go to your aunt.
He can't do that.
She'll either pay him or she won't. In either case, she'll become so enraged she will cut you off without a cent. And if she refuses to pay him, Mr. Rembert will come after you.
Killing me won't get him his money.
No. But it will get him his money's worth. You see, he probably has other slow payers or would-be non-payers. If you were to leave this world slowly and painfully, it would discourage others from arbitrarily canceling their debts.
We have to do something.
I agree. I've even spelled it out.
Yeah, but murder?
Have you a better idea?
I didn't even have one that was as good. But murder? To dispatch another human being into eternity, that was something to give one pause. Well, the days went by, and of course, Aunt Sarah Jean was completely taken with Winona.
Lovely young lady. So sweet. So quiet. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, of course.
So virginal in appearance. So gentle. Well, you are indeed fortunate, Thaddeus.
Yes, I keep telling myself.
So kind and so loving. So incapable of doing even the slightest harm to anyone.
Of course.
I don't believe I have ever seen such warmth.
When I wasn't listening to this ludicrous old lady chiming the bells in praise of Winona, I had Winona herself harassing me, hurrying me.
In less than a month now, the Moffat Charitable Foundation will be chartered, and then your aunt will be ready to change her will.
I know.
Well?
I don't know how to do it.
I have told you how 100 times.
I don't think it could work.
Why not? Because you're scared?
All right, I admit it.
A second. Just 1 second. That's all it takes to pull the trigger, and it's over.
No.
It isn't as if you don't want to do it.
The police.
Yes. What about the police?
Look, in all of these cases, they look for someone with a motive. I have got one. I am the only heir. I inherit all of it.
But she'll have been killed by a prowler. Saturday night, the cook, the maid, the chauffeur are off. She's alone in the house, some trigger-happy thief.
The police aren't fools.
I never said they were.
They'll think I did it and made it look like the work of a prowler.
You can prove you weren't there. You were at my place. When the fatal shot was fired, we were in my apartment. I live a good 35 miles away. You have an alibi.
Oh, I don't know.
Do you have a better idea?
Once again, she asked the question. And the answer was no. Something had to be done. It was getting closer and closer to D-Day. D standing for disinherit, which for all practical purposes Aunt Sarah Jean proposed to do to me. So I made a few, I guess you could call them ritualistic objections. But the thing, the deed, the act, whatever you'd call it, would have to be done.
It has to be tonight.
Tonight?
We agreed. The first rainy, foggy Saturday night.
All right.
This is the gun. It's a .32. It'll do the job.
Oh, let's wait.
For what? Nothing can go wrong. It's now 5 o'clock. The servants have just left for the evening.
Winona.
The Weather Bureau says this rain will keep up all night. It'll even get worse. So much the better. You leave here at 8. Go cross town. You'll take the interstate, get off at exit 27. Get there at about 9. Park the car in the shopping center just down the road. No one will notice it. It's a 5-minute walk. The road is deserted.
Yes, Winona.
No one will see you. Let yourself into the house. Quietly. And that's when you will...
Don't say it.
All right. I won't say it. As long as you do it.
Listen, Winona.
You have to get rid of the gun. Now, when you're on the bridge, just toss it over the side. It's deep water. No one will ever look for it. And it'll sink into the mud. No one will ever find it. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Get back here. It'll be before 10, and I'll swear you were here all night. Well, what are you standing there for? What are you thinking about?
What am I thinking about? I'm thinking I'm not a murderer. I can't go through with it.
Well, it would have been nice to be married. You're not my idea of heaven, and I know I'm not yours. But each of us is the best the other could get.
Look, maybe I could get Aunt Sarah Jean to change her mind.
About what?
About changing the will.
No. She's had a glimpse of immortality. The Sarah Jean Moffat Foundation. Beautiful pictures of Sarah Jean Moffat herself, the angel of mercy, lending a warm, generous helping hand to all who are in need. Oh, especially the children. Oh, those big-eyed little children. You can't hope to fight that, Thaddeus.
I can't kill her. I can't.
It's up to you. Oh, and who can this be? Hello?
Is Thaddeus Moffat there?
Who's calling, please?
Mr. Rembert.
Oh, just a moment.
Rembert?
It's for you.
I...
Sooner or later, you'll have to talk to him.
Hello, Rembert?
Thaddeus, I heard a rumor.
A rumor?
Your aunt is changing her will.
Oh, that.
Is it true? I've got a position in this thing.
Yes, you have. You most certainly have.
I've got to protect that position. Do I? Or don't I have something to worry about?
You have nothing to worry about.
I hope so, Thaddeus. For your sake.
Take my word for it. Everything will be all right.
That's what I want to hear. Good night, Thaddeus.
Yeah. Good night, Rembert.
The gun is fully loaded. I'm sure you know how to use it.
I want to go on record with one basic fact, Winona. This thing I'm about to do goes against my moral fiber. I disapprove of it completely. It's just that I have no choice.
I agree with you completely.
It was all Aunt Sarah Jean's fault. I mean, what right did she have to deprive me of that money? It was my father's. He was the brainy brother. I mean, her husband, Marius, just tagged along. It was my father's genius that created all that wealth. My father's uncanny ability to find the oil, the black gold. He would want me to have the money. Would he be angry at my gambling? Well, what was he? The biggest gambler of all. He gambled on striking oil every day in his life. Who is this aunt of mine to rob me of what is truly mine? I've the right, I've the obligation to protect my substance, my property, and I will.
You have the weather on your side. Everything is in your favor. Do it quickly and come back quickly. And we're on easy street for the rest of our lives.
I drove across town. I got on the interstate. I made great time. Got off at exit 27. I parked in the darkest corner of the deserted shopping center. Not a soul saw me. I walked up the road to the house, unlocked the door. Quietly, I walked into the house.
And now for the latest headlines.
She was watching TV.
The market closed higher today as the dollar rallied on virtually every foreign exchange.
She'd never even seen me.
In exactly 1 hour from now, the president will speak to the nation from the Oval Office.
I could see my aunt from the doorway. She seemed to be sitting very still. Unnaturally still. And then I noticed the little blue-black hole in her forehead. She'd been shot. She was dead. I hadn't killed her. But she was dead.
He came there to kill her, but she's already been murdered. And so, it would seem, he's off the hook. Or is he? After all, he may not have done the deed, but he did have the desire. How do we apportion the guilt, if any, in this sort of situation? That's why we have third acts, to resolve all these dramatic and ethical problems.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your code to contact.
I'm going to change your mind about nighttime cold medicine. You see, of all major medicines, only one works up to 12 hours against the cloggy virus symptoms that keep you awake. Only Contact. One capsule's relief stays with you all through a long night's sleep, no matter what cold virus attacks. Only Contact.
Give your code to contact.
Take only as directed.
The unexpected always happens, said the Roman playwright Plautus. And this was more than 2,000 years ago. Maybe the unexpected doesn't always happen, but when it does, it can certainly upset quite a few apple carts. Here, Mr. Thaddeus Moffat has primed himself, nerved himself, steeled himself to commit a murder. Now he suddenly discovers it's all been done for him.
Hello?
Winona,
What is it? Why are you calling?
she's dead.
Certainly.
Yeah, but I didn't do it.
What are you saying?
I didn't kill her.
Where are you?
I'm at the house.
Yes?
She was dead when I got here.
Dead? How?
Shot.
By whom?
I don't know.
Dad, listen. Get out of there. Don't do anything.
All right.
Don't touch anything. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
I mean it. Just get out quickly.
Okay.
Get back here. Fast.
Winona. What? I was going to get out of there. And then I remembered. In her handbag was the key to the hidden safe on the wall. I knew I shouldn't take anything, but there was all that money. I couldn't help it. And how long would it take? It took less than a minute. Inside was a heap of bills, small ones, big ones. I stuffed them all into my pockets. It was a small fortune. I closed the safe, I straightened the picture, placed the key back in her handbag. I moved quickly out of the house, back to the parking lot. I know no one saw me. I was about to get on the interstate at exit 27 when it happened. The tire. I managed to get over to the side. And now what? Would you believe I had never changed a tire in my life? But if I call the association or some service station for help, no, that's too risky. What was I to do? And then...
Hey, you got trouble there, pal?
Well, see for yourself, Joe. The man's got a flat tire.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you want a hand?
Oh, poor guy. He looks a little shocked. Maybe he was hurt.
Hey, buddy, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
Joey, give him a hand.
Hey, let me help you with that. You got a spare?
Spare? Yeah, I think so.
I hope it's got air in it. You'd be surprised how many people never check.
He took complete command. He opened the trunk, took out the spare, approved it, jacked up the car, removed the wheel, replaced it with the other. It all went swiftly, smoothly. But he and the girl with him, the petite little blonde, they could be witnesses. They could destroy my alibi. My hand tightened on the revolver in my pocket. If I was smart, I'd shoot them both. Who would see? Who would know?
I guess you're from around here, huh? Oh, yeah, I see by your plate you are. Oh, we're from the Northwest, Oregon.
Oh.
Yeah, drove cross-country on our honeymoon. And now we're headed back. We each got our jobs to report to. But dropped the flat off at your garage. I think you must have picked up a nail somewhere.
I looked at his pleasant, boyish face. How could he connect me with anything? A local news item, that's all this would be. He'd be all the way across the country. Didn't know my name. In the dark, he didn't even get a good look at my face. I relaxed my grip on the gun. Instead, I felt for a $1 bill. I pressed it between my thumb and forefinger. I held it out to him.
Oh, no.
Please.
I didn't do it for the money.
No, this isn't money. I just want to buy you and your wife a cup of coffee. Here, just take it. And thanks very much. I realized I was talking too much. I could be dangerous. I pressed the money into his hand. Quickly, I got into the car, and I got out of there as fast as I could. And I realized too fast would be bad. No point being picked up by a cop. But nothing happened. Soon, I was back at Winona's place. Who could have killed her?
Did the place look upset?
What? Now that you mention it, it did a little.
That's your answer.
What answer?
A prowler.
A prowler?
A burglar, a thief.
But how?
There are prowlers, thieves.
But tonight?
Any night.
Well, then it was a coincidence.
It could have been.
I mean, we wanted to make it look as if a prowler...
And a prowler actually did it.
I can't believe it.
It happened, didn't it?
Yeah, I guess it did.
He may have been young, nervous, or almost anything.
And he shot her.
Maybe she wouldn't show him where she kept her money.
Yep, that's right.
Well, that's all over. What's important is your alibi.
Yeah.
Now, you were here. That's our story.
I still can't believe it happened that way.
Would you rather believe something else?
Something else?
Yes. That you killed her?
No, I told you what happened. It's true.
Is it? You could have shot her.
What are you trying to do?
And after it happened, you couldn't face it.
But I didn't.
So, you tried to put it out of your mind.
That isn't what happened.
So, you made up this story.
What story?
That she was dead when you got there.
No!
Let's look at that gun. See if it's been fired.
The gun?
Yes. That should prove something.
I don't have the gun.
You don't?
I threw it away.
Where?
Where you told me, into the river.
Oh, I see. Well, now I guess we'll never know.
I'm telling you how it happened.
Let's make sure we're prepared for anything.
I didn't kill her.
You didn't touch anything in the house?
Killing goes against all my instincts.
You didn't touch anything in the house, now did you?
Well, I...
You what?
I emptied the wall safe.
But I told you not.
Well, it's a secret safe. Only she and I knew about it.
Why couldn't you have listened?
I put the key back in her bag. Who's to know?
All right. Your alibi. You were here all night.
Yeah.
That's our story. We stay with it.
Right.
And nobody can say you weren't. Right?
Right.
Because nobody saw you. Right? Well, did anybody see you?
Getting on at 27, I had a flat tire.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and this young couple drove by, and they stopped.
They saw you?
The fella changed the tire for me.
He could identify you.
He's headed out for Oregon someplace.
But he could identify
you.
you.
Well, it was dark. It was foggy. I was wearing a hat.
He doesn't know your name?
No.
Or anything about you?
No.
All right. Let's think this out. If he reads in the paper that a Mrs. Sarah Jean Moffat was killed by a burglar, it would mean nothing to him.
That's right.
If, by some 1,000-to-1 shot, there's a picture of you in the paper as the heir to the Moffat fortune, and he sees it, I know. Shave off your mustache right now. It'll make you look completely different.
Yeah.
All right. Now, where are we? It would have been better if you didn't empty the safe, if you hadn't had a flat tire, if this fellow hadn't helped you. But the fact is, I don't think any of it can hurt us.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. The alibi holds. You were with me all night. We're in the clear.
Hey, there's a stop, Mary. Let's get some coffee.
Oh, the budget's low, Joey.
Oh, just coffee, Ann. What can it cost? It's just a little thing.
Oh, you break the budget with a little thing here, a little thing there, and
besides, the gentleman's paying for it.
The gentleman?
Well, I fixed his tire. He gave me $1.
You took money?
Oh, look, he made me do it.
But you shouldn't have.
Listen, he was going to make an issue out of it.
Still,
he said, let me treat you and the wife to coffee.
Well...
We'll pull into this place. Here. You put this $1 with the rest of the money.
All right.
Let's go.
Joe?
What's the matter?
Close the door.
What's up?
Close the door. You said that he gave you $1?
Yeah.
Why did you say that?
Well, he handed me this bill, so naturally I assumed that he gave...
Look, Joe.
Oh, no.
It's $100 bill.
It can't be.
It is. Look. There's Ben Franklin smiling at us.
$100? Why would he give me $100?
He didn't mean to, Joey. It was a mistake.
You think so?
Well, you saw how nervous he seemed. Sort of in a daze.
But I don't know what we can do about it.
I do. We can give it back.
Give it back?
Well, it's the honest thing to do.
Yeah, but how...
Joey, look, we're starting out on our married life.
I know, but how...
The things we do now will kind of set the pattern.
Yes, Mary, I understand.
And we're both honest people. Now, look, honey, don't be...
I'm only trying to ask how. We don't even know who he is.
Well, we have to make every attempt to find him, and then, and only then, if we can't, we can keep it. Now that I said that, I really don't know how to go about it.
I do.
Yes, Joe?
I was getting the spare out the trunk. I saw the plate.
What made you remember it?
Well, because it was 5. 55, 55. I said to myself, what a number if you're playing auto poker.
Oh, Joe.
See that sign? State Police?
Uh-huh.
We'll stop there. Tell them the story. The man made a mistake. They can trace him in a minute. Oh, they must have that computer license thing out here.
Oh, Joe. I never knew how much I loved you till just this minute.
It's 11 o'clock. Would it be on the news?
Well, only if one of the servants came home and discovered the body.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You mustn't be nervous. You have an alibi. You were here between 8 and 9. You were here all night. You're in the clear.
No, I know that. But let's listen to the news anyhow.
All right.
news. There's so much evil in the world. Let's begin with something good, something heartwarming. Mr. Thaddeus Moffat, if you are listening, you're going to get your $100 back.
What did he say?
Be quiet.
Yes, at exactly 8:15 this evening, you were at exit 27 of the interstate.
He knows. How?
You had a flat tire. Joe and Mary Parker from Apple Valley, Oregon passed by. Joe fixed it for you.
He must have been there.
You wanted to tip him. By mistake, you gave him a $100 bill.
The safe. Your aunt's
Joe
safe.
Parker happily recalled your license number and reported it to the state police.
You gave him $100 bill.
It was dark. I couldn't see.
If you hadn't taken it from the safe.
If you're listening, Mr. Thaddeus Moffat, Sergeant Barrow is on his way to your home to return the bill right now.
Yes, the state police sergeant was on his way to Thad's home, which was also his aunt's home, to return the $100 bill. Also, most likely to discover the body and set in motion a train of events, the climax of which placed Thaddeus in jail. Life. After all, he had the motive. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Absence makes the heart grow fonder is a popular phrase, but by no means an infallible prescription for every would-be lover. But there are times when absence cannot be helped. And with the young especially, whose minds are still impressionable, such separations can be fatal.
Janie, I want you to say it again.
I've already said it.
But look me in the eye and say it again.
I don't love you anymore, Andy.
You don't mean that.
Oh, I should have written you, but...
No, I'm glad you didn't.
Why? You made this trip all for nothing.
No. Give me the chance to see you again.
For the last time.
No. I know exactly what's happened, Janie. And it's not for the last time.
Our mystery drama, The Girl He Left Behind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Anne Williams. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It was Goethe who observed that only in first love are our senses engaged to their fullest. And thereafter, love, like anything repeatable, is no longer of the keenest pitch. Yet, even in the exhilarating grip of first love, it can seem a fearful thing to follow blindly where the heart leads. For its path is swift, full of turnings, and leads we know not where.
Janie, is that you?
Yes, Mother.
Well, how was your day at the hospital?
Oh, we're still understaffed. Oh, this heat. Mother, is that fresh lemonade?
It is. Made especially for my one and only favorite daughter. Oh. Now, you sit down, put up your feet, and let me wait on you.
Oh, Mother, this is heaven.
I don't know why you insist on staying on at that state sanatorium. They can't even afford air conditioning.
Oh, you know Dr. Harper needs me.
Well, you've learned everything he has to teach you. You ought to move on.
Now, that wouldn't be fair.
Well, you've got to think of yourself first, dear. Do you know what your horoscope says for this month?
Oh, Mother, you know I don't believe in that stuff.
Well, still, sometimes it's nice to know what the future has in store for you, especially when you're tired.
All right, what does my horoscope say?
Well, that within the next 4 weeks, there's going to be a major change in your life.
Now, what could that be except a new and better job?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. Was there any mail today?
Oh, I suppose there was.
What do you mean, you suppose? Mother?
Well, you got a letter from Andy.
That's what I thought. It's been opened.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but the mail comes so early, I just couldn't wait.
This is my private life.
Well, it affects me, too.
I'm 23 years old. I'm a practical nurse. I earn my own living.
Exactly. Which is why you're much too good for that Andy. What kind of a future does a private in the Army have, anyway?
Now, that's only for 2 years.
And then what? He's got no ambition that I can tell, and no direction.
Oh.
I know. He's asked for a full week's leave. He wants to drive up to see you.
He writes that he has something important he wants to ask me.
And we both know what that is. Well, what are you going to say?
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't expected this.
Do you love him?
We've known each other so long.
You don't sound very convincing.
Oh, Mother. All men can't be like Father, can they?
All men have the potential to be like your father. Irresponsible, self-centered, and untraceable.
But Andy's different.
Is he?
You have no idea how sweet he can be.
Janie, he's been in basic training for almost 4 months. He's lonely and homesick, and he's just out to make the most of his first big leave. Did he ever talk about marriage before he left?
Yes.
Oh, well, I certainly don't mean to interfere in this silver screen romance. It's your life. Put yourself in that boy's hands if that's what you wish. If you really trust him.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
What is it, Nelson? No, don't tell me. Let me guess.
Well, I was just wondering...
If your 7-day pass was granted, this is only the 3rd time today you've bugged me.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
What is it, a girl?
Well, yes, sir. How did you know?
Nelson, I've been training recruits for 10 years.
Well, I'm going to ask you to marry me. That is it.
Relax.
If I get the...
You got the pass.
Oh, really? Gee, Sarge, thanks. Hey, do you want to see a picture?
Do I have a choice?
Well...
No, I didn't think so. Hey, she's very nice looking. Hey, she is a nice looking kid.
Well,
your girl, huh?
Oh, yeah. Now, her name's Janie. If she's a nurse.
How'd you meet, by accident? That wasn't worthy of me.
Sergeant, I want to show you something else.
This is the ring you're going to give her? What, are you rich? How'd you afford it?
I spent every cent I had on it.
But it's like a little flower.
Well, the little blue stone in the center, that's a capuchon sapphire, and the petals are made of diamond chips.
This girl's really something, huh?
Well, we've known each other ever since, we were in junior high school.
And she loves you?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I know.
A lot of guys get this same idea after they've been in the service a few months. And a lot of times, well, the girls, they just no longer feel the same way.
Yeah, well, I don't agree, sir. I don't believe people change. And I mean, not really, not deep down inside. I know Janie was in love with me before I left. And I know she's still in love with me now.
Just a minute.
Janie.
Andy?
Oh, gosh, I've missed you. Oh, Janie.
It's been a long time.
What's the matter? This haircut. I guess I do look kind of different.
You're almost bald.
Oh.
Gee, you sure won a lot of medals.
Uh-huh. They're for sharpshooting. Now, this one here is for pistol. This one's for rifle. I'm the best marksman in the company.
That's swell.
Did you get my letter?
Yes, I was going to write you.
Well, that's okay. I'm here. Can't I come in?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, it's been so hot. I guess where you are.
Well, you know, there's something I want to ask you.
Andy, before you say anything...
Aren't we alone?
Oh, well, yes. Mother's gone to her bridge club.
Janie, you know how we feel about each other.
Yes.
Look, I've never been good with words, so I'll just give you this.
A ring?
You knew that's what I was talking about in the letter, didn't you?
I just didn't think you'd have already bought...
Well, the first weekend pass I got, I spent it all in Atlanta looking for something that would be, just right. It's pretty, huh? And that's your favorite shade of blue.
Oh, it's lovely, Andy. But it's too much. It's too sudden. I can't accept it.
What?
I should have written.
Janie, what's the matter?
I'm not ready for marriage, Andy.
Oh, we don't have to get married right away.
No, Andy, I don't know if I'll ever be ready. I'm just frightened, that's all.
It's your mother, isn't it?
What?
Your mother's done this to you.
Done what?
Scared you.
Oh, no.
She doesn't like me. She never has. She thinks I've got no future, and you know why? Because my future's with you, Janie, and she won't accept that. She can't let you go.
No, that's not true.
You've got to get away from her and live your own life. We've had this talk 100 times. Let's take the plunge and see where we are when the smoke clears.
I can't.
Janie, you've got to stop being such a shrinking violet. Your problem is you want time to stand still. You've got to stop trying to pretend you're still Mama's little girl.
I don't pretend that. Here's your ring back.
No, you keep it.
Oh, I can't.
I bought it for you. I'd never give it to anyone else. Besides, I want you to have something you can always remember me by.
Well, what are you going to do?
Go back to the base, I guess.
Oh, I've spoiled your week, haven't I?
My week? Janie, if ever there's anything I can do for you, I know you haven't had much to count on from men in your life, but you can count on me, Janie. Always.
Mother, I'm home. Mother!
I'm right here, Janie.
Oh, why don't you have a light on? I'm sorry I had to work late, Mother. What's the matter?
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you.
Bad?
About Andy.
What's happened?
There's been an accident. Andy was killed.
Andy's dead?
Well, it was while he was driving back to the base. He only had a few miles to go when it happened.
Oh, no.
Sit down, dear. I'll bring you something.
Mother, are you sure? How do you know?
Well, his commanding officer called this afternoon.
Well, why did he call us?
Well, Andy named you the beneficiary of his insurance policy.
Money? Oh, I can't take that.
Oh, darling, let's not talk about it now. Come, sit down.
No, he can't be dead. Oh, Mother, it's my fault.
You can't blame yourself. You had nothing to do with it.
But I did. He'd still be here now if I hadn't said no to it.
Here, darling, I'll draw a nice bath for you.
Oh, don't bother.
Janie, where are you going? Janie! Janie, please let me come in. Don't shut me out.
Yes, Mother, you can come in.
Oh, darling, what are you doing? What's that you're wearing?
It's the ring he gave me.
Oh, well, I think that's a nice gesture.
I'm going to wear it forever.
What? But you aren't engaged to him.
No, but I am now.
But he's dead.
I was wrong to refuse him. I never should have listened to you.
Me?
You turned me against him.
Oh, that is absolutely not true. I pointed out certain facts, that's all. But the choice I left entirely up to you.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry, Mother. I have no one to blame but myself.
But you mustn't do that either. Oh, Janie, what happened?
The ring.
Hmm?
twisted around on my finger all by itself, like it was trying to come off.
Look, you've cut yourself. Take it off at once.
No, I'll never take it off. I don't care what happens. No, Andy wanted me to have this, and I'm going to wear it forever.
It is a natural desire to grieve for the departed, for it satisfies something in us. But does it satisfy the dead? No one has ever thought to ask them how they feel. Perhaps because of the conventional assumption that the dead are no longer with us. But there are times when the dead refuse to play their customary passive role. Is this one of those times? And if so, just what does the spirit of Andy Nelson have in mind for the girl who jilted him? That we won't know until I return with Act 2. How much power do the dead have over the living? Much of the dead's influence is, of course, in our own minds, as sorrow or guilt, or a host of other emotions that continue to churn long after the grass is on the grave. But who says the dead are any more willing or able to call it a day than we are?
Mrs. Raymond?
Oh, Dr. Harper. I'm so glad you were able to stop by. Oh, please, come in.
Thank you. We missed Janie at the hospital today. Is she ill?
I don't know.
Where is she now?
In her room, taking a nap. The poor girl hasn't had a decent night's sleep since that boy's death.
Well, Janie mentioned that. He was a boyfriend?
Oh, in a way, I suppose. They hadn't seen each other in months. Now it's as if he were deliberately trying to torment her.
I'm sure Janie feels badly about what happened.
Oh, it's not just depression, Doctor. There's definitely some force working on her.
How do you mean?
Well, something follows her about. There's a terror that comes into her eyes.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Raymond, I hadn't really noticed it.
But you work with her 12 hours a day.
I've seen nothing of the nature you describe, only a general depression.
But are you saying I'm imagining all this?
Can you tell me more specifically what's been happening?
Well, for one thing, she has a recurring dream.
Well, there's nothing unusual in that.
But she insists it isn't a dream at all, that it actually happens. And then there's the ring.
What ring?
Oh, you must have noticed that, Doctor. It's on the fourth finger of her left hand, the engagement finger. She insists on wearing it, even though she...
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Raymond. Tell me about the dream first. What happens?
Oh, dear.
Is that Jane?
Yes, come quickly.
Oh, yes.
This is what happens every time she tries to sleep. Oh, Janie. Oh, Janie. Oh, baby, don't worry. Mama's here, darling.
Mother, it happened again.
That's all right, dearest.
Who's that?
Hello, Janie.
Oh, Dr. Harper. Why are you here?
Your mother asked me to come by.
Oh, Mother, please don't fight.
But look at you. You're perspiring. You had that dream again, didn't you?
It's not a dream. The room really does change.
Janie, would you tell me what happens?
Andy comes to see me.
Andy is the boy who was killed?
Yes. I know it's real because everything changes. The room, it becomes completely white. The windows and doors disappear. There's no way out. And then suddenly Andy's here, right next to me.
And?
He holds out his hand.
What does he want?
He wants that ring she insists on wearing, and I think she ought to give it to him.
Mrs. Raymond, please. Janie?
He wants the ring. And when I refuse to give it back, he tries to grab it off. And then I scream.
And the room changes back and Andy vanishes?
Yes. But it's not a dream, I swear.
Why won't you give him the ring?
Because I promised him I'd wear it forever.
Why?
He asked me to marry him the night before he was killed. I said no. Now he's dead.
May I see your hand?
Yes. Oh, it hurts.
Well, no wonder. Have you looked at your finger?
What's wrong with her finger? Oh, it's covered with abrasions.
Why haven't you taken care of these wounds, Janie?
I don't blame him, not after the way I treated him.
Mrs. Raymond, would you bring me my bag? I left it out by the front door.
Yes, Doctor. Right away.
Janie, I want you to remove that ring.
But I can't.
Your finger's already becoming infected. Now, come on, give me the ring. I'll put it here on your bureau where you can see it.
Okay.
Good Lord, it's all twisted out of shape.
I told you, Andy tries to wrench it off.
Andy did nothing. You've done this to yourself. As a nurse, you ought to know better.
Yes, sir.
You blame yourself for Andy's death, don't you?
Yes.
Obviously, these lacerations are a form of atonement. You commit them unconsciously while you're asleep.
Oh, Doctor, here's your bag.
Oh, thank you.
But I'm not asleep.
Janie, you've seen cases like this at the sanatorium.
You think I'm going crazy?
Oh, I think you're overwrought.
Oh, Doctor, can't you just give her some medicine?
I think it might be better if we gave her a complete physical examination and ran a few other tests.
You mean mental tests?
Well, yes.
You do think I'm crazy, don't you?
Janie.
No, Janie. At this point, I'm not sure what to think, except to hope that whatever it is will pass with time. That sedative should allow her to get a decent night's rest, Mrs. Raymond. And if you ask me, that's half the problem right there. Exhaustion.
You didn't know Andy Nelson, Doctor. He seemed like just another ingenuous young man. But his aura was bright red.
His aura?
The light field that surrounds each of us. It can only be detected by the practiced eye, and its color indicates our true personality. There was a deep vein of vindictive spite in that boy's soul. I knew he hated me.
You believe in the supernatural?
Well, you saw that ring yourself. Janie hasn't the strength to twist it the way it was.
She might in a moment of extreme anguish.
You mean she might deliberately be deceiving me?
Deceiving herself as well, Mrs. Raymond. And it's not going to help matters much if you keep talking about ghosts. Janie obviously puts great store by what you say.
Oh, you think she does? Really?
The point is, she's suggestible. So don't. Good day, Mrs. Raymond. Oh, and don't keep her home from the hospital anymore. The distraction of her work is probably the best thing for her right now.
Well, Doctor, how did you know it was I who insisted she stay home? What's the matter, dear? Is the veal not done well enough?
Mother, please.
What?
Please stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
Just stop looking at me. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what made me speak to you like that.
Oh, darling, soon this will all be over. Everything will be like it was before. Won't it, sweetheart?
Yes, Mother. I'm sorry.
What on earth was that?
I don't know.
It sounded like it came from your room. Oh, it's your bureau. It's fallen over.
The ring. Where's the ring?
What?
It was on top of the bureau. It's gone.
Oh, it must be here on the floor somewhere.
Where is it, Mother?
What?
Where did you hide it?
I didn't touch it.
How can we go on living together if there's nothing but suspicion between us?
The suspicion, young lady, seems to be all on your side.
You never wanted me to keep that ring. You didn't want me to have anything that would remind me of Andy.
Well, then. And how did I manage to knock over the bureau? Can you answer me that?
I think you have powers, Mother.
Powers? What kind of powers?
You have power over me.
Oh, don't be silly.
You do. Your obsession with witchcraft.
Witchcraft?
Well, with horoscopes and auras and the occult.
Oh, that's not witchcraft.
You're using your powers to control me. It's not Andy's ghost at all. It's you trying to make me believe it is. Trying to turn me against him.
Oh, what cause have I ever given you to speak to me in that tone of voice?
You are a manipulative, selfish, and a deeply evil woman. But you'll never make me forget Andy. Never.
Mrs. Raymond, I'm sure Janie's actions are the result of nothing more than nerves.
Yes, but what about that bureau? We were in the living room and it fell over. And the ring just disappeared altogether.
Well, science has no satisfactory explanation for such phenomena, but it's by no means a rare occurrence.
Oh, why is she so bitter towards me?
The tests are almost complete. There seems to be nothing wrong with her physically, and I'll have the psychological data fully analyzed by tomorrow afternoon. But I think we're going to find only an overactive imagination fueled by guilt. Excuse me for a moment.
Dr. Harper?
Oh, Jimmy, what is it?
Can I speak to you a moment, sir?
Yes. This is Mrs. Raymond. This is Jimmy Wood, one of our interns.
You're Janie's mother?
Yes. Why, has something happened to her?
Well...
What? What is it?
She's in the dining room. There she is.
Huh. Janie? Janie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Janie, what happened?
I heard him.
What do you mean? Heard who?
Andy. I heard his voice. He spoke to me.
Well, she was going through the cafeteria line when suddenly she dropped her tray and went into a trance.
He spoke to me.
What did he say?
Can you forget me?
Hallucination.
No. Well, several other people also claimed they heard the voice.
Who?
Well, some of the patients.
The patients in this ward are all mentally disturbed and highly suggestible. I think we can discount what they say. Don't you, Jimmy?
This time I was wide awake. I know I wasn't dreaming, and I heard his voice.
Oh, Janie, listen to me. We're going to do everything that's necessary to help you.
I don't think you can help me, Mother. I don't think anyone can ever help me again.
Set me like a seal upon thy heart. Love is as strong as death, says the poet. At this moment, Andy seems more like a vice than a seal on Janie's heart. And he sits there with what it seems could hardly be called love. In life, he was an ingenuous enough fellow. Could he be so changed in death? Well, death is often compared to sleep. And we all know our dreams are notoriously amoral. So perhaps the dead are likewise bereft of scruple. And if that is so, Janie Raymond might not be in for a very pleasant time. I shall return in a moment with our final act. Andy's spirit seems determined to exact satisfaction from the tormented Janie. But just what kind of satisfaction is he seeking? He's been rather vague about what it is he would like, which is hardly encouraging, for we all know if a spirit walks abroad, it is because it is unsettled, and it will not return to the grave until it has found peace.
Mother?
Oh, yes, dear. I'm right here.
Where am I?
At home.
Where?
Janie, what's the matter? You're in your own room.
I don't know. For a minute it looked strange.
Strange?
Like a place I'd never been before.
It must have been the effects of the sedative that Dr. Harper gave you at the hospital. Dr. Harper wanted to keep you at the hospital.
Why didn't you let him?
I told him the best place for you was right in your own bed.
No, I'm scared.
There's nothing to worry about now. You're with me, dear. You're safe.
No, baby. Do you think I'm going crazy?
Hush.
Mother, what if it's true?
It's not true. It's simply not possible. You're my daughter, my precious one and only.
I see his face. I hear his voice. He pursues me. I'm so tired I can barely stand up, and I'm scared to close my eyes because I know he'll be there.
Well, you can rest now, sweetheart. Now, Dr. Harper says he'll have the results of all these tests tomorrow.
Oh, those tests won't show anything. They can't show what's happening. Nothing can. No one. No one. I'm alone. I'm completely alone. None of you can do anything.
Janie, darling, you're distressed. I want you to lie back.
Oh, Mother. Mother, your voice feels so good. Please forgive me. I didn't mean what I said.
Oh, it's all right, dear. Say anything you want. It doesn't matter.
Oh, you are a good person. I'm sorry about all those terrible things I said before. About you being wicked and evil. Oh, you're a saint to put up with me.
Shh. Now, you know you're a very lucky girl.
Why?
Well, look how Andy's spirit is behaving. Showing his true colors, if you ask me. He's being petty and vindictive. He's nothing but a jealous ghost.
Oh, I know. It's just not like him. I almost feel like I'm beginning to hate him.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary. But it does seem obvious he doesn't love you very much. Think if you'd accepted his proposal. Think if you'd actually been married. That would have been a fine time to discover the truth.
Mother?
Yes, dear.
Maybe I should move out.
What?
Well, if Andy is going to make my life miserable, I don't want you subjected to it.
Why, I'm sure that's exactly what he'd like. We shouldn't give him the satisfaction. We must stand together and conquer him.
But what can we do?
Well, I know you've never had the faith that I do, but perhaps if you'd make the effort.
What do you mean?
Darling, I want you to come with me tomorrow morning to Madame Taj's.
You mean that old woman witch you go to?
She's not a witch, Janie. She's a medium, a clairvoyant. She's a person of extraordinary powers.
But I'm supposed to see Dr. Harper tomorrow.
Oh, that's not till the afternoon. Besides, I think you're quite right. What we're dealing with here is far beyond the limited ken of medical science. Madame is highly skilled at contacting the spirits of the departed.
You mean she could talk directly to Andy?
Yes.
And you think she could make Andy stop tormenting me?
Quite possibly. You see, Janie, I can help you. Who knows? If you came to respect Madame as I do, it might bring us closer together than ever. Well, come on in. Don't be afraid.
Mother, this looks just like a normal person's house.
Of course. Mediums aren't any different from you or me. They're simply endowed with unique powers which they have disciplined. There's no reason not to act perfectly normal.
Shouldn't you have knocked before we came in?
No need. Madame knows who it is. Hello, Mrs. Raymond. And this is your daughter, Janie, is it not?
How do you do?
I believe the question is, how do you do? Your mother has explained to me the reason why you are here.
Yes,
Will you come this way, please?
Oh, yes.
I am sorry, Mrs. Raymond, but you know how I work. I must be with your daughter alone. You're skeptical, aren't you?
Well,
It's all right. Just don't waste energy feeling apologetic. Your concentration will be needed elsewhere. Please be seated.
What are you going to do?
Your mother explained as much of the problem as I needed to know. You are troubled by the spirit of a departed friend?
He was my boyfriend.
Oh, Well, I can definitely sense another presence in the room.
You can?
It arrived within moments after we entered. Well, this is most strange.
What?
Your mother had led me to believe that this was an evil spirit, but the pulse I feel from it is quite calm. I see nothing but white light.
Well, what does that mean?
That he intends no harm.
Well, then why?
Shh. He is weeping.
Crying?
Yes, but not in remorse. The sensations I am receiving are those of sadness. Tell me, Janie, in what ways has this spirit made itself known to you?
It took away a ring Andy said I could keep forever.
Oh, what is it?
There above your head. It's his face, just like yesterday at the hospital.
Yes, I see it.
Do you? Then I'm not crazy.
Janie?
It's gone now.
Oh, he spoke to you, didn't he?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Same thing he said yesterday. Can you forget me? You see, he taunts me.
You say that in life, this boy loved you?
Oh, I thought he did. But I guess Mother was right about men.
Oh, all the symptoms are those of a spirit seeking revenge. Yet there is no trace of hatred, only sorrow. What other explanation could there be for his actions?
I don't know.
You must think, girl. Nothing is done without cause. Whatever he is doing definitely doing with affection. And since that is the emotion the two of you shared in life, if you look deeply enough into yourself, you will find the meaning. Well,
what?
You haven't said a word since we left Madame's.
Oh, I thought maybe I wasn't supposed to talk about it.
You can talk to me. Obviously, something happened that was food for thought.
Madame Taj didn't have any answers, if that's what you're asking.
But what happened? Was she able to contact Andy's spirit?
Yes.
And?
Mother, I don't know. There was nothing conclusive. Oh, here's the bus.
But Janie...
Can we just not talk about it?
Good afternoon, Janie. Mrs. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Dr. Harper.
Please be seated.
Oh, thank you.
Well, as I suspected, Janie, there's nothing seriously wrong. Physically, you're in perfect health.
And mentally?
Essentially, she's quite sound.
I am?
You were traumatized by Andy's death, that's all. The trance you went into yesterday when he told you not to forget him...
Oh, those weren't his exact words.
No, the exact words don't matter. The point is, it was clearly self-induced, just as the lacerations with the ring were self-induced. Andy isn't hounding you, Janie. You're hounding yourself. If you can stop blaming yourself for his death, I predict you'd be fully recovered within a day or two.
But how can I control my feelings?
Well, maybe this will help.
Well, what is it?
The report of the officer who was at the scene of the accident. Apparently, there was another car involved.
Another car?
Operated by a man who had been drinking heavily. He veered into Andy's lane. A witness said Andy never had a chance. No one would have.
That I wasn't responsible?
No. Andy has no hold over you whatsoever. None.
No.
Janie, what is it? Didn't you hear what the doctor said? I swear I don't understand you at all. Janie, where are you going? Here's the bus stop.
I think I'll walk home.
Oh, well, it's a nice day. Of course. Why not?
I mean, I want to walk home alone.
Oh.
Dr. Harper was wrong about one thing, Mother. Andy has been with me. Every moment since he died.
I know that. Dr. Harper is well-intentioned, but he's a man of limited vision.
But it's only now I realize why.
What do you mean?
He appeared to me again at Madame Tage's. And he spoke the same words as before. Can you forget me? Dr. Harper was wrong about that, too. The exact words do matter. Andy wasn't trying to punish me. He was asking me to forget him.
Oh, well, the boy had more sense than I thought.
That's why he took his ring away. He was telling me not to cling to him, but to go out and live my life.
But you are living your life.
No, Mother, not yet. Not my own life. But I'm going to start.
You mean you want to start seeing more young men?
I'm going to move out, Mother.
Move out?
Yes.
You hate me, don't you?
No, Mother. I don't hate you. I'm just going to your house to pack my things.
How hard it can be to know our own minds when those who have our best interests at heart smother us with their affection. For where is the blame in love? Yet love, as Plato said, is need. And in our need, we are often less than perfect. But then, to complete the circuit of our reasoning on an irrational subject, is it not our very imperfections which often make us lovable? I shall return in a moment with a final word. Was it really Andy's spirit which prodded Janie Raymond out of the womb? Or were the signs which beset her the externalization of her own deepest instincts? In a way, it hardly matters. The important thing was, it was necessary. For either we grow or we die. Our cast included Ann Williams, Jack Grimes, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Those of you who have followed Mystery Theater through the years must, by now, like Hamlet, be convinced that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophies. And the more science advances,
the stranger and stranger are the things it cannot explain. The following is a true story, most of which is documented. Only some of the names have been changed to protect those still alive.
Do you see a leather mass over me, Gil? Thick as pea soup and black as bean? Over.
Negative. What goes, Billy? Over.
It's weird. I got this black mass sitting right over me, and below the sea's gone all white and choppy. Over.
You hold on and keep circling. I'm coming your way. You read me? Over.
I read you loud and clear, but you better contact center. I'm really getting bounced around. I don't know what's going on here.
Our mystery drama, Window to Oblivion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton and Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. On December 15th, 1945, after coming through World War II unscathed, if anyone had told Marine pilot Lieutenant Billy Howard this was his last day on Earth as a living human being, he would never have believed them. Only his wife, Joan, out of some deep psychic sense, which later was to be an important element of this story, had any advance warning. But even there, because Joan was younger and because the circumstance that was to separate them was so strange, the signal was garbled, jumbled, and not strong enough for her to recognize its shocking import. This is how it all began.
Hey, lazy bones. Roust it out.
Hey, it's broad daylight. What time is it?
Ease up, darling. No sweats. Only 9 o'clock.
Oh, thank heavens. Well, then what's the big hurry? I'm not due at the base till noon.
That's when the Marines repossess you, darling. But for this morning, after I feed you, you remember you were all mine? We're going on a little shopping spree for the loving wife?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot about that for a minute. Hey, how about the war being over and just nice to talk about normal things?
It's been over for a few months. And it is about that time.
Ooh, what time?
To talk about normal things. Oh, Billy, I really don't care about the shopping. That's just a symbol.
Oh, I do. I want my wife to be dressed as gorgeous as she looks.
I would give up an all-year-round wardrobe to know my husband wasn't going to be dressed the way he is anymore, no matter how gorgeous he looks.
Honey, I still haven't piled up enough points to get separated from the service.
The moment you do, I want you to. Please.
Oh, I don't know. It's a pretty good life, Joan. I've put in quite a bit of time learning to be a Marine pilot. We might do worse.
No.
No what?
I don't want you flying anymore, Billy.
Joan, darling, you never acted like this before.
All right, I know. I just have this feeling. Will you be going up today?
Well, sure, but it's just a routine scouting flight.
Scouting for what?
Oh, come on, Joan. What's gotten into you?
Oh, Billy, I don't know. It started last night. I have this obsession that if you go up on this flight, I don't know. I just feel like you're never going to come back.
Hey, come on. What goes?
It's like somebody is trying to send me a message, only I'm too stupid to understand. Darling, do you have to report today?
I'll tell you what. Let's go buy you a new wardrobe and get you all set, and then we'll start to worry about me.
Here we are, Flyboy.
And there you are, sweetheart. Boy, that's a pretty smashing outfit I made you clothe your beautiful body in.
I think it's smashing, too. If you'll just come back to enjoy it.
Oh, hey, come on. Now, let's stop with the crepe hang.
I know I ought to be ashamed, but I can't help it. Billy, I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know.
That's what we're all scared of, isn't it? The unknown. Well, that's not where I'm going today.
Where are you going?
If it holds true to custom, the same few hundred square miles of Atlantic that I keep tracking day after day till I have a hard time staying awake.
Where?
Northeast from Fort Lauderdale to Bermuda, square off southwest for a leg, and then back due west to base. Just defense patrol. Now, any more classified secrets you'd like to worm out of me?
Oh, Billy. Billy, I love you so. What would I do without you?
Joni, come on. 23 months in action in the Pacific. I come out without a scratch. What could happen on a routine milk run like today?
I know. I'm just being silly. Hold me a minute.
Okay, gyrenes, button it up. Your peerless leader has a few special words of wisdom for your ears alone. I'm going to brief you short and sweet on today's mission. This is no routine scout patrol. This is search and destroy.
Destroy what, sir?
I don't know. That's what I'm coming to. I hope nothing. But this morning, a couple of funny things turned up here in Area C, south and east of the Bermudas. Center picked up some unidentified blips on radar, which didn't act normal. They kept flicking on and off the scope. Well, they were enough to set off a general alarm, and B-Wing was sent up on a scramble to fan out and intercept. They didn't encounter anything, but two strange reports came back which we can't evaluate. One pilot claimed he sighted a kind of spinning disc at 11,000 feet. But when he tried to close with it, it shot straight up into the stratosphere and disappeared. Another pilot, flying at 1,500, claims that about 200 miles south of Bermuda, the sky suddenly went black above him. And below, the water was boiling white and eddying in a counterclockwise direction. By the time he called in two other planes for verification, the wave formation, or whatever it was, had disappeared. And the sky was clear. Now, here's our mission for today. And this is how I want you to proceed. This is Wing Commander Little Eva. We're coming up 5,000. When we reach altitude, peel off and run through your own grid patterns at altitudes assigned. No communication during flight unless you've sighted something you can't handle. Oh, and in emergency, do not use regular code word for disaster or aid request. Use Red Apple. Repeat, Red Apple. All aircraft acknowledge this message by the numbers as I request you to speak in. Coming up, number 1. Over to you.
Number 15 checking in, Major. Acknowledging instructions. Ready to split. Over.
Roger, Billy boy. Any questions? Over.
You really believe all this malarkey? Hey, I bet you 2 beers to 1. This just turns out to be a routine patrol. Over.
I just follow orders, and you'd better too, pal. I'm flying the course next to yours. Now, do me a favor. Get off the air. I need to talk to ground. Over.
See you on the deck. We'll laugh at this. Over and out.
One bet I could take him up on. This is Flight Little Eva to tower. We are at 5,000, heading 60. Now departing traffic and leaving your frequencies, going over to M Center. Bye-bye. Expect us back as brief 1,700 hours. This is Little Eva saying so long. This is Wing Commander Little Eva to M Center. Over.
This is M Control to Little Eva. Do you read us? Over.
I read you, ground. What cooks? Over.
Oh, quiet here. We mark y'all on radar. No other signs of activity. What altitude are you maintaining? Over.
All aspects is briefed unless you have other orders. The 3 of us over the hot spot will maintain 8,000. There's no sign of anything unusual in the air or over the sea. Negative targets. We'll keep you advised. Over and out.
This is Billy 15 to number 1 Little Eva. Do you read me? Do you read me? Over.
Read you loud and clear. Why are you breaking silence? Over.
I am northeast quadrant, sector 5-1, south of Bermuda, a couple of hundred miles. Second sweep on my grid, and I
I don't like what I see. Over.
Enough to break radio silence? Over.
Too right. Where are you? Over.
About 70 knots southeast of you. 8,000. Over.
I don't know, Gil. It's weird. I got this black mass sitting right over me, and below the sea's gone all white and choppy. It's kind of swirling like maybe a submarine was surfacing. Only I want to tell you, if it is the biggest submarine you ever saw. Over.
You hold on and keep circling. I'm coming your way. Oh, you better contact the Adams Center and alert them. You read me? Over.
I read you loud and clear, but I'm in real rough weather, getting bounced around. You better contact Center. I want to tell you, I don't know what's going on here. Over.
This is M Center Control to Little Eva Commander. Communications to your 15, Little Eva, interrupted. Are you in his area? Over.
This is Little Eva, number 1. I'm heading his area. Everything normal here. What goes there? Over.
Well, we don't know. We got a blip on the screen, unidentified, and he was on collision course. Now it looks like he's circling target. Over.
I told him to hold up, but he didn't acknowledge a sighting. You better contact him. Red Apple. Red Apple. I'm under attack, I think. I don't know what it is. A thing like an enormous pot lid with no handle. It circled me, then stood on one edge. The thing went by me so close it nearly sheared off my port wing. Now it's over me. Hovering. It's coming down. The compass is going haywire.
This is M Center Control to Little Eva 15. Do you read me?
Come in, Little Eva. Little Eva 15, hang on. Help is on the way. Do you read? Over.
I read you, but don't send help. No use. Nothing you or anyone can do. This thing is sucking me in. Swallowing me up. It's from outer space. Outer space. Outer
space. December 15th, 1946. Flight 17 on a routine mission out of Fort Lauderdale. Code name Little Eva. One pilot and plane that never returned. Lieutenant Billy Howard, 26. Crashed in the area of water that was many years later to become known as the Bermuda Triangle. Or swallowed up through some time window into outer space and another world. It was to be over 30 years before there began to be any answers or explanations. I shall return shortly with some of them and Act 2. Whatever happened to Billy Howard? A Marine pilot flying a routine mission who disappeared as suddenly and mysteriously as though a hand had reached out of the sea or the sky and whisked him into some other dimension. Did he simply crash, as was reported to the public? Or were there reasons why his particular fate was hushed up and the true circumstances kept from his wife? Let's take one more look at his disappearance and then follow his story from 1945 to today.
This is M Control Center to Commander Little Eva. What happened to your wingman? Come in, over.
Commander Little Eva, Am Central. I don't know. I had him in sight, but he just disappeared. What can you tell me? Over.
Well, we had his blip on the scope. There was another unidentified blip on intercept course. They fused and went right off the screen. What, did he crash with something? Over.
No, definite negative. No other craft within sight. He just disappeared. Over.
Well, what do you mean, disappeared? Went into the drink, crashed in the sea? Over.
No, he didn't crash. He just disappeared. Over.
You had him in full sight? It happened before your eyes? Over.
Well, there was temporary cloud cover, not over 10 to 12 seconds. But when it cleared, he was just gone. Over.
So it's still possible he ditched? Over.
No way I could see. I mean, I guess he must have, but it just isn't logical. There's no time. I'd have seen a plane, a parachute, something. I don't mind telling you, I'm getting heebie-jeebies. You got any sightings there on the scope? Over.
Negative. Just your flight wing, all coded. We are sending out PBY Air Sea Rescue to comb the area. Now, check your position carefully and give me your best estimate of coordinates so we can zero in. And, Major, button up on this. No leaks. It's stamped top secret.
Coming. I'm on my way. Shane. Where's Billy? Isn't he with you?
Joan, could I come in a minute? There's something
I knew it. Something's happened to Billy. What is it?
Joan, if I could just step in for a second.
All right. I'm sorry. Come in.
Thanks.
Tell me about Billy. What is it? He's hurt? Please tell me he's just hurt. He's not dead, is he, Gil? Please don't say that he's dead.
Hey, take it
just
easy.
Just tell me that he's not dead, please.
Joan, I just don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know what happened to Billy. If he's alive or if he's dead. At 1500 hours this afternoon, 3 p.m. your time, Billy just up and disappeared.
Disappeared?
And his plane with him.
I don't understand what you're telling me, Gil.
I don't understand it myself, Joan. And I shouldn't be telling you this much. It's all supposed to be strictly hush-hush.
And what about my husband? What about Billy?
The official report will be that he crashed from some malfunction while on routine.
Malfunction of what? The plane? Or Billy?
Just that he crashed. Cause unknown.
You ought to know you were there.
I was and I wasn't.
What does that mean?
Well, just at the time I brought him in sight, there was some cloud cover in between us. By the time I got through it, Billy and his Corsair were just gone.
But you didn't see him crash?
No.
Or him parachute out?
No.
The plane would sink, but maybe Billy's still floating in the sea somewhere.
No, don't forget it. I circled that spot till they sent out our PBYs and even a mariner after that. Every square foot of that ocean, all the way to Bermuda, and within the parameters of any possible descent has been scoured. One fact we have to face is that Billy is gone.
But I won't believe he's dead. Can you honestly tell me he is?
Joan, what do you want of me? Okay. Yes, I do.
You're just like all the others.
What others?
The generals and the admirals, all the ones who are trying to hide the truth.
What truth?
That some other enemy got him, or somebody from some outer space or another world. They just won't admit it.
Joan, face it, how can they? There isn't enough evidence to go on.
There's Billy.
That's not enough. Not any evidence, really, just speculation.
All right, I'll stick to that. At least if I do, I can still have some hope he's alive. Don't you?
What can I say, Joan? Planes, men don't just disappear into thin air. He must have crashed.
But you don't believe it all the way.
I gotta believe it, or else
Or else what? That some other world is invading us?
Yes, anything like that. Every precaution is being taken. The whole service is on the alert. You don't have to worry that every step will be taken to make sure that we're in no danger.
Has it ever occurred to you that these people, these extraterrestrial forces, might not be our enemies?
After 5 years of war, I don't trust anything or anyone.
So you want Billy to be dead?
I have to be honest, Joan. Yes.
Well, I don't believe he is. And I will never believe it till it's proven to me. I won't accept the fact that Lieutenant Billy Howard is dead.
That was the 15th of December, 1945. It was to be over 30 years before I entered the picture, and the legend of Billy Howard started to be reestablished as fact. My name is Bryce Bond. I'm a lecturer, author, UFO investigator, and teacher of parapsychology. I'm also a practicing healer. It was a combination of the last three of these functions that drew me into Mrs. Howard's orbit, or perhaps she into mine. A story had first come to my attention in the early 70s. The story haunted me, and in 1975, Knowing that Mrs. Howard stubbornly refused to consider her husband actually dead, a group of 40 of us psychics decided to see if we could contact Billy Howard. What resulted from that had brought me now into 1977 to meet Mrs. Howard face to face.
Are you Mr. Bond?
I am?
I've been expecting you. Won't you please come in?
Oh, thank you. Oh, what an attractive house you have.
It's grown through the years, settled in. The garden is so luxuriant, I'd never be able to keep it under control if Charlie weren't as avid a gardener as I am.
Charlie?
My husband. I'm sorry he's not home to meet you.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Howard. But I guess that isn't your name now.
No, it's Mrs. Murillo. I thought it better with what we have to discuss that my second husband shouldn't be here. We have a screened porch. Shall we sit there? It's a little warm today.
Okay, wherever you choose.
Then will you follow me?
I followed this calm, controlled woman in her 50s to her house. A house that gave every evidence of being warmly lived in. Her figure was as neat and trim as that girl's over 30 years ago, who had said goodbye to a husband who never came back. I wondered if I was wasting my time. Or, more important, was I wasting hers? And intruding on someone who seemed to have life under control, and who was neither asking or wanting any help or interference from me.
I can't tell you what your letter meant to me.
I'm relieved if you feel that way. Under the circumstances, I felt that this might be an invasion of your privacy.
Because I'm remarried?
Well, yes.
I don't think it is. I will neither defend nor apologize for what has happened in the 32 years since Billy disappeared. I am human. No woman wants to be alone. I have a wonderful marriage with a kind and gentle man, but we entered into it with everything in the open. Never mind the legal aspects. Even after all this time, I refuse to believe that Billy Howard is dead.
And nothing I could say would change your mind?
No.
You're quite sure?
Yes. Is that why you wrote and asked to see me?
Yes. But of course I didn't realize that you had a whole other life.
Don't you worry about that life. I can handle it. Tell me about Billy.
Well, Joan, as I explained in my letter, in 1975, I read in a column in the paper a report that it was the 30th anniversary of Lieutenant Howard's strange disappearance. I had known the history of the case before, and, well, this was enough to trigger me into doing something about it.
Doing something about it?
Oh, a number of things. First of all, I did some deeper research on it. As you know, due to the late Brigadier General Gilshane's efforts, the files and all the reports of that mission were finally open to the public.
Yes, Gil was marvelous about that, for what good it did.
You mustn't be bitter, Mrs. Howard. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Suppose you just call me Joan, less confusing, and I'll call you Bryce.
That would help.
Please go on.
Well, I was just trying to say that you shouldn't be too bitter about the reaction of the authorities. It's one thing to be able to say that either by a malfunction of the plane or some mistake of the pilot, an unfortunate and fatal crash occurred. But to speculate on what really happened, that would be very difficult for established and audit principle.
What do you think really happened, Bryce?
Now, for me, it's simple. I don't think. I know.
What?
What I told you in my letter. What 40 of us psychics have established and can prove. What you know, you believe yourself, or I wouldn't be here. That your first husband, Billy J. Howard, is still alive.
For all her instinctive beliefs, Joan Howard is shaken to the roots. That this intangible ghost that had haunted her for over a full generation might suddenly become a reality. That at last she has found others who believe in what has only been a dream, vaguer and vaguer with passing years, is a shattering revelation. But she is committed. She must find out if and why it could possibly be true, to justify the life she has led and try to face her future. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Bryce Bond's quietest husband is still alive, suddenly Joan is swept by forces beyond the iron control she has practiced all these years. She seems to shrivel suddenly, to become her age and beyond it, to be shaken and set adrift, reaching for any straw of reassurance to help her face the enormity of the belief she has nurtured in secret all these years, which now may become stark reality.
You said 40 of you? There are 40 other people in the world that believe with me that Billy is still alive?
That's right.
I'm stunned. I don't know what to say. Where is he?
Joan, I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Why not?
Oh, it isn't that I'm keeping any information from you. I have seen Lieutenant Howard, and I have talked with him, as have others. But exactly where he is could only be an educated guess.
Why?
Because he's not in our dimension, in our world.
I just don't understand.
Well, look, let me explain, Joan. You know, our world is not alone. There are other cultures, alternate realities, some of them living concurrently in the same time stream as ours. Others light years ahead of us. I think you believe this, as I do.
Yes, I do,
But let me finish, please. Now, these other worlds, many of them meet and relate to each other. We know, or can theorize this, because dotted across our globe are convention spots, meridian points, window areas. Call them what you want. One of them is in the Sea of Japan, one in Arizona, one south of the Bermuda Islands.
What is a convention spot or a window area?
A spot where people converge from all levels, all dimensions ever so often. A mass movement of cosmic energies that causes a kind of an explosion in the physical dimension.
This is all speculation, isn't it? I mean, it is not scientific fact.
Oh, but it is. Sir Isaac Newton postulated that where energy and matter meet, there is created a timeless dimension called -0.
What has all this to do with Billy?
Well, your husband happened to be in the right spot at the wrong time. At the instant where all these journeys from alternate realities converged, there was a momentary physical convulsion of energy that opened a window to the unimagined. And in that instant, whoever was caught on the surface was sucked into the vortex through that window and trapped in a timeless void.
And that's where Billy is now? Where he's been all these years?
Yes.
Oh, how awful, how terrible for him.
No, don't forget. He's in a different time from us. And remember, we have talked to him. Not only once, but twice. And although he is anxious to get back to you, he is far from unhappy.
You have actually talked to him?
It was because you finally went to APRO that I felt I had to get in touch with you.
APRO?
The Aerial Phenomena Research Organization.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Well, like so many organizations, the title is a jawbreaker, so we all use the acronym for it, APRO.
You say you talked to him. How can you be sure it was Billy?
We can't. Although he identified himself as Lieutenant Howard, we can't unless someone like you authenticates it.
Me? How can I? I'm not an authority.
You are on Lieutenant Howard. Look, I won't bother you with the 40 original reports we had on meetings with him. But on the strength of those, recently, 2 of the psychics and myself made contact with him. But I don't ask you to take this on faith, Joan. I have solid evidence.
Evidence?
Yes. Let me refer to some notes we made. Here. Your husband told us he was 26 years old when he disappeared, and that 2 days before the ill-fated flight was the anniversary of your first date, 10 years before. At Pasley's Diner on the corner of Plain and Elm Streets in Bloomsbury, Ohio.
Yes, that's right.
It was raining, and he had a hole in one of his shoes, and you ordered filet of sole.
How could anyone else but Billy remember that?
I'll tell you other things. He has a mole on his left shoulder blade and 2 scars. A little one under his eye where he got hit by a baseball, and one alongside his right kneecap from having cartilage removed after a football injury.
Yes.
You were childhood sweethearts? Never went with anyone else? Were married before he joined the Marines in 1939? It was a civil ceremony, and he lost the ring and had to run out to the 5 and 10 to buy one. After you were married, he brought you a real one inscribed, "You'll never lose me. Love, Billy." And the 5 and dime when he wears around his neck to this day.
How could anyone know all this?
Only because Lieutenant Howard told us.
Then he is alive. He really and truly is alive. But he's trapped in a timeless void. What can we do to get him out of there?
You don't need any techniques, but love. I can help you relax, put you in a state of mind to be receptive to the waves of energy and electromagnetism from beyond.
But I can't bring Billy back here. What would I do about Charlie? I'm married again.
Perhaps you could go to Billy. Set his mind at rest.
Oh, I'd be afraid to. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
It was late that afternoon that I left Joan Howard, now Joan Murillo, to call her by her second husband's name. I was in two minds as I drove towards the Miami airport. Would I, and should I have interfered if I had known that she was remarried? But that was a decision really beyond me. As a psychic, I had responded to a distress signal from two worlds. I was only an instrument, the decision not mine. I thought of Billy Howard as I had last seen him, imprisoned in a sort of glass cylinder, lost and alone, seeking any communication with his lost wife. I would have been amazed if I had known what was happening in air traffic control in Miami at that moment.
Lieutenant Colonel Banyan?
Speaking.
I think you better get down here, sir. I got a bogey at 242 heading will not acknowledge. Now, I don't know who this lollipop is, but he's violating airspace.
I'll be right down.
Oh, should I sound defense intercept?
No, you hold it till I get there.
Roger.
But you keep after that lollipop. You make him identify himself.
Affirmative. We'll comply. This is M Center. Aircraft on heading 242. Imperative you identify. Give us your type and position. If unable to communicate, try to squawk us your 2011. This is M Control to aircraft headed 242. If you do not identify...
Where's this bogey you were talking about?
It's right there, sir.
All other planes are identified?
Checked and double-checked.
And this boy won't answer you.
Maybe his radio is out.
Maybe a lot of things, but that bogey is well inside the DZ. I'm going to send up... Hey, what happened to him?
Well, I don't know. He just dropped out of sight suddenly right off the scope.
Well, where'd he go to?
Search me, sir. Unless he got below 800 feet, that would take him off the screen.
You better hit the panic button. You scramble the DZ intercept. We got to find him, whoever he is.
At that moment, I could have found him for them. He went over my head, his exhaust roaring and leaving a trail of smoke behind him, coming in for a landing, heading north where I had just come from. The plane looked oddly old-fashioned, and a premonition came over me. I wanted to turn the car and follow, but strangely my engine had gone suddenly dead, and some inner voice spoke to me saying, "Leave well enough alone. You know who it is and where he's going."
Billy!
Joan.
Oh, you came back.
Because you called me to. How are you, John?
I'm well enough. You can see how I am. But you?
Oh, I'm all right. You needn't have worried about me.
I see that now. You haven't changed a bit. You're just the same as the day you said goodbye to me.
You haven't changed either, John.
Oh, you don't have to be gallant. I'm an old woman.
Oh, older, maybe, not old. What a wonderful thing that after all these years, your faith has helped keep me alive.
Has it been so awful?
Oh, not awful at all. And time is different. It hasn't been long for me, preparing, getting ready for what I had to do.
For what you had to do?
Well, that doesn't matter at the moment. What's important is that we are together again. Come with me.
Where?
To a whole new world that I'm just about ready to be accepted into.
What sort of world?
It's under the sea, on the ocean bed. That's why I've had to wait my time till I could learn to breathe and live there.
Under the sea where?
Where I disappeared. Down among the pyramids.
Beneath what they call the Bermuda Triangle?
Oh, I don't know what my old world calls it, but it's love and happiness and peace. Come there with me?
Oh, Billy, I can't. Our world has slipped us by. I can't come with you.
Of course you can. Why do you think I was allowed to come back?
Billy, it's too late. If I came back with you to your world, you would still be a young man, and I would be a wrinkled old lady who could be your mother. Maybe even your grandmother.
Joan, don't you love me anymore?
I love you forever. As I did when we were together, as I may in some future heaven, as I do now. In memory. But my love at last has its place. As yours must have for me. You and I are at peace. And it's time for us to say a real farewell.
I'm glad I came back.
So am I, Billy. It's time for you to leave.
Yes. It's time. To the future. When we will all be rejoined again.
The sky was suddenly full of jet planes, but I heard the individual sound of Billy Howard's plane take off behind me and roar over my head. At the same time, my car engine came alive again, and I continued on toward Miami. For the rest of the story, I pass on to you some Army tapes which were made available to me. For me, they are an answer. For you, that you will have to judge for yourself.
Do not take any direct action until advice from here.
What is it? What you got now?
Bogey there at 6 Earl. Colonel Benyon is heading out.
Who's that on his tail?
F-15 Intercept Command. Pilot Pete Jackson.
Let me get on the horn. What's his signal?
Green Mac, Colonel.
This is M. Sander, Colonel O'Banion, the Green Mac. You read me? Over.
Green Mac, I read you, sir. Over.
You are on intercept course with a bogey. Have you sighted him? Over.
Just closing, sir. Weather is pretty dirty. Big black front sitting down. He is hard to identify. Over.
Is he one of ours? Over.
I don't know, sir. Over.
Well, what's the matter with you? You can't identify your own craft? Over.
Yes, sir. But I know this sounds crazy. I think he's ours, but I never saw this kind of plane in the air. Only in books. It's a buff plane, Colonel. And if you pin me down, I'd have to say an old Marine Corsair. Over.
A Corsair? You mean F4U? Over.
Yes, sir. F4U. It's hard to see because... I'm sorry. Extreme air turbulence. The sea. It's crazy. It's like a volcano or something erupted underneath. It's all right.
This is M. Sander, the Green Mac. Do you read me? Do you read me?
Colonel, sir.
What?
Look at the scope. They both disappeared suddenly. I don't mark them.
They can't have. What happened?
I don't know, sir. I haven't any answers.
Do we have any answers? There are accidents. But what explains them? Are they just a statistical number that catches up with a random individual, or are they, as Bryce Bond and others believe, the result of the meeting between other worlds which coexist with us? Are we just the skin of the onion, and living as close to us as that skin, beneath it, layer upon layer of other dimensions, are other cultures, other civilizations? That's up to you to decide. I'll be back shortly.
a preview of our next tale.
Oh, yes, they'd be delighted for me to tell them of troop movements, secret dispatches, etc. Anything I wish, but Andre refuses to name any specific amount.
But you ask for so little, 10,000 pounds.
We'll write back to John Andre. Peggy, draft up some letter about hats or gowns or whatever. I'll make notes on my views and perhaps, yes, give them some incidental intelligence just to whet their appetite.
This messenger who's coming back, is our letter to be given to him?
No, we're to tell him who in Philadelphia we're writing to.
I'll write directly to John himself. Why not?
You must be out of your mind. Write directly to Andre. Why, you might as well take your carriage and drive to British headquarters or shout our intentions from the housetops. This must be done in secret.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The words traitor and spy are easily applied. Very often, however, events shape destinies. One man's bravery is another man's cowardice. To label a man is to tell what is outside. However, what is inside, what motivates even a hero to change color, is both the tragedy and the mystery of the ensuing hour.
Mr. Stansbury, I have here a secret proclamation sent to me by General Washington of the American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from our ally, France, for that campaign.
You said 8,000?
The British wanted specifics. Well, specifics is what I'm giving you.
Benedict, that information is secret. Are you sure that you should divulge...
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back.
Mystery drama, The Spy and the Traitor, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they've built, the wonders work. How can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
He was 39 years old, a war hero, a loner, daring to do battle against odds and without orders, feared by the enemy and disliked by his soldiers. Were they jealous? Was there a place in revolutionary America for a brilliant general who had the reputation of being a one-man army? He was wounded in battle, decorated, and sent home at 39. He was engaged to marry a girl of 17. His name was Benedict Arnold.
They all hate me. The Army, Congress, everyone.
Oh, not hate, Benedict. They're envious of you. Who in his right mind wouldn't be? You're the best general old George ever had.
The best? You may be right, Peg. I have a feeling for fighting. I've had it since I was 13 in the French and Indian Wars. George Washington, a bullet never whistled past him till he was 21.
I know General Washington appreciates your worth.
I'm not so sure, Peggy. I wish he would speed up this ridiculous court-martial so that I could clear myself.
Then I don't want to hear any more about it. Don't fuss so.
Waiting. How I loathe it. And not having any command.
Benedict Arnold, will you stop that?
I've been put on the shelf, that's what it is.
Ben, I'm going to change the subject, and I want you to pay full attention. You know we've been invited to the Meschianza fancy dress ball, and I want your advice. Do you think I would look well-dressed like a Turkish lady? Ben? Ben, are you listening to me?
5 new major generals, and I was passed over.
Ben, if you're going to go on and on over that stupid court-martial, when everyone knows you'll be cleared, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Who is it?
Your father.
Oh, please come in, Father. I'm so upset.
I'm afraid I am also.
General Arnold was just here, and we parted under not too friendly terms.
Margaret, I have something to say to you.
He's so preoccupied with that dreary old court-martial. All he thinks of is clearing himself so he can get a command and go back out there and get shot at. His leg is already terribly hurt. Every time I see him limping, it makes me cry.
Margaret, you know that ball you and your sisters are making such a fuss over?
I should think so. It's the most important social event in Philadelphia. Fuss indeed.
Will you please listen to me?
Yes, Father.
I have decided that in these times it would be unseemly for the Shippen family to spend their efforts on something as flippant as a fancy dress ball.
Father!
I myself have tried to remain neutral, but if my family takes part in such foolishness, we shall certainly be accused of making a mockery of the rebel cause.
Father, I have to go to that ball. Major John Andre has asked me to. It's important.
Think, child. You are engaged to General Arnold, an American general. Not so very long ago, his superior, General Washington, asked 2,000 men to freeze and die at Valley Forge. You cannot be seen dancing with the British here in Philadelphia while widows are weeping over the graves of their soldier husbands.
Oh, no.
We have no money. No money coming in. As you know, when this city fell to the British, I decided not to help either side, to wait it out. Oh, these are not times to indulge in lavish entertainments.
It's this awful war. I wish that darned old George Washington had never gotten it into his head that we should be separated from Great Britain. It makes me so angry.
Margaret, please keep that sentiment to yourself. We may be forced to swear allegiance to the American flag. Besides, there's much merit in their point of view.
You may think so, Father, but I shall never. I hate this stupid revolution and what it's done to people of culture and breeding.
Miss Peggy Shippen, I believe?
Major John Andre, an honor.
What an exquisite gown.
Thank you.
I hadn't expected you at the ball.
Why not, Major Andre?
Well, a little bird told me your father doesn't approve of such blatant luxury.
The little bird was right. Father does not.
But you are here anyway.
Let us say when Peggy Shippen wishes her own way, she usually gets it.
Usually?
Always.
Do you suppose your fiancé, General Arnold, will mind if I ask you to dance?
The General would mind very much if you did not. A dance or two will make his absence more bearable for me.
Isn't it extraordinary? Here we are of the same heritage and background, General Arnold and myself. Yet one is a loyalist, the other a rebel.
Major Andre, may I ask you to help me forget the war for one evening?
Oh, it shall be a pleasure.
Tell me, did you bring your scissors, Major?
My scissors? Oh, why, yes, I did. How did you know about that?
Your little bird. I understand you are quite accomplished in cutting out silhouettes of the ladies you dance with. I hope you'll do mine.
I should be honored.
Gracious. Is that a country dance the orchestra is playing?
Why, yes, it is.
Do I dare dance a country dance?
My dear Miss Shippen, it is we who must set the fashion for others to follow.
But a country dance is so daring. Imagine moving about to music held in the arms of a man not your husband, in public.
Shall we give it a try?
Let's. Oh, I can't wait. I am absolutely exhausted. 4 whole country dances.
Miss Shippen.
Peggy.
Well, good. Then I can be John to you. Peggy, a glass of punch?
Oh, yes. I need something to revive me. Doesn't this awful revolution seem far away to you, John?
One for you and one for me. To your health.
Thank you.
No, the war is very close to me. Especially since my promotion to Deputy Adjutant General.
I am impressed. You have new duties?
Chiefly that of intelligence, the gathering of information.
You mean spying?
Oh, I've said too much already. Now, if you'll allow me, sit there like that, in profile, and I'll take out my black paper and do your silhouette.
Only in exchange.
Exchange?
May I see the scissors?
Here. Peggy, what are you doing?
Snip, snip. A fair trade. A lock of your hair for my face on paper.
I must say, Peggy, for a young lady of your young years, I would say you are one of the most dangerous I have ever met.
Because I cut off a lock of your hair as a keepsake?
Now, stop blinking your eyes and hold still. The nose. I would say you have all the earmarks of a headhunter.
You flatter me.
And if I know anything about that type of lady, one lock of hair won't satisfy you. You won't rest until you have my entire head.
Ben? Husband? Please come to bed.
I'm coming, Peg, dear.
Do you know what day it is today?
Of course I know. The 8th, Tuesday.
Is that all?
1779.
Oh, Ben, today is our anniversary.
It is. Yes.
1 month married today.
Ah, yes.
What is it, Ben? Don't I please you?
Of course you do, Peg. It's obviously I who doesn't please you. I don't know what you see in me. Crippled.
I won't have you talking that way.
You should have married a younger man like John Andre.
Will you stop that? I love you. I know what is troubling you, and it's nothing to do with our marriage. It's a wonderful marriage. Perfect. It's old George, isn't it? And the Philadelphia Congress. It's really shocking. You're the country's hero, and you're being treated like I don't know what.
I wonder, Peggy, if we can ever be happy in a land filled with upstarts and envy.
Why do we have to?
Are you saying, why do we have to remain loyal to the American cause?
Yes, I am. I think they're treating you shamefully. You never got your full commission. That ridiculous court-martial is put off from month to month, so you can't even face your accusers and clear your name. If you were a ranking officer in the British Army, you can be sure they would never treat a great man like that.
No. They wouldn't.
It must be a peculiar American trait to heap honors upon a man, and when he has served his country well, then to drag him down.
Peggy, are you saying we should consider going over to the British?
What do you think?
I wonder how one would go about it.
John Andre might have an idea. He's in intelligence. And because we know him as a friend, he'd keep it a secret.
Yes, John Andre. I remember being a little jealous of him and his attentions to you, Peg. Little did I think someday I might need him. Yes?
Is this the Penn Mansion?
Yes.
General Benedict Arnold?
Yes.
Sainsbury's the name. I've been informed you are a gentleman interested in the finer things of life, and I have brought with me from Philadelphia some articles of rare distinction which I believe you will appreciate. May I come in?
All right. Do so.
Are we alone?
My wife is upstairs, and of course the servants are about.
Yes, I brought with me some exquisite Staffordshire and creamware.
My wife attends to the household effects.
Is there any place we can talk, General, without being overheard by the servants?
Oh, I see. Perhaps in the garden.
In the garden. Splendid.
Yes, beautiful spot you have here, General. Is that West Point directly south?
Why, yes, it is. My wife and I have only recently purchased this property.
Yes, I'd like to see a bit more of the Penn Mansion grounds, if I may. And if you'll come with me outside to my carriage, I have some extraordinary samples fit for a connoisseur. It's an opportunity I don't think you would like to pass up.
Is this strange man selling porcelain or Great Britain? It's one thing to think about changing one's allegiance, another to take action. But when one is faced with a wall of delays, making it impossible to clear oneself, when one is suspended from rank and duty without a trial, perhaps that first step is not such a big one. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
We're going to stick our neck out and tell you something.
It's hard to miss with Arrow shirts.
And the reason is so simple.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
America's shirt maker has done it again with what is probably the best shirt collar ever made. Arrow's patented custom collar, and only Arrow's got it. It's a whole inch wider at the bottom than the top, just like your neck is. It's adjustable by a full half inch, and it's got a special notch so the neckband doesn't show over your tie.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
See why we're sticking our neck out. Stick your neck into an Arrow custom collar.
America's shirt maker is Arrow shirts.
If we're not already your shirt maker, we ought to be.
It is not the act, but what compels the act. Why does a man cheat at cards, lose a job, even kill another? How often have we been told the fault lies not in our stars, but in ourselves? Here we have a man of great courage, a winner of battles, a gainer of medals, who is about to desert his country. Well, let us see if we can pluck out the heart of this man's mystery. Word has gone out to Major Andre that Benedict Arnold wished to defect. Now the British reply has come knocking at his door.
I have brought with me a personal message from Major Andre.
Proceed.
You sent him a note asking to be assured the British were not planning to give up the war. The answer to your question is assurances are given.
Good.
You asked for suitable pay from the British as inducement.
No, not inducement. Compensation.
Major Andre agrees in principle that you should be compensated, but does not agree to the specific sum you requested.
Oh?
He directs me to tell you the amount will depend upon what services you render to the British.
And what about my question? Should I openly go over to the British side now?
The Major says no, not now. To continue as you are. Serve us in secret.
Has the Major asked for an immediate answer?
I've brought along a dictionary identical to one at British headquarters. Your reply is to be written each word corresponding with the page and line in this dictionary.
I understand. My correspondence is entirely numbers.
The Major suggests your wife write an innocent letter addressed to one of her Philadelphia friends.
She write?
Something innocuous, inquiring as to what's doing in society, the fancy dress balls, whatever. And you are to write your coded, numbered message in invisible ink between the lines.
I don't care for it, Stansbury. Involving an innocent lady friend of my wife's.
The letter will be intercepted, General. It will never reach the party. I suggest you put your thoughts down on paper. I will return to Penn Mansion in an hour for your answer.
Answer? What answer?
For the name of the person to whom your messages for Major Andre will be addressed.
I cannot promise you that. I shall have to consult my wife.
A messenger? When was he here?
He has just left.
What did John say to your proposal? Tell me. Tell me.
The British don't want me to publicly change sides.
But why not? I don't understand.
They want me to secure a command I can betray. But how can I? Washington is holding off giving me a post until this wretched court-martial is over, and there's no date set for it to begin.
What about the money?
Nothing definite. Oh, yes, they'd be delighted for me to tell them of troop movements, secret dispatches, etc. Anything I wish, but Andre refuses to name any specific amount.
But you ask for so little, 10,000 pounds.
We'll write back to John Andre. Peggy, draft up some letter about hats or gowns or whatever. I'll make notes on my views and perhaps, yes, give them some incidental intelligence just to whet their appetite.
This messenger who's coming back, is our letter to be given to him?
No, we're to tell him who in Philadelphia we're writing to.
I'll write directly to John himself. Why not?
You must be out of your mind. Write directly to Andre. Why, you might as well take your carriage and drive to British headquarters or shout our intentions from the housetops. This must be done in secret.
All right, then. I'll address the letter to my father.
Now you're talking sensibly.
I hope something comes of this. How are you going to send your part of the letter, Ben?
Using this dictionary as a code book and writing between the lines of your letter in invisible ink.
I see the dictionary, but where's the ink?
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How they ever expect to win this war. That fool agent never gave me any ink.
Dear Father, I am well and happy, and to be the wife of this great man has filled my heart and my days. Would you be good enough to forward this letter to our dear friend,
Major John Andre? I have asked him the next time he goes to New York, would he buy me material for a pale pink dress of Mantua, decorated with broad ribbon of the same color. John Andre will know.
Same color. John Andre will know, as we spoke of such material when last we danced at the Meschianza fancy dress ball. Also satin for matching shoes and one pair of ladies' neat spurs. Love to Mama and the girls, your daughter, Margaret. Williams, bring me a candle and that dictionary in the far left-hand corner of the bookcase, and then leave me. I'm not to be disturbed. Good. It's all decoded now. Now let me see. As my life and everything is at stake, I shall expect a certainty as to what amount you will pay me. Herewith some current intelligence. General Washington is going to the Hudson. C has given up. C Congress has given up Charleston. Congress has given up Charleston. They are in want of arms, men, ammunition to defend it.
Your garden is quite as lovely as I remember it, General Arnold.
You will forgive me if I don't get up. I've had these chairs placed out here at various intervals so I could rest.
Oh, forgive me. May I bring you a cushion from my carriage to make your back more comfortable?
I shall feel more at ease, Stansbury, if you bring me favorable news from the Major. He's received our letters.
Yes, and has entrusted me with the answer. We are to drop the dictionary code. He now fears that the correspondence may fall into the wrong hands and your cooperation is too valuable to risk.
Then he agrees?
To an extent.
To the extent of £10,000 in my terms?
No. The Major cannot see any payments to yourselves until you have made a real and generous effort. He suggests you make a little exertion.
Are those his words?
Verbatim. And procure an accurate plan of West Point, boats guarding the Hudson River, etc., etc., and also the American Army's battle orders.
Andre doesn't realize the problems. No, I don't like this method of communication. Letters, codes, second-hand replies by agents. You will forgive me, Stansbury. Most unsatisfactory.
Which brings me to my next point, General. The Major says if you could enable him to see you, he is convinced a personal conversation would satisfy the both of you entirely.
No. To meet him face to face, yes. Tell the Major I am of like mind. I shall arrange it.
What time is it, Father?
It's a little after the noon hour.
I'm beside myself with worry. How long does a court-martial take?
I don't know, Margaret.
Benedict has been dragged into this hearing by enemies, but I know he'll come through it with flying colors. Just you wait and see.
Yes, I have no doubt of it.
Father, I wish you could be more charitable.
No, come along, Margaret. How can you say that? You no longer were able to afford the Penn Mansion. Who put this house at your disposal?
Father, I didn't mean that.
I told you both it's yours to keep it. I want you to have some place where you can be happy with no worries of mortgages or unpaid bills.
We shall have money, you'll see. The Philadelphia Congress owes Ben £5,000 a month for the 9 months he had to keep his establishment as commandant of Philadelphia. That's him. He's back. Ben, we're here in the drawing room by the fire.
Another brandy, General?
No, thank you, Mr. Shippen. One was enough to help me recover.
Do you feel up to telling us now the outcome of the court-martial? Are you well enough?
My dearest, I never felt better. At least this trial has taught me who my friends are.
Who spoke up for you?
No one. Not a soul. I had no friends.
But you were acquitted.
Do you remember the story of King Solomon, who, when asked to decide which lady was the true mother of a baby, ordered the infant cut in half and half given to each woman?
Yes, and the true mother rejected that. She would rather have her child alive, even in another woman's hands.
I feel exactly like a mother whose child has been returned to her cut in half. The verdict was half for me and half against. But like King Solomon's child, my reputation is dead. I was exonerated of some charges, but found guilty elsewhere. Nothing specific. Words like improper conduct, imprudent, were thrown at me like dice.
But how could they do that, General? Were they not dealing in facts, specific accusations?
When you are disliked, Mr. Shippen, anyone can dig into the articles of war and come up with some catch-all to hang you.
Oh, my darling, how wicked of them.
They wanted my blood, and they found the catch article, all right. One that forbids, without being specific, mind you, anything an officer might do to, quote, the prejudice of good order or military discipline. The hardest blow of all was the sentence.
But if they acquitted you...
I am to receive a reprimand in writing from General Washington. Now, Mr. Shippen, I am very tired. I did not sleep at all last night. It was good of you to visit and be here when I returned. Now, if you would be so kind as to leave my wife and myself. I had to talk to you alone, Peggy.
Any word as to your meeting with Major Andre?
Not when I left the house this morning, but I've been gathering some important news for him.
Peggy, we must face the truth. America has turned its back on me. Had I ever any doubts about joining the British, they are dispelled now. Yes?
Father, I thought you had gone home. Were you... I mean, have you been standing outside the door all this while?
No, I was waiting for my carriage when a gentleman came to the door and asked to see you, General. I thought perhaps I should announce him.
Who is it, Father?
His name is Stansbury.
Who was that gentleman who just left?
My father.
General, I wonder. That is, if Mrs. Arnold does not mind, if you and I...
Mrs. Arnold and I are in this together. She will remain by my side. Before you say anything, Mr. Stansbury, to show my cooperation, I'll give you some information.
Why, excellent.
I have here a proclamation sent to me in secret by General Washington. The American plan to invade Canada. 8,000 troops are expected from France for that campaign.
Well, that is new.
Major Andre wanted my specifics, did he?
Benedict.
What is it?
You are sure?
The die is cast, Peggy. There is no turning back. Where was I? Yes. Our invasion. The American invasion of Canada. 6 French ships of the line, several frigates, and a number of transports carrying the 8,000 are expected at Newport, Rhode Island in 3 weeks. You may tell Major Andre I shall see Washington myself, and I guarantee I shall be offered the command of West Point. Tell him also, when I meet with the Major face to face, he will have from me a complete report on how that garrison can be taken by the British.
A sad day for patriots. The man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, betrayed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. William Shakespeare's prophetic words, written 100 years before Benedict Arnold's betrayal. I shall be back shortly with Act 3.
The warm, sunny days of spring are the perfect time to paint your house. The National True Test Paint Week is the perfect time to buy True Test house paint from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you, now until June the 4th, they offer True Test paints at special prices. For example, you can get True Test Woodsman Solid Color Latex Stain for just $6.99 a gallon. Woodsman enhances the texture of rough wood and beautifies smooth wood, indoors or out. And it comes in 22 rustic flat colors. Or choose True Test Weatherall Acrylic Latex House Paint, the paint that's earned the Good Housekeeping seal, for just $9.97 a gallon at True Value hardware stores. It resists weather, stains, and smog, and comes in white and 35 colors. So take advantage of the special values on True Test paints during National True Test Paint Week, now until June the 4th at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. And remember that True Value is much more than just a name. It's our way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
It is night. Benedict Arnold, his wounded leg propped up beside him, is being rowed to a secret rendezvous near Dobbs Ferry. 30 months of glory, of battle scars and battle honors, and 30 more months of suspicion, disgrace, and despair lie behind him. There is no turning back now. Under the false flag of truce, the British major and the American general, the spy and the traitor, are about to meet.
Arnold? Andre?
I've been waiting for you.
When did you arrive?
A few hours ago. Down there. Look over the cliff. Can you make out her mast? No, don't get up. I know your foot is a great bother.
I waited till it was dark. So you came by ship?
Yes, the Vulture. Are you alone, Benedict?
Yes, John, you?
I left Stansbury on the beach below.
A useful man.
He knows this whole area on both sides of the Hudson like the back of his hand. How is Peggy?
Oh, this adventure doesn't sit well with her.
I understand you have a baby. Congratulations.
A boy. That doesn't make the strain on Peg any easier. But she insists on knowing everything I do every step of the way.
I'm sorry the court-martial did not go well for you, Benedict.
It was the next to last straw.
Was there a last straw?
Oh, yes. Old George himself had to write to me my actions were improper. But I made him eat his words, which he yet doesn't realize.
I don't quite understand.
It was simple. I made him ashamed that he had to reprimand me. So from there, it was only a step to get him to agree I should be the commander of West Point. Yes, old George will learn how foolish it is not to be loyal to Benedict Arnold.
That's good news. When do you take command?
Soon. But I haven't been twiddling my thumbs, waiting. Now, I have brought with me, John, a detailed drawing of the fortifications. Drew it myself. Here. Put it in your pocket. Now, here are my recommendations how best to storm them.
Oh, I wish I could take a look at these.
We can't light any lanterns here. My guess is, John, if you were to attack West Point before Albany could send reinforcements, the garrison would be yours.
Oh, if we had it, our guns trained on the river and inland, why, all New England could be cut off from the rest of the colonies. Men, supplies, everything.
And what's that worth to you and your generals?
You said 10,000 pounds when last we talked.
The price has gone up to 20.
Yes, but not for a pile of stones and burnt-out cannon. Add 3,000 prisoners and all the stores. Then we would be agreeable.
Is that an owl or a signal?
It may be Stansbury signaling.
Let's hope it's not trouble.
Major Andre.
Hey, Stansbury, what is it?
The boatman, sir. The one who rowed us from the Vulture. I took a tour of the beach to keep my eyes open for the enemy patrol, and when I returned, the boatman was gone.
I didn't believe him. He told me if the hour grew late, he wouldn't be able to row me back, but I didn't believe him.
Will he come back for us in the morning, sir?
One would hope so, but who knows? All right, Stansbury, back to your watch down at the river's edge. I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir. But don't worry, sir. I'll keep my eyes open.
It's not a pleasant sensation being in enemy territory. What if there's no boatman in the morning? What then?
Your agent, Stansbury, has a house nearby, doesn't he? About a mile upriver?
Yes, he has.
Then that's where you and I shall spend the night. It'll give us more time for me to explain the drawings and specifications. John, wake up. I'll have Stansbury make us some coffee. Stansbury? Stansbury?
Oh, I could have sworn I didn't sleep a wink.
He's not here. And his cot hasn't been slept in.
If I know him, he's waiting on the shore for that boatman.
I want to give you these papers as well before I forget. The ordnance at West Point, guns available, number of men protecting each fort. Then, here, secret plans of the artillery commander in case of attack. Here, Washington's own top-secret military plans. I'd say I could guarantee you at least 3,000 prisoners.
If so, the 20,000 pounds are yours.
I knew you would see it my way.
Expensive soldiers.
I don't haggle.
The price has gone up in 17 centuries.
I don't follow you.
One used to be able to buy a man's freedom for 30 pieces of silver.
John, I don't care for that. If you British have any second thoughts about doing business with me, please come out and say so. I'm not in the least ashamed of what I'm doing.
Neither am I, Benedict. It was thoughtless. It was a thoughtless remark. Put it down to my fears of how I can get safely back to Philadelphia.
Peter! General!
Come in, Stansbury.
I've been on the beach since 5 this morning.
The boatman didn't return?
No, he didn't. But even if he had, there's no warship to take you on.
What?
The Vulture is gone?
One of the local farmers told me he saw it pull anchor and disappear last night.
Well, how am I going to get back to our lines undetected?
I'd say it's time to consider escape plan number 2. Stansbury, I want you to show the Major the way overland. Stay with him.
Of course I will. I've done it many times.
On horseback, in my British uniform? You want me to be shot?
I'll give you letters of passage. They'll have to let you through the lines.
I can give you a long cloak instead of your jacket, sir. Then your breeches and boots won't be seen.
Capital. Believe me, John, it's quite safe.
To spend the rest of the war in a prison camp. unthinkable.
Were it not for my bad leg, I'd accompany you myself. There's no danger, John. Look, if I had any doubts, would I even consider you carrying these incriminating documents?
You're certain?
I risk everything also, John. The papers you carry could send me to the gallows.
Oh, my darling, I am so happy that you've returned safely. I worried so. Did everything go as you planned?
Not quite, Peggy. But I feel sure Major Andre will get back safely.
All morning I've been walking about this house and thinking, soon, soon, soon. Soon I shall be with my own people. The kind of people I deserve to associate with. Not the American riffraff. In a few days, West Point will be delivered. In just a few days.
Perhaps a bit longer than that, but it will be.
The baby. I must go to him.
Peggy, would you remember one thing?
There are 1,000 things about you I can never forget, Ben. What one thing?
Last night, when I was returning home, riding alone, I prayed that whatever might happen to me, you would always remember our happy days together.
How you talk. Our happiest days are yet to come.
Yes, coming. Stansbury, back so soon? What are you doing here this time of night?
Let me in, quickly.
Do you realize it's 3 o'clock in the morning?
All is lost, General.
What do you mean?
They captured us, Major Andre and myself. I managed to escape.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it? What's the matter?
I'm sorry to intrude at this late hour, Mrs. Arnold, but...
John Andre has been captured.
No.
Go ahead, Stansbury. Tell me how, when, and where.
We had come as far as Tarrytown, sir. The British outpost at White Plains, only 15 miles away, when 3 men, armed, stopped us. The Major handed them the General's pass, your pass, sir. I don't think the men could read it. Then he shouted, "You said you were a British officer. Where is your money?" "I have none," said Major Andre. They didn't believe him. "You are a British officer and no money. Search him." They did. They stripped him.
Oh, how dreadful.
The moment I saw them ahead on the road, barring the way, I said to the Major, "Let's climb up to the right. We'll be hidden in the forest." He would have none of it, but rode straight into their arms. I hid myself and observed the entire capture. Then they found the papers. General, your plans for the taking of West Point.
All is over. All is lost.
The other 2 stood around while the biggest tried to make out what the papers meant. And then, at last, he said, "This man is a spy."
Oh, no.
Please, Peggy, don't go on so.
Ben, they'll find out. They will accuse you, crucify you. You will be called a traitor. You must save yourself. You must go. Now, tonight. Not lose an instant.
General Washington, sir, I have had much time to reflect since my escape and the sentencing of Major John Andre. I know the world will accuse me for what I have done as wrong. Believe me, sir, I have ever acted from a principle of love of my country. Too often have I, in the past, experienced the ingratitude of my country. I ask not, therefore, for any favor for myself, only that you extend your hand, sir, to protect Mrs. Arnold. I beg she may be permitted to return to her father in Philadelphia. I am alone to blame. No one must share my grief other than myself. Your faithful servant, Benedict Arnold.
What news, jailer?
General Washington has approved the sentence that you're to be executed as a spy, Major Andre.
I foresaw my fate.
Is there anything else, Major?
I am the victim of misfortune, not guilt. When is the hour?
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
I do have one last request. May I be executed as a professional soldier?
Sir?
To die like a gentleman and a soldier. Shot, not hanged as a peasant and a spy. I am, after all, still the Adjutant General of the British Army.
Hanged? They hanged that great man like a common criminal?
Margaret, you must calm yourself.
I have no one. You know that, no one. Benedict has deserted me. I'm all alone with my baby.
Please, please.
I haven't a friend left in the world. Do you know that? I did have a friend once. A good, kindly, good friend. Yes, I did. Look, sir, he was my only true friend. This was his.
That lock of hair?
A long time ago, at my very first ball, John Andre gave me this lock of his hair. He let me cut it from his head. Do you know what he said to me, sir?
Margaret.
He said, Peggy, I know you. You won't be satisfied with one lock of my hair. You won't rest until you have my entire head. Oh, dear Lord, what have I done?
Peggy Shippen Arnold, once an innocent and lovely belle of the ball. Did anyone grieve for her? John Andre, once a man of charm and talent, who mourned for him? The British Army did, and a memorial to him stands to this day in Westminster Abbey. Benedict Arnold, for him, no one shed a tear. Once a hero, but forever is he remembered in history as a traitor. I shall return shortly with a few more thoughts on this tragedy. As we look back today at the sad tale of spy and traitor, let us remember there were also very many patriots. One of them, in uniform with Washington, said, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women." Said by Tom Paine in 1776. Today, we can say it no better. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Catherine Byers, Howard Ross, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There is a kind of human eloquence more telling, more forcible than the loudest words, than the choicest diction. It is the suffering of some great, heartbreaking sorrow with sealed lips. But how many of us have the fortitude to bear our pain in silence? Or for that matter, our joy? So natural is the urge to speak. What could possibly keep anyone from doing so?
Look, my dear. How long has it been since we have seen so many happy faces?
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer wedding celebration for our daughter.
And yet, just now, I thought I saw something in her expression. As she spun around just now amidst the dancers, I saw a strange look in her eyes.
A look? What kind of look?
A look almost of terror.
Our mystery drama, The Silent Woman, is based on a story by Leopold Compert. It was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars John Beale and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Laughing at fools is one of the oldest mankind. We are pleased to consider ourselves superior to such people. But there is another tradition regarding the fool, that he is really the wisest of men, whose only failing is that he cannot dissemble. I personally prefer this tradition, for the following story is told us by a fool, and it would be a shame to think it weren't true. The time is the last century. We're in a small town in Central Europe, in a cemetery.
She was a woman of exceeding virtue, the most loyal of wives, and the best of mothers.
She was.
Come, sister, be silent. Please relent. Now that my wife is gone, can't you soften your heart? One mustn't speak unkindly of the dead.
Then I cannot speak at all.
My name is Lape. They call me Na, the fool. When I was young, it bothered me, but now, well, how many people of my poor background can boast of a title? But it is not my story I want to tell you. Today, my master, the Rabbi Mendel, has buried a most remarkable woman, about whom, as you've just heard, opinion was sharply divided. Her name was Vela, and she was married to our wealthiest merchant, a kindly man named Franz Joma. Vela was very beautiful, but somewhat silly and frivolous, and many people predicted much trouble in her marriage. But something happened, for her marriage appeared to be a success, except in one very, very strange particular. In the 27 years it lasted, she was never once heard to utter a single word.
Vela, are you awake? It's Bezel, your sister-in-law. Look what I have in my arms. Your child. It's a girl. The doctor says she is healthy and strong. Look how active she is already and barely 2 hours old. Look. She's holding out her arms for you. She recognizes you. Vela, will you not speak to her?
But though tears of joy came to Vela's eyes as she cradled the child to her breast, she did not speak. Nor was her silence broken at the birth of her son some years later. But the most severe time in all her marriage came on the eve of her daughter's wedding. A great plague was sweeping the countryside.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Vela, it's Franz. I'm home.
Oh, Brother, I'm so glad you're back.
Yes, not a moment too soon. I was terrified that my business in Prague would have forced a delay, and my daughter due to be married this very evening. Where's Vela?
Oh.
What's the matter? You're crying.
It's too awful.
Where is everyone? Where are the guests, the musicians? They should be arriving.
There's not to be any wedding.
Has something happened to the groom? Has the plague taken hold of him?
No.
Well, then what is it?
Your daughter.
Oh, no.
The plague has got her in its grip. She's not expected to live.
Is she in her room?
Yes. Vela is with her.
Vela? Vela, tell me. Our child. Look at me, Vela. Our child is dead.
Vela's cry of anguish echoed in her husband's ears. But though she wept as they bore her daughter's body away, not a word of complaint passed her lips. Thus did she bear all, joy and sorrow, in deep silence for 27 years. And for 27 of those years, an argument has raged between Franz and his old maid sister, Bethel.
I tell you, it's nothing but willful malice on her part.
No, sure you're wrong. Bethel, are you jealous?
Not in the least. Vela used to boast how she would break hearts. But I never thought it would be my own brother she'd make so miserable.
But, Bethel, I'm not miserable. The only thing that makes me unhappy are these arguments.
Do you want me to leave your house, then? You'd expel your own sister?
No, only please keep your voice down. It hurts Vela deeply to know that you disapprove of her so.
Then why will she not speak?
I don't know. I know she wants to. Sometimes I can see her lips move, almost forming the words. It must be some physical deformity.
Nonsense. She was the picture of health until the very day of her wedding. And she can utter every sound except those of speech. What deformity could be so selective?
Well, there are those who say that she's been bewitched.
You are a prosperous merchant. You are my brother. How can you believe such superstition?
If it is not a physical deformity, then what could possibly prevent her from speaking, if not a supernatural force? Some of our most trusted friends, people who were at the wedding, who danced with her, say that they noticed something odd.
Why did no one speak up at the time?
They swear that there must have been an evil eye on her, one jealous of her beauty. Is this not possible?
I'm sure I don't know. She's mocking your weakness to your face. If I were you, I'd give her a good hiding.
No, I could never do a thing like that. What has happened is God's will. It is a mystery, not given us to know. I am certain her power of speech is in some way paralyzed. And I can't live any other way but to have faith that it will someday be restored.
It was certainly doubtful whether Franz's faith was going to be rewarded. The years fled by. Their son grew into a handsome fellow and quite a scholar to boot. The time came for him to go study with a first-rate teacher in Hungary. Years he would be gone before he would see his parents again. Yet though her eyes were full of sorrow and pride, Vela let him go from her embrace without a word of blessing. Then, only a few weeks ago, Vela was taken ill. And yesterday, as I was walking down the street past their house, a servant girl ran up to me and begged me to go at once to Franz Yomar's office.
Who is it?
It is I, your worship.
Leibnar, what are you doing here?
You must come with me at once. Your wife's illness has taken a turn for the worse.
How bad is it?
The doctor has left, and the rabbi has been sent for.
Bela, it's me, Franz. How tired you look, my dear. You're ready for sleep, aren't you? I can see in your eyes that you are. Bela, can you not now speak to me? Is there no prayer, no miracle that can loosen your tongue and free you from whatever curse has possessed you all these years? I know I'm not the best of men, but if God would only grant me this one wish. There's so little time left.
Brother, is she still alive?
Yes.
The rabbi is on his way. He wants very much to see her. He says he must see her before she dies.
Hush, Bethel, don't speak of death so openly. Because she cannot speak, do you think she has no ears?
Her cheek is burning.
Bela, if I could only hear your voice once more. I've never doubted you, never reproached you.
Franz, be quiet. You're exciting her too much. Rabbi Mendel says he must see her.
Look, her lips are moving.
She wants water.
No, she wants to speak. I can see the words forming.
Let her save her strength.
She's struggling. She's wrestling with the very devil. Bela, I have loved you so much all these years.
Oh, God, living God, shall I not now speak?
Praises to God.
She's fainted.
Bela.
It's no use. She's dead.
She spoke. It was a miracle.
I'm sure it was no miracle. This only proves she could have spoken any time she wished.
Rabbi Mendel was very upset that he did not reach Vela's bedside before she died. Oh, was he upset. The night after the funeral, however, he was still brooding. And when I brought in his meat for supper, he was still staring at his soup. What do you see in that bowl that's so fascinating, Rabbi?
I see a fool, Labe.
Well, your secret is safe with me. After all, one of us has to pretend to be a rabbi. Otherwise, how could we afford to live in so grand a style?
What grand style?
Why use a perfectly good bowl of soup for a looking glass when any rain puddle would do just as well?
Aye, Labe. Between us, we make one passable human being. I shouldn't waste time brooding. But if only I had hurried faster.
They say she spoke anyway.
A single sentence.
I don't think that mattered to poor Mr. Franz. I saw his eyes when he came from her room. I've never seen such happiness in the midst of such sorrow.
27 years. I've never seen anything like it.
You remember the night of her wedding?
Oh, yes, I remember. I remember everything. See who that is, huh?
Labe?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Franz and Miss Bette.
Good evening, Labe.
Is the rabbi here?
I don't know. Let me ask.
Of course I'm here. Why do you have to ask?
A moment ago, you were in the past.
Just shut the door.
Forgive us for disturbing your evening meal, Rabbi, but we must have judgment.
Judgment?
Yes, there hasn't been peace between my sister and myself for 27 years. And now that Vela is dead, it will be worse than ever.
I'd be willing to drop the whole matter if Franz didn't insist on referring to Vela's last words as a miracle.
But that's what they were. A miracle. Is this not so, Rabbi?
She was the ultimate shrew.
My old friends, you are both wrong.
What?
The miracle is not that she broke her silence with her last breath, but that for 27 years, she did not speak.
We know things are often not as they seem. How dull life would be if they were, and how little we would know of human nature. For so much of what most deeply motivates us is hidden, far beneath the surface world of appearances. We shall begin to see beneath the surface of Vela's world when I return with Act 2.
It takes more than good paint to get a good-looking paint job. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you go to your True Value hardware store and see their selection of paint accessories that can help you get a professional-looking result for a fraction of professional cost. One of their handiest painting accessories is the True Test 8-piece roller painting kit for just $3.99. It includes almost everything you need for your next painting job. You get a 9-inch roller cover, frame, roller extension, paint tray, 1.5-inch trim brush, and more, all for just $3.99. True Value hardware stores also offer a complete selection of quality True Test Orel paint brushes. Choose from their selection of varnish enamel brushes, wall brushes, angular sash brushes in a variety of sizes from just $1.98. Get the True Test 8-piece roller painting kit and quality True Test Orel paint brushes exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. And remember, True Value, much more than just a name, our way of doing business.
When a carefree and irresponsible young girl married a timid, serious young man, idle tongues got ready to wag. Then, literally overnight, she was transformed into a sedate, mature woman, an excellent wife and mother, in all respects, save that she would not, or could not, speak. Through grief and joy, only her eyes told the story of what her heart was feeling. And now that that heart beats no longer, the mystery surrounding her looms larger than ever.
Rabbi, you say it was a miracle that she did not speak?
Vela was a worthy among worthies, a saint.
What? Oh, but this is disgraceful. She was doing it deliberately.
You asked me to render judgment. It has been rendered. Now, if you will let me get back to my meal, Labe will show you to the door. Good evening.
1,000 thanks, Rabbi. Come, Bethel.
No. This judgment makes you happy, of course, Franz. It vindicates your simple faith. And it makes me look like a fool.
Good, madam, please, let the rabbi eat. If he does not eat, he will be in a bad humor. And if he's in a bad humor, he will expect me to get him out of it, and I'm very tired.
Labe is right, sister. It is late.
I will not hear a woman praised who sat by in silence at times when most mothers could not have found words enough to express their feelings.
Well, then perhaps she was the wise one for not even trying. Now, please, good night. But one does not solve a problem by shutting a door in its face any more than one converts a person by silencing him. It took them a whole 24 hours, but the very next night, they were back.
Rabbi Mendel?
Franz, good evening. Is Bethel with you?
Good evening, Rabbi.
We're sorry to trouble you again, but remember that judgment you rendered last night?
I want proof that your judgment is sound, Rabbi. You say Vela was a worthy among worthies. But what do you know of this matter that you can render such a verdict?
Well, what I know is perhaps better left unsaid.
Aha. I do not like the sound of that.
Rabbi, I'm afraid you must tell us. For you have now undone the effect of your judgment altogether.
Very well, my friends. Sit down. I must begin by asking you to recall that night, the night of the wedding.
I can still recall Mr. and Mrs. Clattener. Oh, what generous, warm-hearted people they were.
We must remember everything just as it happened.
As they talked, the scene became more and more vivid, until it seemed as if we were all transported back to that strange occasion. Oh, yes, I was invited too. There's an old custom that on all festive occasions someone should be present as a reminder of life's darker side, lest people in their reveling forget the sorrows of this world. A good custom, so they hire a fool. You figure it out.
Zelda, this is a splendid occasion, is it not?
It is a wonderful party for our daughter's wedding. Still, it does seem odd to me.
What?
Her decision to get married. To have settled on Franz Jomar of all people.
What's wrong with Franz? He's a fine boy.
Yes, but I thought Bela always found him rather dull.
Aren't you pleased with the match?
Oh, yes, of course.
He comes from a good family and will go far.
Franz is coming this way.
Franz, stop dancing so soon.
Oh, well, I'm not used to such exercise, and I think I've had a little too much to drink.
Well, then you shall have some more.
Oh, no, really.
Franz, Vela is a lively girl. You're going to have to learn to enjoy yourself more. I'll fetch another bottle if you two will excuse me.
Mrs. Clanton, could I speak to you in confidence?
Yes, Franz. What is it?
I think it's time that Vela was, well...
Oh, taken downstairs to the bridal chambers?
Yes, but not for the reasons you think. I mean, not only that, but...
What's the matter?
Well, when we danced a moment ago, her hand was burning, and her cheek was very hot.
Oh, surely you understand that, Franz.
No, this was different. She seemed, well, agitated.
Well, it is getting late. Perhaps her girlfriend should be prodded.
Well, there's something else, too.
Yes?
Forgive me, but why did Vela marry me?
Well, you'll have to ask her.
I couldn't. I'd feel like a complete idiot.
Is something the matter?
Oh, no. I love Vela more than... There, you see, that's it. I can't even find the right words to express what I feel. Well, I guess what I'm trying to ask, Mrs. Clanton, is... Did you influence Vela?
What?
Did you persuade her to accept me because my family is wealthy?
No. Her choice settled on you of her own free will. And believe me, Vela has never in her life done anything contrary to the dictates of her heart.
Franz, here we go, a fresh bottle.
If you'll excuse me, I must see if the bridal chamber is ready. It's high time Vela was smuggled off. Franz?
Yes, Mrs. Clanton?
I have it on very good authority that all is prepared. But I advise you to slip down the back stairs. Some of the young men have planned some trickery if you go by the main stairway.
Thanks. Excuse me, Mrs. Clanton. Good night.
The boy's as nervous as a new clerk.
He should be. The young men are waiting for him on the back stairs.
Zelda.
Well, one has to keep one's priorities straight. I couldn't spoil their fun just to save Franz a good ducking.
No!
Oh, that's painful. Reminds me of our wedding night. The water they dumped on me was straight from the river. Ice cold.
What was that?
She's gone. She's gone.
What?
Vela's gone. She's vanished.
My boy, slow down. Catch your breath. Now, what do you mean?
Vela's not in the bridal chamber.
But how can this be? I saw the girls take her in there not 5 minutes ago.
Well, maybe it's another prank. If it is, it's carrying things a bit too far.
Well, I'll speak to the girl.
That's not a trick. I'm sure of it.
Now, calm yourself.
Oh, she's run away from me.
No.
Well, maybe. Well, what if some evil spirit's gotten a hold of her?
Nonsense.
Well, it happens, you know. They say especially on wedding nights, and especially young girls who are as good-looking as Vela is. These spirits are driven mad with jealousy. They carry their victims off, sometimes never to be seen again, or if they do return them, it's with some horrible curse laid upon them.
My boy, stop this talk.
All the girls swear they are innocent. If this is a prank, it's Vela's alone.
Did they notice anything strange in her behavior when they took her into the bridal chamber?
Well, she was nervous, of course, but that's to be expected, is it not? Oh, Reuben, we must find Vela at once. Word has spread of her disappearance. The guests are becoming frightened. They know the legend.
Ah, nothing but stories.
Oh.
Now come. We'll search the house at once and the garden. And if she's not here, we'll go with torches and search the whole city.
Oh, what shall I do?
Question the servants. Find out if they saw or heard anything amiss. Come, Franz.
Mrs. Zelda?
Oh, Leibniz, I didn't hear you approach.
Your daughter has gone.
Yes.
I was watching her.
Oh, where did she go?
Yeah, I meant earlier, during the dancing.
Oh, you really are a fool. Everyone was watching her then.
But I watched differently than others. Her movements were not those of one who is enjoying herself. They were desperate, frenzied, and she looked no one in the eye.
Not even Franz?
And least of all him.
Do you think she may have done herself harm? Do you think she's gone to the river?
I didn't know where Vela had gone or why, or whether she would ever come back for that matter. I left the house as puzzled as anyone. But unlike the others, I was not frightened. Whatever was going to happen was going to happen. In this world of uncertainty, I have always been certain of that.
Yes, Rabbi. I remember. We searched the entire house and the garden, and there was no trace of her. Then we took torches and scoured the city.
And when you returned to Reuben Cluttermer's house...
She was there, sitting with her mother in the kitchen, as calm as could be. How remarkable.
What is?
You asked us to remember everything, and I remember something now that I'd forgotten. When we came into the kitchen, our burnt-out torches in our hands, Vela looked up, and she looked directly at me, into my eyes. Labe was right. She had avoided everyone's gaze, and most of all, mine. But now she looked at me, and I at her. And I remember a chill ran through my body. I thought, surely this woman is bewitched. But now I think we were laying eyes on each other for the first time.
Yes, my son. And what it was that happened that night, I am now free to tell you.
Franz and Bettel came to the rabbi's house with an argument they wished him to settle. It was a question they thought had only two sides, and one of them, they assumed, had to be right. But is this always the case? I'm reminded of a riddle. Two girls walked into the classroom on the first day of school. They were identical in appearance. They had the same last name and the same parents. Yet when the teacher asked them the obvious, were they twins, they said no. How is this possible? I'll give you the answer and the rest of our story when I return with Act 3.
Why are so many people buying Buick's new Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's new Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
Two girls, identical in looks, both with the same parents, yet they are not twins. What are they? Triplets. The third sister was home in bed, sick. This riddle should serve as a reminder that there are often three sides to every issue. Your side, my side, and the truth. And it is the truth we shall soon learn as we rejoin our story.
I always figured the rabbi somehow knew more than the rest of us. Whenever Vela's name was mentioned, a certain look would come into his eye, a look of sorrow and tremendous respect. Then, too, I remember one particularly odd incident. It happened right after the plague had carried off their daughter. Franz and Vela were in formal mourning, and I accompanied the rabbi to their house. He went, so I assumed, to offer consolation to them both. But, strangely, he spoke only to Franz. Vela deliberately kept her gaze averted, and only as we were leaving did she lift her eyes. For a brief moment, their looks met, and then departed without a word.
When your bride left her parents' house on her wedding night, it was to my cottage that she came.
She came here, Rabbi?
It was I who heard her last words. It was to be one of the most difficult hours of my life. It was late, as you recall, but I was still at my desk, deep in study.
Please open the door. Rabbi, you must let me in. I see your light. You are home. Please, I must speak to you.
Who is there?
It is I, Reuben Clattener's daughter.
What do you want so late at night?
Please, you must let me in or I shall die at once.
Well, yes, by all means.
Oh, thank you.
Please, you must try to calm yourself.
There can be no peace for me.
I must ask you again who you are and what you want. It is very late.
Do you not recognize me?
No, I don't think I do.
Then I am indeed a lost soul.
Are you from this community? You see, I am new here. I still don't know everyone as I ought to know.
I am the woman you married not 5 hours ago to a husband.
Yes, your voice. Yes, it does sound familiar. Reuben Clattener's daughter, you say?
Yes.
Oh, no, but this cannot be. I'm being visited by an apparition.
Why do you say that?
If you are truly she whom you say, why are you here and not in the place where you belong?
I know of no other place where I belong, more than the one where I am now.
The place you belong, my daughter, is in the house of your parents. And since you have today been made a wife, your place is with your husband.
What is a wife? And who am I?
Forgive me, but that is a good question. What is it you wish of me?
I have a great sin that rests heavily on my heart, and I don't know what to do.
Well, what you have done can be discussed at another time.
No. I know what oppresses me. It lies so near before me, I can grasp it by the hand.
Very well. You have come here to confess a great sin. Do your parents or your husband know anything about this?
Who is my husband?
What?
I am in love with a man, but not the one you married me to today.
Hush. You cannot speak of this now.
I must.
You are married.
His name is Naphtali. He is a scholar, a student at the yeshiva.
I see. And he is perhaps poor?
Very poor.
Unfortunate, Vela. I think I begin to understand. But did you not speak of this to your parents?
No.
You owed them the opportunity to approve of your heart's true choice.
I did not think they would.
You didn't?
No.
Vela, I'm going to ask you a question. If it is not answered honestly, you will have to leave.
I will answer.
Were you forced to be married?
No. I was not forced to be married. My parents never once said you must. It is my own desire that I am what I am.
But this other young man, Naphtali, was he for some reason displeasing to your parents?
They did not know him.
But you claimed just now you loved him.
I must be incapable of love. I married Franz Jomar because he is the rich son of a rich man. To enter his family is to become the first lady of the community, to sit buried in gold and silver. That is what infatuated me. That is why I forced myself to marry him. The gold and silver have an influence over me. More and more they cry to me, you will be the first lady in the community. And the more Franz loves me, the more I detest him.
It is not Franz you detest, but yourself.
That is true. He is a kind man. I have deceived him. I was never a liar before now. And today, when I stood under the wedding canopy and he took the ring from his finger and he put it on mine, and when I danced with it, and they led me away.
When you first entered my house, I thought this must be a mad woman. But only a soul conscious of its own sin could speak as you do now.
Tell me what I am to do.
What to do?
Tell me. Do you think I have come from my parents' home merely to return again without help? You alone in all the world must tell me. Look at me. I am no wife. I will not be a wife. Tell me what I am to do.
Please, Vela, stand up.
Tell me first. I will not rise till then.
Oh, dear Lord, who could that be?
Master.
Labe, that fool of a sexton they've given me. Vela, can you hear me?
Yes.
It would be best if no one knows that you have come here. Will you rise and go into the next room until...
I will not move.
Master.
All right. Vela, I'll put this screen in front of you, but please try to make no noise until I have dispatched this fellow. I'm coming.
Oh, Master, 1,000 pardons, but I'm afraid I had one glass of wine too many.
It's all right.
And it caught up with me just as I was trying to find my latch key.
Enough, Labe.
Yes, Rabbi. Despite my condition, you see before you a man ready and willing to carry out the evening chore.
Yeah, well, it won't be necessary tonight.
Oh, no. Let me make amends for my condition.
Well, never mind.
Please,
No,
Master.
no.
You don't want me to draw water from the well?
No.
Nor bring in more wood for the fire?
No.
It's burning low.
No. I mean, yes, I know, but no.
That screen is out of place.
Leave it there.
It's blocking the fire from warming you at your desk.
But as you pointed out, the fire is burning low anyway, so what's the difference?
Keep this up and you too may someday be a fool.
Labe, go to bed. I want to be left alone.
But you are not alone.
What?
I can see your thoughts are with you.
Go to bed.
You know, Master, a most remarkable thing has happened. The bride you married today has been carried off by spirits.
That's nonsense.
I know. They're searching for her everywhere. If they were smart, they would just come to you.
Huh? Well, why me?
Because I'll bet you know where she is.
Why do you say that?
You're the rabbi. The rabbi knows everything. In fact, it's your fault I'm a fool.
What do you mean?
That's what I was always told as a child. The rabbi knows everything. That's why I never bothered to learn anything. I figured as long as someone knows it, what's to worry? So, don't disappoint me, Rabbi. I'd hate to have been a fool for nothing.
Vela, he's gone.
Yes.
Now listen to me now. I will talk with you.
I am listening.
But will you do what I advise you? For I am going to say something that will terrify you.
I will do anything you say.
Will you swear?
Yes.
No, Don't swear yet. Not till you've heard me. I don't want to force you. Hear me then, daughter of Reuben Klatener. You have a twofold sin upon your soul. First, you permitted yourself to be infatuated by gold and silver, for which you forced your heart to lie. With this lie, you have sought to deceive a person who has entrusted you with his all when he exchanged vows with you today.
I know.
But you have committed an even greater sin than this, for you have also destroyed the happiness of another person. What can he do now when he knows what has been lost to him?
No, darling.
Silence! Silence! You must never let his name pass your lips again. Why did you not speak when you could have spoken? God can never easily forgive that. To be silent, to keep secret in your breast what would have made him whom you loved happier than the mightiest monarch.
Say no more.
Hear now what your penance must be. You were silent when you should have spoken. Be silent now forever to all people and to yourself. From the moment you leave this house until I grant it, you must be dumb. You dare not let a word pass from your mouth. Now, will you undergo this penance?
I will.
Do you have the strength to do it?
I shall be silent as death.
Now, you must go.
May I say one last word?
Yes. Yes, Vela. Speak.
When the rabbi finished his story, everyone sat for a very long moment in silence.
So, there it is. You see now why I rendered the judgment I did. Under the duress of her penance, I watched Vela blossom into a woman who was not only beautiful, but of wonderful character as well.
So she was in love with another man.
Come, Bethel, that was a long time ago. We had a good life together, and I truly think that in time she came to love me.
But, Franz, can you say you were completely happy?
No. Can you? Must one have everything? I had doubts about our marriage, too. But at least I can say it turned out better than I expected. And if we could only say that much about everything, what nice lives we should all have.
What nice lives indeed. It is said we speak more with our eyes and our gestures than with our tongues. Often we speak too quickly and without thought, or we say what is expected and not what is true. How much wiser we might all be if every time before we spoke, we had to chew a piece of toffee. But what about Vela's life? Wasn't her punishment too severe? A final word on that in a moment. Was Vela's punishment too harsh? Well, the story was meant as a parable, and it was written 100 years ago when the marriage tie was far more strict than it is today. All in all, I think I'd have to say that Vela was a remarkably strong and self-possessed woman who endured. Our cast included John Beale, Norman Rose, Carol Teitel, Joan Shea, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. You've been at that all day.
That doesn't seem to do me any good. Here I am, stuffing myself at dinner time.
Mr. Charles, That man sitting at the next table, do you see who I mean?
That young parson, the thin fellow with the glasses, sitting with the freckle-faced girl?
No, not them. At the other table. The man sitting alone.
Oh, yes. Sinister-looking chap.
Yes, I've caught him twice looking over the other time. Do you notice his eyebrows?
Bushiest darn things I've ever seen.
No, don't look now, but it occurs to me. Do you suppose they could be stuck on?
Fake eyebrows? Of course. That devil. What luck that he's here in the same hotel in St. Moritz. We've tracked him down.
Sir Charles, we're not following him. He is following us.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember when we believed that the kiss of a princess could turn a frog into a prince? That was long ago, of course, when we believed in magic. The years passed and we started calling it luck. Then, pushed, prodded, or plummeted into a confused maturity, we began to speak of problem solving. But even as the magnetic pull of childhood resists all our efforts to grow up, so does the buried belief that the kiss of a beautiful princess will transform the ugly frog into a handsome prince.
You understand? She hates me, Tom.
Oh, I don't think she does.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on now, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
Our mystery drama, Death Spell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell and Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Magic is and has always been man's frantic effort to control what he fears. Flood, famine, disease, death. In the story we're about to bring you, the dread enemy is none of these. It is a single person. One, you would think, who might be expected to harbor none but the most benign thoughts. Not an enemy at all, but a lover.
Helen. You here?
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'm putting a casserole into the oven.
Oh, not that same old thing again.
Till one of us starts bringing in some money, it's that same old thing.
I got your thingamajig.
You did? Oh, why didn't you say so?
I just did say so.
Oh, great. Marvelous. Swell.
I could have bought a steak for what that thing cost.
Oh, but I had to have it. I need it.
Yeah, well, I need protein.
Oh, gorgeous. Fantastic.
What the devil do you want it for?
I have to know if I'm going to get the part in Antigone.
What part? What Antigone?
Sophocles' Antigone. I read for a part in it.
Doing Antigone where? Off Broadway?
Off Broadway. New Jersey, 2 weeks. But they paid equity minimum.
I bought this, whatchamacallit, so that you could find out about 2 weeks in New Jersey?
This is not a whatchamacallit or a thingamajig. It is a Ouija board.
Whatever.
It's not a whatever either. The Ouija board is as old as astrology. Ouija board goes back to the 4th century B.C.
I'm so impressed.
Where did you get it?
In one of those voodoo shops on Greenwich Avenue.
The Ouija board has nothing to do with voodoo. The Ouija board is an ancient divinatory device.
Yeah, okay.
Now, come on. Put your fingers on the planchette. Tom, come on, now, please. The casserole's going to take an hour, so come on.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes, you do. You have to. If I don't find out about that part in Antigone, I'm going to burst. Just put your fingers very lightly, please.
Okay.
Ouija, tell me, am I going to work soon in a play? Am I? Close your eyes, Tom.
Oh, okay.
Just let it move by itself.
Okay. It is moving.
You can't rush it.
You know, I ran into a guy today. In the voodoo shop.
This is not voodoo.
A guy I hadn't seen for a couple of years, at the very least. Bertram Chillingworth Crowley, commonly called Bart. Ever tell you about him?
Mm-mm.
I knew him in art school. He came to class every day in a Cadillac station wagon. That suggest anything to you?
Money.
Mm-hmm. Lots and lots of money. Pots of money. Lots of pots of money.
Why don't you shut up and concentrate?
He never did finish art school.
I think the planchette is starting to move.
He was too rich to paint.
It is.
He quit art school and he sank back into his millions.
It's starting, Tom.
I never gave him another thought till today, when I ran into him in the voodoo place. Oops.
Tom.
I gotta get the phone.
It was just starting to move.
Hello.
Is this Tom Craven?
Yes, this is Tom Craven.
Tom, how are you?
Well, who's this?
This is Bart. We ran into each other this afternoon. Greenwich Avenue?
Bertram Chillingworth Crowley?
Yes. Listen, we didn't get much chance to talk today, so I was wondering, could we have lunch? Tomorrow, maybe?
I don't eat lunch as a rule.
At my club, I thought.
Oh. Well,
I have something I'd like to talk over with you. Something that might interest you.
Oh? Would it be all right if I brought a girl along, Bart?
Your wife?
No, a girl.
Well, sure. Bring her along. How's 1 o'clock? Meet you in the lobby of the Lancaster Club on Park Avenue. 1:30? That all right?
Yeah, all right. Hey, how do you like that? Just finished talking about the guy. He's on the phone.
Tom, sit down.
That's spooky. That's really spooky.
It's moving.
Is that okay with you? Lunch tomorrow?
Now, relax. Don't press on it.
1:30?
It's spelling out something.
Lancaster
It's
Club.
moving to A.
It's a very snooty joint.
Oh, it's going so fast.
Park Avenue.
N-T-I-A-N-T-I. Antigone. The first 4 letters in Antigone. How do you like that?
That's spooky.
You'd like it. You really would. It's got 3 rooms besides the studio, and the studio has a skylight.
Oh, that sounds marvelous.
Perfect north light. I had it built to minute specifications. Had it built for myself. I thought someday I might take up painting again, but of course I never did.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I don't know. Never did have much talent, you know. Not like old Tom here.
Yeah, well, old Tom here isn't exactly setting the world on fire.
No, but you will one of these days. And I'd like to help you on your way to fame and all that.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Bart. Really is.
You'd be doing me a favor if you'd move into the place. Both of you. I really mean that.
Helen?
Is it that you don't want to leave the city?
Oh, Lord, no.
Or maybe Helen doesn't want to move out of New York. Actresses don't, I've heard.
Well, You heard right. Actresses like to be where the action is. I'm up for a part right now.
But my place is only 50 miles from the city. You can get there in an hour.
Oh, there's a train?
No, look, I have a car. Well, actually, I have 5 cars, and I have a chauffeur. Or Tom could drive you, or I could. Think about it, will you?
Sure.
Oh, well, certainly think about it.
And let me know as soon as you can, okay?
You bet.
Anybody want any more coffee?
Not for me, thanks.
I'll get the check. Waiter, check. I'll sign it.
It's a funny thing you phoning me, Bart, when you did. I'd just been telling Helen about you when the phone rang.
Yeah, he was telling me how he'd run into you.
In the voodoo shop.
Not voodoo.
Oh, they have voodoo stuff there, too. Potions, powders, amulets, all kinds of stuff. Are you interested in magic?
Tom was buying a Ouija board for me.
She was trying to find out if she was going to get a part in a play that she's up for.
And I am going to get it.
Yeah, you hope.
Well, the Ouija board spelled out ANTI, and the name of the play is Antigone. So how about that?
That was right after the phone call from you. You know, everything was getting very spooky.
Listen, if you decide to take the studio at my place, bring the Ouija board along.
Something you're dying to know, Bart?
Something I'm dying to know. Yes.
Well, if we moved in with you, we will come complete with Ouija board.
Bart, why are you so anxious to have us take your studio? Not that I doubt you wanted to help a struggling artist. I don't, but... Well, actually, you and I don't know each other very well. You don't know Helen at all.
I think we'll be very compatible. Don't you think so?
You're lonely, isn't that it?
Lonely.
Well, I mean, living all by yourself in that big house on that big estate.
But I don't live all by myself.
Oh, you don't? I'm sorry. I just assumed
you didn't mention anybody else.
Oh, there are the servants, and then there's my wife.
Your wife? You didn't say... You never mentioned... I didn't know you were married.
Oh, yes, to Rosalind. We've been married for a couple of years.
That's marvelous.
After I left art school, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I started traveling. I went all over the place. 2 suitcases, one packed with clothes, one with maps and books.
All by yourself?
Yes. I'm not really a gregarious person. I don't make friends easily. For somebody like me, travel is really the only answer. You stay in one place till you've exhausted it, then you move on to the next place. You meet people on planes, on ships, in hotels, in bars. You're not completely isolated. But you never make any close friends. It's something I'm not capable of anyway.
But you did make one close friend, didn't you?
What?
I mean, Rosalind.
Oh, yes, Rosalind.
And you married her?
Yes, I married Rosalind.
Where did you meet her, Bart?
In Trinidad. Do you know Trinidad, either of you?
No.
I don't.
Marvelous place. Very polyglot civilization. Been occupied any number of times since the original Arawak Indians. You'd love Port of Spain. That's the capital city. 12 nationalities live there. They have churches, mosques, synagogues. Astounding place.
And that's where you met Rosalind?
Rosalind is the most beautiful woman who ever lived. Part Spanish, part Arawak, part Eurasian, and maybe a little of everything else. Beautiful beyond words.
Well, then, you're not alone.
No.
Living with a woman you love, who loves you, that's the greatest thing in life.
I suppose it is.
You know it is.
Only Rosalind doesn't love me.
Oh. I'm sorry.
She hates me.
Oh, now, Bart.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And man considered it magic. Not only the creation, but the words that brought it to pass. And when the words were written down, the writing was magic, too. Perhaps everything not quite comprehended by the limited mind of man appears to be magic. Perhaps everything is. What a lovely word magic is. It springs from the lips so lightly, like the bursting of the tiniest seed pod showering its contents into the air. In a world which labors so strenuously to explain how and why everything is as it is and not otherwise, what a relief to turn away, even for a moment, and view it all as simply magic.
It's crazy. Simply crazy.
It's a beautiful place.
I may not stay, Tom.
Well, I'm staying. This is a fabulous studio.
And you don't mind if your host is slightly insane?
Well, I've put up with worse things in my time.
You have? Like what?
Being hungry. Not being able to work. Look, Helen, we don't have to see a lot of the Crowleys. They live in the big house. We live here. They've got their problems. We've got ours.
Someone's at the door.
Yeah.
Bringing us a nice little problem. Good morning.
Hello, Rosalind.
Oh, come in, Rosalind. It's a mess in here. We're unpacking.
I brought you some flowers from the garden.
Well, thanks.
They're lovely. Thank you. We'll get organized after a while. Can you find a place to sit down?
Oh, it's all right. I'll just wander about. I can't stay. Oh. Well, look here. Did you bring this with you?
Oh, what's that? Oh, no. We didn't bring any books.
It's a copy of Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches. Bertram must have put it here. 2 Dominicans wrote it in the 15th century. Then people believed in witchcraft and magic.
Have you read it?
I couldn't finish it. I think it's the most boring book ever put together. Well, if there's anything you need...
Not at the moment.
If you find you do need something, please let me know.
Thank you, we will.
She's got to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'd like to paint her.
I thought we weren't going to see too much of the Crowleys. I thought we were going to let them have their problems, we have ours, and all that stuff.
Well, I didn't mean that right away. I meant sometime.
Just as long as they don't start being one of our problems.
Helen, don't look for trouble, huh?
I don't think I'll have to. I think it'll come right up to the door. Oh, maybe it's arrived.
Helen, knock it off, will you? Hey. Hiya, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Hello, Mr. Crowley.
Hello. I've just come from the doctor.
Oh? Something wrong?
The doctor says no. He says I'm fine.
Wow, good.
But I'm not.
You don't believe the doctor?
There's something wrong with me. I know it.
Well, Bart, why don't you change doctors?
I've been to all of them. They all say the same thing. I'm in perfect health.
Well, then I think you ought to take their word for it, Bart.
How can I? And I know I'm dying.
Oh, now listen.
Do you know that Rosalind does all the cooking in our house?
No, does she?
She insists on it. She has coconut milk flown up from Jamaica. She says it's the only thing to use in cooking.
Maybe she's right.
But things taste peculiar. She could be putting all sorts of things in.
What kind of things?
Powders, potions, things she knows about. I know my blood pressure's gone up, and I think my metabolism's changing. I'm not a well man. I'm getting worse.
Hey, Bart, you know what's wrong with you? Forgive me for saying it, but, you're a bit of a hypochondriac. You think about how you feel all the time.
How can I help it?
When you think about it, because, you got nothing better to do. Take some advice. Find something to do and do it, huh?
That's easier said than done.
Oh, Bart, with all your money...
Money's got nothing to do with it. Look what I found on the lawn this morning.
What is it?
It's just an envelope.
Addressed to me. It's got my name on it.
Well, so what? You dropped it on the lawn sometime. And it maybe fell out of the trash. So what?
Look there. Look at that.
Yeah, and what?
That little hole there. In the middle of the W in Crowley.
It's a little hole. So what?
Made by a nail. A nail driven through my name.
You don't know that.
What else could it be?
Well, I don't know. Could be anything.
But I found the nail. I found it in the grass, 6 inches away from the envelope.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it does. That's one of the oldest ways in the world to put a spell on someone. Don't you know that?
No, I don't know that. I don't believe in those things, Bart. I think that's all superstition. It's all nonsense.
Oh, no. It's real.
Well, I can't go along with you, Bart.
You'll see. She'll get to me. She'll kill me. She's got her mind set on it, and she'll do it. One of these days, she'll do it. She'll get her way.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I'm not sure Tom and I ought to stay here.
You're not thinking of leaving, are you?
I think maybe we should.
Don't go. Don't leave. Don't leave me alone to die. Oh, please.
Oh, take it easy. Easy. Come on, Bart. Take it easy.
If you're here, she won't dare. Don't leave. Promise me you'll stay. Tom. Helen.
I don't know.
Bart, what can I say?
Say you won't go. Say you'll hang around for a little while anyway, till I can decide what to do.
Helen?
Well, I don't think we should.
Don't say that. I don't know what will become of me if you leave. Stay a little while. Don't let me die here all alone.
Oh, we could stay for a while, I guess.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
No, I don't know for how long.
You can go any time you want to, but not right away.
Okay. Not right away.
Actually, I have the name of another doctor. I'm seeing him next week. Maybe he can help.
Yeah, maybe he can.
Thank you both. You've taken a load off my mind. Oh, and you will come up to the house some evening for dinner, won't you? We'd love to have you. Rosalind's a very good cook. She really is. And she wouldn't put anything in your food. Just in mine.
Why did you say we'd stay?
Oh, I don't know. He seems so sort of helpless.
Is that the only reason?
It won't hurt us to help him out.
Are you sure he's the one you're interested in? Or is it his wife?
Tom, hold up a minute, will you?
Oh, hi there, Bart.
Taking you a walk around?
Yeah, the work wasn't going too well, so I thought
where's Helen?
Your chauffeur drove her into New York. She's reading for a part in something.
She coming back?
Maybe tomorrow.
She doesn't like me, does she?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Bart, you shouldn't go around thinking people don't like you. You know, it's not good for you. This thing you have about Rosalind trying to kill you. Now, I've gotten to know Rosalind the last couple of weeks. You know, she's really a very nice woman. And Lord knows she's beautiful.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. They all are.
Look, do you think she might pose for me?
Pose? You mean you want to paint a portrait?
Yeah, something like that.
That might not be a bad idea.
You know, I don't get to use models like that. I can't afford it.
It might be a wonderful idea. You might catch it in the portrait.
That particular quality she has?
You might catch the demon.
What are you talking about? What demon?
They say that's possible. That a great artist can catch the demon that lurks in us all. Ordinary people can't see it, but a great artist can see it and put it on canvas. If you could do that...
Bart, I'm not a great artist, and I'm not looking for demons.
But if you should catch the demon in Rosalind, put it on canvas where everyone could see it.
I don't believe there is any such demon.
You don't?
No. No, I don't.
Then look at this.
What is it?
Look at it.
Well, it looks like a A piece of pipe.
That's what it is.
Well, Bart, so what? It's a piece of pipe, so what?
I found it on the lawn this morning. And that's not all I found. Look at this. Go ahead, look at it.
All right. It's a sinker, isn't it? The kind you put on a fish line to weigh it down?
That's right. It's a sinker.
All right, so what?
A lead sinker.
Hey, Bart, you know something? You're driving me crazy. Why shouldn't you find a lead sinker on the lawn? People do fish around here. You probably do yourself, don't you?
And a piece of pipe? What about that?
Yeah, well, what about it?
Lead pipe. Lead pipe. A lead sinker and a piece of lead pipe. Doesn't that say anything to you?
No, not a thing. Is it supposed to?
Lead, Tom, is the metal of Saturn.
So what?
Very powerful in a death spell.
But you're driving yourself crazy with this thing, you know that?
Just as copper is the metal of Venus, copper is powerful in a love spell. Oh, yes. When Rosalind and I were first in love, she gave me a copper bracelet. She said it was for the arthritis in my hands, and it did help, I have to admit that, but that wasn't her real reason for giving it to me. Oh, no. It was to cast a love spell over me. She wanted me then. But now it's lead. The Saturn metal. Lead, the metal of death.
Bart, come up to the studio with me. I'll make you a drink. We'll have a talk, huh?
I have an appointment with the doctor.
Just one drink.
The new doctor. I told you I'd found one, didn't I?
The doctor will wait. Or you can see him some other time. Come on, huh? Just one drink. We'll talk.
Well...
Tom, help me, please.
Who's that? Is that Rosalind?
Tom, please.
Where is she?
She's up there.
Where?
In her room.
Tom, please, Tom.
What does she want? What's the matter?
I imagine she wants you to let her out.
Let her out of her own room?
Yes. I locked her in.
If you think Bertram Chillingsworth Crowley is a madman, take a look around you. Do you find the behavior of your friends and relatives at all times and on all occasions reasonable? Take a look at the people of the world. Are they behaving rationally? Or if your friends and relatives are too close to you and the citizens of the world are too remote, take a look at yourself, if you dare. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. A young man, sound of body, with a plethora of worldly goods, married to an incomparably beautiful young woman, living in the loveliest of homes, companioned by a solicitous friend, pursues the idea that his wife has cast over him a death spell. Why? Why does he do this? I believe it was John Milton who wrote, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a hell of heaven, and a heaven of hell."
Your chin up just a little, Rosalind?
Enough?
That's fine. It's perfect. You getting tired?
Not at all.
Tell me when you want me to stop.
It's an easy pose.
Is any word about Bart?
The same. They're feeding him intravenously now.
Oh, boy. That doesn't sound so good.
That is not good at all. I think he will die.
Oh, come on now. It's not all that hopeless.
I think it is.
Rosalind, let's knock off the city for a while. I have to ask you something.
I'm sure you do.
You won't be offended?
Ask me.
Do you know that Bart thinks that you were casting, or that you are casting some sort of a spell over him? A death spell?
Oh, yes. I know.
I wasn't sure if you knew. He really was crazy on the subject.
Quite crazy.
He kept showing me things he picked up on the lawn. An envelope with a nail driven through his name.
Oh, yes.
Things made out of lead.
The metal of Saturn.
Oh. You know about these things, do you?
Of course. Everyone knows.
Well, I didn't. Not till I came here.
People have known for centuries.
Well, what I wanted to ask you...
Yes?
Is it true?
That I cast a death spell over my husband, is that what you want to ask?
Well, yes.
Then why don't you come right out and ask it?
Well, the thing is, I don't really believe in things like that.
You don't?
Well, nobody does, really.
Everybody does.
Oh,
really.
No.
Everybody believes in magic. Oh, they may laugh at it or swear at it or sneer at it, but somewhere in some dark corner, everyone believes in it.
Do you?
Partly. From time to time.
But you don't practice it. Do you?
My husband believes I do.
But you don't.
So long as he believes I do, that's all that counts.
You mean if you believe a thing is so, it's so?
I mean, if you believe a thing is so, it works. And that is why my husband is going to die. For all their drugs and their bottles of glucose and their tubes going into his arm, no matter what they do, he will die because he believes he will die. I can't stop it. Nothing can stop it. He believes he will die, and he will die.
I don't think I can go along with that, Rosalind.
It doesn't matter. Oh, look there. Look out the window, your girl, Helen.
Oh, she's back. She went into New York to see about a part. Hi there.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on here?
Well, nothing's going on. Rosalind's posing for me, that's all.
Oh, really?
We just stopped for a minute. We were talking.
We're talking about Bart. The hospital's got him on intravenous feeding. Doesn't look too good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, it's too bad.
You don't seem too broken up about it.
Oh, now, Helen.
I'm not happy about it.
I think you are.
Helen, you'd better stop, huh?
You know what I found her doing the other day? I went up to the house to borrow something. Do you know what she was doing?
Oh, Helen.
Come on now.
Scrying. That's what she was doing. Scrying.
What's that? What is she talking about?
Scrying is an ancient method used to conjure up spirits.
And foretell the future.
One uses a crystal ball.
Or a glass of water.
Yes. Or a bottle of ink. Anything that reflects. But I have no crystal ball. There was no glass of water, no bottle of ink.
Your fingernails. Your long, pointed, long fingernails. Polished till they were gleaming. You were looking into them. And you were seeing the future in them.
Helen, why would I do that?
To see when your husband would die, when you'd be free of him. And you did see, didn't you? And you started moving in on Tom the very next day.
Helen, that's enough. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Somebody get that.
I will.
Thanks.
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Crowley speaking. Oh? Oh. Yes, I understand. Thank you for calling me.
Was that, was it,
It was the hospital. He's dead.
Oh, Rosalind.
That's awful.
Can we do anything for you? What can we do?
I don't know.
Anything at all.
Could you stay for the funeral? After all, you were the only friends he had.
don't know why I am doing this. I didn't even know the man. Not really. I wasn't his friend. You were.
You're doing it because you're a nice girl.
Well, it wouldn't look right if nobody showed up at the funeral.
Well, there are funerals like that where nobody shows up. I've read about them.
If nobody showed up, how did anybody know?
You got a point there.
Well, I'll be leaving right after the funeral.
Oh?
I've got a job.
You didn't tell me that.
I haven't had a chance. When I got back, you were here with her, and then she got the phone call.
What kind of a job?
On the road, bus and truck.
Oh, not Antigone.
Not Antigone. Somebody else got that.
Then the Ouija board was wrong.
No, not really.
The Ouija board spelled out A-N-T-I, you remember?
That doesn't have to mean Antigone. It could mean Auntie Mame.
You're not going out with Auntie Mame.
For 26 weeks. Will you be here when I get back? Are you staying on with the bereaved widow?
For a while.
A long while?
Well, she needs somebody.
Somebody like you.
Maybe.
You're in love with her, Tom. You may not believe that, but you are.
I don't know whether I believe it or not. Rosalind says if you believe something, it's so. Like, Bart believed that she'd cast a death spell over him, so it didn't make any difference if she did or didn't. He believed she did. That's why he died.
Oh, she did, all right.
You don't know that. You have no way of knowing that.
Right from the beginning. She got us down here. She cast a love spell.
Oh, you're nuts.
And I'm getting out before she casts a death spell over me.
She hasn't got a thing against you, Helen. She likes you very much.
Yeah? Then why is she taking my fellow away from me?
She hasn't... She... It's all in your head.
Oh, is that where it is? Then why are you staying on here?
I told you, it's just for a while.
A long while. Like forever?
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what. When I get through touring with Auntie Mame, I'll call you here. If a woman answers, I'll hang up. Meanwhile, we rehearse 2 weeks in New York. I'll be at our old apartment. If you change your mind...
I'll call you.
Now, let's get dressed for the funeral. We don't want to be late. Though I don't think it'll be sold out.
Oh, come in, Rosalind.
I brought you some flowers.
Well, that's very nice of you. Roses, huh?
I arranged them for you. I don't think you have any vases here.
Oh, where'll I put them?
Oh, any place?
How about, here?
Fine. Now, sit down and talk to me.
Okay.
You must be lonely without Helen.
Well, we were together for quite a while. Yes, I miss her. But, she got a job, you know.
Oh, did she? No, I didn't know. She left right after the funeral. I didn't have a chance to. Will she be back, do you think?
Oh, right now she's in New York, rehearsing, and then she's going on the road for 6 months, so, no, I don't think she'll be back.
Pity. I liked Helen.
I always thought you did. Matter of fact, I told her you did.
She didn't believe you.
Well, no, actually, she didn't.
It's very hard for me to convey liking. I don't know why that should be. Some personality lack, I suppose.
Well, do you think maybe you'd feel like posing for me one of these days? There's no rush, of course.
Why, any time. Now, if you like.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Well, why not? The light is very good.
All right.
Are the roses in your way?
Yeah, I'll move them. Now, I'll just set up my easel. You know, this is very nice of you, Rosalind. I really do appreciate it.
It's a relief to me to be doing something. Anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Have I got the pose right?
Stay the way you are. I'm going to start over.
Helen believes in magic, doesn't she?
Kind of.
There's a high magic, you know. And there's a low magic.
Yeah? Would you turn your face a little to the light?
Low magic is concerned with, petty things. Getting a certain part in a certain play, things like that.
Head up, just a trifle. Oh, yes, that's good.
High magic is something quite different.
Mm-hmm.
Make yourself like God in order to understand God. That's the purpose of high magic.
Just stay like that.
Vault from your body and unfold. Unfold.
Don't move, please.
Outrun time and find eternity. Embrace sensation. Exist everywhere and at all times, past, present. Be unborn, be young, be old, be dead, and beyond death.
Rosalind.
Embrace all those things. Know all times, all places, all feelings, all persons and things, all quantities, all qualities.
Rosalind.
Then can you know God. Well, Tom? Are you ready?
I was just...
To start the picture, I mean.
Oh, that.
What did you think I meant?
I don't know. I'd forgotten all about the picture.
Well, that's what we're here for, isn't it? Isn't it?
I think I'll just move the roses. I think I'll put them on the table right here next to you. Yes, I'll put them here. Wait a second.
Yes? Something wrong?
You've put them in a copper bowl.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of Venus.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of love.
What's the matter, Tom? What are you doing?
Calling Helen in New York. You don't mind, do you?
I don't mind. No.
I want to tell her something. It'll only take a minute.
Hello?
Helen, this is Tom. I'm coming back to New York.
When?
A couple of days. I want to finish a painting I've just started.
A painting of Rosalind?
Yes. It could be very good if I can just capture something. Capture it and put it on canvas.
Capture what?
I'm not sure. But I think it's a demon.
It's very dangerous to believe you are God. It's dangerous to believe that you are like God. It's dangerous even to believe that you can understand God. It's not only dangerous, it's arrogant. I'll be back shortly. The theme of our story has been believing a thing is so makes it so. Well now, will believing that you are handsome, charming, and irresistible make you, in all truth, handsome, charming, and irresistible? I very much doubt it. But if you don't take it too seriously, it could make you more attractive. Try it. I'm going to. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Lovejoy, Gordon Heath, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We're back again with that master mystery storyteller, Arthur Conan Doyle. Today's tale is the story of a secret. Who of us does not have some skeleton in his closet, unwanted, unwished for? As an ancient proverb tells us, a secret is your slave if you keep it, your master if you lose it.
I cannot bring myself to go in that door.
Supposing we let Cartwright go in first. He has the lamp. I'll follow him, Michael, and then you.
I thought I had the key. None of these seem to fit. Then we can't open it.
But these are the keys your father gave me before he died. If the black door can't be unlocked, there's only one thing to do. Break it down.
Our mystery drama, The Black Door, is adapted from a story by A. Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Much has been written about the London fog, the pea souper, the blinding kind, the kind that keeps you from seeing your hand in front of your face. It was on such a dim and shadowy night, Conan Doyle tells us, that attorney John Albemarle witnessed the accident that changed his life.
Look out! You on that bicycle! Look out! A young man on a bicycle suddenly cut in front of a horse-drawn carriage and was knocked down. But before you could say Jack Robinson, the driver had lashed at his horse, and the four-wheeler disappeared into the fog.
My leg. My leg.
Any harm done, young man?
It's my ankle. It's only a twist, I think, but it's quite painful. Just give me your hand, will you?
Of course. Up we go.
Huh? Hope it's not broken. I can't put any weight on it.
Where do you live?
Right here, this big house behind the wall. I was pedaling across to the gate when that confounded carriage ran into me. I'll sue that driver if I ever catch him.
Well, I don't think you'll have much of a case. It was your fault. You steered your bicycle directly in front of him.
What do you mean, my fault? Are you a lawyer or something?
As a matter of fact, I am. But let's save the introductions until I get you into your house. I put the broken bicycle inside the gate and supported the young man down the driveway of his house and up the steps to the front door. Not a light was shining inside. The place was as black and silent as if no one had ever lived in it. I say, do you always keep it so dark in your hallway?
The first door on the right, if you'll just see me in there. Door's open. I never close it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lamp on the table, if you'd be so kind as to light it.
Tell me, is there no one else in this house?
I'm perfectly all right, not to worry. You may leave me now. I do thank you for your assistance.
I don't like the looks of that ankle. It's swelling up.
Will you please go? Will you go now? I don't feel...
With that, the young man fainted dead away, his face a ghastly white. I lifted him onto the bed, seized the lamp, and ran from room to room to get help. The entire house was deserted, thick with dust, hardly a stick of furniture. The kitchen, there must be someone there. No one. Through the house I went, every room quite empty. At the top of the stairs, I was stopped by a large black door with a great red wax seal across it. I ran back down.
Why on earth did you take the lamp away? I can't bear sitting in the dark.
I'm glad you've recovered. I went looking for someone.
You might look for some time. I'm I'm alone in the house.
Alone? Devilish awkward if you got sick?
It was foolish of me to faint. I inherit a weak heart from my mother. Any pain or emotion has that effect on me. It'll probably kill me someday, as it did my mother. Did you say you were a doctor?
Lawyer. John Albemarle. Pleased to know you.
I'm Michael Torrance. Funny I should meet a lawyer in such a strange fashion. Mr. Cartwright was saying that we should be needing one pretty soon.
Certainly. Anything I can do.
John Albemarle. Imagine having a solicitor pick me up from the street. You, went about the house to find someone, you said? Did you go into all the rooms?
I think so.
Upstairs as well?
Oh, yes. The house is quite deserted.
All the way upstairs?
As far as I could.
Then you saw it?
Saw what?
At the top of the stairs. The black door.
Yes, I did. I didn't try to open it because of the wax seal across the keyhole.
Weren't you curious to know what was in that room?
I was, rather. The seal, the door, yes, it did strike me as being a bit unusual.
Tell me, Mr. Albemarle, do you think you could go on alone, living in this house year after year, longing all the time to know what is on the other side of a certain door, and yet not daring to look?
Mr. Torrance, do you mean to say that you don't know yourself what's behind that black door?
No more than you do.
But then why don't you open it?
I am forbidden to.
I see. Well, I say, if you don't mind, I think I should be on my way.
Are you in a hurry?
No, not particularly. Just on my way home, but I live down the embankment a ways, and it does take time going through the fog.
I should be very glad if you would stay with me for a bit. The fact is, Mr. Albemarle, I live a very retired and secluded life here. Can you stay just a little?
Well, I'm
presuming upon our short acquaintance, I know, but how can I say it? I'm beginning to realize something is happening to me, and running deliberately into that carriage tonight, I saw it coming. What was I trying to do?
I don't follow you.
What I'm saying, Mr. Albemarle, is that I have been keeping so much bottled up inside of me that if I don't tell someone, soon I'm afraid that I'm slowly but surely going mad.
I looked about me at the one room in this vast house that was furnished. A grandfather clock, a sofa bed, a table covered with papers, a decanter and glasses, a hot plate and a chair. There was something grotesque about it all. I knew that I couldn't leave Michael Torrance in the state he was in.
Would you please stay?
Certainly. I should be very happy to.
Oh, splendid. You will find spirits and a siphon on the table. Forgive me if I don't act the host, but my foot is still a bit sore. Those are cigars in the tray. Help yourself. And would you bring me one? Thank you. So, you are a solicitor, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes.
How fortunate you are, sir. You are a lawyer, and I am nothing. I am that most helpless of living creatures, the son of a millionaire. I was brought up with the expectation of great wealth, and here I am, a poor man without any profession at all. And on top of that, all I'm left with is a great mansion which I cannot afford to keep and cannot sell or rent.
Why not?
I am forbidden to by instructions left me by my father.
Strange.
Oh, you must know that my father was H.C. Torrance, the banker.
Torrance, of course. I knew that name rang a bell.
So you, know about the scandal?
Well, I recall something written in the papers at that time. Some financial dealings of his that went sour,
And he left the country. My poor father. He left England to avoid all his friends whose savings he had invested in an unsuccessful speculation. You see, Father was a very nervous and sensitive man. Perhaps I've inherited that from him.
But if I remember, he was never accused of having done anything criminal.
Oh, no. Purely a matter of sentiment. He couldn't even face his own family, and he died among strangers without ever letting us know where he was.
He died, huh?
My mother and I, we couldn't prove his death, but we knew he must be dead.
How?
because after several years, his speculations came right back again. His friends, all of them, made quite a packet. So there was no reason why Father should not come back to England and look them all in the face. Oh, he would have returned if he were alive, I'm sure of it.
When did you last hear from him?
When... Let me see. It's all so muddled in my head. I know the first 2 years after he left, my mother received a letter each year.
And your father didn't say where he was living?
No, he never gave a return address.
So there were only 2 letters?
3, all told. That's where the mystery of the sealed-up black door all began. You know, I would like very much to have you look at those letters. Mr. Albemarle, you are the only person in the world besides Mr. Cartwright who even knows about them.
No. Look, may I call you Michael?
Please do.
Michael, the hour is quite late, and I suggest it best you prepare yourself for bed and try for a good night's sleep, huh? I really should be on my way.
I understand. I've asked too much of you already. I want you to know, though, Mr. Albemarle, you've already restored some of my sanity. You have no idea how terrible a day today has been for me.
May I ask why?
Well, I've just come back from the cemetery, having buried my dear mother. The prospect of continuing alone is almost more than I can bear.
Michael, why don't I stop by tomorrow? I'd like to look in on you and see how you're getting on.
Would you, please? Lord, what a horrendous day this has been. I hope I shan't experience another like it as long as I live.
No wonder Michael Torrance had appeared strange to me that evening. A young man who obviously needed friendship, needed love, and suddenly found himself alone in the world, orphaned. But the following afternoon, I was sitting in my office when a tall, ascetic-looking gentleman walked in with the aid of a cane. Would I please see him? It was most urgent.
Mr. Albemarle, I hope you will forgive this intrusion. May I introduce myself? My name is Cartwright. I'm a friend of Michael Torrance.
Oh, yes. He told me. You are the executor of the Torrance estate, I believe.
In a way, yes. May I speak quite frankly?
I prefer it.
Master Michael came to see me early this morning. I was not yet up. Mr. Albemarle, in my opinion, by befriending that young man, you may have stumbled into a hornet's nest.
I don't follow you.
I would advise you, as an old and trusted friend of Michael's father, that you forget the entire episode. Put it out of your mind.
Disregard what I saw with my own eyes?
Master Michael has a tendency to dramatize events. I'm very appreciative of what you did for him last night, and so is he. I understand he ran into a carriage and you assisted him into his house.
What I fail to understand, Mr. Cartwright, is why you feel it best that I forget the young man's existence. As for that black door...
You saw it?
Of course. Michael and I discussed it.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
In fact, I had intended visiting Michael today. I left him quite overwrought, which is, of course, quite understandable in a person who had buried his mother that very day.
He said that?
No, why not? He has no reason to hide it.
Master Michael told you he had buried his mother yesterday?
You appear incredulous. Isn't his mother dead?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Torrance is dead, but she died and was buried 2 years ago.
Somewhere, Michael Torrance has mislaid 2 years. It has been said that great emotional stress expands and contracts time. Many tragedies suffered in one's past are often as fresh as though they happened yesterday. Conversely, what happened yesterday could already be forgotten. And as for the mysterious black door, now a third person shares the secret. Mr. Cartwright, the man with a walking stick. More will unfold when we return shortly with Act 2. John John Albemarle, an English barrister, has taken on many legal cases in his day, but none as puzzling as the one he happened on by accident. That of the son of a millionaire banker whose memory appears disturbed and whose nights are spent in a mansion of empty rooms and a sealed door painted black.
I made no promises to Mr. Cartwright not to see young Torrance again. He gave me his card, and as soon as he had gone, I hailed a cab, giving the driver Michael's address. I rang for a long time. Finally, he came to the door. The glassy look in his eyes had disappeared. He seemed genuinely pleased to see me, and as we sat over whiskey in his one room, I told him of Cartwright's visit.
Oh, that is strange. He asked me who you were. Naturally, I told him. He gave me your address, but I never dreamed he'd go see you. I wonder why.
Michael, just who is he?
Cartwright? Oh, he was my father's confidential clerk. More of an assistant, really. And he continued to be both friend and advisor to my mother and then myself. I don't know what I should have done without him.
I hope, Michael, that he is as good a friend as you say.
I was wondering whether you'd come back to see me, so I dug out a letter I felt you'd be interested to see. It's the very first one which came from my father 7 years ago when he left England. It was written to my mother. I haven't looked at it in years, but I can still almost remember it word for word. I'll confess to you, Mr. Albemarle, just to hold that letter in my hand disturbs me deeply.
Oh, I understand.
I don't think you do. The paper, the ink, the very shape of the words in his handwriting, they spring out at me. I can almost hear his voice as I read it.
Let me, then.
No. I must rid myself of this constant feeling that my father is watching my every move. It's an obsession, I know. I must face up to it. Now, this is what he says. My ever dearest wife, since the doctors have told me quite privately how weak your heart is and how harmful any shock might be, I can no longer refrain from telling you that things have been going badly with me. This will cause me to leave you for a little time, but it is with the absolute assurance that we shall see each other very soon. Don't let our parting impair your health, for that is what I want above all things to avoid. I can't go on, Mr. Albemarle. Do forgive me. I cannot bring myself to read any more.
May I look at the letter? Thank you. Yes, he details how the black door is to be kept sealed until you are 21. How old were you then?
14. Sir, read how he ends the letter. It will help you understand what a kind and considerate man he was.
And now, goodbye, my own best of wives. During our short separation, you should consult Mr. Cartwright on any matters which should arise. He has my complete confidence, ever and always. Your loving husband, Hugh, June 4, 1881.
You know, my father was a man noted for his almost fanatical love of the truth. He was always accurate to the penny. When he said in that letter 7 years ago that he hoped to see my mother very soon, you may rely on it that he meant it.
Michael, it seems to me that you are living in the shadow of something quite mysterious. And you should either open the black door or find yourself accommodations elsewhere. It's not good for you to remain here.
I couldn't dream of disobeying my father. Did you read his instructions carefully about the door? Let me have it there. Here's the place. Listen to this. I have a request to make, and I implore you to do exactly as I tell you.
There are some things I do not wish to be seen by anyone in the room at the top of the stairs. The one with the black door that I used as my private study. I assure you, it is nothing to be ashamed of. But I do not wish you or Michael to enter that room. The door is locked, and I implore you, when you receive this, to place a seal over the lock and leave it so. Do not sell or rent the house or leave it unattended, lest my secret be discovered. When Michael is 21 years old, he may enter the room. Not before.
What reason could he possibly have had?
Well, neither Mother or I had any idea. But we followed his instructions to the letter, placed a seal upon the black door, and it's been there ever since. Mother lived for 5 years after Father's disappearance, although all the doctors had said she couldn't possibly live that long. Her heart, it was very weak. Had been since childhood.
So your mother lived for 5 years after Mr. Torrance left England?
Yes. Why?
And that was 7 years ago?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Michael, I do insist, as a new friend, that it is harmful for you to stay on in this house with its secret at the top of the stairs. You say your mother died 5 years after your father left, which was 7 years ago. Which would mean she died 2 years ago.
Exactly. Why? Have I said something different?
Yesterday, when I brought you in after the accident, you said it had been a terrible day. That you had just come from the cemetery that afternoon, had buried your mother.
I said that? Oh, no. I'm doing it again. Oh, no.
I'm no doctor or psychologist whatsoever, but I do know that to extend the hand of friendship when it is needed can be the best medicine there is. I reassured Michael that anyone could have lapses of memory and that the emotional strain he was under could even alter the fact of time in his mind. I took him to my club for dinner, and we strolled back to his house along the Chelsea embankment.
No, that house has no happy memories for me. After Father left, Mother and I were gradually compelled to sell the furniture, dismiss the servants, and, well, as you saw, I'm living alone in one single room. But there is a bright side.
What's that?
Well, if I can only hang on, in a little over 2 months, I shall be 21. I keep telling myself, the first thing I shall do is unseal and open the black door, and the second, get rid of the house.
Something about all this plagues me. Why did your father remain out of the country once the investments he advised others to make recovered?
Well, he must be dead.
Why? Having done nothing actually wrong, and leaving England because he couldn't bear to face his friends, why didn't he take your mother with him?
Well, I don't know.
Why no return address on his letters to her? Why conceal it?
I don't know.
Why allow your mother to die and be buried and still not return to England?
Sir, I just don't know.
I'm going to tell you, as a man who has known many an innocent person and many who are guilty, it's clear to me your father had important reasons, vital ones, for staying away. That, although nothing criminal could have been proven against him, he must have been afraid something might be, and he refused to put himself within the power of the law.
Stop that. Will you stop saying that? I told you he must have died.
Is there any other way the facts can be explained?
I don't care about explanations. I remember him as an ideal man. His only fault was that he was too sensitive, too unselfish. That anyone should lose a penny through him was unthinkable. My father was a man of honor.
Forgive me, my boy, if I appear callous. We lawyers have a way of assessing the facts as we find them. Mike, look out! Look out! I managed to pull Michael back from the road in time, just in time, as the carriage came charging down on him. It disappeared into the night, and we both stood there, gathering our wits and our breaths.
A close call.
That's twice on 2 different nights you were almost run down.
Did you see who the driver was?
No, I can't say that I did. Was there someone in the carriage?
I had just a glimpse of a man waving a walking stick out the window.
Now, let's get into your house. It may be gloomy, but it's safer. What's that you see there?
It's a walking stick. Must have dropped from the carriage. Take a look at this, Mr. Albemarle. Have you ever seen it before?
Yes, I have, somewhere. Or one very much like it.
So have I. Do you know whose it is?
Not really.
Mr. Cartwright's. It's identical to the one he carries.
I saw less and less of young Michael Torrance as the days and weeks went on. He had no more lapses of memory or alteration of dates and seemed quite cheery at the prospect of his approaching birthday. And then one day I was in my law offices in Lincoln's Inn Fields when someone knocked at my door with a cane. Why, Mr. Cartwright. What brings you here?
The day of the month and the month of the year.
Are you being cryptic on purpose? Come in. Don't stand in the doorway.
Thank you, Mr. Albemarle.
Sit down. May I take your cane?
No, thank you. I need it to get round.
Oh. Then you are never without it.
Oh, I have several walking sticks. I shouldn't be able to go up or down stairs or in and out of a carriage without one, but setting that aside, my charge, Master Michael Torrance, has told me he would like you to be present today.
Present where?
At his house this evening.
Why this evening? Oh, is he 21 today?
At midnight.
The door? The black door, has he opened it?
Not yet, but he will. Tonight.
And Michael would like me there when it's opened?
Yes, it is his wish also. Actually, it was I who persuaded him to ask you. I have certain reasons to believe it would be well to have a reliable witness when the seal is broken. And since you are a lawyer and already acquainted with the facts of the situation, may we count on you?
Most certainly. Mr. Cartwright?
Yes?
I seem to remember your last visit here. You were warning me to stay out of this affair.
I was afraid you might be one of those who tried to take advantage of Master Michael. Others have tried.
I had similar suspicions about you, Mr. Cartwright.
I know. The walking stick he found in the street. Master Michael told me it was not mine.
Sometimes what we think is evil intent is nothing more than coincidence.
I wish all things evil were mere coincidence, but I'm afraid not. Be good enough to hand me my cane, will you?
As with all stories by the great Conan Doyle, there is always an underlying meaning. Not that we wish to give this tale more weight than it can carry. It is, after all, first and last, the story of a secret. Somewhere, however, runs the thread of honor and dishonor. Hang on, for Act 3 will begin shortly, and that is the act that usually has all the answers. Let us set the scene. Lawyer John Albemarle arrives at the Torrance mansion a little after 9. Michael, about to turn 21, is quiet and afraid. Mr. Cartwright, at first talkative, affable, becomes paler as the hour grows later. 10 o'clock, 11, and then it is a quarter hour before midnight.
It's as if all my life I've been waiting for this moment. It seems only yesterday Father went away. Then Mother got one letter from him, and the next year she got another. Did I ever tell you, Mr. Albemarle, they were both postmarked pairs?
Yes, you did.
Funny, they both said practically the same thing, even though he sent them a year apart. That he and Mother would soon be reunited. Was that 11:45 that struck?
Yes, it was. We haven't long to wait now.
Then, when Mother died, there was the last letter I received from him. Did I ever tell you about that one, Mr. Albemarle?
You may have mentioned it, Michael. You never showed it to me.
Oh, I've put it away. I'll keep it forever. Such a sweet and wonderful letter it was. So typical of Father. Begging me never to think evil of him, as if I could. Saying that sealing up the black door wasn't as important now as when it was when Mother was alive, but that I should be a good boy and wait. I was 19, and he wrote to me as if I were 15 or 16. Funny, the feelings that come over you, as if all my life I've been waiting for the clock to strike 12. It's what comes, I guess, of being born at midnight.
The clock began to strike 12, and there we were, on the threshold of unlocking the door, and the mystery. Cartwright led the way up the stairs, an oil lamp in one hand, his cane in the other. I followed him, and behind me came Michael. We reached the last landing. There was the black door with its seal directly in front of us. I felt Michael's hand on my arm.
I don't feel well.
Michael, it's all right.
can't go in there.
Well, I'd best knock off the seal first. I'll use my walking stick.
I can't.
Suppose Cartwright goes in first. He has the lamp. I'll follow him, and then you, Michael. What say?
I thought I had the key. None of these seem to fit.
Well, then we can't open it.
Michael, there's nothing to be afraid of in there.
Isn't that a joke? After 7 years, we can't open the door after all.
What do you think we should do, Mr. Albemarle? Wait?
It won't be different in the morning. It doesn't matter whether we tackle this tonight or tomorrow. There's only one thing to do. Break the door down. I've got heavy shoes. Now, let me.
You did it. Are you all right, Mr. Albemarle?
Yes, I'm surprised I could put my foot through the door panel so easily.
Master Michael, I hope you're able to prepare yourself in the event that what you see in this room may be a very great shock to you.
What do you mean?
Brace yourself, Master Michael.
Will you go first?
I think it should be yourself. Here is the oil lamp. If you reach through the broken panel, perhaps you can open the door.
Give me the lamp.
Good boy, Michael.
There's a key in the door on the inside. Oh, that's why you couldn't get it open. I think I can unlock it.
Go ahead, Michael.
I'm going. Oh, my great God in heaven!
The lamp. No, it's on fire. He's spilling oil all over the floor. Cartwright, come in here. Help me beat out these flames. Michael, drop the lamp.
There's a short rug here, Mr. Albemarle. Grab that end of it.
Paul, here we are. There. Oh, we have it off the floor. Let's get it over here. Right. No. Slap it down over the lamp and the flames. Good. That does it. Oh, so much smoke.
The flames are out, though. That smoke it.
Oh, it's a dust and everything dry in here. Ooh. Where's Michael? I can't see. It's so dark. Smoke.
He's lying on the floor over here. I'm afraid he's passed out.
Michael, wake up. Come on, Michael.
What is it? What happened?
You dropped the oil lamp. It caught fire. It's all right now.
Where's Mr. Cartwright?
Gone to fetch another lamp, I expect. What happened to you? Did you trip?
I saw him sitting there.
Who?
My father.
What?
Found another lamp. Oh, Lord in heaven. My poor master. My poor master.
A single table and a chair were in front of us, and sitting on it, his back turned, was a man in the act of writing. His outline was as natural as life, but as the light fell on him, I could see the back of his neck was black and wrinkled and no thicker than my wrist. Thick gray dust lay everywhere. On the man's shoulders, his hair, his shriveled, lemon-colored hands. His head had fallen forward on his chest. The pen still rested on a discolored sheet of paper.
My master. Oh, my poor master.
Is that Mr. Torrance himself?
There he has sat for 7 years. Why did he do it? I begged him. But he would have his way. He locked the door on the inside and then sat himself down.
He was writing something. I can make out the words.
Reach over and take it, Mr. Albemarle. I would do it, but I must leave the room. I cannot bear to be in here a moment longer.
Michael, stand up, my boy. We'll go downstairs. I think that we've seen enough of this. Death hangs over everything.
My father. It was he in that room sitting dead in that chair. You knew he was there, Cartwright. You've known it all along.
Yes, I knew it, Master Michael, but you must believe me. I have acted for the best all along.
It's hard for me to accept. For 7 years you've known my father was dead behind that black door. You never said a word to my mother or myself.
Well, how could I say anything? Oh, don't be harsh with me, Master Michael. Make allowances for a man who has had a hard part to play.
Oh, my head is swimming. I can't grasp it. Those letters to my mother and myself, they were forgeries?
Oh, no. Your father wrote every word. And he addressed them and left them in my keeping to be posted. Oh, believe me, I followed his instructions to the very letter. He was my master, and I obeyed him.
I've calmed down some, Mr. Cartwright. It's all right. Now, please, tell us about it. I can stand it.
It was in this very room, Master Michael. You remember this used to be the morning room. 7 years ago it was, and he called me in here. Your father did.
Cartwright, I'm sure you're aware this is a period of great trouble for me. There's no help for it. A great many people, even some who had few savings, are losing everything because of me.
Well, it's not your fault entirely, Mr. Torrance.
It is my fault entirely. Every person I advise knows I've betrayed them.
Oh, no, sir.
Cartwright, you see before you a man who deserves no place among the living.
But you're too hard upon yourself.
Dishonor and betrayal. What is there left for me?
What do you mean, sir?
I shall tell you. To leave this world, it's not as easy as one would wish. What I tell you now is in secret confidence, Cartwright.
You have my word.
The finest doctors I could find here in London have told me that my wife's heart could fail her with the slightest shock. How can I do away with myself, then?
You must not, sir. There's the answer.
I have made up my mind. Now, listen. My wife has been given a few months to live at most. I shall write 2 letters. No, 3. You will go to Paris, Cartwright, and mail each to my wife a month apart. Then, on that unhappy day, when she passes away, you will mail a 3rd letter, which I shall address to my son. In that way, I will be thought still alive. I shall go up to my study now.
Mr. Torrance, I beg you, think again. For the sake of all those you love, for those who love you.
Please, no more. Pray for me, Cartwright.
And I never saw Mr. Torrance again until tonight.
How could he? How could he? The sheer deceit in those letters to my mother. We shall meet again soon. His words, making her think he was coming back.
Oh, no, Master Michael, you don't understand at all. Your father believed your mother had only weeks to live. He meant what he wrote. He was certain she would die very shortly. The doctors had said so. Then they would be reunited in death. Don't you see? But your mother lived on for 5 whole years. I had only 2 letters addressed to her to send.
Michael, how could Mr. Cartwright do otherwise? He promised your father and sent the 2 letters. He gave his word. And then 2 years ago, he sent your father's letter to you.
I see it all now, but it seems so useless, his death, so wasted.
Well, how could your father have known?
Michael, I beg you to forgive me for keeping his secret. I meant no harm. Believe me, every day I spent under this roof with your mother and yourself, every day was torture for me. I knew he was up there, and many times I felt he was watching me.
Yes. Strange you should say that. I did, too.
I promised him. What could I do? I gave my word.
I don't blame you. Spared my mother a very great shock, that I'm sure of. Had she the slightest inkling what was behind the black door, it would have broken her heart. So She died believing he was still somewhere alive. What is that paper Mr. Albemarle is giving you?
It is what Mr. Torrance was writing. Do you wish to see it?
Please. It's very faded, isn't it?
Mm.
Yes, I can read it. I have taken the poison,
and I feel it working in my veins. It is strange, but not painful. When these words are read, I shall, if my wishes have been faithfully carried out, have been dead many years. Surely no one who has lost money through me will still bear me animosity. And you, my dear son Michael, you will forgive me this family scandal. I lay down my pen and pray, may God find rest for a sorely wearied spirit.
Conan Doyle's tale of the secret behind the black door recalls for us many elements of truth. In a number of lands, a man will place his reputation before his life, paying the supreme penalty as a matter of honor. As the saying goes, death before dishonor. To us, here today, life is so precious and valuable, it would be hard for us to do the same. Or would it? I shall be back to give you my opinion shortly. How often have we heard the words, "I'd rather have a good name than great riches"? That bubble reputation, the bard called it. All of us seek it. Why is it so important? The only way I can answer it is by turning the question around. Honor, prestige, integrity, where would we be without them? For aren't those the attributes that give humanity to us poor humans? Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Russell Horton, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Are you saying that Luana Pilbeam, Louisa Plowright, and Laverne Preston may be one and the same person?
And 2 years before that, sir, a Mrs. Lillian Pumice collected $2,000 on the death of her husband, Leander. Mrs. Pumice was 29 years old, sir.
And I am to assume that all the husbands were elderly gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
And all passed away from heart attacks?
So the physicians stated, sir.
How do you account for the fact that she seems to marry men whose names begin with P?
Well, sir, it would seem then to be unnecessary for her to change the monogram on her linens and silver.
Oh, yeah. Well, Poindexter, what is your recommendation?
I suggest, sir, that we investigate the matter thoroughly before we pay Mrs. Pilbeam a penny.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My foothold is tenoned and mortised in granite, said Mr. Walt Whitman.
I laugh at what you call dissolution, and I know the amplitudes of time. The amplitudes of time. Yes, indeed. There is so much time. So much has gone by. So much is yet to come. Was there ever a beginning? Will there ever be an end? Or does it stretch from the indefinite past to the infinite future?
When is Flight 703 leaving?
703? Oh, it's been canceled.
When was it canceled?
Just now.
Why?
A severe snowstorm has just hit Boston. They can't take any more traffic.
Snow? That's impossible.
Why?
Snow today? The 15th of June? It's never happened before.
Well, there's a first time for everything, isn't there? Isn't there?
Our mystery drama, The Good Times Express, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell and Roberta Maxwell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Tempus omnia revelat, said the Roman philosopher, and it means time tells all. Well, not quite. There are some secrets that have been kept for so long that perhaps they have been forgotten and disappeared into the vast maw of eternity, never to see the light of day. A pity. Some of them may have been extremely interesting. The airport is quiet. A man is standing in a phone booth.
We're about 300 miles away, Fred. The plane had to come down here for some reason. You can never make out what these pilots say over the PA system. Well, he said it wasn't serious. We could expect to be in the air again, about 20 minutes or a half hour. Oh, now, don't worry, Fred. I'll be there in plenty of time. I know how important it is. You just wait for me at the airport in Boston. All right, goodbye. I better be there. Oh, miss.
Yes, sir.
What's the latest word on the Boston flight?
The Boston flight?
703.
Oh, it's been canceled.
Canceled?
Yes, sir.
Well, the pilot said they were just landing here for a few minutes.
Is that what he said?
Well, it can't be canceled.
I have the notification right here.
Oh, no, it's a mistake. Would you look again? Check it.
All right, sir. No problem.
Oh, boy, it's impossible.
This is Polly. Latest on 703.
I can't cancel it.
They just did.
What? Ask them why.
Is there a reason, Jill? I see. Thanks. It seems the whole East Coast has been snowed in.
What?
Boston can't handle any more traffic tonight.
Did you say snowed in?
From Maine to Maryland.
Well, that's impossible.
Why?
Well, how can there be snow? It's the middle of June.
So?
Well, what do you mean, so? It can't snow in June.
Why not?
Well, it never did.
There's a first time for everything, isn't there?
I have simply got to get to Boston.
What can I tell you?
What's your name?
Parrot.
Miss Parrot.
But everyone calls me Polly.
I simply have to be in Boston before morning.
What's your first name?
Calvin.
Calvin. Do you know what Calvin means in Latin?
No.
It means bald.
Miss Parrot, there must be some way for me. I demand to see your supervisor.
What for? He's not going to put you on a plane to Boston. There are no planes to Boston.
Would you just do as I say?
The snowstorm that just hit the East Coast. Is my supervisor going to stop it?
About this snowstorm, Miss Parrot.
Yeah?
I was listening to the radio, about a half an hour ago.
Yeah?
There was no talk of a snowstorm.
No?
The weather forecast for New England was sunny and mild, seasonable temperatures.
The thing must have happened all of a sudden.
Miss Parrot, I do not believe one word you're saying.
Wait, listen.
To what?
The ticker. It's the weather advisory.
Yes?
Here's what it says. Storm increasing in intensity. Snow heavier. No end in sight. All East Coast airports shut down till further notice. That's it.
Oh, no, I can't believe it. Let's settle this thing.
What thing?
This alleged snowstorm.
As far as I'm concerned, it's settled now.
I'll call my friend in Boston.
You're entitled to make a phone call. Be my guest.
I'll ask him if it's snowing.
You do that.
He'll think I'm crazy. I'll say, Fred, is it snowing there in Boston? Can you imagine asking a question like that on the 15th of June?
I am sorry. All lines to the northeast are shut down due to the snowstorm.
What do you mean all lines are down? What do you mean?
This is a recording. If you require assistance...
Oh. Now, what am I going to do?
Wait, I guess. Just like everyone else. Will Mr. Calvin Smith please report to the International Airlines ticket counter? Mr. Calvin Smith.
You, wanted me?
Yes.
Is there any news?
No.
No? Then why did you call me?
I've been watching you.
What do you mean?
You know what you look like? Just like a bear.
A bear?
Did you ever see a bear in the zoo?
Miss Parrott.
Oh, you must have seen a bear in the zoo.
Very well, I saw a bear in the zoo.
Picture a bear. And that's just what you look like.
Thank you very much.
A caged, crabby, querulous bear.
Now, see here, Miss Parrott.
A sour, surly bear.
And this is why you paged me?
Now, look, Mr. Smith, this isn't you. I'll bet you're a man who has a really sunny disposition. You shouldn't let a thing like this bother you.
Miss Parrott, I am en route to Boston on a matter of life and death.
You don't mean that.
My entire career. And suddenly my plane is forced to land in this place. I am told there is a snowstorm in the middle of June, no less. I think I'm losing my mind.
Mr. Smith, International Airlines likes to make things as easy as possible for its customers.
All I'm asking for is a plane.
It's going to be a long night here at the airport. I don't recommend the restaurant. It's a greasy joint.
I'm not hungry.
You will be.
Who can think of food at a time like this?
Take a cab into town. Check into that big new motel. Have yourself a good dinner. Get a comfortable room. Relax with some TV.
I won't leave this place. I can't take a chance on missing my plane.
As soon as anything can fly, you'll be notified.
I don't know.
The airline's going to pick up the tab. Look at yourself. You're dead on your feet.
Yes. It's been a very long day.
I'll bet.
A very long and very difficult day.
So why not do yourself a favor?
Yes, why not? Thank you, Miss Parrott. If I seemed rather brusque before and abusive,
You call that abusive? You should hear what I get from some people.
I apologize. You're a very fine young lady.
You're not so bad yourself. A little bit of a stuffed shirt, maybe.
Oh, am I? Really?
It doesn't have to be your fault. It could be the way you were raised.
Well, thank you for being so nice.
Just outside the door, there should be a cab. Have a good night.
A taxi.
Hop in, pal. Hey, you're in luck. I just happen to be out here. What are you doing in the middle of no place, anyhow?
This is the airport.
This is what?
The airport.
What airport?
The...
Hey, pal, if you say there's an airport around here, you know what I say? The customer's always right. That's what I say.
But I was just in...
Pal, look around. You see an airport?
I am going crazy. I must be going crazy.
We're all going crazy. Where do I take you?
To town.
Where in town?
The new motel. Now, wait, there was an airport.
What new hotel? We ain't had a new hotel around here in 20 years.
Well, I suppose she meant the newest one.
Well, how about if I take you to the best one?
Well, all right. I suppose... I wish I knew.
You wish you knew what?
It's nothing. I must be a little feverish.
Ooh, you want to see a doctor?
No. There's only one cure for what must be bothering me. If I can get to Boston before tomorrow morning.
So why can't you get there by tomorrow morning?
Because there are no planes to Boston tonight.
What do you want a plane for? Train gets you there in 4.5, 5 hours.
A train? Is there a train?
Well, how do you think people travel, huh?
I didn't think there was a train to Boston. Can I still make a train tonight?
I could get you to the station, and you can make the Good Times Express.
The what?
The Good Times Express.
It goes to Boston?
If that's where you're going, that's where she's going.
Well, I didn't think there were any more regular trains.
Oh, hey, pal, where you been?
Where have I been? Well, I suppose I've been very busy. Did we miss it? Has it gone?
Nah. We're going to beat her into the station.
Hey, careful now.
Don't worry, pal. I never had an accident yet.
Oh.
Hey, you see? She's first coming in now.
Thank you.
That's okay.
All right, here you are.
Well, thank you, pal.
You know, I can't get over it.
Get over what?
How busy, how crowded.
Well, sure.
This is the way it used to be.
The way what used to be?
The way travel used to be. The way trains and railroad stations used to be.
The Good Times Express, all aboard for the Good Times Express.
Ta-da, pal.
Yes.
Aboard. Hey, pal. Have a good trip.
All tickets. Your ticket, sir?
Conductor, I didn't have a chance to buy one.
What's your destination?
Boston.
That'll be $7.20.
For a ticket to Boston? That's very cheap.
Is that a fact?
Of course. Would cost more than 3 times that much to fly.
Oh, you see, you're in luck.
I wonder how much you would charge to go to Los Angeles.
$7.20.
What?
All tickets on the Good Times Express are $7.20.
Well, how can you make a profit if you take people to Los Angeles for $7.20?
We don't go there.
But you just said a ticket to Los Angeles.
Just because we sell you a ticket doesn't mean we'll take you there.
I don't understand.
Mr. Smith.
Wait. How did you know my name?
As I was saying, Mr. Smith, we just sold you a ticket to Boston, didn't we?
Yes.
That doesn't mean we're going to Boston either.
You mean you're not going to Boston?
No, I don't think so.
Stop the train.
Stop the Good Times Express? I'm afraid that can't be done.
Oh, where are we going? I have a right to know.
I can't tell you.
Why?
Because I really wouldn't know how to explain it.
What does that mean? Why can't you explain it?
At this point, I don't think anybody knows what it means. We would have to know more about this rather unusual train, the Good Times Express. What kind of train is it? Evidently, our hero has embarked on a journey, but what is his destination? You know, this is a kind of question that we never answer in the first act. You'll just have to wait a few moments till I bring you the second. As a rule, there seems to be a logic to life. Events appear to follow a predictable pattern. We know who we are, we know where we are, and we know what time it is. We're bound to routine and custom by what we assume to be unbreakable, indissoluble bonds. But sometimes, some of us suddenly discover how fragile, how tenuous those ties really are.
You're the conductor of this train?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know where it's going?
Oh, I know where it's going.
Then why don't you tell me?
Because you wouldn't understand.
Sir, I am a physicist.
I'm aware of that.
How would you be aware of it?
Were you about to make a point, Mr. Smith?
I am a physicist. I have the ability to comprehend all sorts of complicated concepts.
I'm sure you have that ability.
Then there is no reason not to tell me.
Enlightenment comes in one of 2 ways. First, there's that which we are told. Second, there is that which we discover.
Sir, all I want to know is...
The second is the deeper, more lasting.
I am asking a simple question.
As a scientist, you should know there's no such thing as a simple answer.
I demand to be let off this train at once.
I'm sorry. The train cannot make any unscheduled stops.
When is the next scheduled stop?
I don't think you'd want to get off there.
Why not?
You look very tired. Maybe if you had something to eat and a nice hot cup of coffee.
I must be losing my mind. I must be trapped in a nightmare.
Now, come on. Let's step into the next car. It's the diner. Have a drink, a delicious meal. You'll see, you'll feel so much better. Here, now, let me give you a hand. Oh, my, the diner is crowded this evening.
Conductor,
Oh, look, there's an empty seat at the table where the young lady is sitting all by herself.
But I'm not hungry.
Oh, sure you are. Miss, you mind if this gentleman joins you for dinner?
No, not at all.
It's you.
Me?
The girl at the airport ticket counter.
Oh, I'm sure you must be mistaken.
Your name is Polly.
Polly?
Polly Parrott.
That's quite a name.
Look, please, help me.
Are you in trouble?
Yes.
What kind of trouble?
I don't know.
Then how can anyone help you?
I was in the airport just about half an hour ago.
Yes?
My flight to Boston was canceled.
And?
Well, why do you ask? You know about it.
I do?
You were the girl behind the counter.
What's your name?
Well, you know my name. It's Calvin Smith.
My name is Melisande Morris.
But you said...
You look like a very troubled person.
I sure am.
Why do you insist I was some girl at an airport ticket counter?
Because... All right, look. Let me tell you the whole story without any interruption, all right?
All right.
No matter how crazy it sounds, just let me finish, will you? You promise?
I promise.
All right, as I said, my name is Calvin Smith. At 6 p.m. this evening, Tuesday, June the 15th, I was in the airport.
What were you doing in the airport?
The plane had to come down for some minor repair.
What were you doing in the plane?
I was flying to Boston.
From where?
Los Angeles.
Why?
You promised not to interrupt.
You said you would tell me the whole story.
The story begins in the airport.
The story begins before you got on the plane.
I was going to Boston on business.
What kind of business?
That's not important.
Then you don't want to tell me the story.
I have an appointment to sell a game.
A game?
A game, a children's game. Well, adults will like it also. I have to see these people at a toy company.
A game?
You have no idea how much money there is in these things.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I teach physics at the university. Do you realize how little teachers are paid in our society?
Yeah.
It's this whole distorted sense of values, you see.
That's the way it's always been.
This game is called Bomb-O.
It's called what?
Bomb-O. You know what a bomb is?
I think so.
All right. Well, each player picks a country, and I have a specially designed computer that can enable the player who takes the basic logical steps to annihilate the rest of the world.
Annihilate?
That's a figure of speech.
I would hope so.
This especially designed ray, you see, zaps around the board and electronically knocks over all the enemy cities. It's quite realistic.
Really?
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
Do you?
That I have no business creating this kind of...
That's for you to decide.
I'm tired of being poor and a nobody.
And this is how you employ your splendid knowledge.
Huh. Splendid knowledge, eh? What's splendid about knowledge? What has our awesome scientific knowledge done for the world? It would be better if we never had any.
New York. We're coming into New York. New York, the next stop. All passengers for New York.
New York? I want to go to Boston.
Do you really want to go to Boston?
What have I been telling you?
We're coming into Grand Central Terminal. This is where I get off.
You're leaving?
It's been nice talking to you, Mr. Smith.
I'm getting off, too.
Why?
I can go right to Kennedy Airport.
There is no Kennedy Airport.
My dear miss, what did you say your name was?
Morris. Melisande Morris.
Kennedy Airport is on the eastern border of New York City, formerly called Idlewild. It was renamed...
But right now it doesn't exist. Not yet.
What do you mean, not yet?
Because this is 1937.
1937?
This stop is 1937.
What are you talking about?
Come on, let's get off the train.
How can it be 1937?
Listen. Oh, come on.
But you...
Oh, everybody's here on the platform.
What is this?
Oh, there's Benny Goodman and his orchestra. And waiting to play, Glenn Miller and Hal Kemp and Duke. That's Duke.
Where are we?
Where I always wanted to be. Back in 1937.
1937.
Oh, how my mother and father used to talk about it. And all the bands, the shows. Life was so easy and wonderful. Listen to the band.
1937.
Hey, they're all here. Everybody's here. Look, there's Joe DiMaggio. He's going to get a hit in 56 straight games this year. And there's President Roosevelt, FDR himself, and Charlie Chaplin, and George Gershwin, and Joe Louis.
I can't believe it.
Believe it. Enjoy it. Stay here.
Here?
Here, in 1937.
But I want to go to Boston.
Stay here with me.
But this isn't my time.
It wasn't mine either, but it can be.
1937, it won't stay here forever.
How do you know?
Well, it didn't last time, did it?
It doesn't matter.
1937 will become 1938 and 39 and 40 and the war.
What war?
Well, you know what war. You and I, we weren't born, but we read about it in the history books. World War II.
No, I don't remember.
Polly.
Why do you call me Polly?
The terrible things that happened. Hitler and the atom bomb. You'll have to go through all that.
I don't believe you.
Polly, have you forgotten what's happened to you?
Stay with me.
Polly, have you forgotten?
I only know I'm here. And I want to stay here.
Now, Polly, please, listen to me.
No, this is what I want. You won't take it from me.
All aboard! Board! This is the Good Times Express.
We better get back on the train.
Why? Didn't you want to get off?
Yes, but not here.
What's wrong with here? It's the most wonderful place in the world.
I wouldn't know what to do in 1937.
You don't have to do anything. Just live in it and enjoy it.
Polly, we belong to another time.
I don't know any other time. I don't remember any other time. Who are you? What are you saying?
You know who I am, and you know what I'm saying.
You must be crazy. Keep away from me. Keep away, or I'll call a cop.
All aboard!
Wait for me.
This is the Good Times Express.
Wait for me. Wait! I just made it.
You did.
I never ran so fast.
Why? I thought you couldn't wait to get off the train.
Well, I wasn't going to get off there.
What's wrong with New York?
Well, that was 1937. What do I want to go to 1937 for?
Well, where do you want to go?
Where? I haven't thought about that.
That isn't true. For the last year, maybe more. That's all you have been thinking about.
No,
Why do you think you're here on the Good Times Express?
I don't know.
What do you think the Good Times Express is?
I don't know that either.
Oh, yes, you do. You don't want to admit it to yourself just yet.
Admit what? I was on a plane from Los Angeles to Boston. Suddenly the plane was forced down. I found myself in a...
We all know that story by now.
All right, tell me. Just tell me one thing. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare?
As a scientist, you should know there are no simple answers. For instance, what is a dream?
Oh, no, don't start that.
Well, you asked me a simple question.
What's happening? What's happening to me?
Only good things are happening to you.
Good things?
You're on the Good Times Express.
But where am I going?
Mr. Calvin Smith, you know very well where you're going.
Where is he going? Evidently, we're on a train. And what have we learned about it? Well, it seems to be going back in time. That's obvious. And it stops, judging from what has just happened, where each passenger wants it to stop. So far, so good. But where does our Calvin Smith want to go? Where would a cynical, disillusioned scientist really want to go? Let's find out in Act 3. A fine wind is blowing the new direction of time, sang the poet. Well, we can't vouch for the wind, but something seems to have set time in a different direction as far as our story is concerned. One day, our hero Calvin Smith was living his life, as usual, in the here and now. Suddenly, he is on an express to, well, where?
You keep telling me that I know where I'm going.
That's right.
Why do you insist on it?
Why do you deny it?
Oh, no, this isn't a dream.
Who said it was?
Because I would have awakened long ago.
Just let me know where you want to get off.
No. Don't you do that to me anymore. You know where I wanted to get off, Boston. I had to be there by morning, only now I'm not sure which morning anymore.
Boston? It's our next stop.
It is?
Be there in a couple of minutes.
Oh, why didn't you say so before?
Another fella in this car is getting off at Boston, too.
Oh, he is? Who?
A fella at the other end, sitting by the rear door.
Where? Hey, I know him. I know that man. Sir, you... What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Well, I know you. Don't you recognize me?
No. No, I'm afraid I don't.
You're the cab driver.
Cab driver?
You picked me up at the airport.
Not me.
You brought me to the railroad station.
No, you must be mistaken.
Well, how else would I get here?
I'm sure I don't know.
Don't you remember?
No, you must have me confused.
No, I don't.
In the first place, I'm not a cab driver.
Now, listen, I never forget a face.
I'm a history teacher.
Now, please, would you listen to me? I need help.
What kind of help?
I don't even know.
Well, then.
I was bound for Boston. Suddenly, my plane came down in some airport. My flight was canceled. I got on a train, this train.
Then it happened to you, too?
Are you saying?
Yes. I was driving to Boston when my car just died, you know? Sometimes a car just gives out.
Yes, I know.
I was right near a railroad station, and this train happened along. So, as far as I'm concerned, there's no harm done.
Yes, there's no harm done. We can get off together. Maybe we can share a cab, eh?
I don't think so.
Why?
Because I'm not sure we're going to the same Boston.
What do you mean? There's only one Boston.
No. There are a great many.
I'm sure there are a great many small towns and perhaps little cities scattered around throughout the country named Boston, but there's only one Boston, Massachusetts.
There are a great many Boston, Massachusetts.
Oh, please. No, I'm hanging on by my fingernails, as it is.
Hanging on to what?
My sanity.
But it makes sense.
I'd better not talk about it.
Would you say that the Boston of 1975 is the same as the Boston of 1875?
Probably not.
Agreed. And how about the Boston of 1775? Isn't it a completely different?
Yes, all right.
That's where we're stopping. At the Boston of 1775.
You can't be serious.
Why not?
Why should we be going to Boston of 1775?
Because that's where I want to get off.
Why?
I think it's been downhill ever since.
What's been downhill?
Everything. I teach history. And never was there such glory as in the year 1775.
Now, wait a minute.
The Battle of Bunker Hill.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, it was Breed's Hill. This was the greatest moment in American history. Indeed, in the history of freedom itself. There, the decision was made by men, ordinary men like ourselves. Farmers, lawyers, shopkeepers, mechanics, school teachers. Hey, you come with me.
Go with you where?
To Breed's Hill, overlooking Boston. Do you know what day this is?
15th of June.
General Gage is trying to stop us, but we're fortifying the heights. Now, the day after tomorrow, on the 17th, General Gage is going to send General Howe up Breed's Hill in a frontal attack.
Yes, I know. I read about it.
You know. But do you understand? 3,000 of the best regular troops in the world are going to march up the hill. Do you know why?
Not really, I suppose.
Because they have contempt for us. Because they think the shine of the sun on their bayonets will scatter us like rabbits. These arrogant British. Have they ever a lesson to learn? Come with me. We'll help teach them.
I don't think I can.
I read about it so many times, and now I'm going to see it. Now I'll be part of it. Howe himself. Oh, he has courage. He leads the march up the hill. All Boston is watching. The redcoats advance. 200 yards from the trenches. 100 yards. Silence. And then, at 50, we open fire with everything we've got. Hunting rifles, shotguns, pistols, and we shout, "Are we cowards? Are the Yankees cowards?"
Yes, that must have been a splendid sight.
The British are bewildered. They're about to break and run down the hill, but Howe rallies them. You can see him. His white breeches are spattered with blood. And they try it again. And again we teach them a bitter lesson. We fire till the guns are too hot to hold. Till every ounce of shot and every grain of powder is gone.
Boston, this station stop is Boston.
Come with me.
No, I can't.
Where else would you rather be? Is there another place in all the world, in all of history, that's nearly as exciting? Is there?
Is there? Yes.
This is Boston. Passengers getting off at Boston.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
You never know what you're missing.
I would go with you, but I...
But what?
I have to save the world. Goodbye.
This is the Good Times Express. All aboard. I see you didn't get off at Boston after all.
It was the wrong Boston.
Not for everybody. Well, what's the next stop for the Good Times Express?
You're asking me?
It could be your stop.
My stop?
You know what it is now, don't you?
Yes.
And you also know why you're on the train, don't you?
Yes. You said enlightenment comes in two ways. That which we are told, and that which we discover. The second way is the best.
And are you enlightened?
Yes.
Now you can stop fighting it. You can stop doubting yourself, your sanity, wondering if this is a dream. You know now you're fully awake.
Yes.
Before I take you to your stop, tell me why you're here.
Because I'm unhappy.
Why are you unhappy?
I feel that science has...
Say it.
I feel that science has betrayed the world.
That's a terrible indictment of science.
It's not the fault of science. And the scientists.
No.
Scientists are only human. They will make mistakes. The true blame belongs to knowledge.
Knowledge?
Knowledge, yes, you see. Human beings cannot live with knowledge.
That's a terrible indictment of human beings.
It's not the fault of human beings. It's the way they're made. And knowledge is to put the uses that human beings cannot control.
Then you want to destroy knowledge?
Oh, no. No, it cannot be done.
Then what do you want?
I want human beings to live as if there had never been any such thing as knowledge.
But how is that possible?
Let the human race live in harmony with the world, with nature. Let humanity enjoy the earth and all its fruits without the corruption, the corrosion, the deadly infection of knowledge. Knowledge which breeds envy and avarice and murder.
Are you sure that's what you want?
I have received the best, the most advanced knowledge this world has developed. And I will tell you, the evil far outweighs the good. In the end, knowledge will enable man to destroy himself. And this world completely.
Where do you want the Good Times Express to take you?
To a time and a place where there was no knowledge?
Yes.
To the Garden of Eden. Let me be that human being in the Garden of Eden.
Why?
Because I will be able to change the fate of the world.
How?
I will know better than to eat that apple.
How will you know better? Once you're in the Garden of Eden, you'll forget why you came there. You will have no knowledge.
Perhaps I will have no memory. But I'll have a logical mind. I will understand those things that must be obeyed.
Well, this is the Good Times Express. You paid for your ticket. You're entitled to your ride.
You can take me to the Garden of Eden?
Why, look, we're just pulling in now. Garden of Eden. This station stop is the Garden of Eden. Check the overhead racks to make sure you have all your belongings. I say that because it's regulations. But, of course, you won't have need for any luggage. Have a nice day. All passengers, watch your step, please. Getting off. This is the Good Times Express. Good.
Adam!
Why, it's Polly.
What did you just call me?
I called you by your name. Eve.
I must have been hearing things. Where have you been?
Oh, around.
Want to go for a swim?
We were swimming all morning.
Want to pick berries?
Well, don't you ever get sick of it?
Why don't we take a nap?
Or if we do, we won't be able to sleep tonight.
Adam?
Yes, what is it?
Why don't you put your arms around me?
I'm tired.
Well, what do you want to do?
It's just... there are so many things that I don't know.
Like what?
Like, why is the sky blue?
Does it matter?
Why does the sun rise and set?
Who cares?
What holds up the sky? Why does it rain? Why do the plants grow? The whole world is filled with whys. We're surrounded by whys.
Why should you care?
Because I'm a human being. And it's human nature to want to know.
Why don't you have some of that fruit?
What fruit?
You know, the apple, I think it's called.
Oh, no.
Why not?
Because we're not supposed to.
And why are we not supposed to?
Well...
You know what I think? I think the answers to all the whys are inside it.
That's ridiculous.
Why? Think about it. It must be the reason we're not supposed to eat it.
We were never told why we weren't supposed to eat it.
What other reason could there be?
I don't know.
Look, I don't care. You're the one that's being bothered by it.
It's just that I'd like to know.
Know what?
Everything. If you don't want to know things, you might as well be dead.
What's dead?
Dead is, I don't know. I don't even know why I said that.
Do you want to kiss me?
Listen, do you think...
Do I think what?
Nothing.
Why don't you just put your arms around me?
Do you think if we took just the smallest, tiniest little bite that...
All right. Reach up. Pick one. And let's get it over with.
So, here we go again. Another noble experiment that could never quite get off the drawing board. Proof, if ever proof were needed, that knowledge is like a bag of peanuts. You can't stop with just one. You have to keep eating and eating until it's all gone. Or you are. Don't go too far, because I'll be back. We have knowledge, and we have wisdom. And as the poet says, knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers, which is why a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. But a little wisdom can save the world. Knowledge that can be heard here 7 times each week can be a source not only of wisdom, but of extreme pleasure. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Roberta Maxwell, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Things that are done, it is needless to speak about. Things that are past, it is needless to blame. So spoke the great Chinese philosopher Confucius. Confucius believed by many to be the wisest man that ever lived. Since our story is about wisdom, we had to put Confucius in there someplace. Wisdom, a quality so often associated with the mind, can also spring from the heart as well.
I tell you, her death wasn't an accident.
Well, how can you say that? Were you there?
No.
But did you see anything suspicious? Did you ever even know these people?
No, but I...
Then what gives you the right to make such an accusation?
Because that's what really happened. I'm never wrong.
Oh, really? Now
I'm never wrong about anything. Especially murder.
Our mystery drama, Sound Advice, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Carol Teitel. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Basically, you're kind of a procrastinator, aren't you? Can I get back to you later on that? But you don't just put things off. No, sir, you put things off for a reason.
Say, when are these snow shovels going on sale?
August. I'll wait.
But what about the 2 feet of snow in our driveway, Wally?
It'll melt.
Well, for you purposeful procrastinators, Buick has some very good news. At this time of year, your Buick dealer may get very accommodating when it comes to deals on compact, fun-to-drive Skylarks, roomy, comfortable Centuries, luxurious Regals, even full-size LeSabres and elegant Electras. Now, while we hate to hurry you, this is what a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for, too. So stop dawdling, because you can afford a Buick. Yes, you can. Right now at your Buick dealers.
Am I too late?
No, sir. I'd say you're just in time.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Nothing is given so profusely as advice, so the philosopher said. In a world constantly tormented by food, energy, and water shortages, isn't it reassuring to know that there is at least one commodity, advice, which will never be in short supply? Yet, despite the profusion of free wisdom, too many people feel the only advice worth taking is the kind you have to pay for. Perhaps that isn't so odd when you consider that we usually end up paying for even the free advice, often in ways we'd least expect.
Did you say something, Freddie?
You haven't heard a word I've said.
Said about what?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, look at the absolute mess you've made of the paper.
I should know better than to disturb you when you're reading Dear Doreen.
What did you say?
I bet there isn't a breakfast table in America where a man can have a decent conversation with his wife. You're all too busy reading that gossip column.
It's not a gossip column. It's an advice column.
It's the same thing. Some female poking her head into other people's business. What earth-shattering advice is the old bat giving today? Mavis?
You really want to hear?
Sure. Why not?
The letter goes like this. Dear Doreen, I'm an attractive, fashionable housewife with immaculate habits. I can no longer stand living with my gauche, sloppy, inconsiderate husband. I want to tell him I am leaving him, but am afraid of his violent temper. What shall I do? Signed, Desperate in the Country.
Desperate in the country? I bet there's no such person.
Would you like to hear dear Doreen's reply?
Not really.
Dear Desperate, you and your husband are obviously mismatched. Forget his sloppiness. Forget his temper. And most of all, forget him. Sincerely, Doreen.
Forget him? This dear Doreen is telling some lady to leave her husband?
Yes.
Some lady she doesn't even know? She's a phony. I bet she makes up all those letters.
That's not true.
I bet she even wrote that last letter. Desperate in the country. Who ever heard of a name like that?
It was the only name I could think of.
What?
I wrote that letter to dear Doreen.
You're kidding, right?
I'm desperate in the country.
What are you saying?
I'm leaving you, Freddie.
You're what?
Leaving you.
I don't believe it.
I mean it this time.
Why?
I can't stand it anymore.
Well, aren't I a good husband, Mavis? Don't I buy you all those fancy clothes you want?
Please, Freddie.
Don't I let you watch what you want on television when there isn't a game on?
I don't love you anymore.
You don't? Now, listen. You're not leaving me just because some fishwife in a newspaper tells you to.
Now, can't we be civilized about this?
Civilized? You expect me to be civilized? This isn't the movies.
There you go, shouting. Always shouting.
I'm not shouting. Let me make this quite clear, Mavis. You're my wife. You're not leaving me.
I've made up my mind.
You'll never leave me.
I will. I am.
I won't let you.
I will leave you if it kills me.
Even if it kills you?
I don't want to discuss it anymore.
Just a minute. Where are you going?
I have a headache.
Sit down, Mavis.
No.
You just don't tell your husband you're leaving and then just walk off. Come back here. We're not finished.
Let go of my arm.
Not until you understand this, Mavis. You're not leaving me.
My wrist.
You'll never leave me.
Please, Freddie, you're hurting me.
You're my wife, and a wife has to be loyal to her husband.
Let me go, or I'll kick you. I swear.
Oh, why, you...
No, Freddie. Freddie, I only did it so you'd let go of me. No, but please, don't hit me. Don't hit me.
Mavis? Come on, Mavis. I didn't hit you that hard. Come on, get up. Oh, all right. I apologize. I shouldn't have gotten so mad. I shouldn't have hit you. Did you hear me, Mavis? I said I was sorry. Mavis? Honey? Please, answer me. You can't... It was an accident. You must have hit your head when you fell. I don't mean to... It was an accident. No one will believe it. I gotta think. I gotta think.
Okay, keep it moving. Keep it moving. Can't you see we got an accident here?
Hey, did a car really skid off the bridge, Sheriff?
Come on there, no rubbernecking. Keep it moving.
No, did a lady really drown?
I told everybody to keep back. Now let that ambulance through. And make way for that stretcher. Oh, Joe, will you take over? Keep those people back. Keep that traffic moving. I got to talk with the husband. Tell me again what happened, Freddie.
Sheriff,
Now, I know this is upsetting for you, but I have to ask. Now, how did it happen?
We were driving into town, Mavis and me. The car skidded out of control down the embankment into the river.
Could Mavis swim?
Well, of course she could, Sheriff. You don't think I'd let Mavis drown, do you?
No, I don't, Freddie, but I got to follow proper procedure. You know that.
I thought she was out of the car. I thought she was right behind me. I didn't think she was still caught inside the car.
I'm very sorry, Freddie.
I thought she was right behind me.
Hey, let me drive you home.
I wouldn't let Mavis drown. I loved her.
I know.
You don't think I'd let Mavis drown, do you? You believe me, don't you, Sheriff?
Yes, I believe you, Freddie. I believe you.
Dear Puzzled, your mother-in-law does not know everything. Come in.
Hello?
Yes?
I'm Jenkins Smith, new managing editor.
Oh?
I'm visiting the various departments, introducing myself to the staff. This is the dear Doreen office?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Smith.
And you are...
Doreen Compton.
Doreen? You mean there really is a dear Doreen?
Who else do you think writes the column, Mr. Smith?
I thought, I was sure it was just a name someone made up. You do it all alone?
Is that so astonishing?
Well, even when I tried to picture dear Doreen as an actual person, I was sure she'd be older. Many people think of Doreen as...
a doddering old maid.
Your column has always fascinated me.
I get the impression that isn't a compliment. Is there a point, Mr. Smith, that you are inadequately attempting to come to?
You certainly live up to your reputation.
Well, I wasn't sure I had one.
A way with words. When dear Doreen speaks, the whole world listens. And it is the whole world. You're syndicated. So doesn't it ever bother you?
What?
The power you hold?
I don't believe in false modesty. I'm good and I know it.
Well, I'll level with you, Doreen. I'm a newsman. I believe in reporting the news, period. No frills, no fashion centerfolds, no recipes, no advice to the lovelorn, no comics, just the news. But just the news doesn't sell newspapers.
Say the word, Mr. Smith, and I'll gladly leave.
Now, Doreen, no, I didn't
There
say...
isn't another paper in this country that wouldn't pay me 5 times what I earn here.
Yes. All I meant was what you write might not be what I think of as news. Still, as a journalist, you have a responsibility.
Mr. Smith.
Call me Jenkins.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
I am aware of my responsibility.
But don't you ever wonder with all this advice you give out?
Wonder about what?
If it's the right advice.
But would I give it out if it weren't the right advice?
Well, you're dealing with strangers. What's right for one person might be wrong for somebody else.
Are you suggesting that some of my advice is wrong?
Well, nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes.
I don't.
With an attitude like that, you'd probably fall apart if you ever discovered you were wrong.
But I am never wrong.
That's exactly what I mean.
An attitude like that. No frills journalism, my foot.
Doreen?
Melissa, what took you so long? I'm famished.
There was a new cashier, and he took forever. Doreen, did you see him?
See who?
Never mind. I can tell by the look on your face.
What on earth are you talking about?
You look really steamed.
I am steamed.
Obviously, you've just had the pleasure of meeting the illustrious Mr. Jenkins Smith.
Believe me, it was no pleasure.
He hates women, Doreen.
But that's not quite the impression I got.
Well, not like that. I mean, he hates women on the paper. It's a fact. He thinks we're irresponsible.
Melissa, how long have you been my secretary? 10, 11 years? Well, it bothers me that you are so vulnerable.
Oh.
I admit it did irritate me for a moment, suggesting I would ever dash off advice, serious advice, in a cavalier fashion.
He said that. Well, now, doesn't it prove my point?
Melissa, I would be lying if I denied that for just a second or two he challenged me to admit that I might have been wrong in any of my answers.
He did.
But that just isn't so. I have never given any advice that I did not have complete faith in. Smith was obviously asserting his new power as managing editor by preening his ego.
I never thought about that.
But how about lunch? Sure. Oh, I meant to tell you. On tonight's late edition, they cut off the last letter to make space for the obit.
Oh, let me see.
There, on page 47. An obituary for some ex-fashion model.
Mavis Montrose died, but she used to model for fashion designs.
I think she drowned or something.
Mavis Montrose was married to a dairy farmer named Frederick Gumbler.
You look startled.
Mavis Montrose was Mavis Gumbler.
What is it, Doreen?
Why should that name sound familiar?
Hold on a minute. Did you say Gumbler?
Mavis Gumbler. Now, why does that name ring a bell?
I have it. Desperate in the country.
What did you say?
Mavis Gumbler was desperate in the country. Remember, she wrote you a letter.
That's right. She wanted to leave her husband. He had a violent temper.
Their car skidded off the road, it says.
Melissa, get Mrs. Gumbler's original letter out of the file.
Sure, but what's it about?
It's got to be a coincidence that she died so soon after I printed her letter in the column.
Coincidence?
I have a strange feeling about this. I can't quite explain it. She wanted to leave her husband. I told her to go ahead and leave him.
Well, from what she said about him, it was good advice.
Well, I thought so, too, or else I wouldn't have given it.
Certainly.
And, after all, good advice never killed anybody. Or, did it?
What exactly is good advice? If we examine history, we can see it's always been the fashion to blame an individual for the hardships of many. The advisor, the oracle, the strategist, the sage, all have always been held responsible for devastating military defeats and countless economic disasters. Who really is to say that the burden for unfortunate advice lays with the one who gives it and not the one who follows it? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. About this matter known as coincidence, there are two definite schools of thought. Most of us think practically, that is, we believe coincidence is the random crisscrossing of two unrelated events. A surprisingly large number of scholars, however, are enrolled in the program that preaches there is a plan. Each event in this world is irrevocably connected to another by some mysterious universal directive. Nothing happens by accident. This revelation, while soothing to many, may be quite distressing to others.
Doreen, what did you just say?
Maybe Mavis Gumbler's death wasn't an accident.
But of course it was an accident.
Well, I find it rather strange for a man to just leave his wife in a sinking car. There's something about this accident that bothers me.
Tell me.
I can't explain it. It's just a feeling.
Uh-oh, look out.
No, I'm serious, Melissa. Don't you find it strange that a woman should die the same day I print the answer to a letter?
I still don't understand.
I think Mr. Gumbler let his wife drown.
He let her drown? But why?
Well, you remember what she said in her letter. He was violent. She wanted to leave him. That says it all.
You mean he'd let her die rather than lose her?
Well, it's not uncommon.
Doreen, maybe the husband was no great bargain, but it doesn't necessarily mean he'd let her drown.
Look, I told you already, something bothers me about this.
Now, it isn't as if you really knew these people.
Well, what's to know?
Facts. Hard facts.
How do you measure facts up against instinct? Look, I know there's something fishy.
How do you prove that a person let another person drown?
I don't know. But he let his wife drown.
Doreen, why are you so concerned about a total stranger like Mavis Gumbler?
Well, she wasn't exactly a stranger. She was one of my readers.
You have millions of readers. I've never known you to become so involved.
Whenever I give a reader advice, Melissa, I am involved.
In all the years I've worked for you, your involvement ends when you put your signature on a reply.
You're right.
So why this special interest all of a sudden?
Maybe I owe her something.
What would you owe Mavis Gumbler?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. What other mail is there today?
The Chamber of Commerce wants you to speak at a luncheon.
Oh, it's that time again.
Shall I tell them you accept?
Yes.
There's also what appears to be an upstate newspaper, the Greenfield Gazette, and a voucher for your expense.
Oh, the Greenfield Gazette. Oh, let me take a look.
When did you start receiving the Greenfield Gazette?
Oh, I sent away for it. There's a lot you can learn from reading small-town papers. Readers, attitudes, trends. It's all very interesting.
Greenfield. Isn't that the same town Mavis Gumbler was from?
Yes.
Now, you're not still thinking about that, are you?
So, that's what she looked like.
Who?
Mavis Gumbler. Her picture's in the paper.
Oh.
They're naming some sort of scholarship after her.
Doreen, you're obsessed.
That's absurd. Obsessed with what?
With a person you've never met. With an accident you believe you might have caused.
That's not so.
No. Then why, for the past 2 weeks, have you gone out of your way to find out everything you can about that woman? Even sending away for her local newspaper.
Well, I'm curious.
What do you owe Mavis Gumbler?
I'm not sure.
Now, you're not blaming yourself for her death.
No, look at her face. Look at her face, Melissa.
I saw it.
Well, she almost seems to be saying something. Look.
What am I supposed to see?
Her eyes. She's trying to tell me something.
Why are you torturing yourself like this?
I am not torturing myself. I'm simply stating a fact. Weren't you telling me before that I should rely more on facts? Mavis Gumbler is trying to tell me something. That's a fact.
What is she trying to tell you?
I don't know yet, but I intend to find out. What did you want to speak to me about, Mr. Smith?
Call me Jenkins. I call you Doreen, don't I?
Everybody calls me Doreen.
Well, I want to ask you something. When was the last time you took a vacation?
I don't like vacations. They're boring.
You've got a lot of time coming to you.
Why are you so concerned?
I'm your boss, and also I happen to like you. I'd hate to see you get into a rut.
Well, what makes you think I'm in a rut?
I know the signs, believe me. Doreen, I want to apologize to you for anything I might have said before that was in the least bit insulting. I'm trying to admit that in your way you do what every journalist tries to do.
You mean write?
No. You try to find the answers to questions.
That's what I do, all right.
You seek.
And what do I seek?
The truth?
The truth.
I suppose that sounds almost corny. But I've always felt a newspaper owed its readers the truth.
Yes. That's exactly what we owe our readers. We owe them the truth.
We actually agree on something.
Oh, we agree. We most certainly agree. And I think I will take a little vacation.
Yes. The Bahamas are great this time of the year.
No, I'm going up to the country. Ever hear of a place called Greenfield?
Can I help you?
I'm looking for the sheriff.
Well, I'm the sheriff, ma'am.
Oh.
By the I suppose you mean the suit. Not every country sheriff wears the traditional uniform, Miss...
Compton. Doreen Compton.
What can I do for you, Miss Compton?
Well, this is the same town of Greenfield in which several weeks ago there was an auto accident involving Mrs. Mavis Gumbler.
Poor Mavis. Did you know her, Miss Compton?
In a way, yes.
Wonderful woman, Mrs. Gumbler. Very highly thought of in the community. Great tragedy.
Sheriff, would you mind very much telling me how it happened? I'd feel a lot better if I knew all the facts.
Well, sure. Why don't you make yourself comfortable and have a seat, ma'am?
Oh, thank you.
You see, there really isn't much to tell. It was about 8, and how dark it still is this time of year. The road was slick from melting snow, and the car skidded right off the road down the embankment into the river. Mr. Gumbler managed to swim free of the car, but Mrs. Gumbler, apparently unconscious, remained inside the submerged vehicle. And those are all the facts.
Sheriff, I have in my possession some information pertinent to the case.
What case?
What have we just been talking about? The Mavis Gumbler case.
But there is no case, ma'am.
Very well, the investigation.
Well, what investigation?
Well, considering the mysterious circumstances of her death, surely an investigation is in order?
Miss Compton, in what way was Mavis Gumbler's death mysterious?
Well, don't you find it odd that her husband never went back to the car to try and rescue her?
It was tragic, perhaps, but not odd.
Well, if somebody I loved was trapped in a submerged car, I'd certainly...
You ever been in an accident, ma'am?
Well, no, but I...
Then perhaps you might not be aware of a state known as shock.
Well, of course I've heard of shock.
Putting that aside for a moment, have you ever tried to return to a submerged car?
Well, but it's possible he
Have
may
you any idea how difficult? No. How near impossible it is to see underwater.
No, I didn't realize that.
You've made some serious allegations, ma'am. Is it your belief that Freddie Gumbler deliberately let his wife drown?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, now, you mentioned evidence. What kind of evidence?
Well, I have here a letter written to me by Mavis Gumbler shortly before her death.
May I see it, please?
Are you aware that she intended to leave her husband?
No, I was not aware of that.
Yes, well, it's all here in this letter. She wanted my advice.
Your advice?
That's how I make a living, Sheriff. I write an advice column.
An advice column?
Here, this is the letter.
Oh, you're dear Doreen. The dear Doreen.
But perhaps this may sound rather silly to you, but the fact that she died so soon after writing this letter, and so soon after I printed my answer, well, it made me wonder whether or not the accident was coincidental.
Well, Miss Compton, everybody knows Freddie had a temper. This letter doesn't prove a thing.
Maybe not proof, but at least it sheds some light on... Well, what I'm trying to say is, isn't it at all possible that...
Freddie, with his temper, would be so riled up at the thought of Mavis leaving him that he'd let her drown rather than let her walk out on him?
Well, isn't that what you'd call a crime of passion?
Now, you can't convince me what happened to Mavis Gumbler was a crime of passion.
Didn't come here to start trouble.
No, I'm sure you meant well.
I owe it to Mavis Gumbler to find out the truth.
Well, you answered her letter, and you told her to go ahead and leave Freddie, didn't you?
Well, in fact, I did.
Well, now, excuse me for saying this, but do you feel you owe Mavis something because you, perhaps, feel guilty?
It's not guilt.
Well, what is it?
I have nothing to be guilty about. It's just a feeling I have, that's all.
A feeling?
Yes, Sheriff. It's a kind of intuition that I've always had. Something instinctively disturbs me about what happened to Mrs. Gumbler.
You mean you came all the way up here because of a feeling?
Perhaps if I could just see some...
I've already anticipated your next question. Here you are, Miss Compton.
There's a... Oh, photographs of a body.
That's what you were about to ask me for, am I right?
Is that Mavis Gumbler?
After she was taken from the water,
oh.
As you can see.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, haven't you ever seen a dead body before, Miss Compton?
No, not a picture like this. No, not a... Wait, just a minute. This picture...
I beg your pardon?
There's something in this picture. It's wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, something just isn't right.
Well, what isn't right?
I don't know. But this woman's death was not an accident.
In all fairness to the accepted rules of storytelling, we admit that certain clues have already been furnished in Act One. We like to think that you, the listener, have grown rather adept at deciphering the puzzles concocted here regularly. Detectives who use intuition as a means of solving mysteries are well aware that this phenomena is the subconscious mind's analysis of facts. I'll be back shortly. By what power do we become the victims of an obsession? Is it the power of guilt, vanity, or perhaps obsession is a force all of its own? Why would a woman travel hundreds of miles to a rural town in upstate New York to prove someone's death was not an accident? A person who was a total stranger? From where does the energy come that fuels each person's individual quest for truth? A quest so often launched with a double-edged sword. For while we all feel compelled to seek the truth, are we not also afraid of what we will find?
Let me understand this, Miss Compton. You say you feel that Mavis Gumbler didn't die accidentally.
Yes, Sheriff. I somehow know she didn't.
Now, I already explained to you, ma'am, that it's impossible to prove her death was anything but an accident.
I'm not talking about the accident.
Well, what are we talking about then?
I believe she was dead, or at least unconscious before the accident.
How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I can't explain it. There's something, I don't know, something about that picture.
Yeah, but you can't quite put your finger on it, is that it?
Correct.
Now, I don't know what kind of world you live in, Miss Compton, but allow me to explain what the reality is up here in Greenfield. A person, might I say a fine person, has died and been laid to rest. I have no intention of permitting you or anyone...
One thing about the country, it's beautiful at night. I couldn't take a walk like this in the city. Still, I suppose I had better get back to the hotel. Oh, who's there? I said, who's there? Who are you?
You're her, aren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're her. You're dear Doreen.
But who are you?
I had to see you. I had to know what you look like.
Who are you?
Why did you have to come here? Why couldn't you just leave us alone?
You're Mr. Gumbler.
How could you be so cruel? How could you tell Mavis to leave me?
Oh, now, Mr. Gumbler,
Don't you know a woman's place is with her husband?
Look, in the first place, I didn't...
She'd be alive if it weren't for you.
I beg your pardon.
You and that stupid column of yours. You had to put ideas into Mavis's head.
It wasn't my idea for her to...
You're the one that caused all the trouble between Mavis and me. Pretending you know how to solve other people's problems. A meddler is what you are.
If you will excuse me, Mr. Gumbler, I really should be returning to my hotel.
It's your fault she's dead.
I refuse to stand here in the cold night air and argue with you.
Go on, walk away. But I warn you, Miss Dear Doreen, you're not welcome here. The sooner you leave, the better.
Are you threatening me?
It's more than a threat. It's a promise.
What on earth? Who is it?
It's the sheriff, Miss Compton.
Oh, just a minute.
Sorry to disturb you at this hour, ma'am.
Oh, excuse the robe, Sheriff, but I was about to go to bed.
Now, don't apologize. I want you to get a good night's sleep, because you'll be leaving first thing in the morning.
Leaving? I don't understand.
But didn't I specifically ask you, ma'am, not to make a nuisance of yourself?
Well, I haven't.
When did you listen to me? No. Of all people, you have to go harassing Freddie Gumbler.
What? If anyone was harassed, it was I. I'll have you know that man threatened me.
Well, can you blame him after the way you upset him? How dare you accuse him of laying a hand on his wife?
He's lying. I never said such things.
You asked me to believe you over Freddie, a man I've known for 20 years?
Sheriff, credit me with a little delicacy.
Didn't I hear you with my own ears in my office accuse him of murder?
Well, I admit that, but
Now, who am I supposed to believe? I'm asking you. No, I'm telling you to leave town in the morning.
That isn't fair.
Now, stop causing trouble just because you got your own guilty conscience.
But of all... Sheriff, I am not some little Miss Nobody. I am Doreen Compton.
I know who you are.
I don't think you do. I know the Attorney General of this state. I am personally acquainted with the First Lady. I can give you a list of senators, congressmen who are good friends of mine. I even know your boss, the governor. I can make things pretty uncomfortable for you if you insist on treating me like some stupid little old lady.
Mm-hmm. Well, you certainly put all your cards on the table, don't you, ma'am?
When you force my hand.
All right. You can stay.
And that's not all.
What now?
I've got to see those pictures of Mavis Gumbler's body again.
This minute?
I told you before that I thought Mavis Gumbler was dead before the car accident. Well, now I'm sure of it, and I think I can prove it.
You can prove it, hmm?
The answer is in those pictures. Something that bothered me before, but I couldn't put my finger on it till now.
Yeah, I know. You had a feeling.
No, it's not a feeling. Now I know exactly what I'm looking for.
Miss Compton, you've been staring at that picture for half an hour.
I knew it. I knew before there was something wrong with this picture. Do you see it, Sheriff?
See what?
You can't see it because you're a man. That's the point. Freddie Gumbler didn't notice it either, and that's where he made his fatal mistake.
Miss Stan, you're saying that because I'm a man means that I can't see...
Can't see something that proves to me beyond the shadow of a doubt that Mavis Gumbler was dead, or at least unconscious, before she even left the house and got into that car.
No, I still don't see it.
Mavis Gumbler used to be a high-fashion model. She knew everything there was to know about clothes, about being fashionable. Till the day she died, she had a reputation for being chic.
Well, now, I won't argue with you there. Freddie Gumbler spent a fortune on clothes for his wife.
The suit that she's wearing in this picture, it's a Bertie of Paris original. His things sell for $700 or more. I know, because I've bought them myself.
Now, what does this have to do with proving...
A woman as fashionable as Mavis Gumbler would never have made a mistake like this.
I wish you'd tell me, ma'am.
I'll tell you. Right now, Sheriff.
Sheriff, what's going on here?
Sit down, Freddie.
What's this all about?
Freddie, I want you to tell me again, from the beginning, what really happened the day of the accident.
What really happened? Well, Sheriff, I've already told you what happened.
Tell me again.
I don't understand.
Just tell me, Freddie.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's that over there?
That's a stenographer.
Well, why do you need it? What's going on here?
Tell me the truth, Freddie.
I already told you. Mavis and I had dinner, and we changed into our Sunday best for that party over at the Prestons.
And then?
Well, you know the rest. We were on the river road. The car skidded. We went right over the embankment. The waters were high from the rains we'd been having. The car sank in seconds. I remember swimming and not getting anywhere. I must have blacked out as soon as I hit the shore again.
And Mavis was still in the car, unconscious, dead, whatever came first.
Oh, come on, please. I can't bear to talk about it anymore.
What really happened?
I just told you.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
Freddie.
It's the truth. I swear it's the truth.
We know you did it.
Did what? It was an accident.
What did you hit her with?
It wasn't like that.
What was it like then?
I hit her with my hand. I didn't think I hit her that hard.
Was she dead?
She was going to leave me, Sheriff. She couldn't stand for me to touch her anymore, she said. How could she leave me? I couldn't let her leave me.
Was she dead then, Freddie?
No. Oh, maybe. I don't know anymore. I put on my suit. I dressed Mavis in her fanciest new outfit. I put her in the car. Like we were going to that party. Like nothing happened.
Mm-hmm. And then what, Freddie?
We drove around for a while, and soon it was like old times. Me and Mavis all dressed up, going to town. I started to talk to her. Looks like more rain, Mavis. I said. Sheriff, I realized then she wasn't going to answer me. She was never going to answer me. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, and that's when I went into that skid. When the car went crashing down the embankment, I was thinking, this is what dying feels like. But when the car hit the water and started to sink, and soon the water was up past the windows and dark and cold, and I still wasn't dead, I knew I was afraid. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live.
And so you managed to get out of the car and leave Mavis behind?
I left her behind.
All right, Freddie.
Sheriff, how did you know?
How did I know? Your wife told me.
Mavis told you?
Her picture, Freddie. Her picture told me.
Her picture?
It was the one thing that proved your wife couldn't have dressed herself. But it took a woman to spot it.
You do see, Sheriff. You do see what I mean.
Yes, indeed I do.
Mavis Gumbler would never have walked out of the house dressed that way. A $700 suit with the skirt on backwards. Anyone as fashion-conscious as she was would know that for this suit, the zipper does not zip up in the front.
As good be out of the world as out of fashion, so the saying goes. As always, it's the little things, the so very insignificant details that become our undoing. The microscopic blunders, invisible to the untrained eye, just as easily emerge as glaring discrepancies to the more sophisticated observer. I'll be back shortly. Of all the destructive powers that lay within the mind, surely guilt must be the most awesome. How are we to explain the vulnerability of even the most confident human being to the ravages of this simple emotion? What is this ceaseless drive to learn the truth at any cost? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere in our respect for those truths which are painful only when we avoid facing them. After all, are not the invisible burdens the heaviest? Our cast included Carol Teitel, Court Benson, Arnold Moss, and Martha Greenhouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My grandmother was a great one for precepts and proverbs. One of many I remember is, "He that doth what he will, doth not what he ought." That was Grandma's warning against willfulness. The amazing lengths to which perversity can lead you is the extraordinary mystery by Mr. A. Conan Doyle. About to begin.
Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself. And I'm getting rich.
Oh, really? You've been acting on the stage in New York?
Well, not exactly. You see, Edwin, I'm very good at disguises. So I act out a little part. I'm a young Englishman, a college student, what have you, to induce gentlemen of means to play cards with me. Card playing. That's where the money is.
Our mystery drama, The Cabinet of the Unsolved, is adapted from a story by Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Yes, will is the cause of woe. Perversity, pig-headedness, obstinacy, all these principles of evil can lead a young man down a path from which there is no turning or returning. We are all born into this world the same way, but the roads we choose are too often our undoing, to which Inspector John Hilliard of Scotland Yard can well testify.
There is a display cabinet at the yard marked Unsolved. In it are items of clothing, weapons, empty bottles of poison, a parasol, even a pocket Bible. Evidence still insufficient to bring the guilty of various crimes to justice. I had in my hand a letter just received, which at long last might be the key to solving the Manchester Express murder. A case which began in London's Euston Station at 4:30 one blustery March afternoon.
Are you taking the Manchester Express, sir?
Yes, we are. First-class coach, please. Are you the train guard?
I am. If you and your lady will follow me, I'll find your compartment.
Oh, one that is empty, if you please. My wife doesn't wish to be disturbed during the journey.
I will if I can. But the 5 o'clock in Manchester is generally crowded. Hey, here we are. Hey, let's try this compartment door, shall we? Oh. I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking for a vacant compartment for this lady and gentleman.
That was a smoking compartment. That man in there was smoking a cigar. The lady cannot abide smoking.
We'll give it another try. If we'd have to look sharp, the train's about to leave. Ah, this one is vacant, sir. May I hand you up your Gladstone bag?
No, never mind.
Well, in you go, madam. You'll have the entire compartment to yourselves. Now, you, sir. You sure you don't want a hand with that bag?
I said no. Now shut the door.
Mopey! The station is Mopey.
Hey, thank you. The train's 5 minutes late.
We'll make it up before she pulls into Manchester.
I say there, do you know that one of your compartment doors is open? Right behind you there. One in first class.
Huh? Did someone just get off?
Not at all. This door was open when you rose rolling in. Here, let's have a look, huh?
That's strange. There was a man with a cigar in here, Houston.
Nobody in here now.
A short, red-faced man with a black beard smoking a big cigar. Oh, that's why I put the gentleman and lady in the next compartment.
Oh, let's ask them. Perhaps they know something.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at this?
Is he dead?
There's a hole where the heart is. A bullet hole, I warn you.
Lying there. Such a young fellow. Did he get on at Euston?
Oh, not to my knowledge. I've never seen this unfortunate young man before. As I say, I know I put a gentleman and a lady in this compartment.
Are you quite sure, Jim? A lady?
Well, look up there over your head. What do you say?
A lady's parasol.
Well, you're taller than I am. Would you reach it down from the luggage rack? Oh, yes. That's the parasol she was carrying.
Huh. 3 missing persons and a corpse. Oh, I can't let the train go on to Manchester now.
Oh, you're right.
What you going to say, Jim?
Well, not to expect the express to be on time today. And right quick to get on to Scotland Yard.
That was how I got into the case. 3 hours later, I was in Maltby. I identified myself as from Scotland Yard and found Jim Sloan, the Manchester Express train guard. He took me to the scene of the crime.
Well, there's your body, Inspector, here. Just as the Maltby station master and I found it. We haven't touched a thing.
I'd say the bullet penetrated the heart at close range. Death must have been instantaneous. All right, let's have a go through the man's pockets. Oh, goodness. Look at this, Mr. Sloan. 2 gold watches in his waistcoat. Here's another watch in his ticket pocket.
Is there a ticket, Inspector?
I haven't run across it yet. Another watch in the breast pocket. Oh, that's not all. Look here. This leather strap round his left wrist. There's a watch there also. 6 watches.
Oh, I'd venture to say this man was a pickpocket.
That might explain it. On the other hand, no.
No?
These 2 watches are American make. So is this one. They all are. Rochester Watch Company. Mason Watches, Elmira, New York. Well, now we're finding a few interesting items. A small circular mirror. A silver box with matches. 1 brown leather cigar case. I'd say whatever led to the young gentleman's death, the motive was certainly not robbery.
And no railway ticket?
No ticket. And as far as I can see, back of his shirt, inside his jacket, no marking or labels whatsoever. The 2 you put in here, what luggage did they carry on at Euston Station?
In London? Well, let's see, the gentleman carried a large Gladstone, and he was quite definite about not letting me handle it. And the lady, all she had was that parasol there.
Yes, on the seat. Is that where you found it?
No. No, I'm sorry. We did move it. The station master took it down from the luggage rack at my request. I'm sorry about that. Will you be needing me any further, Inspector?
Oh, yes. But I'll have the yard notify the Northern Railway people that I want you to remain here in Maltby. There'll be an inquest, and we shall need your evidence.
Is Inspector Elliot here?
Yes, Coroner Willoughby. We're ready to give evidence at this inquest.
Thank you, Inspector. Will you lead off?
We of the yard have concluded that a crime has been committed. Assault and murder. We found no weapon in the compartment.
Yes. That disposes of any suicide theory.
Quite.
Inspector, we have a report here concerning the weapon used. From the bullet obtained in the deceased, it appears to be of small caliber, fired at fairly close range. Do you confirm this?
Absolutely.
Anything to add, Inspector?
At this point, only pure speculation.
Sir?
The question of how or why 3 passengers could leave a moving train, one of them getting on the train during the run between London and Maltby.
I plan to go into that, Inspector. You may step down, sir. Will the train...
Yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Present.
Regarding the inspector's speculation, do you have anything to add?
Oh, you mean you'd like me to repeat what I told you before the inquest began?
If you would be so kind.
Well, the Manchester Express does make one very brief stop before Maltby.
And where is that?
At Monmouth. To put on some mail.
And, Mr. Sloan, did you see anyone get on or off the train at Monmouth?
I didn't, but I was fairly occupied loading the mail.
Well, the Express make no other stops before you reach Maltby?
No, sir. There's one spot where we slow up between Pettisford and Chelteney. We're making repairs there on the tracks. At that point, we lower our speed to 8-9 miles an hour.
Well, would you say, Mr. Sloan, that at that place it might be possible for a man or even for a particularly active woman to have left the train without serious injury?
Well, I would say it was possible, yes, sir, Mr. Coroner. Of course, perhaps not unobserved, sir.
Well, who could have seen them?
Well, Pettisford is an hour out of London. We left Houston at 5. That will make it 6-ish. It's possible the railroad gang of plate layers might still have been working there.
Mr. Coroner, may I add something here?
Oh, certainly. You are the station master in Maltby, isn't it so?
Yes, sir. I spoke to the foreman of the railroad gang, but they saw nothing.
Oh, so it's the view of you gentlemen, I take it, that someone might have jumped off the train unseen or jumped on.
Coroner, that is our view as well. At 6 o'clock or so, it is fairly dark this time of year. There's probably an embankment.
Oh, yes, sir. Right along there, sir. A steep embankment.
Which could have served to screen anyone from sight. May I suggest, Coroner, that we recess this hearing until I've had the opportunity to actually walk the distance between where did you say the two spots were, Sloan?
Pettisford and Chelteney.
Oh, yes. It is also quite possible that along that route we may discover the murder weapon. How far have we come, Sloan?
Well, I'd say from down here, Inspector, checking the markers on the tracks up there, we walk a bit over 3 miles. Another mile or so, we'll be at Pettisford.
We've been walking quite the reverse of the direction the express took, right? Going due south.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Where we started walking at Chelteney is where the Manchester Express again picks up its normal speed. Now, in about 100 yards or so is where the train slows up for the track gang.
Ah, well, we haven't run across them.
Oh, well, no, it's Sunday, sir. Nobody works on Sunday.
So it is. You keeping your eyes open, Sloan?
Indeed I am, sir. If there's a gun lying somewhere along here, it won't escape me.
Wait a minute. What's this?
Well, it's a pocket Bible, sir.
Well. What's it say inside? Printed by the Bible Society, London. To my beloved Mary on our wedding day. But the date is obscured, smudged. Under that, for Michael from Mary, August 10th, 1865. And then a third inscription, for Edwin from his loving father. No date. All first names. Oh, it's too bad.
Oh, why is that, sir?
This Bible might belong to anybody. No way of identifying to whom it belongs. Oh, well, let's keep on walking.
Well, Inspector, look there. Those marks on that big flat rock.
Sloan, I think you found something.
Is it?
I wouldn't take an oath on it, but those stains are not very old. Someone was badly hurt here. I'd say those marks are blood.
Nothing can be more frustrating to students of sleuthing than mysterious disappearances. Couple that with a corpse that rode a train without a ticket, and you've got reason for a lot of head-scratching by Inspector John Hilliard. Does he come up with splinters or solutions? Wait and see when we return with Act 2. Remember the old saying, for want of a nail, the shoe is lost. For want of a shoe, the horse is lost. For want of a horse, the rider is lost. What does that tell us? Don't overlook the tiniest detail. It is that ability to probe and to question that has made Inspector Hilliard his reputation. And sometimes you add up 2 and 2, and 4 is not the answer.
Inspector Hilliard, are you prepared for the resumption of our inquest into murder discovered in a first-class compartment of the Manchester Express?
I am and I am not.
Aren't we being a little cryptic, Inspector?
Coroner Willoughby, we found no identification or manufacturer's labels on the garments worn by the deceased. No papers, some money, a strange, small, circular mirror, and 6 American pocket watches.
Well, have you any theory how the deceased came to be inside the train compartment and yet apparently not visible when the train guard let in the gentleman and the lady?
Yes, I have. He could have been concealed under the seat, which leads me to the second part of the theory. After the train left Euston Station in London, choosing to remain where he was, possibly the deceased overheard some secrets, which were of such a guilty nature that the man and woman dragged the victim from his hiding place and killed him.
You put the death then down to an accident of meeting?
Not the means. That was quite deliberate. But it is hardly likely the 3 could have met in that compartment by design, since Mr. Slow and the train guard was the one who opened the door of the compartment for them. The compartment he had intended them to occupy was taken by a gentleman smoking.
A gentleman who, at this point, is also missing.
Quite.
Inspector Hilliard, I understand you've found a pocket Bible and traces of what may be blood on a stone during your examination of the train embankment.
Yes, we have. But so far as I can see at present, there's no connection with your coroner's inquiry here. The small Bible could have been dropped there by anyone. And even if the stains are identified as human, where would that lead us?
I agree. Insufficient evidence to be meaningful to the purposes of this inquest. Anything else?
I'm afraid not at this time.
In view of that, Inspector, we would have no reason to alter or amend the coroner's verdict of murder by a person or persons unknown.
Which brings us up to date. There, right before me, was the yard display cabinet representing crimes unsolved, filled with what the Maltby coroner had said was insufficient evidence to be meaningful. The parasol, the pocket Bible, the small mirror, the watches, the bullet taken from the deceased, but no gun, no fingerprints, no culprit. In short, no case. That is, until this morning, when I received this letter in my hand. Dear gentlemen of Scotland Yard, the last time I was in London, I was particularly fascinated by your display cabinet in the main hallway marked Cases Unsolved. I would imagine the case of the Manchester Express murder.
And whatever evidence you've collected is now in that cabinet. Perhaps after you've read this letter, you can mark that case solved. My people came from England, immigrating to the States in the 1850s, and settled in the town of Rochester, New York, where my father ran a dry goods store. We were only 2 sons, my younger brother, Timothy, and I. And one unfortunate day, out of the blue, my mother was stricken and died. My father, who loved her very much, went to pieces and suffered a stroke. Good morning, Father. How did you sleep?
What time is it? Oh, when yourself overslept in the store.
The doctor said the best thing for you to do is rest and take care of your heart.
My heart. She took it with her when she died. My beloved wife. Edwin, on the window seat is her little testament. The one she used to take to church. Bring it here.
I see it.
I want you to have it, Edwin. Dearest Mary would want you to have it. When we were first married, I gave it to her. Never be without it. Do you promise?
I promise.
Not that you need prayers as much as your brother. That Timothy, that boy. You think you can take care of him?
Of course I can, Father. Now, don't you worry about Timothy. And you remember, he's 10 years younger than I am. And even though he's a senior in high school, I can still take him across my knee if he gets out of line.
That's good. He's a wild boy.
It's really about my younger brother, Timothy, that I'm writing you, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. He barely got through high school by the skin of his teeth. And then suddenly, he left home and went to New York City. My father was never again able to get out of bed. He'd ask about Timothy, and I'd make up stories about what a good job he had in the big city and so on. And then, one night... Timothy! Oh, come on in.
Well, hello, Brother Edwin. I want you to meet my friend, Mac McGuire.
Well, come in, both of you.
Well, thank you. You see, Mac? I told you we'd be welcome. Well, how have you been, Edwin?
Aren't you going to ask after Father?
Of course I will. How is he, by the way?
Well, he's had 2 more heart shocks. I keep him in bed.
Oh, I know how it is. My father had a coronary and passed on when I was quite young.
Ours is still alive, but barely. No. He asks after you every day, Timothy. Of course, he has no idea what you're up to in New York City.
And do you?
Well, I have a pretty good idea.
You sound like I was doing something criminal. Mac and I play cards. That's all we do. We give card-playing lessons. You'd be surprised how much people will pay to learn that they have a lot to learn.
Oh, Timothy.
I want you to know, Edwin. May I call you Edwin?
By all means.
I try to take good care of Timothy here. Believe me, he's almost like a brother to me.
Tell Edwin some of my accomplishments, Mac. Brother Edwin, you see before you one of the finest young actors in America. Myself.
Really? Well, you've been acting on the stage in New York?
Not exactly.
Oh, he's very good at disguises, your brother is. He acts out little parts, pretends to be different people in order to induce gentlemen of means to join in a game of cards.
It's a lot more fun than being a storekeeper, Edwin.
Why did you come back to Rochester?
Oh, just to have a place to rest our weary bones until the heat's off.
Well, some of your card-playing clientele didn't feel they got their money's worth, huh?
Look, Brother Edwin, we didn't come here to be criticized. I don't like the tone of your voice.
Well, let me remind you, Brother Timothy. I'm still 10 years older than you are and a lot heavier. I can still give you one good thrashing. Now, you and Mr. McGuire are welcome to stay here for a time, but I warn you. Try any of your card-sharping tricks in this town, and I'll hand you over to the police so fast it'll make your head swim. Brother or no brother? Father wanted to see Timothy, so we went up to his bedroom. I'll say this. It did a lot for him. Timothy was always the favorite. But he and Mac McGuire hadn't been in town a week when I got a call from the police. Timothy had been arrested for passing a forged check.
I said I was sorry, didn't I?
Being sorry isn't good enough, Timothy.
I needed the money. Mac and I had this pigeon all staked out. He was aching for a game, just begging to have his feathers
You
plucked.
needed a bankroll to cheat someone, and you didn't care how you got it. That's irresponsible, Timothy.
I know I'm unreliable and crazy.
And downright crooked. Now, I've squared it away with the police. The money's being returned. And you're leaving here first thing in the morning.
Where's Mac?
Your good friend? I saw him at the railroad station with his bag. He's smarter than you, Timothy. He's gone.
I promise. I won't do anything like this again.
Well, I hope so. But ever since we were kids together, you've left a trail of broken promises 10 miles long. Now, brother, you are going to do it my way.
What way is that?
I'm afraid just taking you as far as New York isn't far enough. I mean, have you any idea what this would do to Father if he ever found out that his son was almost jailed for passing a bum check?
And I wouldn't like him to find that out.
Well, I guarantee you he's not going to.
I'll straighten out, I promise.
Well, I'm not waiting for that. You're going to do as I say, or I'll take you down to headquarters right now, tell them I've changed my mind, and let them throw the book at you. The next morning, I got a nurse from the hospital to come in and take care of Father. Told my assistant I'd be gone for a few days and to keep the store running, and I brought Timothy down to New York. I had a friend there, an exporter of American watches who needed a representative in England. Now, the idea of going to London appealed to Timothy. He had no trouble in talking himself into the job and agreed to go to London with a full case of samples at 15% commission on all sales. I remained with Timothy in New York until the boat sailed.
Well, there goes the all-ashore signal. Edwin, thanks a lot for everything. I promise you I'm turning over a brand new leaf and become an honest man.
Well, I hope so. And I know Father will be pleased as anything when I tell him you've got yourself a good job.
Now, you take good care of him, will you, Edwin? And I'll do my part. I promise you I'll never again hold a deck of cards in my hand.
Now, don't make any promises you can't keep.
I can.
Wait, over there, by the lifeboats, isn't that... It's McGuire.
Who?
Oh, Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, will you come over here?
Why, of all people, Timothy, what are you doing on this ship?
Well, I'm going to London.
Now, isn't that a coincidence? So am I.
Timothy, you lied. You had no intention of going straight, did you?
Are you going to London also, Edwin?
Now that you mention it, Mr. McGuire, that may not be such a bad idea. Yes, I'll go and find the purser to see if I can share a cabin with my dear brother.
Edwin, are you going to nursemaid me across the Atlantic all the way to London?
It's a toss-up between that, Timothy, or my informing the police that you're on board.
It takes a bit of doing to expose one's brother in the hope you can cure him, save him from himself. A brother is a friend given by nature, to quote the old saying. Let us hope Timothy will believe Edwin is his friend. Or is Timothy's willfulness and crooked bent uncurable? I dread to find out, but find out we shall when I return with Act 3. Oh, where are we? Oh, yes. Standing beside Inspector John Hilliard in front of a display in Scotland Yard of evidence relating to crimes unsolved. In his hand is a letter, perhaps the key to a mystery that has plagued the yard for years. 3 passengers disappeared from the Manchester Express one day, leaving only a corpse behind them and not enough clues for a solution. The word evidence derives from the Latin meaning to see more. Perhaps this letter the inspector is reading will enable him to see more.
Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, if I've gone into some detail, it is because I want you to understand the predicament I was in. The ship sailed, and I shared a cabin with my brother.
But as the days went on, I realized my hands were tied. Timothy had decided on the easy way, the wrong way to riches, and, well, he thought me a sanctimonious fool.
Are you going to follow me all over the world, St. Edwin? Watch over me as if I were a child? Oh, surely you must feel just a little bit idiotic.
I'll tell you what I feel. I feel ashamed. I thank the Lord Mother's not with us any longer, and that Father need never know what his favorite son turned out to be.
Now, if your lecture is over, I'd like to join some friends in the salon.
Oh, Timothy, listen, please. Look, here's Mother's little Bible, remember? The one she used to take to church.
Yes, I remember.
Oh, for her sake, give it up, this life of yours. You still can. Put your hand on Mother's Bible and this time promise.
Mac is waiting for me. I'd like to go now.
You have a good job in London. You're a good salesman.
I'm not cut out to be a salesman. Father was, you are, but not me.
And why did you take this job?
Why not? The old fool paid my passage. I always wanted to travel the Atlantic on a steamship. Mac said we could clean up from Block Island to Southampton.
I couldn't give up. Somehow, I had to make Timothy see the error of his ways. In the ship's salon, I found him and that McGuire playing poker with two passengers. Two lambs about to be fleeced.
I knew that if I didn't warn them, I was no better than an accomplice. Gentlemen of Scotland Yard, as I walked over to the table, I kept saying to myself, this is the right thing to do. I'm not being a Judas betraying my brother. I'm saving him while there is still time.
Hello, Edwin. Gentlemen, may I interrupt this game for a moment?
No, you may not. Go away. We're playing and we do not wish to be disturbed. Your dear Timothy.
Please, Edwin, will you go away? Now, don't make a nuisance of yourself.
Timothy, will you get your brother out of here?
This gentleman is Mac McGuire. Have you been introduced? You see, Mr. McGuire is one of the most notorious card sharpers in the United States.
Prove it, you meddlesome idiot.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
I'll sue you for slander. Will somebody fetch a captain?
Mr. McGuire, if you will turn up your right sleeve to the shoulder, well, go on. Don't you wish to sue me for slander? Well, go on, Timothy. Don't stop dealing the cards on my account. Why, gentlemen, look what we have here. Indeed, what have I picked up from my brother's lap? Well, do you know what this round little mirror is, gentlemen?
Give that back to me.
Oh, certainly, Timothy, take it. Well, gentlemen, let me tell you how it works. One sits back a bit from the table, lays the mirror face up on the lap, and as you deal... why, you can see the face of every card you give your adversary. You see, one can learn a great deal about card sharping if one's brother is in the business.
I'm getting out of here. The game's over, gentlemen.
As I write this letter so many years later, I recall that Timothy was very quiet and reserved as we arrived in London. I installed him in a flat, and he seemed quite shaken by the scandal aboard ship. Or so I thought. He started the rounds of selling his American watches, and I was delighted he appeared to enjoy his work. It seemed to me he'd turned the corner, and I decided I could safely return to Rochester. I went along to the steamship line, purchased my ticket, and returned to the flat.
Well, who just walked in the door if it isn't Brother Edwin?
McGuire. What are you doing here?
He's helping me pack, can't you see?
Where are you going, Timothy, and why?
Well, it's rather a long story, dear brother, and we don't have the time to tell it.
A little problem has presented itself, so we thought this might be a good time to go up north and enjoy the country air.
Have you been up to your old tricks with McGuire again? I thought you promised me that you would...
We met purely by accident and just happened to get into a little game at the Railroad Hotel.
Stupid loudmouth, all that shouting just because one of them bent down to tie his shoelace and found an extra ace on the floor. Hurry up, Timothy. Trains wait for no man.
Tim's not leaving here. If he's broken the law, it's about time he paid for it. I'm locking this door.
Give me that key, Brother Edwin. Now, don't be silly.
Take your hands off me.
Give me that key.
When I came to, McGuire and Timothy were gone. I thought I'd heard Timothy say something about the Manchester Express. I pulled myself together and hailed a cab to Euston Station. The express had not yet left. I promised myself I'd go all the way to Manchester, find my brother, and do everything in my power to get him back on the straight and narrow. I found a compartment at the smoking inn, got inside, lit up a cigar, and waited for the train to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was looking for an unoccupied compartment for this gentleman and lady.
There's a man smoking in there. No, that won't do. The lady cannot abide smoking. Find us another one.
It was McGuire, disguised. And standing behind him in a long cape was Timothy, made up to look like a woman. A wig and a black veil down his face. His disguise, complete with lady's parasol, didn't fool me for a moment. When we stopped at Monmouth to take on mail, I quickly changed compartments. There were no corridors between compartments like on American trains. The doors opened only to the platform, but nobody saw me.
I should have locked our compartment door. Didn't I tell you, Timothy? Brother Edwin would find his way in here. Well, how's your jaw?
Timothy, for heaven's sake, listen to me.
I've been listening to you all my life. Preach, preach, preach. That's all I've ever heard.
Oh, look at you. Wearing those ridiculous curls, a veil, pretending to be a woman.
I had to wear all this. How do you think I could get by the cops? It's good, isn't it?
Oh, Timothy, please come to your senses. Are you going to spend all your life cheating and running? Haven't you got more pride? What's happened to you?
Oh, do I have to sit here the whole way to Manchester listening to this Boy Scout brother of yours?
I'm not talking to you, McGuire.
Well, that suits me fine. Just don't cross me.
Oh, come on, Mac. You don't have to threaten anybody. He means well. It's just the way he is.
You don't see yourself at all, do you, Timothy?
The conductor's been around to punch tickets, so I'm taking this stuff off. I'll shove the wig and the veil and the cape into the Gladstone. Where'll I put the parasol?
Timothy, you can't go on like this for the rest of your life, stealing people's money and having to skip town.
I like this kind of life. There's excitement to it.
Oh, you're so stupid you don't even see that you're being used.
Why don't you go run a Sunday school, Brother Edwin? Don't listen to him, Timothy.
I'm not.
I can't breathe this stuff here with you two.
What are you doing?
Opening this window. Getting some fresh air. Give me that bag.
What are you doing?
There it goes. Out the window.
What did you throw the bag out for? It's got all my costumes in it, everything.
If nothing but disguises stands between you and jail, when we get to Manchester, to jail you'll go.
Listen, you, he's my partner. You're not going to bully him.
If prison's the only way to keep you out of Timothy's life, I'll make sure he gets there.
You see this, Brother Edwin?
Mac, don't do that. Put that gun away.
I'd like you to leave this compartment right now.
He can't get out now. The train's moving too fast.
Just jump out the window after the bag.
You know something, McGuire?
You're crazy.
I made a jump for McGuire's gun, and it went off, hitting Timothy right in the heart. He fell to the floor. We stood there, horrified. I knelt down and listened. He was dead. At that moment, the train started to slow down. Why, I don't know. McGuire saw his chance to escape, opened the compartment door and jumped. I jumped right after him. He wasn't going to get away from me. The two of us rolled down the embankment, and then I blacked out. When I came to, McGuire was mopping my head where it was cut with a handkerchief.
I couldn't leave you out here alone, Brother Edwin.
Oh, my head.
Just stop bleeding now.
Oh, I don't understand you. Or aren't you a dozen miles away?
Well, now, I couldn't run off with you lying here at the bottom of this embankment.
You shot Timothy.
You had a hand in it. The gun wouldn't have gone off if you hadn't jumped me.
Oh, good Lord, forgive me, so I did. My head's clearing now.
Well, you crashed right into that rock.
Oh, why are you still here, McGuire? You should have run away while I was unconscious.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I'm a gambler, not a murderer. You could have bled to death.
Oh, that would have made everything so simple for you.
You don't know me at all. The blood of the both of you on my hands in one day. I know you cared for Timothy, but so did I. Maybe by your standards, it was a funny way of showing it. But we didn't mean any harm. We only played men who had money to throw away.
I think of Timothy right now. Lying there in that compartment on that train. Alone. Dead, and then I should have... that I should be the cause of it.
It was my gun. We were both the cause of it.
I ask myself, shall I give myself up?
I'm ready to. This way, I don't think I'll ever get over his death. How else could I pay for it?
But if we do, everyone will know. It'll all come out about him. The news will certainly get back to America. Father will hear of it. It could finish him.
And if we each go our own way and not ever tell anyone, we'll be punished every day we see the sunshine.
Yes, and that may be the greater punishment. There you have it, gentlemen of Scotland Yard. I've come to the end of this letter. From being an avenger of crime, I had become a conspirator against justice. McGuire got out of the country. Went to Cairo, I think. And I returned to Rochester. And unless your methods have changed in the past 5 years, inspectors, whatever you found on my brother's body, maybe even the Gladstone bag of clothes if some tramp didn't make off with it, everything you found
is probably at this very moment in your display cabinet of crimes unsolved. My father passed away 6 months ago in peace, never knowing what both his sons had done. I have one favor to ask of you. If you have in your possession a pocket Bible, it was my mother's. May I have it back? It's of no use or evidence to anyone but me. Here is my address.
Inspector John Hilliard unlocked Scotland Yard's Cabinet of the Unsolved and withdrew a small pocket Bible. In its place, he pinned a letter he had been reading. Though the case of the Manchester Express murder was technically solved, it could never be called closed. I shall return shortly. And Cain rose up against his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother?" And he answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" That is a question for all of us to answer in many ways. Are we our brother's keeper? I think we all are. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Bob Caliban, Lloyd Batista, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
The man in that picture, he's your husband? Yes. Well, perhaps you'd be interested to see a picture of my husband, Mrs. Reynolds. I believe I have one here in my purse. Well, yes, here. Jack. Your husband? But it's not possible. I think I will take that drink after all. This isn't possible. It's a very interesting turn, isn't it? As one of the characters in our novels might say. I came here expecting to find a plagiarist, and instead, we've uncovered a bigamist. I can't believe it. It must be a question of mistaken identities. I think that the only question, Mrs. Reynolds, is, now that we know the truth, what are we going to do about it?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What did the famous Frenchman say? Mirrors should reflect a little before throwing back images. Yes, and perhaps we should all reflect a little on questions before we start throwing back answers, especially on those deceptively simple questions which require such surprisingly complex answers, such as, is there really such a thing as a ghost?
Well, sir, here we are. You and I.
What do you want?
At one time, I wanted love. I couldn't have it. Then I wanted justice, but I couldn't get it. Now, I want revenge.
Revenge? But you've already had it.
No. Revenge is nothing but an appetite. It must always be fed.
Please don't kill me. I didn't do anything.
But you're part of it. Part of the revenge.
Our mystery drama, The Avenging Ghost of Kitty Morgan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Be convinced of one thing. If you live long enough, you will learn the hard way never to bet your life on a sure thing. This is a story that takes place today, but it began almost 100 years ago near a little country village called Harrowwood in upstate New York. So for just a few moments, come back with me to a time in the 1880s.
Here we are, Mr. Chesney.
Yes, so I see.
Be back around midnight as usual?
No, Jim, I won't be staying tonight. You'd better wait.
You ain't gonna have supper, Mr. Chesney?
No. Jim, tonight's the night.
Uh-oh.
I expect there'll be some weeping and wailing, but I'll leave her a nice gift. That should help dry her tears.
I don't think you'll shake this one off so easy.
It's never easy, Jim.
Miss Kitty Morgan strikes me as a different kind of woman.
Well, you take it from an old campaigner. They're all the same.
I hope so. For your sake.
This won't take more than 5 minutes. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Sorry? What are you sorry about?
When you knew this thing between you and me, you knew it couldn't last.
How could I know that? Tell me. What are you sorry about?
You knew I was married.
Just tell me, why are you sorry?
Now, Kitty,
Sorry that it's over? Sorry that you lied to me?
I didn't lie to you. The terrible truth is you lied to yourself.
Yes, that is a terrible truth. Is that why you're sorry?
Oh, please, Kitty.
Are you sorry that some country woman like me...
You are not a country woman.
Oh, yes, I am. My Lord Robert Chesney, builder of railroads, owner of factories. I am a country woman in a tiny town who caught your eye and with whom you amused yourself for a while. Is that why you're sorry?
Kitty.
Are you sorry that I, too, am human? that I could dare to dream, presume to hope, that perhaps love can change anything, everything.
Kitty, I never said that I loved you. This is the way the world goes. There are the takers and the givers.
And you belong to the first group. I to the second.
Kitty, I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm about to do. But I want you to take this money.
Oh, is it possible for me not to misunderstand?
Now, listen to me, Kitty.
To what? I've been deceived. Must I also be debased?
This is for services rendered. You helped me plan Harrowwood. You gave it the woman's touch. You endowed it with a certain grace.
I thought I was doing it for me. I thought it would be my house.
I only want to make this as easy and as pleasant as possible for both of us.
It is my house, you know. I put so much of myself into it. You won't get me out of there, Robert. I'll be there forever.
There's enough money here for you to travel. New York, Paris, London, Vienna. I'll see to it you'll never want for money as long as you live.
It's my house, Robert. No other woman will ever want to live there. Every other woman will feel like an intruder.
Now, Kitty, there's a reality to the world. Let's salvage as much as we can.
Good night, Robert.
Does it have to end like this?
Please, leave me, Robert. There's something I have to do.
Mr. Chesney!
Huh?
Mr. Chesney! Wake up, Mr. Chesney!
What's that noise?
Mr. Chesney! Wake up!
All right, I'm up. Come in. What time is it?
6 in the morning, Mr. Chesney.
You know I sleep till 7.
I knew that.
What is it, Jim? I see something's wrong.
Yes, sir. Out at the mansion.
Well?
Pete Colson, the night watchman.
Well, Jim, come on, get to the point.
He was making his rounds.
Yes?
You know, in the library, you got them high, thick, solid, exposed oak beams.
Jim?
Well, hanging on a rope, suspended from one of them beams, was Miss Kitty Morgan.
Hanging?
Yes, sir. Hanging. She was dead, too.
Kitty's dead?
Yes, sir. The coroner's already pronounced her. Mr. Chesney?
What is it, Jim?
The note she wrote, the suicide note, she wrote it to you?
All right. What about it?
Now that the inquest's over, the coroner says you can have it. Here.
Thank you, Jim.
You, planning to take a train into the city?
After a while.
I'll have the carriage ready.
Thank you, Jim. I'll call when I want you.
Yes, sir.
My dearest Robert, I told you I would never leave this house. And I never shall. Everything that was alive in me walked in here at sunrise this morning. And here it shall remain. Forever. In Harrowwood. Forever.
Borkin, I noticed the name Harrowwood on this list of company properties.
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
What is Harrowwood?
Oh, it's an estate in the Adirondack Mountains.
Yes?
There's a mansion, a Victorian mansion, I believe.
In the Adirondack?
Yes, sir. You see, during the 70s and 80s, I believe many millionaires constructed these enormous places, including your own great-grandfather. He built Harrowwood.
Well, why have I never heard of it?
Because it was never used.
What do you mean, never used?
No one ever lived there.
You mean it's been empty for 100 years?
To the best of my knowledge.
Why?
Well, you see, the place is haunted.
Would you repeat that, please, Miss Borkin?
Haunted.
Now, what sort of nonsense is that?
Now, I'm only telling you what I know.
You know the place is haunted.
But I've been told the place is haunted.
No place can be haunted. There is no such thing as a haunted place.
If you say so, Mr. Chesney.
Look, here we are in the final quarter of the 20th century, and you tell me that a valuable piece of property is lying fallow, useless, simply because of some medieval superstition. Tell Powers to report in here at once. Then if the property cannot be utilized, why hasn't it been sold, Powers?
For the same reason, sir.
What reason?
The ghost.
an estate that's worth $1 or $2 million? Now, Powers, you and I know there is no such thing as a ghost.
I'm not sure I can be included in that remark.
Are you telling me you believe in ghosts? What's come over everybody?
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
Miss Borkin, see if you can arrange a lunch date for me with Tom Boulin.
Tell me, why have you brought me lunch, Joe?
Well, Tom, I owe you a favor.
Oh, now, Joe,
I mean it. I think back over the years, we've been good friends. You've always done a great many things for me. What have I ever done for you?
Well, we shouldn't keep score in these things.
Well, I just found out that I own some property upstate.
Yes.
It could be developed and make a mint as a resort.
Uh-huh.
Now, we're not into this kind of thing. On the other hand, you fellows are always looking for a hotel situation, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Now, how about 1,000 acres, Tom? With a 30-room mansion, a private lake, you could lay out a golf course, has access to the thruway. How's that sound so far?
Not bad.
You could have your own ski slopes, and you're generating income 12 months a year.
Mm-hmm. How much?
I'm going to let you steal it. $2 million.
What's the catch?
Tom, when you deal with me, is there ever a catch?
What's the name of this place?
Harrowwood.
No deal.
Why, what's wrong?
It's haunted.
What did you say?
It's haunted.
You? You believe in that kind of stuff?
Everybody knows it, Joe. A woman haunts that place. A woman who's been dead 100 years.
Oh, how can a dead woman haunt anything?
Well, it's possible. My great, add 7 or 8 more greats. Aunt is supposed to be haunting the Tower of London.
Tom, are you serious?
You mean you never heard of Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII?
Come on, now, let's get down to brass.
He cut her head off. Didn't you know that?
Yes, I know.
Well, my old man, to whom this kind of thing is important, traces our lineage back to Anne Boleyn's brother.
Tom, can't we try to be serious?
I am serious, Joe. As far as the existence of ghosts is concerned, I have an open mind.
Or is there sanity and civilization just a veneer? Well, now that I was aware of Harrowwood, I decided to check the matter out further with my Aunt Sylvia.
Harrowwood? Oh, dear boy, shall you have some tea?
Well, Aunt Sylvia, we just had our tea about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, did we?
Yes. Now, about Harrowwood, Aunt Sylvia.
I have no recollection of having drunk my tea.
Oh, I assure you we did, and we enjoyed it.
I can recall so clearly what happened when I was a little girl, almost 80 years ago.
Do you recall Harrowwood?
Oh, yes. Harrowwood. Your great-grandfather built it.
But why have I never heard about it?
Are you sure we had tea?
I guess the only thing I can do is go up there myself.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
Why not?
Oh, because something will happen to you.
What?
First I'd better ring for tea. We'll all be the better for a nice hot cup. And we'll have some of those sweet little cakes.
What will happen to me up at Harrowwood?
Oh, who said anything will happen to you up at Harrowwood?
You did.
Oh, would you rather have scones? Oh, why don't we have a little bit of everything? Now I remember.
What do you remember?
What will happen to you if you go up to Harrowwood?
Yes?
You'll be murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, murdered.
Why? How? By whom?
Oh, here comes Forrest. We'll talk about it later. First, we must have a cup of tea.
Yes, we're going to have a cup. And how appropriate is Mr. Fielding's remark on the subject. Love and scandal are the best sweeteners of tea. And as you might expect, on this show, we can very easily add a third. Murder. We'll stir this brew a bit when I return shortly with Act 2. The gift of prophecy. It pops up in the most peculiar places. Prophecy, the ability to read the future. But if you analyze it closely, it is based on an ability to understand the past. Outside of the Bible, as far as ordinary everyday people are concerned, the best prophets are usually children and elderly ladies, such as the one we have here.
Aunt Sylvia, why will I be murdered?
Oh, my goodness. Who Whoever said you'll be murdered, Joseph?
You did.
Did I? Oh, what a horrible thought. Oh, why would I
It has
ever...
to do with going up to Harrowwood.
Oh, well, yes, I remember now. Oh, and here's Forrest with our tea. Set it down, please, Forrest. Thank you so much. Oh, see? She brought us little cakes and scones and nice buttered toast. And she didn't have to be told.
And Sylvia...
Now you must let me pour.
No, I really don't care for any more tea.
Oh, nonsense. It's good for you.
About Harrowwood.
Well, your great-grandfather was murdered up there, you know.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, yes. You see, some silly girl committed suicide there. A local girl. Absolutely no breeding. And she also has the bad taste to haunt the place.
What do you mean, haunt?
What does anybody mean by haunt? The thing is obvious. Your great-grandfather brought your great-grandmother up there, and this dead girl's ghost just drove her out of the house.
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it. It's true. Your great-grandfather said, "No ghost, not even the ghost of Kitty Morgan, will drive me out of my own house." Oh, he was a great one for ringing declarations.
But...
So he stayed on. And one morning, he was found dead.
Dead?
The ghost had killed him.
How?
Oh, how do ghosts kill? They scare you to death.
Oh, he could have had a heart attack or something of the sort.
Oh, the man was as strong as a bull. Well, anyway, since then... everybody knows that it's death for any male descendant of Robert Chesney to enter that house.
Everybody knows. What nonsense.
Oh, I'm so glad you could visit your poor old aunt. Why don't I ring for Forrest and have her bring us a nice hot cup of tea?
Who was it that said the lunatics have taken over the asylum? Well, whoever he was, the man is a true prophet. Here I am surrounded by people who suddenly seem to have taken leave of their senses. Ghosts. Well, the matter had to be cleared up once and for all.
Yes, Mr. Chesney.
Miss Borkin, find out from Powers who is looking after the property up at Harrowwood and make arrangements for me to go up there.
You're going up there?
Yes, Miss Borkin.
But
But what?
is that wise
Wise?
in view of the curse?
What are you saying, Miss Borkin?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, you must be Mr. Chesney. Please come in. Miss Borkin phoned and said to expect you.
Thank you.
I'm Julie Miller. My dad is caretaker of the Harrowwood estate. He's out there now. I expect him home soon. May I offer you a drink?
Julie Miller. She had the blondest hair, the brightest blue eyes, the fairest complexion I had ever seen. She was like a sunburst. Everything about her shone and sparkled. Had I fallen in love with her at first sight? Ridiculous. There is no such thing as love at first sight. Just as there is no such thing as a ghost either.
Miss Borkin said you'd be here several days. So Dad told her we'd put you up here.
Oh, well, thank you, but that won't be necessary. I can stay at a motel.
But you can't.
Why not?
Because there isn't any.
There's no motel?
Or hotel for 40 miles in either direction.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, it's true. You see, the folks here about sort of discourage that sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
Oh, how can I describe it? Tourism.
I don't understand. Tourism means money. Why should anybody be against that?
Tourism also means people.
Oh. You have anything against people, Miss Miller?
No. Just against some of the things people bring.
Yes?
Roads, traffic, fumes, stores and stands, shopping centers.
Well, that's progress.
And who needs it?
Civilization.
And who needs civilization?
Miss Miller, you can't be serious.
Well, most of us would like to see the place remain unspoiled.
I see.
What do you see, Mr. Chesney?
I see now why the estate is supposed to be haunted. It's a legend that you folks nourish very carefully to discourage the invasion of civilization.
How clever of you to figure that out.
And that's why the house is haunted.
Oh, I would disagree. The house is haunted because Kitty Morgan will have her revenge on Robert Chesney.
Now, just between you and me, Miss Miller, do you believe that?
Of course. Kitty Morgan was my great aunt.
Oh, you seem like such a sensible girl. How can you possibly swallow this nonsense?
Oh, it goes down easily enough. And you, sir, should be careful not to describe the beliefs of others as nonsense.
Do you really believe that Kitty Morgan's ghost murdered Robert Chesney?
Well, that's what the coroner's report said.
The coroner's report said Kitty's ghost murdered my great-grandfather?
It said death was due to causes unknown. A ghost is unknown. Can you deny that? There is Harrowwood. Oh, magnificent, isn't it?
Yes.
Dad has a crew that keeps the place up.
Appears to be in very good shape.
Are you sure you want to spend the night here?
That was the reason I came.
Well...
Are you saying that I have something to fear?
Well, I better not say anything.
Why?
Because it might set us off on a discussion where we would simply never agree.
About ghosts?
And other things.
I have a 30-room mansion, Miss Miller. I understand it has heat, light, water. It's my home.
No.
No?
It's Kitty Morgan's home.
Oh, Miss Miller. All right, I see you really believe it. So I shall respect it.
I wish you wouldn't go in there.
But I must.
Then I suppose this is goodbye.
Well, it's good night.
Good night.
The way you said that sounds as if you're sure you'll never see me again.
You were warned.
Warned? Oh, that has an ominous ring to it.
There's nothing I can say or do to persuade you.
I'll see you tomorrow morning, Miss Miller.
You're not at all what I expected.
Oh, what'd you expect?
Joseph Chesney, the rich, powerful Joseph Chesney. The man who'd be coming up here to ruin our lives.
Why would I be ruining your life?
Well, you'd be changing it. You'd turn us into one of those noisy, crowded, grimy resorts. All the peace and loveliness would be gone forever.
Well, now.
I thought you'd be a crabby, sour, grasping old man.
Me?
But you're not.
I should hope so.
You're young. You're nice-looking. You're so easygoing.
Me?
Yes, you.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're nice-looking, too. What are you doing up here?
I like it up here.
You know something? I think I'm beginning to like it up here, too.
Well, then, don't do anything to change it.
I'll see you in the morning.
Please. Please be careful.
She kissed me suddenly. Then she was gone. I walked up to the massive front door. I turned the handle. It swung open smoothly, and I was in the house. I found a switch, flooded the place with light. I was in a magnificent entryway. I could see what a house this was. I lighted my way from room to room. Each was a delight. How beautifully this Kitty Morgan had designed Harrowwood. I walked into the handsomely finished library, and I sank into an easy chair. So this is where Kitty Morgan had chosen to end her life. I looked up reflectively at the ceiling beams. From which one? I sat there thinking for a long time, and then someone said,
"What a lovely, comfortable room."
Yes.
High windows. Not just for light, but to enjoy the view.
Excellent arrangement.
A library should be light and airy.
I agree.
It's best for the books. They can be ruined by mustiness and damp. Isn't that so?
Yes, that... Wait a minute. Who are you?
Kitty Morgan. Who else should I be?
Kitty Morgan? Well, you're a...
I am what you claim does not exist. I am a ghost.
A ghost?
Now, Mr. Joseph Chesney, what has become of all your theories and convictions and strongly stated opinions? Will you still say there is no such thing as a ghost?
I'm dreaming.
Are you?
Oh, I must be.
But you know that you are wide awake.
How can you be Kitty Morgan?
I was born Kitty Morgan.
Well, it can't be real. It can't be.
But here you are. Here I am.
Oh, this must be some trick.
On whose part?
What do you want?
At one time I wanted love. I couldn't have it. Then I wanted justice. I couldn't get it. Now, I want revenge.
Revenge?
I discovered that revenge is nothing but an appetite. Must always be fed. It wasn't enough to kill Robert Chesney.
You killed Robert Chesney?
And so I swore that I would kill every Chesney who came in here.
You want to kill me?
You look so much like him. The same face, the same voice, the same smile that can be so warm and so cold. Do you have the same heart?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes. I should kill you, but I won't.
Well, thank you.
Don't be sarcastic, young man. I could do it. Quite easily. You think I'm a woman, and so I can be overpowered. But I'm not a woman. I'm a ghost. My strength, my power, is not of this world.
I think I understand why you would want to kill me. But why have you changed your mind?
Why?
Yes. Why?
Well, young Mr. Chesney, I believe I have other plans for you.
We think of ghosts as floating, ethereal, disembodied, things that merely drift along. But a ghost as a reasoning, calculating, plan-making entity? This, indeed, must be something new in the chronicles of ghosthood, ghostdom. I shall return shortly with Ectoplasm for Act 3. Life is real, said the poet, and from that it must follow that death is also real. We know that death is the end of life, but is death also the end of existence? Tricky questions? Perplexing propositions? Maybe we even have to question basic definitions. What is life? What is death? What is existence?
You say you have plans for me, Miss Morgan. You are Miss Morgan. That is, it is correct to address a ghost by the name that she had in...
Yes, entirely correct.
Well, may I ask, what are those plans?
I'm tired.
Can a ghost be tired?
Oh, yes. You have no idea how tired. And Robert, your great-grandfather Robert, his soul, wherever it is, must be tired, too.
How do you know?
I know. Robert and I, we're one.
How can you say that?
It's true. He married the woman who became your great-grandmother, but he never loved her. He only loved me.
Well, if he loved you, then why...
Why didn't he leave her for me?
Yes.
He was too cowardly.
Oh, no. That's the one thing you cannot say about my great-grandfather. He was afraid of nothing.
You're wrong. He was afraid of many things. But it doesn't matter now. It can end happily. Robert and I can find fulfillment through those who came after us.
I don't understand.
Through you and Julie Miller.
I still don't understand.
You're Robert's great-grandson. I am Julie's great-aunt. We shall live again through you.
Through us?
Through your love.
What love?
You love her, Joe. Don't deny it. And she loves you.
Well, how can that be?
That's what Robert and I also asked ourselves that night so long ago. 100 years ago.
What are you saying about Julie and me?
And that's how it shall end. The terrible past shall end with the beginning of a wonderful future. Good night, Joseph.
Good night.
I know now you'll sleep and dream of Julie. Dream of her, Joseph. Dream of her soft beauty. Dream of your happiness. Joe.
Julie?
Come in. Dad went up to the mansion.
Yes, I know. I saw him.
I knew you'd be by. I made you some breakfast, 3-minute eggs.
3 minutes, no more, no less. How did you know?
Oh, I know a great many things, instinctively.
Well, Julie, as you can see, I spent the night at Harrowwood.
And nothing happened.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't?
A great many things happened.
Yes?
I fell in love.
With whom? The ghost of Kitty Morgan?
No. With the great-grandniece of Kitty Morgan.
Oh.
Yes. I do love you, Julie.
I know. I know.
How do you know?
Because I love you.
Julie.
And you see, when you love someone, really love someone, it's part of a chord. It's never a single note. They also love you.
You never heard of unrequited love?
You can only love if you're loved. The other thing, well, it's a state of mind.
You'd have a quarrel with most of the writers of romances.
Do I have a quarrel with you?
With me? No, darling, never.
That's good. We must never quarrel.
You happy, Julie?
This is more than being happy.
No, I wish it would never end.
Why should it end? Love is forever, isn't it?
You know, we sound like one of those romantic novels that you buy at newsstands.
Do you read those books?
Oh, sometimes. When you're waiting around an airport for hours, you read just about anything and everything.
Why should you be stuck at airports? Why should you even be at airports?
Because I have to travel.
Why?
To make money.
Oh, don't you already have enough money?
Well, you have to protect what you have.
If you look at that deep blue in the sky, and the whiteness of the clouds, and the reflection in the still waters of the lake, and you listen to the birds, you realize how inconsequential all talk of money is.
Well.
Admit it. Go ahead. Admit it.
Come over here, and I'll admit it. So the days passed. One just seemed to flow into another. Everything was so wonderful. It was like a Garden of Eden. I had never met another girl, I should say another woman like Julie. I was happy, content. But this wasn't the world. The real world. The real world rang the telephone one morning.
Mr. Chesney, I've been trying to reach you.
What's up, Miss Borkin?
It has to do with financing for that transnational deal.
Well, I thought we had that all lined up. What seems to be the problem?
Tom Bullen isn't too happy.
Oh, what's bothering Mr. Bullen?
He's on his way up there. He'll tell you in person.
Anything else, Miss Borkin?
No, sir. I should think that would be enough.
May I pour anyone some more coffee?
I'll have half a cup.
I'm fine, thanks.
Well, I can see you gentlemen have important business to discuss, and I have shopping to do, so I'm sure you'll excuse me.
See you later, darling.
That's what's bothering me, Joe.
What do you mean?
Julie.
I don't think that's any of your business, Tom.
Tell me, Joe, does she know you're married?
Well, if you want the truth, she never asked me.
Oh, Joseph.
The fact still remains that it isn't any of your business.
That's where you're wrong.
My personal life
Come off it, Joe. A little affair here and there and occasional infidelity now and then is one thing, but this particular situation has gotten out of hand.
I still say it's none of your business.
Aside from being cruel, yes, cruel's the only word to describe it, to a lovely young woman.
Look, she's my age. She's mature. She knows the risks she runs.
What a way to put it.
And the bottom line is still, it is none of your business.
I'm glad you mentioned the bottom line, Joe. That's why I'm here. Do you know the bottom line for the transnational deal?
I'm afraid I don't follow you.
It's a tremendous deal. It could be worth close to $100 million if we get it rolling.
We've got it rolling. What's the problem?
I'm putting up 1/3 of the startup money. You're putting up 1/3. And the other 1/3 is supposed to come from Marcella's father.
What do you mean, supposed to? I have his word.
What does a word mean to a man like you is the way her father's starting to think. After all, you stood before a minister and gave your word to be true to his daughter.
Do you mean the old guy wants to back out?
What we're getting back in town are reports, rumors, allegations, you name it, of an extremely hot and heavy romance between you and a girl up here.
Tom, it's just...
Just what?
It's just one of those things.
No, it isn't, Joe. I look at that girl's face, I watch her as she sits there and listens to you. Joe, she's in love.
That's just one of those things, too.
I'll tell you something else, Joe. I've watched your face when you look at her. You're in love, too.
Oh, you're crazy, Tom.
Let me tell you this. If you're in love with her, marry her.
What?
Divorce Marcella and marry her.
Divorce Marcella?
It's all over between the two of you, and everyone knows it. Be truthful with yourself.
I can't afford to divorce Marcella.
Why not?
Because her father doesn't believe in divorce.
What do you care about what he believes?
Tom, I'm in hock. I owe him more than I'm worth.
Joe, a Chesney fortune? How could
I blow it? Easy. Bad advice here, bad investments there, bad luck someplace else. It can happen.
I don't give a damn about transnational. Tell the old guy off and marry Julie.
And live on what?
At least you'll live.
Tom, listen.
You've only got one life. You'll never meet another woman like Julie.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Good for you, Joe. Don't you want to answer that?
Hello.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Chesney.
Well, what is it, Miss Borkin?
Your father-in-law wants to see you at lunch tomorrow.
Oh. Well,
I'm to tell you this, off the record, Mr. Chesney.
Tell me what?
Well, my spies in his office have let me know that he won't do anything drastic.
Drastic? What are you talking about?
Oh, excuse me. I'm talking about what we talk about all the time. After every one of your escapades, you always want me to talk to my friend, your father-in-law's secretary, and assess the damage.
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Miss Borkin.
Well, he'll want assurances, but she says you've managed to weather the storm. You have to be back in town tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Borkin. I'll do better than that. I'll be back in town by tonight.
What are you talking about?
I'm leaving.
When?
Now, this minute.
Aren't you going to say anything to Julie?
No.
No!
I have nothing to say. It was fun. Look, it was fun while it lasted. Now it's all over.
You're just going to sneak out of her life.
Well, you could put it that way.
But at least...
At least what? Have a confrontation, a scene?
Do you mind if I don't drive you back in my car?
I have my own.
You're no good, Joe.
I never said I was. All I had to do was go back to the mansion and get my clothes. I was all packed. I looked at the place in the bright sunshine. How could anyone think there could be a ghost here? When suddenly, everything seemed to grow dark. Was it my imagination? Or had a sudden storm blown up? Now the library was filled with shadows, and I heard a noise. It was like a sigh, and then a voice.
Don't leave her, Joe.
No. This is my imagination. I know it's my imagination.
Don't leave her, Joe.
I have to.
You'll be sorry for the rest of your life. And more.
More?
For the rest of eternity.
I don't believe this. I don't believe any of this.
Ask him.
Ask whom?
Your great-grandfather, Robert Chesney.
He's dead.
We're all dead.
Not me. I'm alive.
No, you're dead. Everything that was alive in you died when you decided to leave Julie. You're dead.
I don't believe you.
Believe her.
Who are you?
I'm Robert Chesney. And you died the way I died.
You should have never come back to this house. I'm not dead. I'm not. I didn't know I was dead at first. My wife had the money. That's why I was afraid to leave her. That's what killed me. I want to get out of here.
It's too late.
Please.
Poor Robert. Poor Joseph. Poor Kitty. Poor Julie.
Let me out of here. Where would you go? Crawling to your father-in-law, just as I did. Admit it. Admit it. Yes. You're better off dead. Just as I was. Yes. Yes.
Don't fight it, Joseph. Don't fight it.
I don't believe it.
No one knows why. It must have been the ghost.
The ghost of Kitty Morgan. Why didn't he listen to me? She killed him. Why?
Because she must have had a reason.
Do you believe that? Do you really believe that?
Yes.
You mean you actually believe that there is a ghost of Kitty Morgan? Just as I do?
Yes. I believe it.
Oh, you're a very kind, understanding, and sympathetic person, Tom.
He certainly is. And so, what are we to make of our ghost story? Was it all in the mind? Did Joseph Chesney die of remorse? Perhaps of frustration because he was unable to do what he really wanted? Could lively Julie have taken a hand in it? Or is there actually an avenging ghost of Kitty Morgan? I shall return with a partial answer shortly. Your ghost will walk, said the poet. And so, what are we to expect? It is said that we give up the ghost at that moment when the mortal essence leaves the body. Yes, we give up, but the ghost remains. It holds on to memories and desires, and it roams the earth. And who is to say that at a certain time, when we're in a certain place and feeling a certain mood, we cannot see and hear the ghosts of what we once were, long ago, in another world. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, E.V. Juster, Bryna Rayburn, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Jenny, why did you have to go and meet my little brother before you did me?
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't tell me when I move close to you, you don't respond. Don't tell me you don't recognize that you should have been my woman from the start.
I think you must be out of your mind.
I am about you.
But I am your brother's wife.
What you really want to be?
You know it is. Now, you just get your hands off of me.
I can't convince you otherwise. The moment I saw you, I said, that's my woman. The one I've been waiting for. You don't believe that?
It doesn't matter what I believe or what you believe. It's what is. I am your brother's wife, and I want you to let me go.
I'll never let you go, Jenny. As long as you're here, you're going to have to make your choice between my brother and me.
I've already made my choice.
Have you, Jenny? Have you really?
You must be playing crazy. I love your brother. And every breathing moment he's alive, I always will.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Above our heads, a myriad of airplanes trace their contrail patterns in the sky. Beyond them and the stratosphere, countless satellites ride their fixed orbits. We have conquered the air. We are reaching towards space. But on a globe, 4/5 of which is covered by water, beneath the surface of the restless sea lies the real unknown. This story will take us there.
I've made up my mind, Steve. It's up to you to decide.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's what I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners. Can't be strangers.
We live through this one, we won't be. Anything this big, one way or another, none of us will ever be quite the same.
Our mystery drama, Raptures of the Deep, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Grease stain, oil stain, mud stain, and chocolate. When you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
Now you can prove Shout's a mom's best friend. Before washing, just spray it on a tough stain. Wait a few seconds. Turn over the fabric and see how Shout penetrates right through to the other side.
That's right. Shout saturates, really penetrates. It's almost like spraying both sides of the stain at the same time.
So when you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
I like pickles, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
I like pizza, but it doesn't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
Digel's special combination of antacid and anti-gas ingredients gives you fast, gentle relief from acid indigestion, heartburn, and gas in just minutes.
I like hot dogs, but they don't like me.
Send your stomach some Digel.
For occasional use only as directed.
There is a vast difference between the mysteries of the sea and those of the infinite space beyond the envelope of air that surrounds us. In space, man must cover vast distances by machine to delve into the unknown. Under the sea, machines can travel and observe, but there is so much terrain, so much life, and movement is so limited that eventually only man himself, unencumbered, is the ultimate explorer. The diver, and in particular, that special breed of men, the scuba divers.
Hey, Cobb, you old son of a gun, the Marines have landed.
Get your butt off that helicopter and report for duty. Where's your gear?
Johnny, the pilot's going to dig it out for me. It's stowed in the tail.
There's no time. This is a big one. You can dig out your own gear. I'll help you with it. I got a car waiting, and I'm driving you straight to the Pandora.
The what?
Pandora. That's the name of J. Calvin Hunter's ship.
Ship?
You can decide if you want to call her a boat when you see her. By me, the Pandora's a ship.
The dame who opened up the box and let all hell loose.
That's her.
Well, why would he want to call his yacht that?
Better ask him.
I don't know. It smells like trouble.
When have you and me ever got into anything else? This one, we'll never forget.
The name is Steve Carr, but it didn't start out that way. The real name, the ethnic one, is Stefanos Karalis. Both my mom and dad are from Greece, and I still speak Greek as well as I do English. Me and Cobb Straker were in the Navy together, frogmen, and after we got out, we went into the salvage business. What I mean is, we handled a lot of jobs, but only on the number one jobs did we work together. Matter of fact, we hadn't seen each other in 6 months. I'd been working on some offshore oil rigs around Galveston, while Cobb had been keeping a finger on the pulse of what we really care about. Buried treasure. He stayed with the firm's base in Freeport, Bahamas. We had a lot to catch up on in the car.
So Galveston worked out?
Yeah, finally. What happened to your cake?
Oh, we found the Estrelita okay. In about 40 fathoms.
And?
Just the ribs. And pretty well broken up. The keel was still there and enough of the stern to identify her. 2 cannons. One eaten away so badly it was scarcely worth raising. The other in fair condition.
But the treasure?
Who knows, buddy boy? You fish around the Bahamas, the Caribbean. A lot of folks might have been there first.
Or storms, drifting tides, or maybe she didn't have gold aboard in the first place.
Well, the hazards of our business.
So tell me about this prize pigeon.
J. Calvin Hunter? No.
Why not?
Because I want you to set up and listen to him yourself. This could be big, Steve. Really big. Or just so much hogwash. I want to let you judge that for yourself.
We hadn't far to go to the wharf where the Pandora was moored. Cobb was right. This was a ship in every sense of the word. She was almost 200 feet overall, beamy, and for sure well over 2,000 tons. One glance at her silhouette told me she had every kind of device to handle deep diving, and the equipment to go with it. I felt a tingling anticipation. I could sniff an explosive future. We parked the wagon and unloaded my gear. Mr. Hunter was waiting for us on the fantail. He was taller even than Cobb, but thin, all whipcord and steel. He had eyes like bullets that shot out from under heavy, dark eyebrows.
You made good time.
This is Steve Carr, Mr. Hunter.
He's almost as big as you are, Cobb.
Not quite, sir. How do you do?
Welcome aboard the Pandora, sir. Sit down. Well, now, did Cobb brief you on what all this is about?
No, sir. He wanted to let you tell me yourself.
So you could make up your mind whether or not I was a nut or not,
I didn't say that, sir.
No, I did. And I'll lay you 100 to 1. Cobb did also.
It's a beautiful ship, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it ought to be. It cost enough. But it's going to pay for itself one of these days.
Why do you call it the Pandora?
Because once I decided to have her rebuilt, I really opened up a can of worms. Cost me 10 times the original estimate before it was finished. A regular Pandora's box of troubles let loose. I was beginning to think she was jinxed.
Then why saddle her with the name?
It suited my whim. Besides, after Pandora opened the box, all the evils and bad luck were let loose on the world. Do you know the one thing that was left?
No, sir.
Hope, according to some versions of the legend. So, that's good enough for me. We're going to need a lot of it where we're going.
Just where is that, sir?
I'll make it short and sweet. In 1663, April of that year, the Spanish sent out a convoy guarded by their heavier ships of war bound for Spain. While it was carrying some valuable cargo, it was merely a decoy, as all the supposed merchant ships were heavily armed.
To decoy the British into attacking?
Right.
A decoy for what, sir?
First off, to try to lure enough British and French privateers into destruction and clear the seas.
And second, to draw away attention from a real prize.
Right, Steve. The Alhambra. A colossus of a merchant ship that they had built, which was loaded to the waterline with gold, silver, and precious jewels. The value even then was in the millions. Today, it could at least run to $500 million, perhaps more.
They sent her out alone?
No. She was convoyed by 2 smaller men of war, and she took a different route.
But either the British and French weren't fooled, or enough of them were smart enough to smell a rat.
No, they were fooled. Most of them. But not 3 heavily gunned British privateers who were lying in wait for them. The weather was lucky for the British. They came out of a fog bank and sank the first man of war without taking a broadside in return. Then they turned their attention to the second, and with a bit more trouble, sank her. But when they turned to take their prize, they had a blow.
She'd slipped away in the fog?
No. She was too big and lumbering to elude them. So instead, the captain, following his sealed orders, commanded everyone into the boats and lit a fuse to gunpowder charges that had been set for just such an eventuality.
He blew his ship out of the water?
Not quite. He blew the keel and half the bottom out of her, and she foundered and sank like a stone.
Huh. Right off the coast here somewhere.
That's my secret. I have a lot of them, because I have to be careful, gentlemen. My captain, for example, has his coordinates. He knows where to sail, but not why. You boys know why, but not where. And nobody but us three knows what I'm after.
How do you know all this, Mr. Hunter?
Money.
Beg pardon?
It buys a lot of information. A little here, a little there, till finally I could put it all together.
But how can you be sure the information is legit?
The captain of one of the British ships was one of my more colorful ancestors. He kept a very full and detailed log, which has been preserved as a family curiosity for the 10 generations since it was written.
You know where the ship went down?
Exactly.
300 years ago. And at what depth?
That I don't know. With luck, it could be one side or the other of the trough.
Which trough?
That would be the start of telling, wouldn't it? Until I know you're committed.
Well, what do you say, buddy? Heard enough?
No. How do we split?
And that's simple. Since I'm paying you your regular salvage rates, I carry all the financial risks. But I'm not greedy. 60% for me. You split the other 40 as you will. If there's anything to split.
That's very generous, Mr. Hunter.
Well, it's worth it for the very best. The tide is turning. We should sail with it, if we can. Have you heard enough to decide?
Well, I've made up my mind. Up to you, Steve.
What's to decide? Count me in, Mr. Hunter.
That's all I need to hear. Oh, one more thing. The name is J.C. Partners can't be strangers.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah?
You know where we are?
Well, I can look at the sun. I don't have instruments. Roughly the eastern Atlantic, not too far south.
Yeah, but where are we headed?
The man told you. His secret.
We're the ones have to dive.
You said it.
How deep?
You mean free or with heavy equipment?
If we're going to explore, you know it has to be free.
How deep can you go? What's the record? 400-something feet? You can't work there. What's the problem?
Like right now, I think we're over the eastern trough. What, 4,000 meters, maybe 3 miles. You want to dive that?
He's got that little bathysphere we're lugging.
That's for observation, a gimmick. You can't salvage anything with that. You know what I'm thinking he's counting on?
The Atlantic Ridge?
Check. The Azores, the Canary Islands, something like that where the ocean bottom is within reach.
Wherever that is. Maybe we'll turn up the lost continent of Atlantis or something. Who knows?
Well, it's worth a whirl.
At these prices, any day. What have we got to lose? Hold it. What's that?
They cut the engines.
We had dropped anchor in 25 fathoms. That's a long way down. 6 feet to a fathom, 150 feet. Everyone was out on deck when we got there. It was just at sunrise, maybe 4:20 in the morning. J.C. signaled us. He wanted us down in his quarters. There was coffee there, and a large chart on a table marked out in a grid. He pointed to a dot in the middle.
This is our position right here. You and Cobb will take sectors and scout them. We'll use marker buoys to indicate what has been searched. Blue. With the red one, in case we turn up what we're looking for. Now, when do we start?
How about this morning?
Just what I wanted to hear. Suit up. Let's get going.
You going over with us, J.C.?
No. I'm a little old for these depths.
Well, maybe we all are.
Now, look. We have a decompression chamber. I want you to take the least amount of time on the bottom that's safe. If it's too deep, we'll helmet you and put you on the air compressors.
It's deep, all right.
How long will you be down?
Oh, something like an hour and a half, figuring we spend 30 minutes maximum at 160 feet odd.
Well, it'll take 45 minutes staging out on the way up to beat the bends.
Okay, don't push anything. We've got all the time and most of the money in the world. I have a syndicate backing me. Now, be careful.
Our middle names. Ready to go, Cobb? I went off a ladder from the scuppers and hit the water. I went down fast because I was heavily weighted. And going this deep, you don't want to waste time. I used the knotted guideline to help pull me down. The line was 175 feet long. It didn't reach all the way to the bottom. I stopped to consider what to do now. And then I saw her for the first time. The damnedest sight I ever saw. The sight that was to change my whole life.
What does a young man see in the ocean at nearly 30 fathoms deep that will change his life? And whatever it was, what does the term her mean? A female of some species? Or a female of the species? A woman? And if so, what kind of woman in the depths of the ocean? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Steve Carr has encountered whatever strange phenomenon has swum into his view far beneath the surface, his partner Cobb Straker has surfaced unexpectedly and now is being helped back aboard the ship. His relatively sudden reappearance has been a surprise to everyone aboard, and J.C. Hunter is the first to lend him a helping hand, reaching to take his fins as he shucks them in order to climb the ladder back aboard.
You all right?
Sure. I came up because there's no point to the dive.
What do you mean? Adams, take Mr. Straker's equipment. Help him out of the tanks.
I don't know what your anchor hook snagged, but it must be some kind of a hill or mountain.
What do you mean?
Well, we've got 175 feet out of weighted guidelines, but mine at least still don't reach bottom. Once I got to the end of the line, I chickened out. I wasn't going any deeper on my own. And what about Steve?
He's still down there.
Well, maybe he's lucky. He hit a slope or something. I'll catch my second wind till he comes up. Maybe we can replot this whole dive better.
How long will he be?
Well, any minute now, unless he narked out.
He what?
Nitrogen narcosis. Raptures of the deep. A sort of deep-sea drunk. Complete euphoria, and you lose all track of time. Hey, he went down before me. Where the devil is he?
Maybe you'd better go down after him.
Well, if he doesn't break water in the next couple of minutes, I sure as shooting will.
Oh, there he is.
Well, where you been, jerkola? What do you want to do? Give us all the hives? You all right?
Just cutting it. You want to gaff me aboard, Cobb? Cobb, did you go all the way down?
Right to the end of the line.
See anything?
No. I just knew that any further and I was out of my depth.
You didn't see her?
Who?
The girl. In the sort of flowing robes. She looked like an anemone, sort of.
Well, maybe that's what you saw.
Oh, no. This was no anemone. A sea animal, maybe. But if she was the closest thing to the girl I dream about. And if that's where she lives, and man, let me live there, too.
You know what I think, Steve? I think you were narked.
No way, Cobb. My head was as clear as a bell. I'm going to tell you something right now, partner. I don't care about treasure ships. We stumbled on something far more special. If I can find her again. And right now I'm going over to see if I can. They couldn't talk me out of it. I asked for and got a longer guideline. 75 more feet took it to 250. Cobb was fit to be tied.
I still think you're crazy, Steve. I'm going down with you.
Oh, no, I want you up top on the line for signal so I know I'm safe.
What's the big deal? 250 feet? Trying to set a record?
Nowhere near it, and you know it. Who was the guy dive something near 400 breathing air?
Some Italian, and they fished him up unconscious.
I'm going nowhere near that. Now, wish me luck, buddy, because here I go.
Now, wait a minute.
I went down the guideline, hand over hand, like a circus flyer climbs to the trapeze platform. I wanted every minute I could have on the bottom, if I ever got there, or wherever I ran into her again, if I ever did. But outside of the beam from my torch, everything was as black as being locked in a closet.
Where is he, Cobb?
Last signal he gave me was at 225. Fruithead, it's too deep for free diving.
Signal him to come up.
Well, what do you think I've been doing? Hold it. He just reached the end of the line. Well, at least he ain't going no further.
I don't know how long I hung there, but at last I gave up. It was too dark to think of leaving the line, not without some ground underneath to read. I signaled I was on my way up, but before I could even start, they swam into the range of my light. I never saw anything like that. Man-shaped, only they were scaled all over like fish. Not only did they wear foot fins, but their hands were the same. Their heads looked something like birds, with a sort of beak and the face scaly, too. There were too many to count, and they swam as swiftly as dolphins. And in back of them was the girl I'd seen before, in the flowing robe and the swirling hair. I had time only to send an urgent signal up the line before they swarmed over me.
What is it, Cobb?
I don't know. Alarm signal. Something's wrong. I'm going over and down there. Stand by the line. Keep your hand on it. One jerk means everything's Jake. 2 steady jerks, repeated, means we're on our way up by stages. 3 sharp jerks, repeated or not, means you better have the decompression tank ready when we pop out like corks. You got it?
I have it. What do you suppose he's run into down there?
JC, there are so many mysteries in the black beneath that green cover. Who could even attempt to guess?
2 of the scaly porpoise things grabbed me by the arms and tore me away from the line. They were incredibly powerful, and I was helpless to resist. They started on a plunge deeper into the ocean on the command of one of them who seemed to be in charge. It was then my guardian angel acted, stopping them imperiously. Suddenly, in my confused state, I realized they were speaking to each other quite freely. I could hear the sound of their voices and the words. But even more unbelievable, I could half understand them. They were speaking a strange, old-fashioned kind of Greek.
No, Stanislaus, you cannot take him deeper.
He has invaded our territory. He must be brought to Minocles. These are my orders.
Not as he is. He cannot stand the pressures. We must have an air tank.
It will meet us on the way.
I hope it's not too late. I don't think he has much air left.
He'll manage. He'll have to.
Couldn't we wait for the tank? I tell you, he may die.
Let him. He is the enemy. If we can take them alive, very well. If dead, what's the difference?
At least let me escort him. I order you, let him go. He is my prisoner.
I was in a daze, my mind suspended in shock as my body tried to take these huge depths. How was it possible these strange entities could speak to each other freely? Then I thought of fish, and more than that, dolphins and whales who communicate without problem. I wanted to pull the mouthpiece out and try to speak myself, but I knew I was not adapted for that. But most of all, I was amazed that by the accident of birth, I had the ability to understand these creatures and the arcane Greek that they spoke. The only terror was that I could tell the air in my tanks was running out.
What happened, Cobb?
Search me. He's gone. There's no sign of him.
Gone where?
I don't know. Narked, I guess. Raptures of the deep. We've got to fight it all the time we go deep enough.
Oh, you think we've lost him?
No, not in my book. I wouldn't have come up except I ran out of air. Get me in the tank. Decompress me. I came up too fast, but I'm going down again first chance I get.
I don't want to lose you too, Cobb.
We haven't lost anyone. My buddy Steve is down there. All he needs is help.
We were going deeper and deeper, and I could feel the terrible pressure of the water. I wanted to scream out my protest to the lovely woman who swam, if that's what we were doing, beside me. But to relinquish my mouthpiece would have meant instant drowning, which suddenly I faced. With the slightest of gurgles, my tanks were exhausted, and I spat out the mouthpiece and tried to say help. It was as if my word had been articulated, for in a moment her mouth was on mine, and she was breathing pure oxygen into my lungs. And in that moment, I saw some of the fish people swimming up towards me with a cylindrical tank just before I blacked out. When I came to, I was lying on a kind of couch on the inside of the tank, and beside me was the girl, woman, the apparition or whatever she was. The tank was transparent, and outside, like the men at the oars of some ancient slave ship, I could see we were being propelled by the fish things. I took a deep breath. A breath of delirious satisfaction and gratefulness. Whatever was ahead of me, at least I was breathing air again. As I did so, she opened her eyes and looked into mine.
You are all right?
I guess so.
You can breathe? Or shall we adjust the pressure?
No, it's fine, just fine. Who are you?
I am a halfway and in Group 1. My name is Ariadne. And yours?
The name is Steve. Steve Carr.
Steve Carr. It is a strange name. And you are a stranger. Yet you speak our language.
Well, not quite. It's close to my family tongue. You see, my real name is Stephanos Karalis. I'm Greek.
Ah, Greek. I have heard legends of them. They are a people who borrowed our language.
Beg pardon?
They came in ships, so the great book says. But we drove them off and sank them in the sea. But some, it is recorded, escaped. And they stole our language and our culture.
What culture?
The one you are being brought home to. Oh, how I hope you can survive.
Oh, don't worry, I'll make the attempt. But what am I going to survive to enjoy?
You do not like me?
Lady, that's beside the point at the moment. Where the devil are you taking me?
To my home. And the home of my fathers. To my country. To Atlantis.
One of the world's prime mysteries. Is it possible that here is the answer to that mythical island of Atlantis that was, in ancient times, believed to have existed in the Atlantic Ocean? Could someone in our modern times actually have found his way to that fabled land? I shall return shortly with Act 3. The lost island of Atlantis was first mentioned by Plato, the Greek philosopher. Later, in the 1st century before Christ, Solon, the father of law, reported that he was told of it by an Egyptian priest who said that it had been overwhelmed by an earthquake or a shifting in the world's crust, that it had sunk in the sea 9,000 years before his time. This is only one of many legends of the lost Atlantis, including the one you are listening to in my present report.
I remember remember being propelled by the strange creatures through a thick, waving forest of kelp. The great undulating trunks, perhaps some 2 to 3 feet across, and reaching up from the ocean bed into infinity. From then on, everything was blank, until Ariadne woke me up.
You can come out of the cylinder with me now, Stephanos.
Where are we?
On the floor of the ocean.
Oh, no. No, Ariadne, I have no air. I can't breathe.
You will have air.
How? Did you fill my tanks?
No need of that. You will be able to breathe now.
No, you don't understand. I can't breathe underwater like you people.
Oh, but halfways like me can only breathe for a limited time. Only the androcytes are adapted fully to breathe underwater.
The androcytes? The men fish?
You see, they are no longer here.
Where is here?
In the home place. The island under the sea.
I looked through the transparent sides of the cylinder, and I couldn't believe it. A whole city covered the top of this giant floating island on the floor of the ocean. People were walking freely, chatting. The women dressed in flowing garments. The men in kilted skirts, their feet in sandals. I was back in the midst of a civilization older than Christianity and the Romans. Heaven only knows how many thousands of feet below the surface of the Atlantic. Ariadne now took me by the hand, and together we slipped out of the door that served as entrance or egress from the cylinder.
Don't look so terrified, Stephanos. There's plenty of oxygen. Try.
Hey. Well, all right. That's beautiful, but where does it come from?
I will let Minocles give what answers he deems proper to your questions.
Who is Minocles?
He is the ruler, the autocrat, the only one of which there is but one. Come, we must make haste. It is not good to keep him waiting. I have brought the outsider, Minocles, as you commanded.
Bring him forward, that we may talk. Welcome to Atlantis. What is his name?
Stephanos.
He is Greek? I know of Greece. You came in your ships and we sank them.
When was this, sir?
Time for us is different than it is for you. In your terms, let us say in centuries. Perhaps 12,000 of them ago.
12,000?
More or less. Before the sea closed the waters of its doors above our heads and we became the lost Atlantis.
What happened, sir?
You may call me Minocles. I do not know this other word.
Was it an earthquake?
At the end, yes. A convulsion of the earth that plunged us forever beneath the water.
But how could you have lived?
We had our warnings. Oh, yes, we were warned.
How?
In the second passage of the seasons after I was named as autocrat, 2 significant discoveries were made which were to preserve us even in the face of disaster. One was that our island had begun to sink slowly, and that our civilization was doomed unless we could prepare to adapt. Come with me. Once I could look from these heights across Atlantis to the sun setting on a sea that stretched beyond the wall about our island.
The wall?
You see? Stone piled on stone and sealed stone to stone to shut out the encroaching waters.
Like Holland and the dikes.
What'd you say?
Just another people who had to shut out the sea.
Like us?
No, not like you. They never sank into it. What did you do when that happened?
First the wall, and then the dome.
I don't understand.
Look up, Stephanos. From the top of the wall, arching above us, we are sealed in one huge envelope.
A giant sort of plastic bubble. You live in the opposite of a goldfish bowl.
A world of our own.
Within this protected area, we manufacture the breath of life.
How?
By pumps, which extract the oxygen from the sea, very much as fish gills do.
But how long did this take to build?
We had 1,000 times the wheeling of the seasons.
1,000 years?
Long enough to be ready for the convulsion that cast us to the bottom of the sea.
How do you live? What do you feed yourselves?
We had to adapt a breed, a phylum, which could cultivate our sea farms outside the protection of this, what you call, bubble.
The androcides?
Exactly. Simply a matter of selective breeding to reverse the process of man's rise to land from the mother sea.
You mean they breathe like fish through gills and no longer can sustain life on air?
Exactly.
But why would they work for you? Couldn't they abandon you and make their own state?
No.
Why?
Because they cannot reproduce. The secret of parthenogenesis. No man or woman or creature that you have encountered in our society was born. He, she, it was created spontaneously. The fabric built from some living cell taken from another.
Cloning?
What is that word?
It means taking a cell from any given body, man or woman, then introducing it into the ova of a woman from whom part of the nucleus has been removed, and producing, after full term, a mirror image of the person from whom the cell was taken.
Substantially correct.
But that's a recent discovery.
In your world, perhaps. It was a technique we perfected nearly 600 generations ago. You must learn to live with it.
What does that mean?
You are a fresh impetus for us. You bring new ideas and knowledge of wider horizons. Since you are to be with us, we must have you duplicated as soon as possible.
My protests were waved away by the imperious Minocles, and in spite of Ariadne's attempts to calm me down, I was finally dragged away by a swarm of guards. The prison room in which I was confined was classic, and its dampness worried me because it brought back too vividly the immense pressure of the sea all about this relatively tiny bubble of air in the midst of the vast oceans of the sea. I don't know how she managed it, but Ariadne came to me. Ariadne.
Shh. Not so loud.
How did you get here?
I have privileges. I am a halfway, but there is royal blood in my veins.
What are we going to do?
Do?
I can't fit in here. How can I?
You can. After the operation tomorrow, you will go to adaptation training and become a halfway like me. And you will be reproduced.
What operation?
To sterilize you.
To what? I won't let them.
But why not? If you are to be among us, we cannot have someone who can reproduce at will. It would tear apart the whole fabric of our lives.
I don't want to do that. I can't be part of what you are, Ariadne.
What else can you do?
I can go back. Back where I came from.
The autocrat would never allow you to do that.
Then you must help me escape.
How? It is impossible. You are not adapted. How could you breathe long enough out there?
Fill my tanks with enough air.
But you could not stand the pressures.
Then we'll have to steal a cylinder like the one you brought me here in.
Impossible. Even if I did, the androcytes would capture us, and we have no way to move it.
You say you are adapted. You could move us up high enough so that I could come out safely.
There is only one chance. I must help you escape.
The details of the escape don't matter. Somehow we got away and started up towards the surface. And we're lucky enough, or Ariadne was smart enough, that we didn't encounter any of the fishmen. Unerringly, she led me back to the spot I had left. How long ago? And there was my weighted rope, its knots climbing towards the surface and my world. I had my arm about her waist, but suddenly she squirmed free, and she spoke to me, while I was helpless to answer.
Goodbye, Stephanos. I wish I had been born as you were. But we are from different worlds, and there is no bridge between them. Only let me say one thing. I have something to take away with me which makes me different. Makes me an individual in a world where such a thing does not exist. I am glad I knew that, even if only briefly. Goodbye, Stephanos.
She darted away from me so fast I couldn't follow. Her loose robes billowing like a flower. I couldn't have followed her anyway, because suddenly the androcytes were all about seizing her and dragging her down. Some of them came for me, and I had no choice but to drop my heavily weighted belt and shoot to the surface in a haze of bubbles. Exploded out of the ocean as if I'd been a champagne cork.
Cobb, there he is. It's Steve. He came up without being decompressed. Get that chamber ready.
Okay.
Okay, Steve. Take it easy.
No, I've got to follow her. To save... Where am I?
You're in the hospital, Steve. And I'm your buddy, Cobb Straker. And you just about copped it, friend.
I've got to get back. I gotta get back.
Steve, you ain't going nowhere. Not if I have to sit on you till you come out of all of this.
But Ariadne...
The dame, sure. Lost Atlantis, sure. You gotta be kidding, man. Steve, sooner or later, you've got to face up to it. You zonked out down there. You were narked.
The raptures of the deep.
You said it, Steve, not me. But that's all it was.
It's what I've had to settle for. Leave it at that or end in a funny farm. But the memory of it, and of a girl named Ariadne, her hair and her loose garments stirred by the water as if they were the petals of a sea flower, will haunt me all my life. We never did find J. Calvin Hunter's treasure, but I found my own. I only wish I could have kept it.
A curiously unforgettable story, which I find haunts me, too. Not only the girl, but that strange and beautiful city-state that Steve also imagined, or visited briefly. The legend of Atlantis dies hard. Could one imagine that it still does exist, buried somewhere so deep in the Atlantic East Trough that man has as yet no way to find the way there? I'll be back shortly.
Did you know that Goodyear services cars?
I didn't know that.
Lots of people don't. Say Goodyear, they'll say tires almost every time.
Good for them.
Yeah, well, how do we tell them Goodyear services cars?
Why don't we tell them about the limited warranty?
The what?
Tell everyone that if you get your car serviced at Goodyear, the service and parts are backed by Goodyear with a warranty good for 90 days or 3,000 miles.
Oh, which?
Whichever comes first.
Oh.
And if the work isn't done right, and you're more than 50 miles from where you got it serviced, you can take your car to any of over 1,500 Goodyear service stores, and they'll redo it at no charge.
Say, that's a great deal.
Yep.
Look, I thought you said you didn't know Goodyear services cars.
I didn't. I must have read it somewhere.
Well, where would you read that?
Probably in my warranty.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth out your rough-running engine with a tune-up at your Goodyear service store for just $39.88 for six-cylinder cars. Includes new points, plugs, rotor, and condenser. No extra charge for air conditioning or labor. Call for an appointment now. Price is slightly higher in California.
Recently, I read that Steve and Cobb had traced the drifting of a long-sunk Spanish galleon, and that all along the path had come up with gold and artifacts worth a king's ransom. I'm glad Steve struck it rich. I hope he enjoys his hard-bought wealth. I wonder if he would exchange it for that other treasure he found, or thought he found. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Catherine Byers, Ray Owens, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale. Who's Marla?
You wouldn't understand.
You could explain it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Look, your name is Howard Spurlow.
I know my name.
You are about to be tried for murder.
I know that, too.
I'm the attorney appointed to defend you.
We've been through all this. Why don't you let me alone?
You have to have a defense.
Why?
Why did you kill him?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Premeditated murder, first degree, puts you in jail for life.
I don't care.
You don't care now. Wait. This state of shock you're in will wear off. You'll care.
I wish you'd let me alone.
On the other hand, second degree or manslaughter or lesser charges, you could get a maximum of 10 years. Maybe as low as 3 or 4. Tell me, why did you kill him?
Why don't you let me alone?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I can think of no better opening for this tale than a quote from Matthew Lewis, a writer and poet of the late 18th century. Pale terror, trembling, guards the fountain's head, and rouses fancy on her wakeful bed. From realms of viewless spirits tears the veil, and there reveals the unutterable tale. Strong medicine, but once again, that is the burden of our story.
Our little mouse has jumped at the chance, Headley.
We move in, Hester?
For a week or two. The sicker she gets, the more nursing she needs. How long will it take?
One can never be quite sure. We should manage to dispose of her within 6 weeks.
Our mystery drama, Will the Real Amy Stand Up?, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jennifer Harmon. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When the pain and stress of today's lifestyle whipsaws your nerves to a frazzle, do you sometimes long for a more sedate and structured life? Does the Victorian era ever capture your imagination? A time when the hydrogen bomb didn't threaten, the ecology hadn't begun to be strangled, war was the business of soldiers, and the telephone was a novelty instead of a necessity. Or, if you had been Amy Trowbridge of Lynn, Massachusetts, on the north shore of Boston Bay, wouldn't you have longed for more modern communications or an expert in psychiatry? I'll let you decide for yourselves.
You can take the rig on down to the stable, Silas, but don't unhitch till I send word. I don't know how long I'll be.
Oh, it's you, Lawyer Clough. Come in.
Well, what's the word, Mrs. Donnelly?
Oh, about the Commodore. He's mighty low. Dr. Fennell and Miss Amy are with him now.
I'm sorry to hear the news, but I was forewarned.
In the midst of life, we are in death.
Don't remind me, Mrs. Donnelly. I'm not so young myself.
We don't matter. It's Amy. She's the one who's had to bear the brunt. If I had my way of it...
I see Dr. Fennell is on his way down. You can leave us alone, Mrs. Donnelly. We have things to talk about.
I'm sure you have. And I know I'd be in the way. Oh, how is he, Doctor?
Yeah, he's still with us, Mrs. Donnelly. But maybe you'd go up and give little Miss Amy some sport?
Oh, I'll do that very thing.
Well, seeing you here confirms my diagnosis, Ephraim.
What the Sam Hill does that mean?
It takes the scent of wills about to be probated and property about to be distributed to flush out a lawyer.
He's that bad, huh?
No chance. Matter of hours, maybe a day.
Does Amy know?
In a general way. I haven't forced her to face up to specifics yet.
Ross, what's going to happen to her?
I don't know, Ephraim. Pretty bleak future.
Well, maybe it ain't all that bad. I mean, between us, she's going to be a very rich young lady.
In worldly goods, perhaps. That's your business. I could only wish Commodore Stacy Trowbridge had left her a better world than my bailiwick.
Meaning?
I esteem the Commodore, but as a doctor, I have to face the fact that he was a difficult, selfish man. And even in dying, he's tearing that poor little girl apart.
Well, maybe I'd better go up.
No, I think this is a final gasp. Allow them that. But once the Commodore is gone, what are we going to do for Amy? Since Molly died, the Commodore has been her life. How can we protect her from falling apart once the center of her universe is ripped away?
Well, there's always the housekeeper. Thank the Lord for Martha Donnelly.
I wouldn't be too hasty to offer thanks. Mrs. Donnelly has her own problems. She has an enlarged heart. She wants to get out of service. As a doctor, I can't argue that she shouldn't. This big house, everything here, it's too much for her and Amy.
Well, now, I think I know what to do.
You do?
I cannot, of course, reveal the terms of the will, but because of it, I know there are two rather obscure relatives who are, well, small beneficiaries, a niece of the Commodore's and her husband. I think I must contact them cautiously. It might be that our little Amy could find a home with them.
Dr. Fennell, Miss Amy says she needs you there quick. She's afraid her father is sinking.
I wish I could tell her anything but the same truth.
Martha, you think this is it?
Oh, I do.
How's Miss Amy?
Oh, brave as brave. Hanging on to every bit of strength she can find to support her.
But you'll stay on with her.
Oh, I'll try. Oh, she's my baby. But I don't know how long I'm for this world myself. She needs more than me.
Well, there are these cousins. But let's just see what the good Lord provides.
In Boston.
Doesn't seem all that different from Chicago, Father.
Oh, let's hope it will be, Mother.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't call me Mother.
Just habit, Esther. You call me Father. Allow me to get the bags down.
Oh, I wonder if there will be anyone to meet us.
No, I should think so.
Our dear little cousin Amy.
I rather doubt that. From Mr. Clough's letters, she's not feeling quite up to scratch since the Commodore sailed his last voyage.
Oh, such a pity we had to be late for the funeral.
Isn't it? Well, then, bags are down, and we're in the station.
Your pardon, but would you, by chance, be Mr. and Mrs. Headley Spence of Wamshuta, Illinois?
Oh, we are indeed, Mr.
Ephraim Clough is the name.
No, you're the lawyer who's written us.
Yes, I am. I could have wished you could have gotten here sooner.
Well, we came as fast as ever we could.
Oh, my dear Mrs. Spence, I implied no criticism of you or your husband. I merely meant that, unfortunately, the obsequies could not wait.
You mean we missed the funeral?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I tried to reach you by telegram, but...
Oh, well, as it happened, we were no longer at the address that you had for us. Mail was being forwarded to us in Chicago.
Ah, then you were settled there.
Well...
Oh, yes and no.
As it happened, I had closed out my business affairs in Wamshuta when your first letter reached us.
And we had decided on a move to Chicago.
More scope for a man to expand.
Then when you contacted us, I said, Father?
Father?
A fond name I call my husband sometimes. Why must it be Chicago? I wanted the East and the sea and the coastline where I was born. So it was absolute manna from heaven when your letter came. I mean, voiding the sad circumstances under which it was written.
Yes, now, if we are referring to the will, I must tell you...
The will? Oh, that is of no importance. As you said, we are minor beneficiaries.
Well, to be frank, it's only a matter of perhaps $1,000.
Well, when I realized how much my poor little niece, or second cousin, or whatever the relationship is exactly, needs someone to take care of her, well, I made up my mind.
And when she makes up her mind, nothing else is going to change it.
Just what did you make up your mind to, Mrs. Spence?
Why, sakes alive, that Headley and me were going to come here and take care of poor little Amy till she found herself again.
Oh, why, I never asked you to... As it happens, there is the housekeeper, Mrs. Durnley, who is still with Amy.
A housekeeper, Mr. Clough? Well, now, I ask you, at a moment like this, when the child needs flesh and blood...
Mr. Spence, I will be frank. Mrs. Durnley is no longer robust.
You see? So Amy needs us. If she wants us, of course.
Oh, you could very easily be her only salvation.
How do you do, Cousin Hester?
Oh, my poor, dear little lost lamb. Oh, let me give you a hug.
Oh, I thank you.
No thanks to you, honey. I just want to gather you up in my heart and hold you safe.
Oh, that's very sweet of you.
Just right out honest, the way I feel.
Me too, Amy.
It's very kind of you.
Oh, don't you believe it? We're kind of selfish, I reckon.
Well, how come?
Well, because I know my beloved Hester so well. I see just what she sees in you.
What's that?
The child that we never had. The daughter that the two of us always wanted.
Oh, well, I'm very touched. And I'm sorry you weren't here to see Father before he...
Oh, now, don't you worry your head about that for a moment.
I'm just upset about so many things. Mrs. Durnley is getting a room ready for you.
Child, if we're to be any bother, don't you fret about us staying.
Oh, after coming all the way half across the country and traipsing out to Lynn like this, I insist you stay the night.
Now, I must warn you again of something, Mr. and Mrs. Spence.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Clough?
Even though I dragged you all the way here to Lynn for the reading of the will, there's very little recompense in it for you.
I don't quite understand.
Well, the Commodore's bequest to you is a token one. In all, not much more than $1,000. The entire estate is left to Amy. It's a remarkably sizable amount, I must say. But then, in a sense, you are major testatee, since in the case of Amy's demise, the entire estate would devolve upon you.
Oh, lawyers, why must you all be so morbid? Headley and I are not here with our hands out. What concerns us is that poor child. She's a nervous wreck. Well, what's going to become of her?
I don't know. Dr. Fennell is seriously concerned about her. You see, her father was a demanding man. All through his long sickness, he kept Amy quite literally chained to him in this old dark house all alone, just as shut in as he was.
Well, I think, always supposing Amy would like us to, that for a while we should stay on with her. Help her to find herself.
Ah, now, that's most generous of you. I'm sure Amy will jump at the chance.
Well, Hester?
Our little mouse has jumped at the chance.
We move in?
For a week or two.
That doesn't give us quite enough time.
Oh, there will be ways to prolong our stay. The sicker she gets, the more she needs nursing. How long will it take?
One can never be quite sure. The young have more resistance. And we must take care. Oh, still, I should imagine within 6 weeks.
Oh, and we'll be rich again.
Forever, my love. Once little Amy joins the Commodore in, if you'll excuse the pleasantry, Davy Jones' locker, you and I will be set for life.
Remember my quote at the top of this story? And there reveals the unutterable tale? Well, we've had our first revelation. This kindly, compassionate couple are not at all what they seem. Worse than that, they are not only capable of murder, but seem to have already accomplished more than one. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
You ready?
Ready.
I'll say Goodyear.
I'll say tires.
Uh-oh.
What?
Well, whenever you say Goodyear, people think tires. Even though Goodyear does service on all kinds of cars.
Somebody should tell people about that.
Yeah, how?
Carrier pigeons.
Messy.
Well, drop leaflets.
Litter.
Letters.
Listen, why don't we just tell people to go to Goodyear for car service or repair? Goodyear for car service.
Fortune cookies.
Crummy.
Get a front-end alignment and tire rotation for just $15.88 for most American cars except front-wheel drive. Price is slightly higher in California. Call your Goodyear service store today.
Let's review the situation quickly. A young woman, Amy Trowbridge, just past her 21st birthday, finds herself alone and suddenly very rich. But many years of caring for her invalided father has left her ill-equipped to face life. The family doctor fears for her sanity. The family lawyer is concerned for her physical well-being. And at this moment, two kindly and compassionate cousins turn up as if they were an answer from heaven. Is their offer to care for Amy accepted?
There now, darling. You're all tucked in. Your cousins, or whatever they are, wanted to say good night. But I think it's better you just drop off without any more excitement.
Oh, they're very sweet, but I'd rather not see them tonight.
Well, then let Martha handle that. Is it right, what I hear?
What, Martha?
Well, that Mr. and Mrs. Spence are going to stay here for a while.
Well, it's been discussed. Would you mind?
Oh, me? Mind? Whatever for, child?
Well, this is your home. This will always be your home as long as you want to make it so.
You mean to stay on here, Miss Amy?
Well, what else would I do?
Oh, sell it. Blow all the cobwebs out of your dear little head. Go to Boston. Start fresh. Begin to enjoy life for a change.
Oh, wouldn't I love to? But it's not for me, Martha.
Why not? You're young. You should be looking forward to what life can offer you, what it could be.
Only I can't. Only look backwards and see how it was a long time ago. If only I'd realized then how happy I was. I wish it could be that way again.
Well, you and me will make it that way. So, as long as you want to stay on here in the only house I've ever known as home, I'll stay with you.
Well, now I can sleep. Except, what about my cousins?
Oh, well, if they want to stay on for a while, why not? They're extra company. And the good Lord knows you could use that better than solitude.
Good night, Martha.
Oh, good night, my baby.
And still I'm afraid. In spite of all the people who will protect me, I've always been afraid. Why? Was it
Because I was so sound asleep that night when Mother was crying out and we were all alone in the house. And I never heard her until it was too late to call the doctor. Dr. Fennell. Dear Dr. Fennell. He said there was nothing that could have been done even if I had wakened. It was a heart attack and took her mercifully. Not like Father. Not like the Commodore. All those years in pain till I hated him as much as I loved him. Only now he's gone. What am I going to do? What do I have left to live for?
I just talked to the housekeeper, Martha Durnley.
About her retiring as she wants to do?
No, damn it, about her staying on as she wants to do.
Well, why would she want to stay on?
Oh, I haven't time or patience to divine her thoughts. I only know that for our purposes, that woman has got to go. Esther, we must have that girl without interference, so that the whole scheme will be a success.
We will, my beloved, we will. If Martha Durnley has to go, we'll figure a way.
Well, I already have it in mind. The main object is to get the girl totally isolated. Drive her into an insane asylum or bury her 6 feet deep like my former wives, just as long as the estate comes to us.
Well, how are you going to get rid of the Durnley woman?
Hand me a pillow from the bed.
What?
Do as I say.
Oh, yes, of course, Headley, dear. Here.
This should do it. Nice and solid.
Oh, what are you planning?
It has worked before, Hester. No reason why it shouldn't again. You do remember that my poor first wife had a weak heart?
Oh, yes.
So does the housekeeper, I understand. It won't be all that surprising, will it? That with all the excitement and the nervous pressures of the Commodore's death, that at her age it suddenly gave out.
What was that? Who is it? Who's there? Don't touch me.
Good night, Mrs. Durnley. Sleep tight.
Well, my horses are getting restless. I'd best be off for Boston.
Well, I'm sorry you have to rush away, Mr. Clough.
Well, I don't think I'm needed here. And I do have busy practice back in the city. I had wanted to say goodbye to Amy.
Oh, the poor lamb was just exhausted last night. She's still asleep. But I'll go waken her if you want.
No. Let her sleep. More important for her health. I did intend, though, to have a few words with Mrs. Durnley. Have either of you seen her this morning?
Well, I suspect she overslept, too, with all the emotional turmoil.
Lord help us, what was that?
Sounded like Amy.
Well, then, let's get to her.
Come on. Inside the house.
Amy, girl, what is it?
Oh, Mr. Clough, it's Martha.
All right, now, what about her? Just try to pull yourself together.
She's dead. She's lying in her bed, and I think she had a heart attack. But she's dead. She's dead.
Hush now, child, hush.
Give her to me, Lawyer Clough. This is woman's business.
Mr. Clough, why don't you do what you can for poor Mrs. Durnley while I go fetch the doctor?
What was it, Doctor?
Heart. Not surprising, given her condition and her age.
She's dead?
Oh, yes. Must have happened during the night. Yeah, I'll issue a death certificate. But where will I
Well,
say...
as far as I know, there are no relatives. This was the only home she had. And I suppose it's the main reason she put up with the Commodore as long as she did. That and Amy. How is she, Ross?
Well, it isn't exactly the therapy I'd have prescribed on top of her father's death. I'm worried about that child.
Well, should you put her in the hospital for a rest cure?
I don't think so. Could be the worst possible thing for her. Then she might give up entirely.
What do you mean?
I wish I knew. That child has been dependent and manipulated so long by people and circumstances. She's lost herself. She has to find herself right here where she got lost in the first place.
Don't forget, keep in touch.
We will, Mr. Clough. Won't we, Amy?
Oh, yes. Yes. Amy promises she will. I will, Uncle Ephraim. I will. Oh, it's getting some chilly.
Amy?
Hmm? Are you all right, dear? Oh, yes. Yes, it's just... Oh, there, you see, it is cold. Come on now, children. Everyone inside. All right, dearie? Oh, I'm all right. I'm just... I don't know how to say it.
Feeling a little strange with us, hmm?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, my love, you don't have to. Of course you feel strange with us. But that'll pass. I promise you.
Now, Headley, don't bother poor little Amy. Oh, he's not bothering me.
Something is?
Well, yes, it's silly, isn't it? But I don't know what to call you.
Oh, well, now. There's a silly state of affairs if we're all going to be living together. We'll have to solve that right away.
Well, I mean, I can't call you Mr. Spence and Mrs. Spence.
Mm-mm.
That doesn't seem right. But then neither does Hester or Headley. Because we're so much older? Well, I didn't mean to say that.
Why the devil not? It's true enough.
Headley, stop teasing. I tell you what would be good, if you like, Amy. I know Headley and I would. How about Uncle Headley and Aunt Hester? I couldn't have asked two people to be more kind or attentive to me. They were so good that I was ashamed of myself for not being able to lavish the same affection on them. But something seemed to hold me back. Maybe it was because in the days that followed, I just didn't feel well. I'd get such cramps in my stomach after eating sometimes. And my hair and my nails were sort of dry and brittle. Dr. Fennell dropped by to see me and gave me quite a lecture.
You've got to stop dwelling on the past, Amy. You're making yourself a nervous wreck.
I know. It's just that I was so used to taking care of Daddy and having Martha take care of me. I'm just all out of kilter.
Amy, I'm leaving day after tomorrow for New York to attend a seminar. I want you to be a good girl. Take care of yourself while I'm gone.
I promise. When will you be back?
10 days, 2 weeks. Young Dr. Marble will be covering for me while I'm gone.
Well, I'm sure I won't need to call on him.
No, I hope not. Try to eat, drink plenty of water, and most of all, try to find your real self, Amy Trowbridge. Once you do, you won't have a worry in the world.
He was such a sweet man. I never had been able to explain to him the real problem. How alone I felt. Abandoned. Ever since Mom died. Just me, Amy, locked away in this seaside house with a father who didn't know how demanding he was, burying me day by day, week by week, year by year. I suppose everybody feels alone sometime. But I can't believe many people are like me. So alone all the time. Amy. Amy. What? Who's that? Don't you remember me? How could you have forgotten? It's Clara. Clara. Clara? That's right. I haven't thought of you in years. I know. Because you didn't need me again. Till now. What do you mean, need you? You're all alone.
That's the way I happened in the first place.
I was just a little girl then. I had to have a companion. Every little girl who's lonely makes up an imaginary companion, doesn't she?
I don't know. I only know about me. That's why I came back.
But I'm too old for childish fantasies now.
Not too old for me, Amy. You need me.
For what?
What they're trying to do to you. Why were you so afraid to mention it to the doctor? I would have. Next time you see him, I'll make sure you do it. But what are you going to do in the meantime?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. What you suspect. What you're afraid to recognize. Are you going to let them kill you?
Lying on the bed, in the dark, on a night heavy with the threat of an impending storm, Amy is frozen in terror. Is there really someone else with her? Or is what she fears herself, and what Dr. Fennell fears, happening to her at last? Can she be losing her mind? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Grease stain, oil stain, mud stain, and chocolate. When you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
Now you can prove Shout's a mom's best friend. Before washing, just spray it on a tough stain. Wait a few seconds. Turn over the fabric and see how Shout penetrates right through to the other side.
That's right. Shout saturates, really penetrates. It's almost like spraying both sides of the stain at the same time.
So when you want a tough stain out, shout it out.
Desperately, Amy's eyes try to pierce the darkness in the room. Is that a deeper shadow against the gloom? The shifting outlines of a girl about her own age, from which the tantalizingly familiar voice comes? The voice which speaks a horrifying fact she thought was buried too deep within her for anyone to know. A thought she had never, till this moment, allowed herself to imagine might be reality, and which now she is still afraid to countenance.
When I was a little girl, I needed a playmate. I didn't have anyone else, so I had to make one up.
You didn't make me up. I was always here.
But I'm too old for that kind of thing now. I mean, people who have dream companions no one else can see or hear are sick.
It isn't I who's making you sick, Amy.
What are you trying to say?
What I said before. You never had pains in the stomach before they came. Are you just going to let them kill you?
Them?
Uncle Headley and dear Aunt Hester. It's up to you. You're the only one who can decide. Decide.
Amy, dear, can I come in?
Oh, just a moment. Clara. Oh, she's gone. Yes, Auntie. Come in.
Oh, were you asleep?
I think I must have drifted off.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just came up to make sure you'd taken your pills and bring you a nice cup of cocoa.
Oh, thanks, but I don't...
Oh, now, just what you need on a stormy night like this. Oh, you want me to light your lamp for you?
I don't think so. Maybe if you could just leave some matches.
Oh, well, I have some in the pocket of my apron. I'll just put my lamp down. And the cocoa. And here are the matches. Oh, it's quite a storm. Now, drink up your cocoa like a good girl while it's still hot.
I really don't want it. I'm feeling a little sick to my stomach.
Oh, just what you need to settle it.
I'll drink it later.
Now, I warn you, I'll sneak back once you're asleep to make sure. Well, I reckon I should get along.
Good night, Aunt Hester.
Good night, Amy.
Go ahead, Amy. Why don't you drink the cocoa?
Why don't you go away, Clara? I don't feel like playing games.
This isn't a game.
You really think they want to poison me?
Why take a chance?
But what do they want?
The money, Amy. What else?
They can't be so evil. No one could be like that.
What about Martha?
Martha?
Funny she should die so suddenly.
She had a weak heart.
Did she? Just look out for yourself.
How?
First off, don't drink the cocoa whatever you do. Pour it down the sink. And tomorrow, get away from here and them. You can afford it.
Well, you're right about one thing. I'm not going to drink the cocoa. I'll take it to the bathroom and pour it down the drain. Right, Clara? Clara? Oh, I want to see you. I can't even remember what you look like or who you are.
If you want to see me, look in the mirror. The mirror.
The mirror? All right. Well, what did you expect to see? There's nobody there but you. A pale, sick, wasted, silly-looking little girl. Whatever became of the girl you once were? Amy Henderson Clara Trope. Clara. She said her name was Clara. But that's my name. That's me.
Amy, my dear girl, what are you doing up?
Why, Uncle Hadley.
Oh, you didn't have to wash your cup if you were finished, dear. You know I always... But you haven't drunk any of it.
I just didn't feel like it tonight.
What were you going to do? Pour it out and pretend that you drank it?
I was just taking it to the bathroom.
Now, you know you're supposed to have that relaxing drink every night. Doctor's orders.
Well, if she doesn't want it one night...
Oh, no. If we're to take care of Amy, she has to follow orders.
I take my pills. What difference does it make if I don't drink some old chocolate or whatever it is?
Well, you know what it is.
And you're going to drink it.
Don't you try to order me around the way my father did. You're just my uncle, and I don't have to take orders anymore. I can do what I want.
That may be what you think, but while I'm in charge, you are
Get your hands off of me.
You're going to drink that.
Henry, I wouldn't. The way you act. If I had to kill myself first, I wouldn't touch it. There. You can't make me drink it now.
You little hellcat. If you think breaking a cup is going to stop me from getting...
Hedley, you should be ashamed.
I'm sorry.
Of course, nothing is going to stop us from doing our duty and trying to care for Amy as the doctor prescribed. But there's such a thing as overdoing. If Amy doesn't want a hot drink at night, she's a big girl now. There's no reason why she has to be treated like a child.
I know, Hester, love. I'm ashamed of myself. Please, forgive me, Amy.
Yes, it's all right. What am I going to do? I know now that they mean to kill me. But where can I go? Where can I run to on a night like this, even if they'd let me run? I'm all alone. Clara? Clara? Where are you now? I need you. Clara.
There is no Clara, Amy. I was always only in your mind. I am you. The real you. It's time you faced that and made your own fight.
have to find a way to protect myself. The revolver. Father's revolver. It's in the chest. If I have that, they can't stop me. I can get to the stables and escape. There's nobody left to count on but myself.
Esther, she knows. I don't know how, but she knows.
Knows what?
That we've been trying to kill her. What else? She has to go tonight.
How?
On a night like this, 1,000 ways. Perhaps with a pillow like the housekeeper. Oh, whatever way we can devise.
Oh, don't be so sure, just because you've gotten away with it so often before. When you lose your temper, you don't remember to think. We have to be very careful.
Why? Nobody knows us in this part of the country. We've buried the past. The thing to do is to strike and get out fast as we can. And take care of this little girl. As long as we know she's alone and helpless.
Who is it?
Oh, shall I raise the lamp to let you know? It's Uncle Headley.
And Aunt Hester. Stay where you are. Why, Amy, darling, what's come over you? I want you to get out of my room.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. We have some things to settle.
Not any closer, Uncle. This is a gun, and it is loaded. Have you lost your mind, Amy? We're your friends.
Of course we are.
I haven't any friends. I've just learned I have to depend on myself.
You need a gun for that?
To save my life.
Would you have the nerve to shoot it?
Yes? Who the devil...
Dr. Fennell, I apologize for knocking so late. I'm from Illinois. My name is Lieutenant Detective Worth, Wamshutter Police. I need to talk to you, sir. If you'll let me in, I think you may find it as urgent as I think it is.
Bless my soul. Yes, come in, young fella. Come in. By all means, do. I can't quite comprehend it. This man, Headley, has already murdered 2 wives?
Yes, sir, we know he has, but we don't have enough proof.
Ah. And you think Amy Trowbridge is in danger?
Look, I traced Headley Spence to Chicago. From there, through a lucky break, to Mr. Ephraim Clough in Boston. He referred me to you, so I came straight on down here by train. If it hadn't been for this weather, I'd have been here at a reasonable time.
Well, now that you are here, what should we do?
Well, I don't have any warrant for an arrest in your state yet. If I had, I'd have broken into that house tonight. All I ask is you to take me there. We may not be able to catch him yet, but at least we might prevent another tragedy.
There's someone at the door. Oh, what shall I do? Headley!
Nothing. Wait. Maybe they'll go away.
They can see lights. Why should they?
Then if we're trapped, things still have to be as we planned.
Oh, Headley, what are you going to do?
She has to be dead for us to win out. Now, don't point that gun at me, Amy. You wouldn't dare shoot.
To save my life?
Give me the gun.
Stay away.
You wouldn't dare shoot. That's something I never planned on.
I never meant to pull the trigger, but I knew it was my life or his.
Hush now, Amy. It was self-defense.
If you'll excuse me, Miss Trowbridge, this man has already killed 2 wives in cold blood with the help of his woman partner. It's almost certain we can prove he killed your housekeeper, and he certainly intended to kill you. The man was an executioner, not worth a single regret.
Thank you, Lieutenant. But I just wish that I hadn't been the executioner.
It's our fault. I never should have left you alone.
Oh, I wasn't alone.
What's that?
I had Clara back with me. That's what really saved me.
Clara?
My childhood playmate. My other self.
Amy, perhaps this has all been too much for you. I'll give you a sedative now.
Oh, dear Dr. Fennell, don't look so worried. I'm not a candidate for a sanitarium. You know who Clara really is?
Who?
She's me. The real me. The one that's been buried all these years. It just took a big enough shock for me to let her out.
Amy, my dear, you...
No, Doctor. I'm not going to be Amy anymore. And you're going to have a big problem off your hands. Now that I've found myself, I'm going to be Clara. It's one of my names, anyway. Clara Trowbridge. And I promise you, she can take care of herself.
Hester and Hedley Spence were charged with attempted murder and the homicide of Martha Durnley, the housekeeper. But first, they were taken back to Illinois, where they were indicted for the murders of the 2 women Hadley had poisoned there. Amy sold the house in Lynn and moved to Boston, where she began a new life as her alter ego, Clara Trowbridge. I'll be back shortly. What's in a name? That which we call a rose, by any other name, would smell as sweet. It's a sound truism, but like all truisms, must have its exceptions. Amy Trowbridge wouldn't have agreed with Juliet, for with a new name, she found a new personality and a new life. So let's round this out with another quote. Who hath not owned, with rapture framed, the power of grace, the magic of a name? Our cast included Jennifer Harmon, Ian Martin, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is the only living creature who has the power to leave the earth poorer than he found it. Indeed, there are those cynical souls who insist that the sun and the moon and the stars might have disappeared long ago had they been within the reach of predatory human hands. Now, wait a minute. We did reach the moon. Well, we can only wait and see. And hope.
Are you sure I won't be intruding?
No, never. These are fine people. I have every respect for a man of science, such as yourself. Come inside. Meet everyone. Friends, we have here Dr. Carstairs.
How do you do?
Now, Leopold, now.
Hey. What was that for?
That was for nothing. Now we shall get down to business. Again, Leopold.
Our mystery drama, The Vanishing Point, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly.
with Act One.
Egad, how irresistible you found that luxurious, elegant Buick Electra you saw last fall. Ah, but you judiciously opted to wait for the time of year when the price might well be more in your favor. Well, if one were to contact a Buick dealer right now, one might find him offering most agreeable deals. Buick Electra. Yes, you can. That's your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Let sleeping dogs lie, said Mr. Dickens, and it may, on balance, be good advice. However, it would be much better if we could let lying dogs sleep. Much more conducive to our peace of mind, if not to the peace of the world. We are in the ancient German city of Munich. They like their festivals here, especially in October. And we're in the midst of one right now, in this mammoth beer garden just to our right. Now, there's a man, about 45-ish, and somehow you can tell he's an American, coming down the street. He pauses at the entrance, but no, he keeps going. He's evidently looking for an address. Has he found it? He stops at a very old and narrow house, and he looks for, finds, and pulls at a bell.
Yes?
I wonder, could you help me? Fräulein, is it?
Yes?
I'm not even sure I know how to explain this.
No?
You do speak English?
Oh, yes.
That is rather fortunate. My German leaves a great deal to be desired. This is 71 Kohn Street. Kohnstrasse?
Yes.
There was someone who lived here a long time ago. This goes back many years, even before the war. I'm sure he wouldn't be alive today. Why do I say that? He could be. He would be in his 80s, perhaps his 90s. I wonder if by chance you might know something about him. His name is, or was, Franz Wilhelm Klust. Does that mean anything to you? Franz Wilhelm Klust. Maybe I'm not pronouncing it right. Perhaps it's Klust.
Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Yes.
No, I do not know the name.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I just thought I might find someone who could shed some light. I had this address, and that's all. Now I don't even know where to look.
You might ask at the town hall.
I did, and this was his last known address.
I see.
I'm so sorry I disturbed you. Dearest Millicent, the convention is not as stimulating as I had hoped, but things may pick up a bit tomorrow when I read my paper on dislocated ionic particles in a negatively charged nucleus. I thought I would look up a certain Professor Klust, whose monograph impressed me so much, but no one seems to know what became of him. Actually, I may be wrong, but I think there's a conspiracy of silence surrounding him. Just a minute. Someone seems to be knocking on the door. I haven't the faintest notion who it might be, but I shall find out. Yes?
You are Herr Dr. Willis Carstairs?
Yes, but I'm not a doctor of medicine. I have a Ph.D. in physics. I explain this because so many people
You
think
have
that
been inquiring for a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Oh, yes. Won't you come in, Mr.
Kellner.
Herr.
Kellner. Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Danke. Thank you.
Well, now, what can you tell me about Professor Klust?
First, you must tell me why you are so interested.
Oh, certainly. I was doing research on, I suppose you could call it, displacement. Oh, that was quite a while ago, and I'm no longer actively concerned with it.
Displacement?
It's a highly technical and theoretical thing. Are you involved with science in any way, Herr Kellner?
No.
Well, it has to do with the disappearance of matter. At any rate, I came across a monograph by Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust of the University of Munich, written in the 30s.
And?
And what? It seems to me I'm being interrogated.
Oh, well, you must excuse me. You see, I am his nephew. He's an old man.
Ah, then he is still alive.
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, that's marvelous.
But he's not strong. And so I wish to make sure that those who call him have an interest that is, how would you say, legitimate.
Of course. As I said, at one time, I was interested in his specialty. But I've since gone on to other things. And I just happened to be here at a conference. I remembered Professor Klust. Do you suppose I could see him?
Well, yes. Now that you have established your credentials, you'll be most welcome.
Thank you. When might I be able to see him?
Now.
Now?
When one arrives at Professor Klust's age, one does not make long-range appointments.
I suppose not.
Unless you have another engagement.
No. I can think of nothing else I'd rather do.
Then I shall take you to him.
Is it much further?
No.
It's very kind of you to undertake such a long trip.
It will give my uncle pleasure.
I only read that one paper of his, but it showed such brilliance. And I never heard of him before or since. Why isn't Professor Klust better known?
Who can say? Science is perhaps like other fields. You must know how to succeed.
That's true.
And this is his house.
We seem to be in the country.
My uncle needs the air. He always loved Einsamkeit. Aloneness.
Solitude.
Yes. Yeah. And now you shall see him.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's beautiful here. Lovely place to work. Is your uncle still active?
Very much so, yeah. Very much. Please come in. I should like you to meet my cousin, Leopold.
How do you do?
Yes, Leopold.
What is this?
Einmal. No, einmal.
No. What happened? Where am I?
Try this cold compress. You feel better.
Wait. You and that...
Leopold?
Yes, that gorilla.
Please. While Leopold is unable to speak, his hearing is perfect. He doesn't like to be insulted.
What have you done? You brought me here and broken my jaw.
No. Leopold is very scientific. There's no lasting damage. Pain, yes, but for a purpose.
Oh, what purpose? You bring me, you lure me here under false pretenses.
No. You are the one who travels under Willis Carstairs.
Me?
This is why it was necessary for Leopold to teach you the rules.
What rules?
That we are serious people. That you must answer at once and truthfully.
Answer what?
The question. Why do you wish to see Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust?
Well, sometimes you read something and you are impressed by the brilliance of the mind that wrote it. Isn't that so?
It would be better if you answered my question instead of asking one of your own.
But that's it. I was very much impressed at the time. It must have been 10... No, it was 12 years ago. And I just never forgot it. That's really all.
We are still, I see, at the very beginning of things. Leopold?
No.
Dr. Carstairs.
What?
You must wake up.
Wake up?
Are you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
Come.
Where? Wait. I know you. You're the woman who answered the door when I asked for Professor Kloost.
Yes.
Would you mind telling me just what...
There is no time. You must leave.
Oh, yes, I'm willing to do that.
Good. I have an automobile outside. You can walk?
I can even run if I have to.
Well, then hurry.
Who are you?
I cannot say.
And those men?
I cannot tell you.
And what is this thing about Professor Kloost?
I do not know.
Madame, I am grateful to you for getting me out of there. Although for all I know, you're the one who may have got me in there. However, you and I both know you're not telling me the truth.
Let me give you a word of advice. Forget everything that happened tonight.
Forget?
It was only a mistake on everyone's part. Therefore, it is best forgotten.
I was beaten up. Do you expect me just to forget that?
Well, sometimes that is the wisest thing.
Look here, Miss Fräulein or Frau or whatever. There's something going on here that's wrong, that's criminal. I do not intend to make believe it never happened.
You are warned. If you intend to make a fool of yourself, no power on the earth can stop you.
And so, Herr Inspector, you see, I felt it my duty to report this to the police.
Yes, of course. Quite right.
I haven't the foggiest notion what those people are up to. Do you?
It is important first to see if we have all the facts in hand, nicht wahr?
Certainly.
Now then, you are Willis Newton Carstairs, American citizen, doctor of physics, teaching at the University of California.
Yes, yes.
You are attending an international convention of physicists here in München. And on the night of May 21st, on or about 7 p.m. on 1900 hours, you called at 71 Kölnstrasse to inquire as to the whereabouts of a certain Professor Franz Wilhelm Kloost.
That's right.
Now then, may I inquire, why do you wish to see this Professor Kloost?
If he's still alive, I'd like to discuss some ideas with him. He has a great mind.
Oh, yes?
And if he's dead, I just thought I'd like to chat with some of his associates or people who knew him. I had no idea it would stir up such a hornet's nest.
Well, you did wise to report the matter. We shall try to find these people and ascertain what is happening here.
But, Inspector, tell me, why should there be this fuss about Professor Kloost?
Well, I could not say.
The man was an obscure physicist. Why should the merest mention of his name get me into so much trouble? Hello?
Professor Carstairs?
Yes, this is he.
This is Inspector Müller of the police.
Oh, yes, Inspector.
Yes. We have your 3 people in custody.
Already? So soon?
Yes. Could you find it convenient to come down to police headquarters?
Of course, Inspector. At once.
Thank you.
Ah, Herr Dr. Carstairs, it's so good of you to come. Please be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Now, these 3 people, I trust you know them.
Oh, yes.
We have Fräulein Erika Bauer, we have Werner Kellner, and last but not least, Karl-Heinz Leopold.
Yes.
I have here your deposition, your story, this paper. And also, I have on my desk this paper. It is a deposition sworn to by this lady and these 2 gentlemen.
Yes?
Yes. There seems to be an Unstimmigkeit here, a discrepancy.
A what?
Well, it would seem, Herr Doctor, that they tell me a different story.
A different story? How can that be possible?
Well, they respectfully beg to differ with a distinguished visitor to our country. But they insist that you are not telling the complete truth.
Yes, perhaps we should have known. Things were moving much too smoothly, much too swiftly. Something had to be out of joint somewhere. What is this complete truth that our hero is supposedly not telling? Indeed, what is a complete truth to begin with? Truth is not divisible. A half-truth must eventually become a whole falsehood. But this is philosophy, and right now we're in a police station, and in a foreign country at that. You'd better not miss Act 2.
Hey, what you need is Lysol spray in the good old summertime.
Must nasty hot weather odors, Lysol disinfectant spray cleans them out of the air, leaves a clean, fresh scent. Lysol sprays away odors in mattresses, sheets, pillowcases, tennis, and golf shoes. Lysol gets rid of bathroom odors, too. Kills household germs on surfaces, including germs that cause odors.
Yeah, what you need is Lysol spray in the good old summertime.
You know how these things go. You have half a dozen witnesses to an event. When you finish collecting testimony, you may very well wind up with a half a dozen different stories. No two eyes will see exactly the same sight. No two ears will hear exactly the same sound. Sometimes you wonder how it's possible to prove anything at all in this world of ours.
What do you mean they tell a different story, Inspector? I told you what happened.
Herr Kellner, shall you repeat your sworn statement?
Yeah, Inspector. On the night of October 21st, I was in Schanzer's beer garden on Kölnstrasse. I go there to listen to the music and enjoy a glass of beer.
Yes, continue.
The place, it was filled with a crowd. And I noticed this gentleman.
That isn't true. I was never in such a place.
Please, remain silent, Herr Doctor. You have already made your statement. Continue, Kellner.
Yeah, very good. I am standing at the bar next to this gentleman, and he says to me, I could tell he was an American by the way he spoke.
Well, hiya, pal.
Pal?
Buddy. Chum. Comrade.
Comrade. Yeah.
Have a beer.
Thank you. I have one.
Bottoms up, old comrade. Hey, say that, bartender. Another round over here. Hey, listen, do you know where there's any action around here?
Action?
Hey, I don't mean noise, I mean action. Where a fella can act sociable, meet people. After all, I'm a guest in this country, huh? I'd like to meet the people, if you know what I mean. I'm a completely respectable guy. Look, see? My card.
Yeah.
Willis Newton Carstairs, Ph.D., University of California. See?
Yeah. I am going to a social gathering of friends. You could call it a party.
Hey, sounds great.
Perhaps you should like to come.
Hey there, old comrade. What are we waiting for? It's a lie.
Now, Herr Doctor...
I never went into that beer garden. I don't talk the way he said I did.
We deal here with a sworn statement.
The entire thing is a tissue of falsehoods.
We shall continue with Herr Kellner's affidavit.
But it isn't true.
Please, Doctor, you must at least have common courtesy.
You cannot place me in a position where I'm...
I must insist on silence. Yes, continue, Herr Kellner.
Thank you. And so, this gentleman and myself left the beer garden. It was to be a gathering of intellectual people. Fräulein Bauer here writes poetry, and I thought they would like to meet an American professor. And so I brought him to Fräulein Bauer's apartment. At once, I was sorry, because he behaved very badly.
Hey, who's she?
Fräulein Bauer, may I present Herr Dr. Carstairs?
How do you do?
Everyone I can, baby. Hey, Kellner, old comrade, is she a live one?
I beg your pardon, Herr Doctor.
Come on. Is there anything doing here?
Werner, who is this person?
Hey, don't pull that on me. I know what kind of a joint this is. Come on over here, sweetie.
How dare you?
Herr Doctor, I must ask you to leave. There seems to be a mistake.
What do you say, Erica, baby?
Please, leave this place at once.
Hey, take your hands off.
I must ask you to...
I said get your hands off.
Karl-Heinz! Prince Otto, do something!
Come on, I'll take on the whole pack here.
He was like a madman. It took 4 or 5 men, finally, to subdue him.
Do you actually believe this, Inspector? There isn't a word of truth in it.
Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, do you, either of you, wish to bring charges?
Do they wish to bring charges?
No. True, he behaved in the most swinish manner, but he was drunk.
This affair might do him some damage at home.
Then you are willing to forget?
Yes.
But I'm not willing to forget.
Well, in that case, I shall detain you no longer, Fräulein Bauer, Herr Kellner, and Herr Leopold. Good day.
Good day.
Good day, Herr Dr. Carstairs. And if I may suggest, keep away from strong drink. It can create illusions.
Inspector.
Herr Doctor, the affair is closed.
Closed?
Yes. And consider yourself fortunate to be out of it. So cheaply. Yes, we were informed of the incident, as a matter of course, here at the consulate.
Were you?
It concerned an American citizen.
Why haven't you done anything about it?
My dear fellow, what do you suggest?
In the first place, I suggest you don't call me your dear fellow.
Now, Dr. Carstairs...
Anytime anyone says to you, my dear fellow, it's a sure sign that you're about to be brushed off.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but you're going to do it. In the end, you'll tell me to go home and forget it, won't you?
Now, look here, my dear... Dr. Carstairs...
whose side are you on?
Side? Well, it's obvious what happened. You got drunk. You became obstreperous.
I don't drink enough to get drunk, and I'm never obstreperous.
Well, perhaps not at home, but when a man finds himself in a foreign country, his inhibitions...
I'm telling you the truth.
Dr. Carstairs, if you persist, you'll attract notice in the papers. The word will get home. Things could become very awkward for you.
But I am telling you the truth.
It doesn't matter.
The truth doesn't matter.
Doctor... just give people a chance to believe the worst and they'll do it. It's human nature. Now, you think about this very carefully and you will see that I'm really concerned with your best interests. My dear fellow, I really am.
The head of the department is on sabbatical leave, Dr. Carstairs. I am Professor Lisa Lotte-Schmidt. May I help you?
I'm interested in a Professor Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Oh, you're going back a long time.
Do I detect a slight tone of disapproval, Professor?
Those days are finished, thankfully. That era is gone. And Klust is dead.
Well, I hadn't expected that he would still be alive.
What is it you wish to know about him?
Some time ago, I had come across a monograph he had written in the 30s on displacement.
Yes.
It had some very original ideas.
However, let us only speak well of the dead.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor?
You say it was written in the 30s, and that is correct. The late 30s. By that time, Klust was running things, academically speaking.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
As an American, you would not. You take academic freedom for granted. Klust was a powerful man in the party. He ran purge after purge in the university. I remember it well. I was a student here then.
It's hard to believe that such a brilliant scientist would
He wasn't that brilliant. If you wanted to teach, you would collaborate with Herr Professor Klust.
Are you saying, then, that the ideas in that monograph were not his?
I only know that the original research was started by a physicist named Neumann, who died of mysterious causes.
Oh?
Have I disillusioned you, Doctor? I'm sorry.
And whatever became of Klust?
He died near the end of the war, we think.
Isn't anyone sure?
Things were hectic, confused in those last days. There was a rumor that the Soviets carried him off. I do not think so.
You don't?
He was not that good a scientist. Forgive me, I am prejudiced. I never liked the man.
Well, even if he were still alive, he would be a very old man.
In his 70s. Do you think that is old?
Dearest Millicent, I'm beginning to see daylight. Although I must tell you, I still do not know what to make of it. Here is what happened. Trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, I decided to revisit the neighborhood where I had gotten myself into trouble the first time. I passed by the beer garden, and it was packed solidly with people. I decided to go inside. I was hidden by the crowd, And although it was noisy there was one voice that was very, very familiar. It seemed to stand out.
Listen, friends. We shall succeed. Yes, we shall be a great nation. But we are a great nation. We shall be the greatest nation of all. We shall conquer through science. We have the greatest scientific genius of the world has ever known. He has been working with us, for our cause, all his life. Soon, he will be ready.
Yes, Herr Doctor. What may I do for you?
You might curb your impatience.
I beg your pardon?
You consider me a fool, a troublemaker.
Oh, Herr Doctor.
You consent to see me because it might be awkward not to.
Would you suppose you state your business?
That's better. Abrupt. Impersonal. First, are you aware of the existence of a political party called the National Restoration?
Yes.
Is it a neo-Nazi party?
Not just neo-Nazi, but neo-everything.
Were you aware of the fact that Werner Kellner, Karl-Heinz Leopold, and Erika Bauer are members?
The National Restoration is a completely legal party.
So were the Nazis.
Please, may I ask where this is going?
Why do you suppose they beat me up?
We have already been through all of that.
Come, Inspector. You know perfectly well I was telling the truth.
In the absence of disinterested witnesses, it was the word of 3 against the word of 1.
Have you listened to the propaganda of the National Restoration Party?
Oh, Herr Doctor. The streets are filled with all sorts of... there is such a marvelous American word for it. Kooks, yes, on the left, on the right, wherever you turn. Now, who has the patience to listen? Who can even hope to understand what they're saying?
I do. I understand what they're saying.
Yes, is that a fact?
They're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world.
Is that what they're saying? Yes, it did seem that was what our friend Kellner seemed to be spouting back there in the saloon. But wasn't that just beer hall talk? And what if it was? Does that mean it shouldn't be taken seriously? Just how seriously is what you shall discover in Act 3.
Somehow, you fought the temptation to buy a new Buick Century until now, because you figured that along about this time, your Buick dealer just might be as anxious to talk to you as you are to get a Century. Well, you shrewd rascal, you were right, which means you and that Century can get together now with a deal that may surprise you. Buick Century. Yes, you can. At your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
We constantly teeter between sense and nonsense. And the problem is, it's difficult many times to distinguish one from the other. Especially the way perceptions, conditions, and styles and attitudes keep changing. But haven't we the right to expect that a learned, dignified, conservative professor of physics would be aware of the difference? It all depends.
You're saying they have a weapon that can conquer the world?
I heard Kellner make that statement.
May I ask where?
In a beer garden.
Oh.
Look, Inspector, just before the war, in this very city...
that was before my time.
There was a professor of physics named Franz Wilhelm Klust.
Yes, I read about him. He died at the end of the war.
That has never been established as a fact.
Please, if there is a point to all of this, make it.
The war is over. Klust is presumed dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's all right with him. There's a possibility he could be prosecuted for war crimes. He goes into hiding, but he needs help. He gets it from the newly formed National Restoration Party.
You have the facts to support this contention?
The years go by. The original Restoration Party members get old, pass from the scene. New ones join up. But the constant, the unifying force is Klust. He is working on the weapon that will make all things possible. The party members have one grand mission: support Klust, protect Klust, Maintain a secrecy that will allow him to work, to finish, to perfect the weapon.
Yes, once again, the facts.
Suddenly, a shocking event occurs. One night, a stranger knocks on the door and inquires for Kloust. Why? All these years, everyone thought Kloust was dead. Obviously, the stranger must be a spy. So, they lure him to a lonely spot, where they try to force the truth from him. Then they decide to release him to see if he can lead them anywhere. But he doesn't. They are relieved. Obviously, he was telling the truth. He was just an innocent, blundering foreigner.
I must keep insisting. The facts.
Professor Franz Wilhelm Kloust is working on a weapon which could very well change the course of history.
Yes, Herr Doctor, we shall look into the matter.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
But I cannot understand, Dr. Carstairs.
Just see that this is published, Professor Schmidt.
You are saying here that you believe you can complete the final formulation of Professor Franz Wilhelm Kloust's theory? Is this true?
I'm not sure.
Then why should we print this in our journal?
Professor Schmidt, I have been to the police and to the politicians. The first consider me a drunk. The second insist that I'm a fool. You must help me.
Dr. Carstairs, there is no real evidence of any...
There are times when a scientist wants to be accepted on faith. Dearest Millicent, and now we shall find out. The journal appeared this morning. By this time, they will have read my article. If, indeed, there is a they, as I believe there is. Perhaps I shouldn't be doing this, but I cannot help myself. I cannot stop myself. I keep hoping now that I have been wrong. Millicent, there is a knock on the door. I knew there would be. I don't know what it means. I only know someone is knocking on the door. And now, of course, I must answer it. I've been waiting for it. Dear Millicent, to be continued. I hope. Just a moment. Herr Kellner and Herr Leopold. Won't you come in, gentlemen? I've been expecting you.
Herr Doctor, both Karl-Heinz here and myself, we are armed.
I understand.
And so, shall you come quietly?
The quiet way is always the best way. This seems to be a familiar neighborhood.
Yeah. There's the beer garden and Fräulein Bauer's house.
And unless I'm wrong, Professor Kloust as well. He's been here all these years, hasn't he?
We have built for him a very comfortable laboratory below the house.
And no one ever suspected the old man was still here, still alive. Well, what do you want with me?
The old man, yeah, he is old. And from time to time, his age, how can I say it, interferes, gets in the way.
I see.
He needs help. And because you have claimed that you are familiar with his work, you have been chosen to assist him.
At the point of a gun. And suppose I refuse?
You will be shot.
Obviously, you're up to no good.
Oh, I disagree. We wish to do good for all humanity.
And to prove it, you threaten to kill everyone who refuses to help you.
Humanity must always pay a price for progress. We have arrived. Escort your guest inside, Leopold. Yes, down here we are truly away from the world. Step inside, please. Here is the professor's living room and study. See how comfortable.
Oh, yes.
And that door, it leads to his laboratory. Come. Professor! Professor!
Yes. Oh, yes, Kellner.
Professor, this is an American.
An American, a prisoner of war. Where is his uniform?
No, an American scientist.
A scientist?
We have captured him.
Ah, so good. Yes, good.
Professor, he has read your paper.
Paper? What paper?
He, too, has been working on displacement.
Ah, he has. Also, yes. Well, we shall see about that. Come into the laboratory.
You will do as he says.
If you insist. So, you are Professor Franz Wilhelm Klus.
Yes. Now, what do you know about displacement?
I know the theory.
Any fool knows the theory.
Position is positive. Volume is positive. How to negate position and volume? There must be a negative force.
The negative force. Yes, it's a negative force.
Neumann saw the negative force as a tool to help mankind.
Neumann? Who is Neumann?
Neumann saw it eliminate so much expensive, backbreaking, time-wasting labor. You could level mountains. You could clear fields. You could dig tunnels. A single ray of negative force could eliminate all matter that stood in its path.
Yes. Now I remember, yes.
Do you remember Neumann?
Neumann.
You promised to save him if he told you his secret. But in the end, you betrayed him and sent him to a concentration camp.
No, Neumann. Who was Neumann?
When he died, you promised Hitler you would create the ultimate weapon for him.
Oh, yes, and I shall, yes.
You couldn't. You can't. You don't have the skill or the knowledge. You're a fraud.
No, please, I want it so much to be recognized. I am an old man. Have pity.
Pity?
I was not brilliant like Neumann and the rest of them. I wanted to be famous. So when the opportunity arose...
Do you expect me to help you?
You will help.
Never.
There are ways you can be made to help.
And I'm sure you know all of them.
I will share with you the credit. Also, I swear, look, I have isolated the negative force. I have constructed the generator.
Wait a minute. You can set up a limited field of force. But how can you reverse it?
Keep away. It is mine. You get out.
You know how to isolate the negative force, but you don't know how to stop it.
No, get out.
You don't know how to reverse it.
Get out.
Don't turn it on. It will destroy you.
No.
Don't. No. We must get out of this room.
I will destroy the world. You come back here.
Why have you left the laboratory? Have you the professor's permission?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
I shall. Leopold, Erika, guard him.
I warn you, no tricks.
What sort of tricks could I possibly play?
What is he doing in there?
Why don't you go inside and find out?
Leopold, knock on the door. Again. Open it, Leopold. What is that? Go see. What happened to him?
To whom?
Leopold. You walked inside the room, and now he's gone. How? And the professor and Kellner. Oh, something is not right here.
Shall I tell you?
I shall see for myself, and do not try to escape. You cannot get away from us.
Yes, my dearest Millicent. What all of them did was walk into the field of the negative force, which displaced all of their positive atoms. In layman's language, simply made them disappear. So, deep down in a hidden cellar at 71 Kohlenstrasse in Munich is a negative force generator, which is creating a small negative force field, and it cannot be shut off. I don't know how to do it. I don't even think it's possible. And anyone who goes into that room and gets within range of the field, well, however, who is going to bother? The police? The consulate? No one believes me. Yes, it's a great weapon. Perhaps it's the ultimate, because it destroys both killer and victim at the same time. Now, if only all weapons were like that.
If only. And so the secret stays where it belongs, in a cellar, where no one is ever likely to disturb it. And if anyone does, well, it's too bad. There is a practical moral and a theoretical moral to our story. The practical moral is be careful when you're poking around in strange cellars. And if you want the theoretical moral, just wait for my return shortly.
Where's your brown bottle of Lysol?
The one in the red and yellow box?
Lysol brand disinfectant.
Oh, don't help me.
Well, how about you, sir?
Yeah?
Where's your brown bottle of Lysol?
Oh, in this hot weather, I use it to clean the garbage pail. Keep it from smelling bad,
Don't help me.
Yes, but where is it?
Don't help
Lysol
me.
kills household germs and germs that cause odors.
The glove compartment. No, the broom closet. No, I know.
But, sir, we use Lysol in the bathroom to prevent mold and mildew on the tiles.
The china closet. No, that's wrong. The linen closet.
But, sir, where is your brown bottle of Lysol?
Hey, is this a trick question?